Chapter 2008, All Destroyed. Xiaobai, here will do. In the small path between mountains, Teacher Zhang stopped and spoke to Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai showed sadness and reluctance. I was able to survive in the capital city all thanks to teacher's guidance and help. I will engrave this kindness in my heart and never forget it. But after this separation, I wonder when I can see teacher again. Teacher Zhang sighed and patted Li Xiaobai's shoulder, encouraging him. Although you lost in this world poetry competition, your poems have already spread far and wide. Everyone knows your talent is worthy of the title of a great scholar. Moreover, Su Qi Han has already returned. The capital city is the arena for you to display your talents. Go back, teacher will look forward to your performance. Li Xiaobai bid farewell to Teacher Zhang with eyes full of tears. Li Xiaobai rode a horse through the mountain path that was covered with trees while pondering about his future. He lost in the world poetry competition, although his earlier performances were exceptional. Like he had expected, he ran into Teacher Zhang in the later stage. This made Li Xiaobai fall into an awkward situation. If he won against his teacher, his morals and character would be criticized and there would definitely be a tide of hateful remarks. Li Xiaobai had wanted to use his next chance to continue passing through the stages. But he kept on running into his teacher again and again. Teacher Zhang was also helpless. In fact, he also did not want to succeed by stepping on his own student. But he had to grab onto every chance because he had also probed the biggest meaning behind the world poetry competition. Li Xiaobai ran into Teacher Zhang time and again. His hands were tied and he eventually lost the competition. Although he felt pity about this, Li Xiaobai felt thankful as well. My previous performances were too exceptional and even excessive. If I were to succeed like this, there would definitely be a detailed investigation done on me. Even if I pass the investigation, because I don't have a good background and am not a renowned person, I am very likely to be schemed against. Many people are coveting this opportunity to become an immortal. How could they let it fall into a minor character's hand? The world poetry competition's selections looked extremely fair, but in fact, where there were people, there would be conflicts of interests and many deals going on behind the scenes. Just look at the list of candidates that passed the world poetry competition selection. They were either influential officials or renowned people. Even the so-called dark horses have extraordinary roots and background. It doesn't matter that I am not selected in this world poetry competition, there will be a second selection in the future. Even if there is no second world poetry competition, don't tell me I cannot become an immortal by relying on myself. What smell is this? It is so fragrant. Just as Li Xiaobai was thinking, a delicate fragrance broke his train of thoughts. This fragrance was really pleasing and smelled like the inky fragrance of a book. Li Xiaobai was immediately curious. How could there be such a fragrance in this mountain's forest? He rode the horse and followed the fragrance to its source. After riding for a while, dense bush blocked the path ahead. Li Xiaobai had no choice but to get off the horse and continue on his feet. The fragrance became increasingly strong as Li Xiaobai moved deep into the forest. He knew he was going in the right direction and was getting closer to the source of the fragrance. Finally, he brushed aside some leaves and found a pine tree. This pine tree was covered with pine cones and these pine cones were releasing the dense book fragrance. And on the branch of the tree, there was an exquisite and unique brown tree house. Is someone living here? A mountain hermit. Li Xiaobai carefully approached and called out. I am student Li Xiaobai. I accidentally passed through here and took the liberty to pay a visit. Please don't blame me, sage in the mountain. But there was no sound from the treehouse. Li Xiaobai called out several times but there was still no reply. Seeing that there seemed to be no one in the treehouse, he walked towards the pine tree. When he reached the pine tree, Li Xiaobai made another discovery. The treehouse was not constructed on the tree, but was integrated into the tree, like it had directly grown from the tree. Li Xiaobai wanted to enter the treehouse to probe, but after circling around the tree, he found that the treehouse was completely integrated, with only windows but no doors. What do I do? Li Xiaobai thought and subconsciously placed his hand on the tree trunk. Suddenly, the bark let out crisp sounds as it transformed. In an instant, a spiral staircase appeared around the tree trunk that moved towards the treehouse. And a door appeared on the treehouse as well. Li Xiaobai only hesitated for a bit before stepping on the stairs and walking to the treehouse. There were 3 rows of bookcases in the treehouse that were standing against the 3 walls. In the compartments of the bookcases were many GU worms. Book fragrance spreads, talented scholars smell. Book house inheritance shall be left to the fated. At this time, information was transmitted to Li Xiaobai's mind. Li Xiaobai inspected it and felt joyous. So this is an information path inheritance. Although it is only a GU master inheritance with no immortal GU, there are various rank 4 and many rank 5 GU worms. There is also detailed cultivation instruction, forming a complete system which suits me. Speaking of which, my luck has been improving recently. Looks like my main body has already stabilized the situation. This inheritance was a peak level GU master inheritance. Not only did it have many GU worms, the pine tree itself was an exceptional mortal GU house, book house. Li Xiaobai stored book house and returned back the way he came. He smoothly found his horse and hurried back to the capital city. At the peak of the mountain, 2 figures were standing. One immortal and one mortal. The immortal was Hua Song, the mortal was rank 5 GU master Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang had witnessed the whole process of Li Xiaobai obtaining the inheritance and was extremely grateful. Teacher, many thanks for helping my student. It turned out that Teacher Yang's teacher was Hua Song. Hua Song smiled. He is your student, according to the relationship, he is my grand disciple. He belongs to our faction, how can I ignore him? When the world poetry competition started, I already noticed him. He clearly had the strength to pass the stages, but because he ran into you, he chose to limit himself. I had been hoping for you too, teacher and disciple, to succeed in passing the competition, but his luck seems to be quite bad. He ran into you again and again during the crucial rounds and was finally eliminated. I am at fault. Teacher Zhang lowered his head. Ha ha ha. Hua Song patted Teacher Yang's shoulder. You are really outstanding for being able to teach such a superb student. If this Li Xiaobai had disregarded his teacher for fame and defeated you in front of everyone, I would have punished this kid severely. But he prioritizes this teacher and student relationship, his character is excellent. Although he failed this time, there is no harm in it. It is this child's fortune to be noticed by. Teacher. Just that, teacher, why didn't you? Teacher Zhang hesitated. Hua Song sighed. Although I am the host of the World Poetry Competition, if I were to act in favor of my personal gain, I would be criticized by other GU immortals and lose my reputation in front of old Lord Hua Yu. Moreover, Li Xiaobai is still too young, he lacks tempering. If he suddenly became an immortal, it might lead to misfortune because of this good fortune. He should still continue to accumulate experience in the mortal world. A jade stone is useless if it is not polished. Teacher is right, I was thinking too simplistically. Teacher Zhang wholeheartedly admired his teacher and said excitedly, I understand teacher's effort. Teacher, you don't want me to bear the feeling of guilt, so you gave Li Xiaobai such a great inheritance, right? It is good that you know that. Hua Song smiled. You are my student, you were selected this time and will be nurtured to become an immortal. You must concentrate wholeheartedly and not split your attention because of other matters. Concentrate on cultivation, don't ruin my reputation. Yes, teacher, I will definitely use all my strength. Teacher Zhang cupped his hands and bowed solemnly. Although profound literature Grotto Heaven maintained neutrality and was not willing to participate in any fights, they understood chaotic times were coming, so they did not hold back in cultivating GU immortals. Teacher Zhang and others were handled and given plenty of resources with many GU immortals guiding them personally. Teacher Zhang studied and practiced hard every day, using his time to the fullest. Despite him using all his strength to study, his performance was still at low to mid-level. This showed the talents of this batch's GU masters. Even the teaching GU immortals were secretly pleased. This batch was indeed full of the elites of profound literature Grotto Heaven, and everyone was an excellent GU immortal seed. Over half a month passed, Teacher Zhang and the rest welcomed the most crucial moment of their lives, immortal ascension. With several teachers protecting us, the success rate of immortal ascension is high. Once I become an immortal, my future will undergo a complete transformation and elevation. Teacher Zhang was looking forward to it and studied with even more effort. However, just as the first among them was about to undergo tribulation, there was an explosion in the whole of profound literature Grotto Heaven shook fiercely. Following the explosion, an evil dragon with the length of mountain ranges descended, filling the sky of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Large numbers of enemy GU immortals appeared in all areas of profound literature Grotto Heaven and attacked at the same time. The flames of war burned everywhere. The place where Teacher Yang's group was in was given considerable attention. Die. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace and slammed down. It is Immortal GU House Dragon Palace, we can't block it. Retreat. The GU immortals who were guarding this place were pale with fright as they retreated. Earth quaked and mountains shook, dust and stones flew everywhere. This learning palace that was arranged meticulously was completely destroyed. Teacher Zhang and the rest could not even dodge and were squashed into pulp, dying miserably. The GU immortals who taught them felt their hearts bleeding at this scene. Their weeks of guidance were just about to show results. The greatest future potential of profound literature Grotto Heaven was destroyed all at once by this attack. Completely destroyed. Wu Shuai, my profound literature Grotto Heaven has remained neutral and never created any difficulties for you. But you actually attacked my land and slaughtered innocents. You are too overbearing and sinful. Old Immortal Hua Yu was alarmed and shouted in fury. Wu Shuai laughed heartily inside Dragon Palace. Suddenly, his laughter stopped. Old Immortal Hua Yu, you don't know when to advance or retreat, you don't know what's good for you. I sent messages for you to join time and time again, but you actually made excuses to ignore them. You simply show no regard for me. Today, I will make you and the entire world realize what the outcome of defying my will is. Attack. Chapter 2009. Following willingly. Attack. Wu Shuai's shout triggered boundless wind and clouds, resounding throughout the Grotto Heaven. Many GU immortals in profound literature Grotto Heaven had a change in their expressions, feeling panicked and worried when they sensed Wu Shuai's ferocious might. Profound literature Grotto Heaven had lived in peace for too long and had never experienced such an ordeal. Even the current Grotto Heaven owner, Old Immortal Hua Yu, was extremely surprised. Because profound literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven and was most specialized in gathering all kinds of information and clues. They would definitely detect any invasion in advance. However, Old Immortal Hua Yu and the rest were completely unaware of this invasion, and Wu Shuai's surprise invasion could even be considered a masterpiece. He was able to teleport his GU immortals to various areas of the Grotto Heaven, launching violent attacks at the various important areas in profound literature Grotto Heaven's GU immortals. This ambush could be said to be extremely successful. Profound literature Grotto Heaven suffered disastrous losses. Not only did the meticulously selected future potentials like Teacher Zhang perish, even most of the GU immortals of profound literature Grotto Heaven were killed. Persevere, this is our home, we cannot lose it. I have already requested for reinforcements, we cannot let these despicable thugs succeed. Old Immortal Hua Yu shouted, slightly stabilizing the morale of the soldiers. He then opened his mouth and moved his tongue, spitting out text characters. These characters were like a storm as they shrouded Dragon Palace with dense frost energy. Immortal Killer Move, Cold Words. The moment Dragon Palace was struck by this move, layers of frost solidified on its surface which greatly slowed its speed. The frost continued to condense and spread, and in a blink of an eye, was already as tall as an adult's calf. If this went on, the whole of Dragon Palace would be sealed in ice. Wu Shuai snorted as he activated his defensive killer move. The frost on Dragon Palace's surface began to melt gradually, and Dragon Palace's power continued to rise, letting out rays of orange light. The orange light shot towards Old Immortal Hua Yu, who immediately changed the words he recited and used a movement method. Immortal Killer Move, Quick Words. At the next moment, his speed surged and he perfectly dodged the orange light. Immortal Killer Move, Vicious Words. Old Immortal Hua Yu spat out tides of characters from his mouth. These purplish-black words were like poison arrows that shot and detonated on Dragon Palace. The series of explosions forced Dragon Palace to retreat constantly. At the same time, large amounts of toxic smoke infiltrated Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai was seated on the main seat. He did not panic upon seeing this and immediately activated defensive methods to resolve this danger. Old Immortal Hua Yu's reputation was not undeserving. He truly had some skills to be able to confront Dragon Palace without losing his ground. Naturally, this was because Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal GU house and was most proficient in the enslavement aspect. Moreover, Wu Shuai did not reveal the 4 dragon generals although he had already gathered them. What he used normally was the evil dragon, which had already become a trump card of Dragon Palace. The evil dragon was rampaging. The 2 Heavens Alliance's GU immortals were killing and looting. Wu Shuai was not in a hurry at all, because the situation was extremely favorable to him. Old Immortal Hua Yu became increasingly anxious as the battle continued. He knew he was already tangled up with Dragon Palace and would have to rely on external force to save profound literature Grotto Heaven from the danger. But could the reinforcements arrive in time? Old Immortal Hua Yu was awaiting the reinforcements, but he knew there was not much hope. Although he had a high reputation, and profound literature Grotto Heaven's relationship with the surrounding Grotto Heaven forces was also quite close, but asking these people to reinforce him in fighting against such strong enemies. Old Immortal Yu placed himself in their position and thought, if a surrounding Grotto Heaven was attacked and asked him for reinforcements, and the enemy was the Two Heavens Alliance, he would also hesitate. The Two Heavens Alliance's GU Immortals continued to wreak havoc. Flames of battle rose everywhere as living beings were exterminated. Old Immortal Yu, use your trump cards if you have any left. If you don't use them now, you won't be able to save your Grotto Heaven. Ha ha ha. Wu Shuai laughed wildly. Old Immortal Yu was silent, his expression grim. The aftereffects of their fight harmed everything around them, causing holes to appear in the Grotto Heaven aperture walls, linking the inside to the outside world. Suddenly, Wu Shuai's laughter stopped as he shouted in fury, "Old geezer Qi Si." The moment he finished speaking, boundless Qi currents surged in from outside and gathered into a giant hand. The hand was as large as a mountain as it slammed into Dragon Palace and sent it flying far away. Following which, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in the Grotto Heaven's sky, looking down at Dragon Palace. Qi Si Ancestor. Old Immortal Yu looked up and said with surprise and joy. Qi Si Ancestor's appearance surprised him, but thinking about it carefully, he felt it was natural. Qi Si Ancestor was the biggest enemy of Wu Shuai. He would not sit by and watch Wu Shuai leading the Two Heavens forces to do whatever he pleased. Dragon Palace moved back while the evil dragon took its place. Qi Si Ancestor, however, held his hands behind his back with no intention to attack. Wu Shuai, stop now, I can let all of you retreat. If we truly fight, your Two Heavens Alliance will cease to exist. Wu Shuai's furious voice came from Dragon Palace, Qi Si Ancestor. The evil dragon stopped. Wu Shuai seemed to be thinking. Old Immortal Yu let out a sigh of relief, looking towards Qi Si Ancestor with an extremely grateful look. Qi Si Ancestor did this to preserve profound literature Grotto Heaven and not let it turn into ruins. This was not easy. The Two Heavens Alliance's GU Immortals were scattered everywhere. Qi Si Ancestor could take the chance to attack them and deal heavy damage to the Two Heavens Alliance. But Qi Si Ancestor did not do this. Instead, he considered profound literature Grotto Heaven. Moreover, prior to this, Old Immortal Yu had never come into contact with Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor took such protective action for an outsider like me. He is truly worthy of being a famed expert and the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Old Immortal Yu was extremely moved. However, at the next moment, the evil dragon attacked and Dragon Palace followed closely behind. Qi Si Ancestor, it has been too long. Since the battle that day. Face my move again, Wu Shuai shouted. Despicable. Old Immortal Yu cursed when he saw Wu Shuai sneak attacking. But Qi Si Ancestor was smiling as if he was already prepared. Come. At the next moment, the evil dragon and Dragon Palace crashed into a firm and solid Qi wall. The Qi wall broke down, but the evil dragon and Dragon Palace's momentum was also completely exhausted. Old geezer Qi Si, I am relieved that you are so energetic. We shall battle later. Wu Shuai saw he was unable to gain any progress and started to retreat slowly. Dragon Palace and Evil Dragon left the battlefield and moved out of the Grotto Heaven. The Two Heavens Alliance's GU Immortals did not dare to stay any longer and started retreating. They were afraid of Dragon Palace leaving them behind in this dangerous place. Wu Shuai's group arrived fast and left just as quickly, leaving behind flames of war and ruin. Old Immortal Yu did not rush to provide disaster relief and stabilize the situation. Instead, he flew towards Qi Si Ancestor and bowed deeply. Ancestor, you helped us in repelling the enemies. Everyone in profound literature Grotto Heaven is grateful for your kindness. Qi Si Ancestor smiled brightly as he held Old Immortal Yu's hands and pulled him up. We are both humans, it is natural for us to band together and help each other against the variant humans. Old Immortal Yu said with hatred. Wu Shuai is trying to overturn humanity's rule. He is a lunatic and a despicable fellow. He is an enemy of everyone in profound literature Grotto Heaven. We won't rest until he dies. Qi Si Ancestor nodded. In the current era, chaotic times are coming. Who can stay out of it? It is good that you realize this. Old Immortal Yu cupped his fists and bowed again. Looking at the immortals in this world, only Ancestor's might and prestige has spread everywhere. Your moral conduct is worthy of being respected. From today onwards, profound literature Grotto Heaven will be at your command. We will listen to your arrangements. Qi Si Ancestor smiled. Brother Yu, let's join hands in fighting the variant humans, we will protect our homelands and fight for a beautiful future. Chapter 2010, Influencing the Five Regions. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. A tea ceremony was in session. Old Immortal Yu sat on the lower seat while he let Fang Yuan have the main seat. Fang Yuan used Qi Si ancestors' identity to talk with the Gu Immortals, obtaining first-hand information regarding the part of White Heaven above Eastern Sea. There were not just Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's Gu Immortals who participated in the tea ceremony. After Qi Si ancestor repelled the enemies, Gu Immortals continued to arrive to reinforce them. These Gu Immortals were from the surrounding forces and were late in reinforcing Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but Old Immortal Yu asked them to stay and join this tea ceremony regardless. Qi Si ancestor said frankly, he had already allied with Heavenly Court and wanted to recruit the human forces in the two heavens, to fight against Wu Shuai's variant human alliance and defend the righteous path of humanity. Old Immortal Yu was naturally the first to support it, the other forces also responded quite passionately. Many of the Gu Immortals even expressed their willingness to join Qi Si ancestors' faction to fight Wu Shuai's violent and lawless alliance. Some Gu Immortals hesitated while many others had to report to their superiors to come to a decision. The tea ceremony ended. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the result. The first step was important if he wanted to interfere in the two heavens' Grotto Heavens. With Wu Shuai's active cooperation, almost all the two heavens' Gu Immortals recognized Wu Shuai's might and felt insecure. Everyone realized they could not evade this calamity because even a powerful force like Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was almost exterminated. If not for Qi Si ancestor lending a hand, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven would have ceased to exist. Chaotic times were coming and no one could stay out of it. Only by stepping on the waves of chaos could they survive and grow stronger. Qi Si ancestor needed only slight effort to persuade 5 Grotto Heaven forces. Of course, it would take some more effort to integrate them. And important details like profit distribution and other rules had yet to be finalized. Even so, Qi Si ancestor's action had already caused a huge change in the two heavens forces, even affecting the overall situation of the conflict between humanity and the variant human races. Fang Yuan naturally would not conceal this news. The moment the tea ceremony ended, he spread this news in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In an instant, the Gu Immortal world of the 5 regions was shaken. Some sighed at the changing state of the world and the impending chaos, some praised Qi Si ancestor's righteous move and felt he could shoulder the responsibility to lead humanity, some were guessing Wu Shuai's next move, and some were thinking of Eastern Sea's political situation. Qi Si ancestor was publicly recognized as the most powerful expert in Eastern Sea. Now that he was so close with Heavenly Court, how would Eastern Sea's righteous path forces face this relationship? The 5 regional walls were gone, the independent 5 regions merged into one. Changes in any one side could change the whole situation of the 5 regions. Every move of an expert with an identity and status like Qi Si ancestor could deeply influence the whole world. Eastern Sea, Shen Clan. Are there still no clues on ancestor Shen Sheng's whereabouts? Shen Kong Sheng sighed. I don't blame you. Qi tides are appearing everywhere. Divine Emperor City is a very tightly protected area. A Shen clan Gu Immortal asked. First Supreme Elder, Qi Si ancestor has already allied with Heavenly Court now, they even handed over the latter half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance. What should we do? Shen Kong Sheng replied. I have already discussed this with Song Qi Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, and other First Supreme Elders. Qi Si ancestor is our Eastern Seas expert. He cannot be recruited by Heavenly Court. Every clan will take out a portion of cultivation resources from their treasuries and gather them into a big gift to build a good relationship with ancestor. Shen clan's Gu Immortal nodded, not objecting to it. Qi Si ancestor was the most valuable existence to rope in. Besides his battle strength, it was also because he cultivated Qi Path. Currently, Eastern Sea's super forces were thinking of developing Qi Path and they would have double the results if they could get Qi Si ancestor's help in this aspect. Fang Yuan put on a great show before. Everyone in Gu Immortal world thought Qi Si ancestor liked to give guidance and support the younger generation. This made Eastern Sea's super forces feel there was a high possibility in this matter. Fang Gong's expression was dark. We are willing to pay such a huge price, but Heavenly Court still doesn't want to release Fang Dichong. One of the gathered Fang clan Gu Immortals said, First Supreme Elder, in my opinion, Heavenly Court is not sincere at all, they are just stalling for time and fooling us. HMPH. Fang Gong slammed his right fist on the table. He was furious but helpless. In the Fate War, Fang clan's losses were the largest. Not only did they lose Divine Bean Palace, even their strategist Fang Dichong was captured by the enemy, and there was no news of him until now. Fang clan naturally thought Fang Dichong was captured by Heavenly Court. Thereupon, they secretly contacted Heavenly Court and wanted to pay a huge price to redeem Fang Dichong. But Heavenly Court had all along been stalling their request. Fang Dichong was extremely important to Fang clan. Without him, Fang clan would be without a strategist. After Fang clan refined Divine Bean Palace, they had the possibility of raising their status and becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. But Divine Bean Palace and Fang Dichong were gone, destroying Fang clan's dream of becoming the leader. Fang Dong was in a very bad mood, especially after hearing of Qi ancestor's actions. Qi ancestor has already begun to lead Eastern Sea, but me. Fang clan, we are just stagnating at the same spot. Sigh, Fang Dong felt helpless. The only thing that gave him some joy was that Fang Dichong had already prepared for the future and had passed on Fang clan's wisdom path inheritance to Fang Yun. Since Heavenly Court is not willing to release Fang Dichong, we can only prioritize on cultivating Fang Yun. Fang Dong made the decision. They could not wait any longer. Time waits for no one. Cultivating a GU Immortal, especially a competent wisdom path GU Immortal, required a long time. Qin Ding Ling looked at the intel and smiled, muttering to herself, Fang clan is actually willing to pay such a huge price to buy back Fang Dichong. If they knew Fang Dichong was already replaced and is now Fang Yuan's clone, what would they feel? Heavenly Court already knew of Fang Dicheng's identity. The current Divine Emperor city was guarded by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's will. He had already informed Qin Ding Ling of this. Although Fang Dichong was sealed in Divine Bean Palace's painting, he had a portion of the authority and was resisting stubbornly. Even Genesis Lotus will could do nothing about it. But it will be over soon. Qin Ding Ling smiled. That earlier batch of GU Immortal seeds we sent in are developing extremely well. They already possess strength to defeat Fang Dichong. As long as we capture him, we can use the close connection between him and Fang Yuan to search for the location of Fang Yuan's main body. Spectral Soul was secretly searching for Fang Yuan's main body. Heavenly Court was doing the same as well. Qin Ding Ling knew Fang Yuan was in a poor state currently and it was the best time to kill Fang Yuan. If they could kill Fang Yuan, not only would it restore Heavenly Court's reputation, there would even be enormous spoils of war. Be it the various inheritances on Fang Yuan, his GU worms, his sovereign immortal aperture, secluded domains of heaven and earth, and so on, they were all things Heavenly Court wanted. Qin Ding Ling was taking control of Heavenly Court in place of Fairy Ziwei. Although she was only a luck path GU Immortal, she tried her best and was busy every day. Her hard work was showing results. Internally, Heavenly Court was leading the 10 great ancient sects, actively cultivating talents and recovering their strength. Externally, Heavenly Court was allying with Eastern Sea. They roped in Qi ancestor first, but the price was half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance. They would soon capture Fang Dichong, and their hopes of capturing Fang Yuan's main body were even higher than Spectral Soul. Everything will get better. My Heavenly Court is and will continue to be the supreme leader of humanity. Chapter 2011. Divine Bean Soldier Calamity. The white sand fell on the ground and immediately melted into puddles of milk that seeped into the ground. Blop blop. Air bubbles rose from the ground, the beans buried under. The ground devoured the milk and grew rapidly. In 3 minutes, Fang Dichong expended the small amount of rank 8 immortal material milk sand he had. The barren land became extremely fertile and green bean sprouts broke out of the ground surface. Again, Fang Dichong took out a snow path immortal material. The immortal material was thrown to the air and was digested by Divine Emperor City, turning into broken lightning rays that covered the whole bean field. The broken lightning slightly touched the tender bean sprouts and agitated their growth potential. The bean sprouts began growing with a visible speed. Continue. After the lightning rays dissipated, Fang Dichong took out the third immortal material. Time continued to pass. About 3 days and 3 nights later, Fang Dichong slowly stopped his actions. He looked at the field. The beans had already grown into divine bean soldiers. They were standing in rows, silent and still like statues as they waited for Fang Dicheng's orders. Fang Dichong sighed, thinking, this is the last batch of divine bean soldiers. My immortal materials are basically all spent. As a clone of Fang Yuan, after Fang Dichong was schemed by Genesis Lotus, he had been trapped in the painting. Over this period of time after the Fate War, he had been waiting for his main body to rescue him while using all his strength to accumulate troops. But even by now, the main body had not come to save him. Fang Dichong could only prepare to save himself. He was now trapped in the painting, unable to contact the main body and even unable to access Treasure Yellow Heaven. But he had refined Divine Bean Palace, so he still held a portion of the authority. This was the reason Genesis Lotus, Will was unable to do anything to him in a short period of time. Fang Dichong used this authority to borrow Divine Bean Palace's strength in cultivating Divine Bean soldiers. He was constantly accumulating Divine Bean soldiers, and now, their size had already reached an enormous scale. It is time, move out, invade and seize control of all the paintings. Fang Dichong gave a command without any hesitation. The Divine Bean soldier army began to set out. They split into countless divisions as they moved towards the edge of the painting and invaded other painting worlds. Outside Emperor City was a large farmland, wheat billowed in the autumn wind and many farmers were harvesting them. This year is an abundant year. Yes, every family has made good harvests. What is this noise? The farmers were talking happily when they suddenly heard strange sounds and were bewildered. A group of over 300 Divine Bean soldiers charged into this painting world. They discovered these farmers and behaved like sharks that smelled blood. They moved extremely quickly and killed anyone they saw. There are monsters, run. Spare me, spare. Blood splattered everywhere. The last farmer's head and body were separated, falling into a pool of blood. Divine Bean soldiers killed all the humans and occupied this painting world. At another painting outside of Emperor City, it was spring and the scenery was beautiful. A large group of scholars, students and young ladies went for an outing. In the midst of their joyful talks, several Divine Bean soldiers appeared suddenly, causing the girls to scream. They dare to offend our young ladies. What are these things? The scholars and students looked curiously as the guards surrounded the Divine Bean soldiers. The Divine Bean soldiers began to attack. The guards were already on guard, so the battle went to a standstill. These strange things have bad intentions. Where did these things come out from? Forget that, let's talk after killing them. First, the scholars and the students cooperated with the GU Master Guards and attacked, killing these Divine Bean soldiers without wasting much energy. But soon, an army of 1,000 Divine Bean soldiers arrived in this painting world. This time, the guards, scholars and students were unable to resist. After a bitter struggle, most of them were killed and stepped on mercilessly by the Divine Bean soldiers, while a small portion retreated from this painting world and managed to survive. Each Divine Bean soldier had extraordinary strength and was at least of Desolate Beast level, but in the painting world, they had to follow its rules, where the gap between Immortal and Mortal was minuscule. Moreover, Divine Bean soldiers were transported to other painting worlds randomly, so their scales were not equal. Fang Dichong made a heavy attack, but the Divine Bean soldier army was scattered everywhere and engaged in their respective invasions. Thus, some Divine Bean soldiers made good progress, some met strong resistance, while some were directly annihilated by the GU Masters in the painting world. Even so, Fang Dichong soon revealed a satisfied smile. My guess was right. Divine Bean Palace's paintings are connected with Emperor City's paintings. Although I am sealed here, my Divine Bean soldiers originated from Divine Bean Palace and are of the same origin as the whole of Divine Emperor City, so they can move out. The more painting worlds these Divine Bean soldiers occupy, the more control I will have over Divine Emperor City. After gaining a certain amount of control, I can even go a step further and suppress Genesis Lotus, Will, becoming the owner of Divine Emperor City. Fang Dichang's huge move this time made the GU Immortal Seeds, sent by Heavenly Court into Divine Emperor City's painting world, gather and discuss a plan. What is going on with these Divine Bean soldiers? Chen Dazhong frowned. Sun Yao's eyes were red. I also don't know. These monsters appeared and began killing wantonly. They are extremely vicious. Those pitiful beggars and homeless people were all killed by these monsters. Maybe this is our fortuitous encounter, or maybe it is a test. Tang Ruqi guessed. Ying Shengji frowned. I killed many Divine Bean soldiers, but I have not made any gains until now. Wei Wushang analyzed calmly. Divine Bean soldiers are a product of Divine Bean Palace. According to rumors, GU Immortals can raise these Wood Path soldiers in a large scale in Divine Bean Palace. When it is time to battle, the GU Immortal can release them to fight the enemies. Previously, when Divine Bean Palace was with Western Desert, they scattered a large number of Divine Bean soldiers to fight our central continent's 10 great ancient sects. So what is the reason behind these divine being soldiers' sudden appearance? Zhao Shuyi asked. Wei Wuxiang shook his head. I don't know, it has been some time since we arrived here, but the painting world here is too vast and profound, we don't know a lot of its secrets. What is the point of trying to figure out the reason? Right at this time, Xiao Qixing walked over. Ah, it is Brother Xiao. What information do you have? Or do you know the truth of the matter? These GU Immortal seeds asked one after the other. They thought highly of Xiao Qixing because he had the best progress among them. He mixed into the military faction and continued to advance in ranks and was already a junior officer now. Xiao Qixing said, I don't care about the reason behind these divine being soldiers' appearance, I only know the higher-ups have sent the order to mobilize the army to exterminate these divine being soldiers. This time, I am leading my troops alone and need assistance. We will cooperate and kill these divine being soldiers. There will definitely be rewards after the battle. It is fine with me. These monsters should be killed. Chen Dazhong said. Sun Yao nodded. These divine being soldiers are too vicious, they are simply disregarding human lives. I will take revenge for those pitiful beggars and homeless people. Count me in too. Zhao Shuyi also expressed her stance. Soon, all of these GU Immortals agreed and temporarily joined Xiao Qixing as his subordinates. Xiao Qixing laughed heartily. He was pleased and proud with this huge increase in strength and manpower. Move out. Let us kill these divine being soldiers. Chapter 2012. Fang Di Chang's Death. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. In the vast plaza, Xiao Qixing led a large group of troops and was facing a group of divine being soldiers. The scale of this group of divine being soldiers was bigger than Xiao Qixing's side. How do we fight them? Sun Yuanhua had just asked when the divine being soldiers charged. Xiao Qixing stopped his side from attacking and smiled. Everyone, please stay put for now and look at how I fight them. Saying this, Xiao Qixing flicked his fingers repeatedly. A large amount of GU worms flew out of his aperture. These GU worms fell to the ground and turned into human shapes. Most of them were ordinary soldiers, a few clearly looked like elites, and an extremely small number of them looked much more brave and valiant. These are Soldier GU, Sergeant GU, Lieutenant GU. GU Ting narrowed his eyes. They should be. Wei Wuxiang counted roughly. There are over 500 of them. Looks like Xiao Qixing progressed really well in the military camp to be able to accumulate so many human path GU worms. Formation. Xiao Qixing shouted while activating arrow formation GU. These soldiers immediately gathered. Captains led lieutenants, lieutenants led sergeants, and sergeants led soldiers. And the entire army formed a giant arrow that rushed head-on towards the incoming divine being soldiers. Charge! Xiao Qixing's army roared loudly. On the contrary, the divine being soldiers were silent like there was no life. The two sides were like colliding waves which began to mix into each other. Xiao Qixing's gaze was like lightning as he put all his attention on controlling his troops. In the chaotic battle, his troops were further divided, but they always maintained the most basic military formation. On the contrary, the divine being soldiers were a messy and disordered group. After the initial stalemate, the situation began to slowly fall into Xiao Qixing's grasp. Once he occupied the upper hand, this advantage snowballed and soon, it turned into absolute dominance. Finally, Xiao Qixing's side won a complete victory with all divine being soldiers killed off. How is it? Xiao Qixing returned with victory and showed off to the other GU Immortal seeds. Zhao Shuyi rolled his eyes, not bothering to reply. Brother Xiao is truly amazing. Chen Dazhong raised his thumb. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qixing laughed heartily and said to Chen Dazhong, if you had walked the same path as me back then, you would also have such accomplishments today. We should continue. We have only cleared up one painting. Wei Wuxiang said, don't be careless. These soldiers are only yellow bean divine soldiers, they are the most basic type of divine bean soldier. Ji Ting said, they continued to march forward and fight divine bean soldiers. After a while, they arrived at the most flourishing street of Divine Emperor City. Divine bean soldiers were wantonly killing the people in the city and it was a scene of chaos. Sun Yao's eyes turned red with fury. The first time she entered here, she had arrived at this street and enjoyed its flourishing scenes. She had never expected such a beautiful scene to be completely destroyed by the divine bean soldiers. Everywhere was littered with corpses and blood flowed into a river. This will need everyone's assistance. Xiao Qixing was modest for once. The paths are narrow and vision is not clear, my troops won't be able to move properly. The other GU Immortal seeds had no objections as they charged to the front lines and attacked. Xiao Qixing stayed at the rear, observing the situation while controlling the soldiers to move forward. He was deeply aware that he came to compete for Genesis Lotus, true inheritance. These GU masters beside him were his greatest competitors. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. This was the best opportunity to gain information about these people. These GU master elites of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were indeed extraordinary. Xiao Qixing had made a lot of progress. These GU masters were also not any inferior. Ying Shengji continuously took out Dr. GU, which took human forms and saved people everywhere. Chen Dazhong went through the outer gate. A group of officers moved around him as he joined the front lines with a long sword and a steel chain. Sun Yao gave a bigger surprise to Xiao Qixing. 3 female dancers moved around her. Their long sleeves fluttered in the wind and weakened the Divine Bean soldiers. Moreover, Sun Yao also held a human path killer move, joy in helping people. This move strengthened her allies. As for Wei Wushang, he appeared and disappeared as he moved in the chaotic battle like a fish in water. This guy has already mastered Thief GU. Xiao Qixing realized. These elites immediately shone brightly the moment they made their moves. Xiao Qixing also felt heavy pressure as he warned himself, I really cannot underestimate these people. This chaotic battle lasted for 5 minutes before the whole street was cleared. Without staying any longer, Xiao Qixing's group marched towards other paintings once again. The Divine Bean soldiers in their path were all annihilated. Naturally, they were not the only group who were counter-attacking. The warriors in the painting worlds also organized many groups and participated in the battle, killing the Divine Bean soldiers. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were also mixed among other groups. They were secretly conversing. These Divine Bean soldiers are really odd, there are so many types of them. The 10 great ancient sects, members have also grown. We need to conceal ourselves and not be discovered by them. They were the earliest people to enter the painting world. At this moment, their accumulation far surpassed the Central Continent elites, but Yi Fan and Hong Yi could only move secretly. After all, the 5 regions world was the main world. Once they were discovered by Heavenly Court, the situation would become a mess. The counter-attacking groups became faster the more they killed, their efficiency was increasing continuously and casualties were reducing. After they had sufficient experience, they completely saw through the types of Divine Bean soldiers. Yellow Bean Divine soldiers were only cannon fodder, Green Bean soldiers could shoot flying arrows, Red Bean soldiers could self-detonate, Black Bean soldiers had the greatest defense. After understanding the characteristics of the different Divine Bean soldiers, they began to launch targeted attacks. These Divine Bean soldiers were far weaker than their external appearance. The counter-attacking groups continued to gain victories and seized back more territories. Finally, they gathered on the city walls of Divine Emperor City. There was an ocean of Divine Bean soldiers outside the city walls. Xiao Qixing could not help taking in a sharp breath when he saw this. The enemy force was overwhelming. It was not something their group could handle. They could only have a chance of defending the city by allying with other groups. Divine Bean soldiers rushed forward without any formation. Xiao Qixing's group attacked with long-range skills from top of the city walls. Divine Bean soldiers were like ants as they began climbing the city walls. The ones guarding the city staked their lives to counterattack, not retreating a step. The whole battlefield was like a huge meat grinder. Large amounts of lives were lost every second. This battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Xiao Qixing collapsed and sat weakly on the ground. His snowy white military robe was already dyed red with blood. Cheers spread continuously in the surroundings. They had won. This largest group of Divine Bean soldiers was completely exterminated by them. Next would be to clear up the remaining small groups of Divine Bean soldiers in every painting. Wait a second, we seem to be able to walk out of Divine Emperor City. We can follow the path the Divine Bean soldiers took and attack their base. When they were clearing up the battlefield, many made a big discovery. The troops began to gather once again and battled their way to Fang Dichang. In this painting world, Fang Dichang's strength was greatly reduced, but he still had a group of Divine Bean soldiers around him. So you are the main culprit behind all these. You are going to pay for your sins. Why do you need to kill these innocent people? What grudge do you have against them? Emotions surged, but Xiao Qixing's group glanced at each other and moved towards the rear silently. So the cause of the Divine Bean soldier calamity was him. He is a GU Immortal of Fang clan, Fang Dichang, who had once refined Divine Bean Palace. I did not expect him to still be alive, and he is creating chaos in the painting world. Don't tell me, did our sect send us here to get rid of him? Strange, why didn't Heavenly Court attack and kill Fang Dichong directly? Maybe this is a test for us, or maybe we can only deal with him while following the rules of the painting world. Xiaoqi Xing's group conversed quickly, their expressions were extremely serious. They were the ones chosen and nurtured by their respective sects, thus they had a lot of information about the GU Immortal world. They had detailed information about the participants of the Fate War. Take revenge for our friends and family. I will cut him into 1,000 pieces. The GU masters of the painting world attacked Fang Dichong. A bunch of trash. Fang Dichong stood at the center and commanded his troops calmly. The Divine Beam soldiers beside him changed their formation and moved smoothly like water. The cooperation between the various types of soldiers was extremely smooth and fluid. Instantly, the warriors of the painting world suffered heavy casualties. Xiaoqi Xing's group was also shocked. The scale of these Divine Beam soldiers is quite small, how could they have such results? With a GU Immortal commanding them, they are completely different from before. What should we do? Battle or retreat? Fight. We have numbers on our side. Fang Dichong might be strong, but the gap between us is not the gap between Immortal and Mortal. We have a high chance of success. Slaughter the Immortal. Someone shouted the slogan which made Xiaoqi Xing's group extremely excited. The moment they joined in the battle, the GU masters in the front lines felt like they had received strong reinforcements. In fact, not only them, even Yi Fan and Hong Yi were also mixed in the battle, helping out secretly. Fang Dichong snorted coldly. Under his command, the Divine Beam soldiers' formation kept on changing while being extremely stable. Xiaoqi Xing's group battled hard for a long time, but to their horror, they discovered that the casualty difference between the enemy and their side had reached a terrifying level. There were only negligible losses to the Divine Beam soldiers. An Immortal is still an Immortal in the end, let alone when Fang Dichong is a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. Xiaoqi Xing's group's morale fell sharply and they had the thought of retreating, not daring to fight with Fang Dichong. But at this time, Fang Dichong's body shook suddenly as he coughed a mouthful of blood. He snorted coldly and looked up at the sky, laughing coldly. Genesis Lotus, Will, you couldn't endure it and took action after all. Fang Dichong was suppressed by Genesis Lotus, Will. His control over the Divine Beam soldiers was no longer as smooth as before. Xiaoqi Xing's group immediately felt the pressure on them reducing sharply. They were surprised and happy as they attacked once again. Fang Dichong's Divine Beam soldiers continued to fall till they were all annihilated. Fang Dichong had no choice but to attack personally. He rampaged through the army, killing everyone in his path with no one being able to rival him. This did not last long. His condition continued to deteriorate as he began to receive injuries. After some more time, Fang Dichong was soaked in blood and started to stagger. To think that I, Fang Dichong, would actually die in such a place. Fang Dichong shouted in sadness as he self-detonated resolutely. The GU masters surrounding him were wiped out with no intact corpses. After a short period of shock, the surviving GU masters shouted in joy. We finally killed the demon. Sob, father, mother, I have avenged you. Xiaoqi Xing's group was also excited and their faces were flushed red. We killed an Immortal. We succeeded in slaughtering the Immortal. Chapter 2013. Survival Through Death. Xiaoqi Xing's group strolled along the streets. The huge battle had just ended. The flourishing and bustling street had turned into a scene of desolation, with no pedestrians moving around. Even if there were, they were mostly injured ones. Fang Dichong is not worthy of being in Western Desert's righteous path. He slaughtered innocents and caused many deaths. Letting him die like this is really letting him go easy. Chen Dazhong said hatefully. Ying Shengji sighed as he added, yes, this was once a place filled with rich vitality. He, you guys are truly funny. Wei Wusheng laughed. This is only a painting world, it is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. The people here are not real existences. No matter how many are dead or injured, after a few years, it will be restored back to normal. Yes, compared to these things, I am more curious about the rewards the sects will give us. Ji Yu Ting said. Xiaoqi Xing's eyes brightened. We killed an Immortal as mortals, and even got rid of the hidden disaster in Divine Emperor City. With such a huge contribution, not only our sects, even Heavenly Court should personally reward us, right? Ha ha ha. Xiaoqi Xing laughed heartily and was inwardly pleased. He had the best performance and had contributed the most in putting down the Divine Bean soldiers and eliminating Fang Dichong. In terms of rewards based on contribution, he would be at the top. In an alley which the group passed by, 2 beggars were sitting at a corner, looking at everything with indifference. The behaviors of these 10 great ancient sects, Immortal seeds naturally fell into these 2 beggars' view. I owe my thanks to you, Brother Shen. One beggar transmitted his voice. The other beggar laughed. Should I address you as Fang Yuan, or Fang Dichong? The other beggar replied, I am only a clone, and strictly speaking, I can't even be considered a clone now, I am only a remnant will. So, you don't need to address me as Fang Yuan. As for Fang Dichong, he is already dead, having died by self-detonation. I am a nameless person now, just a lowly beggar remains. Xianxia's eyes shone. You are too modest. Even without me, you were already prepared to use death to escape. The other beggar nodded, not denying it. In my previous plan, if I could occupy and seize the painting worlds with the Divine Bean soldiers, it would have been the best result. But the chance for this was not high. By preempting the actions to take after defeat, I was naturally prepared for everything. Self-detonation destroyed my body and soul, but this will was secretly left behind. Pausing for a moment, Fang Yuan's will continued, I have to thank you for your help regardless. If I relied on just my methods, there is a high probability of Genesis Lotus will discovering me. But with you shielding me, it is a completely different case. Xianxia, your human path attainment continues to grow by the day. Xianxia chuckled. That is true. Since the Fate War, after I deciphered the venerable human path killer moves, my human path attainment rose quite a bit. And after I arrived in this painting world, I acted as a beggar, observing and experiencing life, which gave me a lot of insight. A beggar has a beggar's advantage. Beggars stand at the lowest level of society, they can observe the attitudes of people, experience kindness and harshness, feel hunger and fullness, warmth and cold. Xianxia then changed the topic, asking, what do you plan to do now? Leave here or continue to stay? Fang Yuan's will did not hesitate. I am unable to leave here. Even if only a will remains of me now, it has only temporarily escaped the observation of Genesis Lotus, will and has not grasped a way to leave. What about you? Xianxia also shook his head. I also haven't found the method to leave. I have already secretly checked those Immortal seeds of the 10 great ancient sects. They are able to enter and exit here because they have obtained the approval of Genesis Lotus, will. But I believe that as long as I continue to stay in hiding and research, my human path attainment will continue to accumulate and attain a qualitative change. By that time, I can find a method to leave this place. Fang Yuan's will look deeply at Xianxia. He could see Xianxia was happy to stay in here. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had made this huge move. He created a special small world to develop human path. Over here, human path was supreme and other paths were secondary. Human path had the greatest development while other paths had little progress. At the same time, this world followed the rules of the mortal world. There was an insignificant gap between immortals and mortals, which was more beneficial for the development of human path. Moreover, the inside and outside were separated. When outsiders came here, they would be isolated from the 5 regions and could not even connect to treasure yellow heaven. This stopped information from spreading outside or entering and corrupting the people here. Thus, it created an isolated sacred land of human path. Xianxia primarily cultivated human path. In here, he was like a gluttonous monster that saw absolutely rare delicacies. He was like a fish in water and even felt deeply attached to this place. Fang Yuan's will was currently possessing a body. It was created from Xianxia's beggar Gu. He had 2 choices in front of him now. One was to wait for the main body to rescue him, the other was to cultivate alongside Xianxia and use Xianxia's strength to get free. All the information concerning the Divine Bean Soldier calamity was gathered in Qin Ding Ling's hands. Fang Dichong died by self-detonation. Qin Ding Ling frowned. This result somewhat disappointed Qin Ding Ling. She had been hoping to capture this clone of Fang Yuan alive, and through him, deduce the location of Fang Yuan's main body. I did not expect Fang Yuan's clone to resolutely kill himself, but this also conforms to Fang Yuan's vicious personality. Qin Ding Ling did not hold much doubts. If we could capture him alive, that would have been better. In the painting world, the gap between immortals and mortals is not big. Unfortunately, these Immortal seeds have not grown enough and were unable to grasp the opportunity. Qin Ding Ling sighed inwardly. Shao Qi Xing's group thought they made important contributions by slaughtering an immortal, but in her mind, Qin Dingling reviewed it poorly. However, even so, Qin Dingling decided to reward these GU immortal seeds heavily. They were important cultivation targets after all. After dealing with the matter of rewards, Qin Dingling put her attention on Eastern Seas conflict once again. Eastern Seas conflict was the clash between humans and variant humans. One side was led by Qi Si ancestor while the other was led by Wu Shuai. They had fought several times in the immemorial Two Heavens as well as sea areas of Eastern Sea, and the battles were becoming increasingly fierce. After Qi Si ancestor saved Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, he united several Grotto Heaven forces in the Two Heavens. Although Wu Shuai was defeated, he was not willing to show any weakness. On one hand, he gathered the forces of the Two Heavens that joined him, on the other hand, he ambushed and invaded those Grotto Heaven forces that wanted to wait and see. Wu Shuai's direction was extremely clear and blunt. Before attacking the 5 regions, he must clean up the Two Heavens to stabilize their base. On one hand, this was because the distance between the Two Heavens' Grotto Heavens was short and they could dispatch troops easily. If Wu Shuai ignored this, when the main army was outside in the future, the Grotto Heavens only needed to pose an attack and it could cause Wu Shuai's army to end up losing their home ground. On the other hand, Qi harvest fruits of various sizes had appeared in Grotto Heavens of Wu Shuai's subordinates. Every time Wu Shuai attacked another Grotto Heaven, he would test the variant human GU Immortal suggestions to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits. Wu Shuai's side was in dire need of such trial and error. Because of Wu Shuai's violent strategy, more and more human forces in the Two Heavens sought Qi Si ancestor's protection. Qi Si ancestor defended the Grotto Heavens while integrating various forces. But on the whole, they were still at a disadvantage. Wu Shuai's Two Heavens alliance was strengthening at a much faster speed than Qi Si ancestors. He was actively protecting the variant humans' benefits, which caused increasingly more variant human Grotto Heavens to join him. In the Two Heavens, variant human Grotto Heavens were much larger in numbers than human Grotto Heavens. The final batch of variant human forces who adopted the thought of waiting and seeing took the initiative to side with Wu Shuai. On one hand, they were forced to because of the situation. On the other hand, if they did not surrender, there was no hope in resolving the hidden danger of the Qi harvest fruits in their Grotto Heavens. Wu Shuai's prestige soared, but the Qi harvest fruits issue was still troubling him. The Two Heavens alliance tested many methods, but they had all failed in eliminating Qi harvest fruits. Over at Qi Si ancestor's side, the progress in researching the mysteries of Qi harvest fruit was also quite slow. Wu Shuai's and Qi Si ancestors' sides fought frequently, but there were not many casualties. It was because both sides were not focused on eliminating the other side, but on clearing up the danger of the Qi harvest fruits. The one who knows the most about the mysteries of the Qi harvest fruit is probably Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Unfortunately, my strength is restrained at present and unable to deal with him. Fang Yuan sighed in pity. He had already resolved the huge problem of Heaven's will, but he still had no clue as to how to refine Heaven Path Dao marks. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, who Fang Yuan was thinking about, had currently arrived at Western Desert. It should be nearby. Demon Immortal Qi Ju flew low and searched everywhere. He did not succeed in borrowing GU from Qi Si ancestor, so he used Qi Path investigative methods to search for other Qi Path Immortal GU. And on this search, he found several Qi Path Immortal GU. These Qi Path Immortal GU were mostly wild Immortal GU. They were naturally born after enormous Qi tides. As for the rest, they were looted from other GU Immortals. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not go overboard, he only looted Qi Path Immortal GU and spared the GU Immortals. Moving and stopping along the way, Demon Immortal Qi Ju gradually left Eastern Sea and arrived at Western Desert. I deduced that a Qi Path Immortal GU is near here. Just as Demon Immortal Qi Ju was mumbling, a GU Immortal suddenly appeared within his investigative range. Rank 8 GU Immortal, Red Heart Traveler. Chapter 2014, Qi Ju takes Blood Qi. Seeing this GU Immortal, who was wearing a headband and a green robe, having a tall and powerful stance and handsome appearance, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's mind shook. That Qi Path Immortal GU I deduced, could it be on this person? The moment this thought emerged, Demon Immortal Qi Ju attacked. With a loud sound, a giant white Qi hand moved to catch Red Heart Traveler. Almost at the same time that Demon Immortal Qi Ju discovered Red Heart Traveler, Red Heart Traveler also discovered Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not recognize Red Heart Traveler, but Red Heart Traveler already had Heavenly Court's first-hand information on Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Seeing the white Chi hand fly towards him, Red Heart Traveler's heart jumped and he quickly evaded. Red Heart Traveler was a Heavenly Court GU Immortal and the previous Demon Judgment Board leader. He was very strong. During the Fate War, he came to Western Desert and disguised as a Blood Path demonic immortal, attracting the attention of many super forces of Western Desert's righteous path, thus restraining a large number of hostile forces for Central Continent. Looking at the whole of Western Desert's GU Immortal world, Red Heart Traveler had the confidence to fight against almost any Western Desert GU Immortal. But right now, his opponent was Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, one of the strongest GU Immortals in the present age. Red Heart Traveler was well aware that he was not Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's match. The gap was too large, and the loser of this battle was certain to be him. So Red Heart Traveler retreated without any hesitation. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju saw a lump of blood red light emerge behind Red Heart Traveler's head, after which the latter's speed increased sharply and was able to dodge his Chi hand. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju exclaimed slightly, mumbling inwardly, "Blood Path again. It seems like Blood Path is very prolific in this age." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was naturally not willing to let go of Red Heart Traveler so easily, so he gave chase. One chased and one fled. They had soon traveled over 10,000 li. To his surprise, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju discovered his main movement method was actually unable to catch up to Red Heart Traveler. Naturally, he was not left behind in the dust either. "I have already modified my movement method, but I am still unable to catch up to this person." "Who is this person?" "A rank 8 Blood Path GU Immortal." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju searched his memories and gradually found some clues. He had previously soul-searched Qing Wei Zi and obtained a lot of information. Red Heart Traveler's true identity was not exposed, but he created havoc in Western Desert, and with the sensitive identity of a rank 8 Blood Path expert, information regarding him was already spread in Treasure Yellow Heaven and every GU Immortal in the world had learned of it. After chasing for some more time, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju suddenly shouted, "Where exactly are you running to?" His preparation was finished. He activated a killer move. Red Heart Traveler immediately felt the surrounding Chi currents engulf him, severely affecting his speed. He sighed inwardly. He could only turn around and fight Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's moves were majestic and powerful. Milky white Chi currents surged like a tsunami with unstoppable might. When they truly fought, there was no surprise. Red Heart Traveler fell into a disadvantage. But his methods also were not weak. Blood red light spread and blood red flowers bloomed. There was no evil feeling, on the contrary, they were warm and righteous as they defended him. Red Heart Traveler struggled with all his might, but in just several rounds, his whole body was soaked with sweat. He sighed internally. As expected of a monster that was recorded in history, he is too strong. Red Heart Traveler felt he was like a small boat that was using all its strength to dodge and delay for time under the tidal wave-like attacks of Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. After several more rounds, Red Heart Traveler was already in a perilous situation. At this time, there was suddenly a beast roar. An immemorial desolate beast drilled out from the desert and went for a surprise attack on Demon Immortal Chi-Ju from behind. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was caught off guard, but he did not panic. He waved his hand and a mountain-like giant Chi hand slammed into the immemorial desolate beast. But just as this immemorial desolate beast was about to be struck by the giant hand, it suddenly let out bright light and transformed into an immemorial swallow that shot towards Demon Immortal Chi-Ju like a black arrow. So it is a transformation path GU Immortal. Haha, interesting. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was slightly surprised. He praised while he fought against this immortal. The aid was from 9 Spiritual Fairy. She and Red Heart Traveler had come to Western Desert together to help each other out. With her reinforcement, Red Heart Traveler's situation immediately turned better. He managed to escape from the horrible outcome of death. "We can't fight for long. This old demon is truly terrifying. We are not his match. We are only able to resist him now because he is not familiar with our methods yet." Red Heart Traveler hurriedly transmitted his voice. He had fought Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and felt the terror of an expert at the peak of the present age. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was unable to get rid of him because he had resurrected not long ago and had yet to completely adapt to the changes. If they truly fought, it was only a matter of time before Heavenly Court's 2 immortals were killed by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. "I have an idea, follow me." 9 Spiritual Fairy transmitted her voice, retreating while fighting. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju chased after the 2 immortals. All the way to a desert. 9 Spiritual Fairy suddenly transformed into an immemorial desolate beast and held Red Heart Traveler in her mouth before plunging into the desert. Demon Immortal Chi Ju snorted coldly, foolish action. With a clap of his hands, heaven and earth shook. Milky white chi current slammed the desert surface like a tsunami. The surrounding 100 li of desert was forcibly pressed down to over 10 feet deep. 9 Spiritual Fairy let out a muffled groan as she suffered heavy injuries. Red Heart Traveler quickly used healing methods on her. 9 Spiritual Fairy did not dare to return to fighting and concentrated only on moving deeper into the ground. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was just about to plunge into the desert and continue chasing when he suddenly heard a beast roar. At the next moment, a huge immemorial soul beast flew out of the nearby desert ground. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's pupils shrunk slightly when he saw this immemorial soul beast. This immemorial soul beast had a strange shape and looked quite furious. It had a tortoise shell, 4 tiger paws, dragon tail, snake neck, and a human head. Its head was full of disheveled hair and its eyes were letting out ominous light and fury. This was a legendary immemorial desolate beast with many immortal GU. Oh, you found Xianxia. Seeing Demon Immortal Chi Ju tangled with the immemorial soul beast, Red Heart Traveler exclaimed in shock. This immemorial soul beast was Xianxia. After Divine Bean Palace was seized by Fang Clan, Xianxia left Divine Bean Palace and hid itself in some areas. But in the Fate War, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City had merged into one and Genesis Lotus was in control of it. After the Fate War, Genesis Lotus will naturally handed all kinds of information to Heavenly Court. Not only did Qin Ding Ling know of Fang Di Chang's true identity, she also obtained information on Xianxia. Divine Bean Palace had imprisoned Xianxia for so many years. Genesis Lotus Will had an extremely high understanding of it and knew of a secret method to find it. Qin Ding Ling obtained this secret method and secretly commanded 9 Spiritual Fairy to search for Xianxia and subdue it. Xianxia was a legendary immemorial beast. Not only did it have outstanding battle strength, it also had a natural ability to recognize everything related to spectral soul. If Heavenly Court obtained it, not only could they deal with Fang Yuan, they could even deal with spectral soul. It could be considered as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 9 Spiritual Fairy had found Xianxia's location not long ago, but her strength was insufficient and she had no confidence in succeeding. When Red Heart Traveler ran into Demon Immortal Chi Ju, she thought of a plan to lure Demon Immortal Chi Ju into fighting with Xianxia. Amazing, like this, we can watch from the sidelines and even possibly benefit from their conflict. Red Heart Traveler smiled. Xianxia is not Demon Immortal Chi Ju's match, we need to observe the situation before making a decision. 9 Spiritual Fairy talked while moving deeper into the ground. The further away they were from the battlefield, the better. However, beyond the expectations of Heavenly Court's 2 immortals, Demon Immortal Chi Ju felt something amiss and breathed out boundless chi currents that filled the sky. He entered them and quickly disappeared. Without an opponent, Xianxia also chose to leave the battlefield, escaping to the horizons. Deep underground, Heavenly Court's 2 immortals looked at each other. Red Heart Traveler suddenly said, "Damn it. That Blood Sea true inheritance is going to be taken." 9 Spiritual Fairy was stunned for a moment before reacting. You really found that blood path true inheritance? Red Heart Traveler nodded, sighing. Heavenly Court's clues were not wrong. The crucial key was the chi tide that exposed the Blood Sea true inheritance. I searched for over half a month before finally arriving at the location. But I ran into Demon Immortal Chi Ju over there. 9 Spiritual Fairy was silent. Meanwhile, Demon Immortal Chi Ju returned back to the original spot. It is really here. He inspected for a while, discovering the target was still here and had not moved. After trying for a while more, he successfully obtained this Blood Sea true inheritance. Back then, Blood Sea Ancestor had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance sites that spread over Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert and Eastern Sea. Among them, there were 9 true inheritances. One of the true inheritances had now fallen into Demon Immortal Chi Ju's hands. Blood Path True Inheritance, amazing. With this true inheritance, it will be several times easier for me to deal with Blood Path GU Immortals. And this Blood Chi Immortal GU is really suitable for me. Ha ha ha. Demon Immortal Chi Ju laughed heartily. Almost all the killer moves he activated before consumed Chi Path Immortal materials. Now that he obtained a Chi Path Immortal GU, his strength was raised further. Although there was still some difference from his peak condition in history, he was already much stronger than when he fought Fang Yuan. Chapter 2015. Sand Wolf City's huge change. Wind blew hard and sand flew everywhere. A merchant caravan pulled by camels was moving with difficulty through the barren desert. Oh heavens, we finally returned to Sand Wolf City. Inside the caravan, Peng Da spoke with deep emotions as he showed an exhausted expression. GU Master Mo Li was sitting on a camel to the side. He looked at Peng Da and laughed. Kid, your words are quite different from when we moved out the first time. Peng Da's face flushed a little. When Mo Li had just organized the merchant caravan, Peng Da had been extremely excited and thought the adventure would be amazing and fun. But after a few caravan trips, Peng Da had already fully realized his former naivety. In this world, pedaling was not only difficult and extremely dangerous, it was also extremely tiring. With even some slight carelessness, his fragile life would be lost in the vast and merciless desert. However, Peng Da's emotions resonated with other GU masters in the merchant caravan. Yes, we are back home again. We did not encounter any danger in this journey, but it was truly exhausting. I am going to take a good bath after returning. I am already unable to control myself. I'll go drink my fill at the tavern, ha ha ha. Mo Li smiled. He thought of his wife as well as his son, who had changed a lot recently. His son was selected and was heavily cultivated. His prodigal son had truly turned over a new leaf. These beautiful wonders of life gave Mo Li brand new hope and motivation. Being a caravan merchant was difficult, but he found joy in his own way. Wait, something is going on. The investigative GU master who was at the forefront of the caravan suddenly shouted. Peng Da immediately tensed up while also feeling somewhat strange. According to common sense, this was near Sand Wolf City and there should be no danger here. So why was there the sudden warning? Mo Li immediately activated his investigative GU worm. His body slightly stiffened as he shouted, "The situation is strange, rush forward with full speed." Peng Da and the rest did not know the reason, but seeing Mo Li take the lead, they naturally believed in the merchant caravan leader and followed quickly. When they got close to Sand Wolf City, they did not even need to use GU worms to discover the abnormalities. Puffs of gray smoke curled upwards. There was also fire and a burnt smell in the air that all came from Sand Wolf City. Everyone in the merchant caravan had a bad feeling as they moved even faster. Finally, they arrived in front of Sand Wolf City's gate. What exactly is going on? Oh heavens, this is a dream, right? It must be a dream. Some of the merchant caravan members simply knelt on the ground, some broke down and started crying. Even the most stable, leader Mo Li, was standing in a daze. Peng Da's eyes were wide open as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The flowering Sand Wolf City had now become ruins. There were corpses everywhere, rubble and wreckage littered the roads, fire burned and smoke was everywhere. The scene was too horrible to look at. Mo Li mumbled when he suddenly jolted, running towards the inner city. His movement jolted many people. GU masters began rushing to their homes. Peng Da did not have a home, so he rode a camel and followed Mo Li. Mo Li was fast, and with anxiety burning his heart, he directly left Peng Da far behind. Fortunately, Peng Da had returned to Sand Wolf City several times and knew the path to Mo Li's home. When Peng Da reached Mo Li's home, he saw ruins. Mo Li was kneeling on the ground, silently looking at his wife's corpse that he had dug out. Peng Da, however, sensed deep sadness from Mo Li's silence. How could this be? What exactly happened here? While Peng Da was sad, even more so, he was bewildered. As far as he was concerned, Sand Wolf City was a large city with many GU masters stationed here, but it was actually destroyed and turned into a city devoid of life. What kind of strength could have the power to destroy the whole of Sand Wolf City? Was it a chi-tide disaster? But it did not look like that at all from the traces. This world is truly too dangerous. People are living in danger, even GU masters are the same. There is simply no safe place. Peng Da felt his insignificance growing increasingly. He looked at Mo Li, who was kneeling like a statue, and opened his mouth several times before finally saying, "Uncle, we need to pull ourselves together. Don't forget you still have a son." These words shook Mo Li. His eyes lit up with some hope once again. "Peng Da, thank you for your reminder. My son is still in the inner city area. He is a GU immortal seed and is heavily nurtured. He must be okay. He has to be guarded properly. Let's go find him." Mo Li carried his wife's corpse and rushed towards the inner city area with Peng Da. The whole inner city area had turned into a huge crater. The inner city area was gone. Several caravan members were standing at the edge of the crater, watching it blankly. Mo Li walked towards them and looked at the huge crater in front of him. His face turned extremely pale and his lips trembled, unable to say anything. Peng Da took in a sharp breath of air. He could see this huge crater was a beast's footprint. Such a large footprint meant this beast was unimaginably huge. This is not man-made. A beast calamity. A mountain-sized beast attacked Sand Wolf City and killed everyone. The caravan members analyzed and started weeping again. Mo Li fell into deathly silence and Peng Da did not know how to console him. Mo Li once had a beautiful home and now it was all gone, only he himself was remaining. As far as Mo Li was concerned, as far as the surviving caravan members were concerned, fate was simply too cruel. Just at this time, there was a sonic boom in the sky above everyone. This sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Could it be that the giant beast did not leave? Peng Da quickly raised his head and saw two figures floating in the sky. GU Immortals. The other GU Masters shouted. Disaster befell this place as well. The GU Immortals in the sky talked, their voices echoing and spreading below. They did not conceal it. This damned beast, it has caused my Mo clan to suffer such disastrous losses. Wait until I capture it, I will pull out its tendons and flay its skin to ease my anger. Another GU Immortal said in fury. Let's go, we will catch up to it soon. The two GU Immortals quickly flew away. The GU Masters on the ground were silent for a while when someone suddenly started to cry out loud. Father, Mother, you died so miserably. I, your son, cannot avenge you, but the Immortals will uphold justice for you. Peng Da was silent, his mood was extremely heavy. At this moment, he suddenly had a realization. Even if one becomes a GU Master, even if they are a rank 5 GU Master, what use is it? Only by becoming a GU Immortal could they have some sort of control over their own fate in this world. I want to follow them to take a look. Mo Li suddenly said with a resolute expression. Leader, are you crazy? The surrounding GU Masters quickly persuaded. Mo Li's attitude was firm. I am incompetent. I cannot avenge my wife and child, but I will stake all my strength to see the death of the culprit with my own 2 eyes. If I can't even grasp this chance, even if I live on, I will feel regret for the rest of my life. These words resonated with the remaining GU Masters. They agreed and expressed that they wanted to move alongside Mo Li to see justice being upheld. Uncle, I also want to follow you. Peng Da said. You should stay behind, kid. Mo Li's expression softened somewhat as he looked at Peng Da. Peng Da smiled bitterly. Uncle, you have saved me time and time again. You are my closest person in this world. Since I followed you, I will definitely not separate with you at this crucial moment. Let me continue to follow you, uncle. Mo Li looked deeply at Peng Da for a good while before nodding and saying with a hoarse voice, then follow me, rascal. The group of GU Masters followed the direction the GU Immortals flew towards and left the ruins of Sand Wolf City. On the way, the footprints of the giant beast was exceptionally obvious, which kept them on the correct path. They rushed like this for a day and a night when they suddenly heard thunder in the horizon. This is not thunder, it is the fight between the GU Immortals and the giant beast. Listen closely, you can vaguely hear a beast's howl. The GU Masters were excited as they sped up, wanting to get closer. But at this time, a dark chi current sprayed out like a rainbow crossing the sky. A thread of the chi current fell near the GU Masters. A trace of the dark chi brushed past a GU Master's shoulder. That GU Master suddenly cried out in terror. His skin and muscles started rotting and he soon melted into a white skeleton. Everyone was horrified at this shocking change and quickly escaped in all directions. Fortunately, the dark chi dispersed with the wind and did not linger. It is too dangerous to go closer. This is only the aftereffect of the fight between the GU Immortals and the giant beast. We have no strength to resist it. If we move in any closer, we will lose our lives. Most of the GU Masters stopped and turned back. I still want to try it. You can leave. Mo Li was the only remaining GU Master. Peng Da still wanted to follow him, but this time, Mo Li's attitude was firm. He drove him away. Alone, Mo Li moved some distance with difficulty. When he climbed up a sand dune and looked, he could not help taking in a sharp breath at what he saw. Far away in the horizon, dark fog covered everywhere. The fog was clearly the dark chi current from earlier. In the dark fog, Mo Li could vaguely see a figure of a mountain-sized beast as well as the occasional lightning flashes. Mo Li breathed in deeply and was about to continue moving forward when he was suddenly hugged from behind. Uncle, do you want to die? Don't go any forward, you will lose your life. Peng Da shouted. Brat, why haven't you left yet? Mo Li was furious. Peng Da said with sincerity, Uncle, you are my benefactor, how can I forget your kindness and watch you send yourself to death's door? I know you want to die, your condition is not right, I have been following you all the way but you were unable to discover me. Uncle, live on, don't kill yourself. But Mo Li was not persuaded. Brat, get lost. I won't. Screw off. This has nothing to do with you. You are still young and have a long life ahead of you, don't come here to die. Uncle, I will save you. I don't need you to save me, even if I die, I will stake my life to take revenge. Even if it is an insignificant attack, as long as it lands on that damn beast, I will be satisfied. Boom. Just as the two were bickering, a hurricane flew over from the battle on the horizon. The hurricane was like a pillar that connected heaven and earth, it moved quickly towards the two. Damn it, Peng Da and Mo Li simply did not have the time to dodge and were swept away by the hurricane. The two insignificant figures disappeared into the violent hurricane in an instant. Chapter 2016, Dazzling Smile. Dark clouds covered the sky and thunder rumbled as the fierce fight of the Mo Clan GU Immortals with the mysterious giant beast continued. Die, beast, I will tear out your bones and tendons as resources to compensate for the losses my Mo Clan suffered. The two Mo Clan GU Immortals were furious, the giant beast brought disaster to Mo Clan, causing heavy losses. The areas these two were responsible for suffered even more severe damage. You want to kill me? During the battle, the mysterious giant beast suddenly spoke human words. Mo Clan's two immortals were shocked and their hearts jumped wildly. At the same moment, the giant beast opened its mouth and shot out its long purple-red tongue. The long tongue moved with astonishing speed and pierced through a Mo Clan GU immortal's body. Almost instantaneously, this Mo Clan GU immortal was corroded by the strong poison and turned into nothingness. Only the immortal aperture turned into an indistinct light speck and fell to the ground. You are a legendary immemorial beast. The remaining Mo Clan GU immortal was horrified and retreated in panic. The mysterious giant beast was Ching Cho. It laughed coldly as ghost chi started surging around it. The dense layers of ghost chi turned into ghostly figures which blocked the Mo Clan GU immortal. Ching Cho closed in slowly. Didn't you want to kill me and pull out my bones and tendons? Mo Clan's GU immortal shouted in fear. Spare me, I belong to Mo Clan. Spare me and Mo Clan won't pursue you any further. Pursue me. Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed past Ching Cho's face. You two idiots do not even know you are being used by others. Go and die. Ah. The Mo Clan GU immortal let out a painful shriek as ghostly figures pounced on and killed them. After killing these two GU immortals, Ching Cho looked towards the desert. Sand flew wildly on the ground, turning into a giant monster. It was an immemorial sand monster. This was the assistance brought by the Mo Clan GU immortals. They were able to restrain Ching Cho by using it. But the Mo Clan GU immortals had not expected Ching Cho to be a legendary immemorial desolate beast with wisdom that surpassed ordinary humans. Ching Cho took advantage of this point, pretending to be an ordinary immemorial desolate beast, which made the Mo Clan immortals complacent and relaxed their guard. Then with Ching Cho's fierce counterattack, the immortals died. With the death of the Mo Clan immortals, this immemorial sand monster was no longer controlled, its movement began to slow down and it stood on the ground while looking at Ching Cho. Ching Cho stared at the immemorial sand monster. Get lost. The immemorial sand monster shook with fear and immediately turned around, plunging into the desert and escaping. Ching Cho scared away the monster but the surrounding ghost chi intensified further. It looked at a certain area in the sky and sneered. Two despicable worms, are you still not coming out? The moment its words came out, Heavenly Court's two immortals, 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler, slowly showed themselves. They were floating in the sky side by side and were looking down at Ching Cho. Previously, when Red Heart Traveler was searching for the Blood Sea True Inheritance, he was obstructed by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. After realizing Demon Immortal Chi Ju's goal, Red Heart Traveler resolutely gave up on the Blood Sea True Inheritance and continued to chase Ching Cho with 9 Spiritual Fairy. After all, Ching Cho's matter concerned Heavenly Court's plan. And, even if he got the Blood Sea True Inheritance, it would only raise Red Heart Traveler's strength. The more important thing was clear with one glance. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler possessed Heavenly Court's secret method, so they continued to trace and soon discovered Ching Cho. But the two did not dare to make a move rashly. This was Western Desert, enemies were all around them, and it was not the territory of these two immortals. If they rashly started a fight, with the other being a legendary immemorial desolate beast, once the fight entered a stalemate, Western Desert's native GU Immortals would interfere and the situation would become too unstable. After some discussion, 9 spiritual fairy transformed into an immemorial desolate beast and destroyed the surrounding resource points, attracting some Mo Clan GU Immortals. The 2 Mo Clan Immortals brought an immemorial sand monster, but they were not even able to make Xianxia expend its energy. Instead, Xianxia discovered traces of the 2 Heavenly Court Immortals. With their plan failing and Xianxia exposing their position, the 2 Heavenly Court Immortals showed themselves and attacked. The 2 Immortals were both rank 8 and were extraordinary indeed. Their moves were violent and their attacks were like unceasing waves. Xianxia immediately fell into a disadvantage. But Xianxia was an immemorial desolate beast, its body was extremely tough and thick, there was no injury even after getting hit by several rank 8 killer moves. After dozens of exchanges, it became familiar with the techniques of the Heavenly Court Immortals and began to slowly turn around the situation. However, this did not last long, a chi tide began to appear. It was because the immortal apertures of the dead Mo Clan Immortals had opened the entrance and started to absorb heaven and earth chi to stabilize themselves. There was a difference in the heaven and earth chi in these 2 immortal apertures in the outside world, and along with the accumulated impact from the fights between the GU Immortals and Xianxia, a giant chi tide was formed. Xianxia suffered heavy restriction in the chi tide, its strength fell sharply. On the contrary, the 2 Heavenly Court Immortals had offered their immortal apertures and only had phantom apertures, thus they were not affected too much in the chi tide. Xianxia roared and struggled, but it was all in vain. It then realized that the 2 Heavenly Court Immortals still had another layer of planning. They did not just use the 2 Western Desert Immortals, they even calculated their immortal apertures in their plan. Just as Xianxia was fighting bitterly, Peng Da shook his head and opened his eyes. Where am I? After a moment of daze, he discovered he was being carried by Mo Li and they were moving on a huge sand dune. Uncle, you saved me again. Peng Da sighed. You are awake. Mo Li smiled. Uncle, you can put me down. But Mo Li shook his head. Your injuries are severe, although I healed you, you should not move within a short period of time. Peng Da smiled bitterly. I have troubled Uncle again. Where is this? Mo Li replied. Sigh, we were swept away for over 10,000 li by the hurricane, we are now going back. Mo Li had lived many years in the desert, he naturally had a method to distinguish the directions. Peng Da was immediately worried after hearing Mo Li's words. Uncle, you still want to return? You want to go back and die? Mo Li was silent for a while, his voice was low and deep, containing resolution. I also know returning is risky, but if I don't even see the appearance of the killer of my wife and son, I will never be able to rest easy. Uncle, Peng Da did not know what to say. He understood the sadness and hatred Mo Li was feeling right now, and it was because of this, he was unable to persuade him further. Mo Li continued. Brat, I am thankful for your concern. After we travel a bit further, I will drop you off with enough water and food. It won't be an issue for you to cross the desert and get to the nearest city. Uncle, I won't leave, I can't leave you alone. Don't make a scene. I am not making a scene, you are the one who is irrational. Just as the two were quarreling, the sand below Mo Li began to move and formed a huge whirlpool that sucked both of them inside. Mo Li quickly used his GU worms, but it was of no use. He was pale with shock. What is going on? My GU worms actually have no effect. Peng Da also tried with no result, his face was extremely pale, as this quicksand. We are going to be sucked in. This quicksand was too strange, their methods were useless on it. The two were getting closer and closer to the center of the quicksand, their bodies were slowly buried under the sand and their faces were ashen. Am I going to die? Peng Da mumbled. Mo Li heaved a deep sigh. I implicated you, Peng Da. I don't blame you, uncle. It was all my choice. Peng Da felt his heart beating wildly and his throat parched, he did not know what to express. The feeling before impending death was really the worst. But soon, Peng Da's attention was caught by another thing. He found that Uncle Mo Li, who usually had great mental fortitude, was actually crying. Mo Li sobbed. I am going to die, but my revenge has yet to be done. I did not even see the killer's true appearance. I am too weak, too weak. I don't even have the qualifications to approach the enemy. The gap between immortals and mortals is too big, I am only a mortal, I am like an ant. Peng Da opened his mouth to console Mo Li, but he did not know what to say. At the next moment, The hot sand poured into his mouth as Peng Da quickly closed it. His whole body was buried and his sight was filled with darkness. I am dying like this. Hehehehe, I am truly pitiful, to think that my journey in this new world is going to end like this. I really don't want to die, I really don't want to die. Suddenly, in his dark vision, there were specks of starlight. Huh, I didn't die. Peng Da sat up and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He was now at the bottom of a dry well. The quicksand whirlpool continued to rotate in the entrance of the well, but the strange thing was that the sand did not fall down. There was a mysterious force here that stopped the quicksand whirlpool and only allowed Peng Da and Mo Li to enter it. Uncle, uncle. Peng Da immediately saw Mo Li and shouted twice before he got a reaction. Kid, you are awake. This is an immortal opportunity, we have struck gold. Mo Li turned around, saying with excitement and shock, this is very likely an inheritance left by a GU immortal. Uncle, you are certain? Peng Da's eyes opened in incredulity. This was too dreamlike, the ups and downs of life came too suddenly. He was not a greenhorn who had just transmigrated. The current Peng Da had traveled with Mo Li's caravan many times and knew about the GU world. GU immortals and GU immortal inheritances were always a topic of discussion among GU masters in their idle time. He did not expect the unreachable thing to appear in front of him now. Damn it, damn it. Why is there no reaction? Mo Li attempted many things and was getting restless, but the starlight showed no reaction. Uncle, this might not be a GU immortal inheritance, right? I feel like you are thinking too much. At this time, Peng Da finally stood up and walked towards Mo Li. Mo Li did not retort, he also began to doubt his previous judgment. But right at this time, the starlight suddenly made a movement. Like tidal waves, they passed by Mo Li and entered Peng Da's body. The two were shocked. This happened so fast that when they reacted, the starlight had already entered Peng Da's body. Without the starlight, the well fell into darkness. Mo Li activated his GU worm, creating a lump of fire in his hand that brightened the well once again. Peng Da was standing on the spot in daze like a statue with his eyes wide open. Mo Li quickly neared him. Peng Da, are you alright? Only then did Peng Da react. Uncle, you were correct. This is truly a GU immortal inheritance and it is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? Mo Li was shaken. They had a lot of understanding regarding venerable existences as well. Due to the current time and situation, the GU immortal world's knowledge was no longer secret among mortals. Mo Li's gaze turned slightly complicated. This means to say, Peng Da, you are an otherworldly demon. No wonder the inheritance did not respond to me. Peng Da felt ashamed. Uncle, I didn't intentionally conceal it from you. It was just that. Alright, Mo Li waved his hand. So what if you are an otherworldly demon? You are still Peng Da, the person I know, isn't that so? Peng Da was extremely moved and nodded his head quickly. Yes. Thank you for understanding, uncle. Mo Li shook his hand. Alright, you really struck it big this time. Since you inherited the Demon Venerable's inheritance, then use the method to leave here quickly. Ordinary methods are useless here. Peng Da felt ashamed. The situation is like this, uncle, although I have many GU worms, I cannot use them. This is the first time I am seeing these GU worms and need a lot of practice. Moreover, according to the inheritance, I must use one of the killer moves to leave here. Then practice it quickly, ask anything you don't understand, uncle will guide you. Yes, thank you uncle. Is there still a need for thanks between us? Mo Li smiled. Practice quickly, we don't have much water and food. As the inheritor, it did not matter if Peng Da ate or drank in the well, but Mo Li could not share the same benefit. Over the next few days, Peng Da practiced without resting. He was only a mortal, so the GU worms he practiced with were all mortal GU. This was the first time he was coming in contact with these GU worms, although there were detailed explanations in the inheritance, he still needed to practice and master these GU worms. Mo Li helped Peng Da to study and learn. Once they had some progress, Peng Da would hand the GU worms to Mo Li for demonstration and guidance. Mo Li was an experienced GU master. Although he did not have the qualifications to inherit the Thieving Heaven true inheritance, he had much more efficient ways to probe these GU worms. Finally, Peng Da was barely able to master the usage of several GU worms and found a way to use a killer move. Go on Peng Da, try to succeed in one attempt. Mo Li encouraged Peng Da. Watch this, uncle. Peng Da used the killer move for the first time, but it did not succeed. The killer move activation failed and he suffered backlash. He coughed blood and fell on the ground. Peng Da, are you okay? Mo Li quickly inspected Peng Da's body. Peng Da squeezed words out through his mouth. I have disappointed you, uncle. But rest assured, I will definitely. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. He then looked at his chest with an incredulous expression. His chest was pierced through by Mo Li's hand. His heart was destroyed because of this sneak attack. Uncle. Even more blood started flowing out of Peng Da's mouth. Mo Li raised his head slowly. His eyes were filled with tears and his expression was extremely twisted. Unfamiliarity and fear filled Peng Da's mind. Mo Li's voice was extremely hoarse. I want revenge, I want revenge. But the true inheritance chose you. Uncle had no other options, Peng Da. You are too young, you practiced for so long but you could not even master a killer move. Uncle cannot wait any longer, uncle cannot depend on you. Mo Li then took out his hand. Peng Da powerlessly fell onto the ground, his eyes helplessly looking at the entrance of the well. But Mo Li did not stop, he activated his GU worms and captured Peng Da's soul. Alright, the thieving heaven true inheritance is mine now. Mo Li laughed. Peng Da's blood was splattered on his face, his blood-stained face had a dazzling smile. Chapter 2017, Bai Ning Bing vs He Lu Lan. Central Continent, on a certain nameless and ordinary peak. 4 GU immortals arrived at the base of the mountain while concealing themselves. He Lu Lan is on this mountain. Ying Wuxia looked at the peak and spoke. At his sides were Fairy Ziwei, Old Man Zheng Yuan, and Bai Ning Bing. After Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan forced Bai Ning Bing to surrender, they obtained Ying Wuxia's whereabouts. Ying Wuxia was a split soul of spectral soul and his mission had always been to rescue his main body. But due to his strength and Fang Yuan's arrangements, Ying Wuxia could not enter Heavenly Court. After the Fate War, Fate GU was destroyed and Fang Yuan escaped, while Ying Wuxia wandered around Central Continent, resenting Fang Yuan for not saving Spectral Soul's main body. After Fairy Ziwei provided enough evidence, Ying Wuxia learned his main body was no longer in Heavenly Court and had gotten free by himself. Ying Wuxia was exalted, he directly abandoned Fang Yuan and joined Fairy Ziwei's group. Through Ying Wuxia, Fairy Ziwei's group learned that he had just recently separated from He Lu Lan. Thus, the 4 immortals quietly arrived at this place. Ying Wuxia said softly, He Lu Lan is a formidable person, although her cultivation is low and her battle strength is not high because future self has lost its effect, she has great endurance and knows how to wait patiently, she is ambitious and cannot be looked down upon. Ying Wuxia did not doubt his side's strength, but what he was most worried was if He Lu Lan would side with them and betray Fang Yuan or not. In this aspect, Fairy Ziwei was confident, she said with a smile, I have full confidence in making He Lu Lan surrender. She has a complex relationship with Fang Yuan, but it is not firm. He Lu Lan wants to kill her own father for revenge, this is her greatest wish. Fang Yuan has captured He Cheng and because his strength is higher than He Lu Lan's, she has always been controlled by him. We can use this to make her surrender. Back then, Fairy Ziwei tried all sorts of methods to deduce Fang Yuan's position, but could not do anything because Fang Yuan was slippery like an eel and his most skilled wisdom path aspect was in blocking deductions. Fairy Ziwei could not do anything against Fang Yuan, but she investigated everything about Fang Yuan's subordinates. But at that time, even if she wanted to use these indirect ways to find Fang Yuan's location, they all ended up in failure. But now, Fairy Ziwei was going against He Lu Lan. Those past failures had now become her source of confidence. Immediately, Fairy Ziwei made arrangements. This time, Ying Wuxia, you stay behind. Bai Ning Bing, you will approach He Lu Lan. You can say you obtained news from Ying Wuxia and came to visit. When you near her, sneak attack and seal her in ice. After you get her under control, I will persuade her. How about I go with her? Ying Wuxia did not feel assured. Bai Ning Bing glanced at him and flew away. Ying Wuxia quickly looked at Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei, however, shook her head, we will watch it from here. Bai Ning Bing flew across the sky like a flash of white light, she looked down at the peak and shouted, He Lu Lan, are you here? After a while, He Lu Lan came out from a mountain cave and frowned slightly as she looked towards Bai Ning Bing, why are you here? Bai Ning Bing laughed and pointed at He Lu Lan, I have joined Spectral Soul now and have come to capture you. He Lu Lan, if you are smart, then just let yourself be captured. He Lu Lan's eyes opened wide. Are you for real? At the base of the mountain, Ying Wuxia almost stomped his foot in anger. I knew that Bai Ningbing would spoil the matter. Her nature is eccentric and she prioritizes fun. She did this on purpose. She definitely felt this way would be more interesting. Sure enough, Bai Ningbing's laughter was heard. Of course I am for real. Saying so, she turned into white light and charged at He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan had already been preparing, and with a shout, she raised her hands and sent out a large amount of flames to counter the white light. Bai Ningbing was caught off guard and was forced back to the sky. But she looked even more excited. Fire path method. You actually changed to this path. Haha, interesting, I already wanted to fight you. But how long can you block me for? Bai Ningbing directly activated her trump card method. Her body was no longer a flesh and blood body, and was covered in overflowing frost chi that even shrouded the mountain peak. He Lu Lan entered the mountain cave and Bai Ningbing gave chase without being afraid of any traps. The two fought inside the cave, causing explosions that cracked and shattered the mountain rocks. After several exchanges, He Lu Lan fell into a disadvantage and her situation did not look good. He Lu Lan's aptitude, temperament, and natural talents were at top level, but her fortune was not good and she ran into Fang Yuan too early. Fang Yuan dominated her and used He Cheng to control her, which greatly influenced her cultivation. He Lu Lan's strength Chi Immortal Gu, Flying Bear strength Immortal Gu, and self-strength Immortal Gu became Fang Yuan's possessions. Slavery Immortal Gu was also borrowed by Fang Yuan and consumed. Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was destroyed when she underwent tribulation. During the period of the Fate War, He Lu Lan almost always relied on the killer move Future Self. Once the Future Self was broken, He Lu Lan returned to her previous self. Fang Yuan did not summon her back. He Lu Lan also held ambitions and did not want to be controlled by Fang Yuan, so she actively searched for a way to be free. She possessed her aunt's true inheritances, and after enough pondering, she resolutely changed to cultivating Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path. But unfortunately, before she had good progress, she was discovered by Fairy Zi Wei and was now chased by Bai Ningbing. He Lu Lan felt bitter inside. She wanted to retreat but was chased closely by Bai Ningbing. When she slowly lost the strength to attack and was about to be captured by Bai Ningbing, a white light flew over from the horizon. This white light appeared slow but was extremely fast. Bai Ningbing's Bai Shang form actually could not dodge it and was struck. In an instant, Bai Shang froze in the air, no longer moving. He Lu Lan has reinforcements. Ying Wuxia was shocked. Not reinforcements, this should be Longevity Heaven's members. Fairy Zi Wei said with a smile. Ying Wuxia realized, Fairy Zi Wei had already taken Bai Ningbing's nature into her calculations. Her main goal had been to use Bai Ningbing to trigger Longevity Heaven's ambush. The reason she did not send Ying Wuxia was in fact because she wanted to protect him. Ying Wuxia was Spectral Soul's clone after all, he was truly one of them. And Bai Ningbing, who possessed Bai Shang, was the perfect candidate to probe the ambush. This is a time path killer move, is it Fang Yuan? He Lu Lan had a complex expression as she looked towards the horizon through the gaps in the cave. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar appeared in the horizons, and in almost an instant, arrived at the center of the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar sent out a strong light that shone on the unmoving Bai Ningbing. Although the killer move Bai Shang was amazing, Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house that was personally created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. If Bai Ningbing was struck head-on, her death was certain. Fairy Zi Wei quickly made a move, sending out a purple aurora to cover Bai Ningbing while blocking Calamity Luck Altar's powerful light. I was wondering who it was, so it turns out to be the leader of the defeated Heavenly Court. Bing Sai Chuan's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Zi Wei shook her head slightly and flew to the sky with Old Man Zheng Yuan. We have already joined Lord Spectral Soul, we are no longer in Heavenly Court's faction. Bing Sai Chuan sneered. Like I care about which side you are on. He Lu Lan is my Longevity Heaven's descendant, she is a member of Northern Plains. Don't even dream of harming her. Fairy Zi Wei retorted. The 5 regions have merged, all the regional walls have disappeared, what do you mean by Northern Plains? We will need to fight to decide where He Lu Lan goes. Bing Sai Chuan did not speak any nonsense, he directly controlled Calamity Luck Altar to collide into Fairy Zi Wei. He Lu Lan and Bai Ningbing were put under control, unable to budge. He Lu Lan's face was ashen, She was fully aware that be it Heavenly Court or Longevity Heaven, they were trying to use her to search for clues about Fang Yuan. This was the result of having low cultivation level. She had become an object for the two sides to fight over. No one asked her if she was willing or not. This battle did not last long, both sides were holding back. It was Fairy Ziwei who took the initiative to stop. No need to fight anymore, there is no harm in giving He Lu Lan to you. Bing Sai Chuan had Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar, while Fairy Ziwei was without Star Constellation chessboard and was in a weakened state. The reason she attacked was because she wanted to trigger a Qi Tide and use it to claim victory. But Bing Sai Chuan clearly knew of Fairy Ziwei's plan and made Calamity Luck Altar use all its might. Fairy Ziwei saw the battle turning increasingly fierce and knew her side would have to use their full strength if they wanted to hold on until the Qi Tide arrived, so she directly chose to stop. We have a common objective, it doesn't matter where He Lu Lan ends up in. Fang Yuan is at his weakest state currently. If we miss this rare chance and let him recover, it will be too late. We can even work together, what do you think, Bing Sai Chuan? Fairy Ziwei made a proposal. Then, she showed evidence to prove her current faction. Who could have thought that there would be a day when we cooperate? Bing Sai Chuan was silent for a while before sighing. Both sides had their own venerable as their backer and they both wanted to kill Fang Yuan. They had the qualifications to cooperate as well as a common goal, so working together was indeed a wise choice. Chapter 2018 Impending Fatal Calamity Central Continent, deep beneath a certain earth trench. Calamity Luck Altar was floating in the air. There were tall cliffs on both sides, while below it was unfathomable darkness. It was emitting soft light and did not conceal its aura, scaring away any beast that tried to approach it. At the middle of the cliff was a giant cave that was dug by Fairy Ziwei and the rest. Purple light flickered in the cave and a wisdom path formation was already set up. Fairy Ziwei sat at the center and old man Zheng Yuan sat at the assistant's position. On one hand, he was using human path methods to cooperate with Fairy Ziwei. On the other hand, he was using a portion of the Immortal formation to guard against Bing Sai Chuan. After all, it was the first time these two sides were collaborating. They had to err on the side of caution. There were several formation cores at the edges of the formation as well. Bai Ning Bing, He Lu Lan, and Ying Wuxia were sitting in these formation cores as the crucial clues. Purple light swayed, rising and falling at times like tides. After a long while, Fairy Ziwei opened her eyes slowly and stopped this wisdom path immortal formation. The overflowing purple light dissipated slowly. How is it? Bing Sai Chuan's question came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Ziwei sighed and shook her head. It is still not enough. But this method is absolutely effective. These three have set alliance agreements with Fang Yuan, their connections are extremely tight. As long as we capture even more GU Immortals, we can deduce Fang Yuan's exact location. The large formation was dismantled and the GU worms flew back to Fairy Ziwei's immortal aperture. Ying Wuxia and the others stood up. Bai Ning Bing smiled. This is not difficult. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan had dispatched not only us but also a large number of transformation path GU Immortals. He Lu Lan added, from what I know, these transformation path GU Immortals were incorporated after Fang Yuan annexed an immemorial grotto heaven. After the Fate War, Fang Yuan disappeared without leaving behind any traces. These people should still be scattered around central continent. Ying Wuxia shook his head, but these transformation path GU Immortals don't have a close connection with Fang Yuan. It is better if we look for Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin. These two are crucial characters that are only second to us. Fairy Ziwei had stored all the GU worms by now. She did not have formation flag GU or similar methods. It was rather time-consuming every time she dismantled the formation. She looked towards Calamity Luck Altar which had been guarding from the side. It is better if we split our forces to search for White Rabbit and Miao Yin. If we encounter Fang Yuan's transformation path GU Immortal subordinates along the way, we can make the decision to make a move at our own discretion. Shortly after, Bing Sai Chuan's response came from Calamity Luck Altar, of course. For our following plans, we will need more communication between us. Fairy Ziwei nodded. Indeed. Although the scale of this cooperation was small and duration was short, it had huge significance and both sides had begun to trust each other. Calamity Luck Altar picked up He Lu Lan while Bai Ning Bing and Ying Wuxia stayed with Fairy Ziwei. Both sides separated and departed on their own. Immemorial Two Heavens. Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Fairy Crescent Moon, you won't surrender even if the alternative is death. Xiao Hejian, Lady Cold Ash and the rest were looking down from high above, looking at the dying Immortal in the ruins. Fairy Crescent Moon had rank 8 cultivation and was the owner of Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. She had the terrain advantage, but she was completely outnumbered. She was only hanging on her last breath now. She spat and said with hatred, "You bandits, my Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven has no conflicts with the outside world and has never provoked you nor had any ambitious plans. I will never surrender to you. Then die." Lady Cold Ash was already impatient. She pointed her finger, a gray light shot out and struck Fairy Crescent Moon. Lady Cold Ash put her hand inside her sleeve. Fairy Crescent Moon's soul was carried by the gray light and brought to her. This is a rank 8 Immortal soul. Devouring her soul will be much more effective and also much easier to absorb. Lady Cold Ash was spectral soul, but he was able to conceal it from the whole of Wu Shuai's alliance. Xiao Hejian looked at her. "Lady Cold Ash, you battled in the front lines and slaughtered countless enemies, collecting a vast number of mortal souls and many Immortal souls. Those are your battle spoils, but Lord Alliance leader specially asked for this rank 8 soul. You cannot take it." Spectral soul was slightly stunned before smiling and handing this rank 8 soul to Xiao Hejian. "Since our alliance leader wants it, why would I dare to take it?" Inside her heart, however, she was snorting coldly. "I shall hand this to you for the time being. In the future, I will settle both our old and new grudges together." Xiao Hejian nodded with approval and took Fairy Crescent Moon's soul while consoling Lady Cold Ash. "Let's go, let the others clean up here. Follow me to see the alliance leader and report the battle. I can finally get close to Wu Shuai. This is a good chance." Spectral Soul's mood lifted upon hearing that. However, when the two arrived in Dragon Palace's hall, they only saw Wu Shuai's will sitting on the main seat. Wu Shuai's will heard the report and praised. "Lady Cold Ash, you made the most contributions in this invasion of Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven, well done. It is our duty to work for Alliance leader." Lady Cold Ash was extremely disappointed but showed a smile on her face. "All right, you can leave. When we hand out the rewards based on contribution later, you will not be disappointed." Wu Shuai's will waved his hand. The two left Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul, however, felt discontent inwardly. "It is really a pity that we were not able to see Alliance leader." Xiao Hejian glanced at her, feeling some disdain towards Lady Cold Ash's conduct in trying to flatter the Alliance leader when they were not even in front of him. How can Lord Alliance leader be available whenever you want? He has been in closed cultivation to resolve the danger of the Qi harvest fruits. We only need to follow his orders. Xiao Hejian's expression softened as he patted Lady Cold Ash's shoulder. "Work well and follow me, you will be able to play a key role in the alliance one day. Then I will depend on Lord's guidance." Spectral Soul put up a performance while internally scheming on when to capture Xiao Hejian. "It is good that you understand." Xiao Hejian smiled and walked forward. He had joined the alliance because of Qi Ju's true inheritance. As a lone force, he was suppressed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and others. But Xiao Hejian's strength surpassed ordinary rank 8s, he was slowly stabilizing his footing in the alliance and had won over some GU Immortals under him. Lady Cold Ash's performance had been extremely outstanding in the latest battle and she had displayed extraordinary battle strength, so despite her being a pure human, Xiao Hejian wanted to rope her into his side. On the other side, Granny Skeleton has arrived, the doorman shouted. Granny Skeleton entered the hall and saw Qi's Sea Ancestor on the main seat. She quickly cupped her hands and bowed, getting straight to the point. Skeleton Grotto Heaven is willing to come under Qi's Sea Ancestor. Qi's Sea Ancestor nodded. "Ha ha ha, Granny Skeleton, you are wise. You will not regret joining my side." Granny Skeleton sighed and asked, "I wonder when Lord Ancestor can get rid of the Qi harvest fruits problem. I have already made good progress in this, you can rest assured." Fang Yuan changed the topic. Skeleton Grotto Heaven is the nearest to Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven has now already fallen to Wu Shuai's side. I am willing to send troops and station some GU Immortals in Skeleton Grotto Heaven. I hope you can cooperate. Granny Skeleton sighed. Although Fang Yuan did not show the ability to resolve the danger of Qi harvest fruits, due to the outside world's condition, Granny Skeleton could only lower her head and join him. With the current situation, there is really nothing else I can do. Currently, there are almost no unaffiliated Grotto Heavens left in the immemorial Two Heavens. They have either joined Wu Shuai or have been recruited by Qi's Sea Ancestor. Sigh, I wonder what the future will be like. Granny Skeleton did not obtain the answer she wanted and left worriedly. The pressure on Fang Yuan was also increasing. A wisdom path great expert was deducing about me just now, the strength is also quite high. It seems like Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei was deducing the whereabouts of Fang Yuan naturally sensed it. This was the same as a contest of the two's wisdom path methods across space. According to my luck, this situation is not looking good. The fatal calamity is impending, danger is lurking everywhere, and there is only a trace of hope. Fang Yuan's cooking luck pod might only be at rank 7, but he could glance at a portion of his luck and deduce the entirety from it. Fang Yuan had already made positive progress regarding the Qi harvest fruits. But he was still at his wits' end on how to refine Heaven Path Dao marks. He was aware that this trace of hope fell on the Heaven Path Dao marks. Only by refining the Heaven Path Dao marks and recovering his strength could he get free from the incoming calamity. If he could not refine them or did not refine them in time, it would be dangerous. But where is this breakthrough point that I seek? Chapter 2019 Rank 8 Hatred GU Western Desert. The intense rank 8 level battle was still continuing. Ching Cho roared, its tongue shot out with lightning speed. The blood-red figures that surrounded Ching Cho were easily pierced and destroyed by its tongue. Every time the blood-red figures exploded, Red Heart Traveler's face would turn a shade paler. His brows were furrowed and his teeth were clenched shut, but his fighting spirit did not diminish as he used all his strength to maintain the battlefield killer move. Red Heart Traveler won't be able to hold on for long like this. 9 Spiritual Fairy, who was fighting Ching Cho, had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler's condition. They had tied down Ching Cho with a lot of difficulty. Red Heart Traveler had used a battlefield killer move and was able to temporarily entrap this legendary immemorial desolate beast. However, Ching Cho had intelligence comparable to a human's. After it discovered it was unable to break free from this battlefield killer move, it concentrated its attacks on Red Heart Traveler in order to break through. Once Red Heart Traveler was unable to hold on, the battlefield would dissipate and Ching Cho could walk out free. With this experience, it would definitely be extremely vigilant and it would be almost impossible to capture it again in a short period of time. Fine, I can only use that move. 9 Spiritual Fairy gritted her teeth and made a huge decision. Immortal killer move, 9 Spiritual Transformations. Her body suddenly shook as she transformed back to her human form. She was a transformation path great expert and should be much stronger after transformation to another form. But right now, even though she returned to her human form, her aura was surging and she was even stronger than her previous self. 9 spiritual lights shot out one after another from her immortal aperture and formed an enormous 9-colored barrier of light. The barrier had 9 layers with distinct colors. Ching Cho had been concentrating on Red Heart Traveler, so it felt a great shock from 9 spiritual fairies' sudden outburst and quickly split some of its attacks towards her. But at this stage, the killer move 9 spiritual transformations was already completed and had no flaws. 9 spiritual fairy gave a clear roar. The 9-colored barrier shook and the 9 layers of light mixed together, becoming extremely dazzling. The mixed light sphere then transformed into a rhinoceros with a large head and small body, and was shining with various colors. It charged towards Ching Cho. Ching Cho roared and gave up on Red Heart Traveler for the moment, and without dodging, it charged towards this rhinoceros. With a loud explosion, the surroundings shook intensely. After the 2 enormous monsters collided, it was actually Ching Cho who had to take a small step back while the huge rhino only stopped in its spot. Ching Cho was shocked and furious. It had not expected this rhino to be so strong. As far as it was concerned, this multicolored rhino was translucent and it could even see 9 spiritual fairy who was in the center. There was no feeling of it being a solid transformation. But the collision made Ching Cho realize, this multicolored rhino was stronger than the previous solid transformations. Ching Cho fell into a disadvantage in the collision. This is the first time since the battle started. 9 spiritual transformations is indeed worthy of being a legendary transformation path killer move. Red Heart Traveler was happy and worried at this sight. The price of using 9 spiritual transformations was very high. After a GU Immortal cultivates the killer move 9 spiritual transformations, they can only use it 9 times in their life. 9 spiritual fairy had chosen to expend one usage of such a valuable killer move on Ching Cho. It showed her determined will. Ching Cho roared, its bestial nature was agitated. It charged at 9 spiritual fairy again. But the multicolored light sphere that 9 spiritual fairy was in changed suddenly, from a large rhino to a southern fire sparrow. The fire sparrow spread its wings and flew to the sky. Xianxia charged at empty space. Without even looking up, it activated its defensive methods. Sure enough, at the next moment, Xianxia heard the sharp cry of the fire sparrow, then the sparrow collided onto its back. Whoosh! Blazing flames engulfed it. Xianxia's hurriedly activated defensive methods only lasted for a few breaths of time before they broke. Xianxia counterattacked fiercely, beast roars and bird cries mixed together, the two sides were at a deadlock. Red Heart Traveler finally had a brief respite and quickly used the time to adjust his condition. While regulating his breath and observing the battle, he started to feel worried. Xianxia is too sturdy, although it is being suppressed and the battle tempo is firmly held by 9 Spiritual Fairy, it has sufficient stamina. On the contrary, 9 Spiritual Fairy might hold the upper hand and have control over the battle, but she cannot last for long. If there is no external help and this goes on, she will definitely run out of stamina and die. Red Heart Traveler decided to take a risk. He accumulated his strength while waiting patiently. After waiting for 2 hours, he finally saw a chance. The chance was momentary. Red Heart Traveler immediately made his move. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The fragrant blood flew to the air and started rotating. Like a miniature blood sun, it emitted endless blood-red light, rushing to Xianxia. Although Xianxia was in a fierce battle with 9 Spiritual Fairy, it had never let go of its vigilance against Red Heart Traveler. However, when it used its killer move to block this tiny blood sphere, it was of no use. The blood sphere seemed to be illusory. It passed through the obstruction and struck Xianxia's chest, turning into a red sun insignia. Xianxia's expression changed immediately. It could feel that its every movement was being tied down by the red sun insignia. This was an extremely powerful seal. It quickly showed its might. It slowed down movement, interfered with killer moves, and lowered fighting spirit. Damn it! Damn it! Xianxia roared and started attacking wildly. 9 Spiritual Fairy used all her strength to hold Xianxia back, but was being beaten back little by little. With a loud explosion, Xianxia finally broke through Red Heart Traveler's battlefield killer move. However, Red Heart Traveler had a smile of victory on his face. Xianxia's whole body was bound by blood threads. The source of the countless blood threads was the blood sun insignia at the center of its chest. Success. Cough cough cough. Red Heart Traveler coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, his face pale like paper. 9 Spiritual Fairy quickly suppressed the increasingly slower Xianxia while transmitting her voice. Red Heart, do you need my help? Red Heart Traveler shook his head slowly and used a killer move with difficulty, healing his wounds while enduring the intense pain. 9 Spiritual Fairy spent much effort before finally suppressing Xianxia. Looking at Xianxia, who was bound by the blood threads like a mummy, 9 Spiritual Fairy praised, "What method is this? It could actually capture Xianxia." Red Heart Traveler was barely able to reply. "This is a temporary move I created, I have not named it yet." 9 Spiritual Fairy looked towards Red Heart, slightly widening her eyes. "I am truly amazed." Red Heart Traveler shook his head, smiling bitterly. "Don't overestimate me. I detected that Xianxia's vital GU was rank 8 hatred GU, so I made this move. If it were other legendary immemorial beasts, this move would be a joke. I could have the chance to use this move because you did not hesitate to activate 9 spiritual transformations." 9 Spiritual Fairy also shook her head. "Capturing Xianxia concerns the plan of capturing Fang Yuan. This is an important matter for Heavenly Court and for the people of the world. How could I refuse to pay such a small price? But is this hatred GU the one recorded in U003CU003C the Legends of Ren Zu003E-U003E? Yes. Red Heart Traveler nodded. 9 Spiritual Fairy sighed. This explains why Xianxia can distinguish its enemies. Unfortunately, it did not have a killer move to make full use of it. Now that we have captured it, we can take out the hatred GU and use Heavenly Court's killer move to find the location of Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, and other demons. Red Heart Traveler restrained his aura. "Let's go, we cannot stay here for long." They had engaged in a fierce battle for a long while, although the battlefield killer move saved a lot of time and also concealed most of the traces of battle. There were bound to be GU immortals who would come to check this place. Not to mention other forces, Mo Clan's assembled troops might already be rushing on their way. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler had battled for a long while. Their conditions were not perfect. They detained Xianxia and moved towards Central Continent. Sure enough, just a short while after they left, several GU immortals of Mo Clan arrived with surging momentum in an immortal GU house. There was a fierce battle here. Although there are few traces, it can be seen that it was a rank 8 level fight. No wonder my clan's GU immortals perished so quickly. Give chase, we have an immortal GU house with us, they won't be able to run far. Mo clan's group followed the traces and chased the 2 heavenly court immortals. A sandstorm blew and a GU master was struggling to move in the desert. He reached the center of the battlefield and saw the deep craters that were mostly buried by the sandstorm. He raised his head and roared. This person was Mo Li, who killed Peng Da and seized Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. He went through all kinds of troubles to get here as soon as possible, thinking of seeing the true appearance of the culprit that killed his wife and son, but he was too late. I am going to find you and cut you to pieces. No matter who you are or what monster you are, I will kill you. Mo Li knelt on the desert and roared towards the sky. Peng Da's soul was floating beside him. Peng Da gave a cold laugh. He, you, a mere mortal, wants to take revenge against an immortal beast. So what if it is an immortal beast? Mo Li's eyes were red as he stared at Peng Da's soul. His expression was malevolent. I have Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, I have Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. I can definitely become a GU immortal and succeed in taking revenge. Peng Da laughed again. There is another possibility as well, this immortal beast was already killed by the GU immortals. You have no target to take revenge against already. Mo Li was stunned and was silent like a statue. After a long while, he suddenly moved his hand and grabbed the throat of Peng Da's soul. He seemed to be in a state of insanity. No. It won't die, I won't allow it to die. It must die by my hands. Mo Li continued to shout. I will become a GU immortal, I have Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, I can definitely take revenge. I can definitely take revenge. Tell me how to use the next GU worm. While grabbing Peng Da's soul, Mo Li activated his GU worms. Wisps of white smoke and sizzling sounds came from the area where Mo Li's hand touched Peng Da. Peng Da's soul immediately let out a sharp screech from the unbearable pain. I will speak, this is called electric circuit GU. Electric circuit GU, what is this thing? Peng Da's soul hesitated for a bit. How can I explain this? You are not an otherworldly demon, you won't be able to understand what an electric circuit is. Simply speaking, it is the path that electric currents move along. Mo Li sneered. What is so hard to understand about it? It is not like I have not read U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu 003E U003E. U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu 003E U003E has recorded that Lightning GU chose to cooperate with Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance to find a way out. They eventually managed to leave immemorial Blue Heaven. This should be the true meaning behind Electric Circuit 1. Peng Da's soul was stunned. Mo Li kept on praising. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is truly worthy of being a venerable. He actually has such creative thoughts. He must have obtained the inspiration from U003CU003C The Legends of Ren Zhu 003E U003E, thus creating Electric Circuit GU. Peng Da's soul. 1. It can be read as Lightning Path Road, which is how these GU world people interpret the GU. Chapter 2020. Rank 9 Lightning GU. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, you betrayed the 2 Heavens Alliance and actually colluded with Qi Ancestor. This is an unforgivable sin and you will be executed for it. Xiao Hejian looked down from above. Behind him were a large number of GU immortals from the 2 Heavens Alliance. They were all standing silently and expressionlessly, showing the numerical superiority. On the contrary, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was facing the enemies alone, his strength paled in comparison. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord gave a bitter smile. Since you found out, I don't have anything to say. But do you think I am willing to collude with the enemy? The Alliance wants to experiment on the Qi harvest fruit in my Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. None of the Alliance's previous attempts have succeeded and all the Grotto Heavens they have tested on have detonated. I sided with the 2 Heavens Alliance for self-protection. But now, you want to sacrifice my home. Since that is the case, it is better to surrender to the enemy. I might even have some new hope. Xiao Hejian frowned, snorting coldly. You have no confidence in our 2 Heavens Alliance and Lord Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Perhaps this time we'll succeed. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord chuckled. If Alliance leader Wu Shuai had a fair disposition, I would have nothing to say. But he is clearly protecting variant humans while sacrificing humans. The Grotto Heavens the Alliance has experimented on are all human Grotto Heavens. Wu Shuai is a dragon man after all. I have seen through this Alliance's farce. Human GU Immortals present here, watch carefully, this will be your outcome in the future. After me, it will be your turn. Hearing this, the human GU Immortals clearly had a slight change in expressions. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had no doubt spoken of what they were worried about. Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor were the same person, they naturally had a tacit agreement. They looked to be confronting each other on the surface, but were secretly dividing the two heavens' forces. By now, there were no neutral grotto heavens in the two heavens. The grotto heavens in the two heavens were either destroyed or had joined Wu Shuai or Qi Si Ancestor. After the two sides divided the two heavens, they ceased fighting and began to find a way to solve the Qi harvest fruit problem. Compared to Qi Si Ancestor, who was researching enclosed cultivation, Wu Shuai's Qi path attainment was clearly much weaker. So, Wu Shuai's two heavens alliance had no choice but to experiment and be very rough with their actions to pursue efficiency. The experiments to eliminate the Qi harvest fruits had failed many times and destroyed many grotto heavens as a result. When it was Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's turn, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was not willing to bet his home, so for self-protection and survival, he secretly contacted Qi Si Ancestor. He was truly an unfortunate guy. Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai were in essence the same person. Qi Si Ancestor was Fang Yuan's main body and he informed Wu Shuai directly. Wu Shuai thus sent the command to Xiao Hejian to gather some GU Immortals to punish the traitor. Looking at Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Xiao Hejian sneered silently and said with impatience, "Who is going to get this criminal?" Lady Cold Ash stepped forward like she wanted to be the vanguard. "Let me." Xiao Hejian nodded. "Good." Lady Cold Ash directly charged towards Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Xiao Hejian was inwardly happy and thought, Cold Ash is perceptive and has a lot of capability. My efforts to win her over were not a waste. Lady Cold Ash fought with Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, both were at rank 8 and went at each other, neither yielding a step. The other GU Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance were watching the battle from atop the clouds. In a fight between GU Immortals, for a group attack to work, they would have paid attention to cooperation. Different paths would cause conflicts between Dao marks. If there was no skillful cooperation, it might instead waste their efforts. Naturally, this did not hinder the observing GU Immortals from accumulating their energy and attacking when there was a chance. But the Two Heavens Alliance's GU Immortals did not find any opportunity to sneak attack. Lady Cold Ash gradually gained the upper hand and control of the battle. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord saw the situation was bad and immediately escaped below ground. Lady Cold Ash was Spectral Soul's disguise after all. How could Forest Lightning Grotto Lord be her match? The deadlock earlier was only a deception, it was nothing more than Spectral Soul's act. Xiao Hejian saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord fleeing and laughed heartily. Chase. The Immortals gave chase. They did not care about the large Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven and only targeted Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. As long as they got rid of this soul rank 8, other resistances would not be an issue. They even took the initiative to maintain the safety of Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. After all, this Grotto Heaven needed to be tested on and they would have a share in the distribution of the resources inside it. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord kept on moving deep underground. Lady Cold Ash did not give chase and stayed beside Xiao Hejian. Soon, the first group of GU Immortals who had entered deep underground returned with soot covering them. When he obtained their report, Xiao Hejian was slightly stunned. There is such a thing. There is a lightning forest deep underground. The returning GU Immortals naturally brought evidence. Through methods similar to Shadow Image GU, the Two Heavens Alliance's Immortals saw a vast lightning forest. In the pitch-black underground, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled every moment. The flashes of lightning formed a tall silver tree. The tall tree only lasted for a moment, but it had large thunder leaves, many silver lightning branches and so on. They were materialized and tempted all the Immortals. Heaven. These are all priceless Lightning Path rank 8 immortal materials. This is only the superficial wealth of the Lightning Forest. According to the records in the legends of Ren Zhu, the source of Lightning Forest is Lightning GU. The size of this Lightning Forest is enough to prove there is a rank 8 Lightning GU here. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord wants to resist by relying on Lightning GU. HMPH, wishful thinking. How could a mere rank 8 immortal GU oppose our Two Heavens Alliance? The Immortals discussed but no one was willing to enter the forest. After all, the Lightning Forest was a dangerous area and Forest Lightning Grotto Lord possessed an enormous terrain advantage here. If they rashly invaded, it was very likely to be an unrewarding venture. Xiao Hejian frowned. Who will go capture Forest Lightning Grotto Lord? Lady Cold Ash stood up once again without hesitation. Xiao Hejian showed a pleased smile. Cold Ash, if you win, your contribution will be at the top for this battle. Thank you. Lady Cold Ash was about to move. Wait, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also walked out. The Lightning Forest is a dangerous region, let me accompany Cold Ash. If there is any unexpected mishap, I can be of some assistance. Let's do it that way then. Xiao Hejian agreed to Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's request. Thereupon, the two immortals charged towards the depths of the underground. Other GU immortals along with Xiao Hejian were floating in the air, watching the battle as well as waiting patiently. Lady Cold Ash charged to the bottom and arrived in front of the lightning forest. She directly opened her immortal aperture and let out countless soul beasts. The soul beasts charged towards the lightning forest like a violent tide. Lightning struck continuously and explosions resounded unendingly. There were severe losses to the soul beasts, they used their lives to forcibly pave open a path. Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord smoothly entered the depths of the lightning forest. I didn't think Lady Cold Ash would actually deal with the lightning forest like this. She is really resolved to suck up to Xiao Hejian regardless of the cost. There have been many rumors recently about the Alliance leader wanting to make Xiao Hejian a Vice Alliance leader. The Alliance only has one Vice Alliance leader, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, currently. It is not strange for Lord Wu Shuai to make this arrangement to keep the balance between his subordinates. Lady Cold Ash might be a human GU immortal, but she doesn't want to have the same outcome as Forest Lightning Grotto Lords. So she wholeheartedly wants to climb ranks in the Alliance. She is doing her best to protect her grotto heaven. GU immortals observed the battle while conversing secretly. After a while of effort, Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord fought their way to the center of the lightning forest and saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord once again. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was refining rank 8 Lightning GU and quickly stopped the refinement when he saw the two immortals. He shouted in anger, "Stop! If you take one more stop, I will destroy this Lightning GU." The immortals were surprised. So this Lightning GU is still a wild immortal GU and Forest Lightning Grotto Lord has not actually refined it. Haha. I understand. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's ambition is not small. Oh, please explain. If I am not wrong, this lightning forest should have been just an ordinary lightning path resource point at the start. But at a certain point, it gave birth to a wild lightning GU. Because of this lightning GU, the lightning path resource point gradually transformed into a small lightning forest. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord did not refine this wild lightning GU, instead he added resources to grow this lightning forest. The larger the scale of the lightning forest, the lightning GU, which is the source, will also keep on advancing further. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord kept on investing resources and finally advanced this wild lightning GU to rank 8. The two Heavens Alliance's GU immortals saw through the ambitions of Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was a lightning path GU immortal and was not proficient in refinement path. But this lightning forest was created naturally. It was simply nature refining GU itself. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord cleverly borrowed the power of nature and added momentum to the original foundation. His goal was to advance Lightning GU to rank 9 level. And during this process, if he refined this wild immortal GU, the process of nature refining GU would be interrupted and could not be recovered. Thus, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had left this wild lightning GU in its state and did not refine it. It was extremely difficult to seize others' GU worms. But wild immortal GU were different. A rank 8 wild immortal GU, the crucial thing was that it even had the possibility of advancing to rank 9. This discovery was extremely huge. Xiao Hejian and the rest opened their eyes wide, revealing greed and wariness. This is of vital importance, we cannot be rash. Xiao Hejian quickly transmitted his voice to Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord paused their attacks. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord spoke conditions. As long as you spare me and my Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, I will offer this lightning GU to you. Xiao Hejian quickly contacted Wu Shuai and reported this matter. The matter concerned a future rank 9 lightning GU. Xiao Hejian did not dare to decide by himself. Chapter 2021, Blue Heaven Shatters. Soon, Xiao Hejian received the reply. He personally flew underground and faced Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Alliance leader has said that he can let you go, but Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven must belong to the Alliance. Of course, the Alliance will not carry out any risky attempts on the Qi harvest fruit in the Grotto Heaven. No, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's attitude was extremely firm. This Grotto Heaven is my home, I will not give it up. It won't change owners, this is my territory, what qualifications does the Alliance have to seize it? I will look after the Lightning GU for the moment, retreat and don't try to invade again from now on. I can set an agreement with the Alliance to never seek Lightning GU. If the Alliance wants rank 9 Lightning GU, you can provide the resources to raise it in the Lightning Forest here. Xiao Hejian did not respond and only reported Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's request to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai mumbled for a while, unable to come to a decision. He then sent this information to the main body through secret methods and let the main body decide. Rank 9 Immortal GU have supreme might, it is indeed worth yielding a step. But this Lightning GU is only rank 8 currently. To raise it to rank 9, who knows how many resources and how big of a price we have to pay. And there could be many unexpected mishaps during this process. Another crucial point is that Lightning GU's information cannot be concealed, this news will definitely lead to chaos. Be they Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, or other forces, they will all interfere. Wu Shuai's and Qi Si ancestors' forces must have an all-out battle in the end. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was deep and immediately deduced the future changes. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord concealed the secret of Lightning GU because he wanted to keep it for himself. But now that he could not keep it, he could only use this chip to negotiate. Since he could secretly contact the enemy, he would not just negotiate with Wu Shuai's alliance, he was sure to contact Qi Si ancestor. Fang Yuan's Qi Si ancestor disguise protected humanity and had allied with Heavenly Court, he could never let a variant human force like Wu Shuai's alliance obtain rank 9 Lightning GU. Thus, Qi Si ancestor would have to send troops. At that time, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord would surely curry favor with both sides and strive to win some respite. This Forest Lightning Grotto Lord truly had high astuteness and was deeply aware of the way of survival of the weak. But like this, it was bound to increase the friction between Qi Si ancestor and Wu Shuai. This was exactly what Fang Yuan had been trying to avoid. And at that time, Heavenly Court would definitely add fuel to the fire. Even Longevity Heaven, Demon Immortal Qiju, and the 5 regions' forces would stir up the situation from the dark. Although Fang Yuan was the leader of both sides, he was unable to restrict every subordinate. In the fight between these subordinates, if anyone died, Wu Shuai and Qi Si ancestor would need to take some action to preserve their side's benefit and prestige. The situation would escalate and continue being irremediable until it finally leads to an all-out battle. But if Fang Yuan suppressed the situation, this would not fit the attitudes of Wu Shuai and Qi Si ancestor. It would definitely be filled with giant loopholes in the eyes of Wisdom Path GU immortals. Heavenly Court would start to have doubts and the whole situation would turn even more dangerous. Thus, this situation was not as simple as just a Lightning GU. This would implicate many things, it would involve variant humans, and even the overall situation of the 2 heavens and 5 regions. Fang Yuan was unable to come to a decision immediately for such a huge matter. After all, he had to think of many factors, the important thing was that his current strength had fallen. He was at his weakest state and now was the time when he needed to rest and recuperate. I remember Lightning GU is recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu, the power it showed was quite strong. Fang Yuan browsed through the Legends of Ren Zhu. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 4, Section 30. Blazing glory, lightning brilliance and myriad gold wondrous essence were sent flying away by fate GU and were forced to leave Ren Zhu, arriving at immemorial blue heaven. Thunder rumbled unceasingly here, lightning flashed, imprinting the sky and forming a forest of lightning. I am angry, I am angry. The source of this lightning forest was a lightning GU, it was roaring continuously. Blazing glory, lightning brilliance and myriad gold wondrous essence were extremely afraid. The lightning was too strong, so long as a lightning bolt struck them, they would be heavily injured or even die. They did not move at all, afraid of lightning GU discovering them and bombarding them to death. They waited patiently for lightning GU's anger to dissipate. They would move once it calmed down. But lightning GU was extremely angry and its anger did not show any signs of decreasing. The lightning forest kept on growing in size. What should we do? Myriad gold wondrous essence was worried. How can we return to father? Brother, do you have any good suggestions? Blazing glory lightning brilliance shook his head, his brows furrowed. It is all fate GU's fault. It forcefully separated us from father, I am definitely going to take revenge in the future. Arg, my heart hurts every time I think of Fate Gu. Blazing glory lightning brilliance held his chest, he found his heart aching more and more. He quickly opened up his chest and looked at the depths of his heart. Oh, why is there a Gu in my heart? Blazing glory lightning brilliance was astonished. It is no wonder my heart is in constant pain, this Gu was biting on my heart. Myriad gold wondrous essence also saw this Gu worm. Isn't this love Gu? I heard father mentioning it before. No, I am hatred Gu. The Gu worm spoke, although I look similar to love Gu on the surface. Myriad gold wondrous essence urged, hatred Gu, why are you gnawing on my brother's heart, please stop quickly. But hatred Gu said, I won't. I am building my home here, I am changing your brother's heart into a heart of hatred. Blazing glory lightning brilliance was furious, who allowed you to build your home in my heart? Get out quickly, I don't welcome you. If you don't get out, I will crush you to death. Hatred Gu laughed loudly. I was attracted by Lightning Gu's anger, but unexpectedly discovered that your heart is more suitable for my home. I won't leave. Blazing glory lightning brilliance was furious, he actually put his hand inside his heart and grabbed hatred Gu. Hatred Gu was like a curved blade without a handle, blazing glory lightning brilliance's hand was pierced and bled as he grabbed it. He clenched his teeth and exerted strength, crushing hatred Gu to death. But at the next moment, hatred Gu resurrected from the blood and became even bigger. Blazing glory lightning brilliance crushed it to death again, hatred Gu revived once again, its size becoming slightly bigger again. It is useless, hatred Gu said. Hatred cannot be killed, vengeance only breeds more hatred and grudges, the more you treat me like this, the more your hatred will increase. Myriad gold wondrous essence was somewhat stunned and helpless against hatred Gu. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Blazing glory lightning brilliance covered his chest, his face pale from the pain. Hatred Gu was drilling in and out of his heart, creating holes after holes, transforming his heart into a heart of hatred. The current blazing glory lightning brilliance hated Fate Gu even more. If I was not sent flying here by Fate Gu, how could I have encountered hatred Gu? How could my heart be pierced by hatred Gu? I will definitely destroy Fate Gu, I will definitely take revenge. The more blazing glory lightning brilliance thought, the more he hated. He was no longer afraid of angering lightning Gu, he stood up suddenly. Sister, let's go, I don't want to stay here. Blazing glory lightning brilliance held Myriad gold wondrous essence's hand. But Myriad gold wondrous essence hesitated. Brother, there is lightning all around us, we don't know when it will strike, it is too dangerous. Blazing glory lightning brilliance said, Sister, don't be afraid. The hatred in my heart has shown me a path, that is the path of revenge. There is no lightning on this path, as long as I follow it, I can find Fate Gu and take revenge against it. Quick, follow me. Blazing glory lightning brilliance dragged Myriad gold wondrous essence. The strange thing was that despite lightning bolts crackling around them, not a single one struck blazing glory lightning brilliance and Myriad gold wondrous essence. The two ran and ran when they suddenly collided into something. What is ahead? Myriad gold wondrous essence touched the air in front of her and found it was like a transparent wall. This is the heavenly wind chi wall, the border of the immemorial 9 heavens. Hatred Gu explained. Brother, there is a wall ahead, we cannot leave. Myriad gold wondrous essence said helplessly. But blazing glory lightning brilliance had a different perspective. Where is the wall? I only see the path ahead, as long as we follow along this trail, we can definitely leave and find Fate Gu. Time and again, blazing glory lightning brilliance got up and rushed forward before colliding into the heavenly wind chi wall, his head bled as he fell to the ground. Then, he climbed up and charged forward again. Myriad gold wondrous essence wanted to stop him, but blazing glory lightning brilliance did not listen. Hatred Gu laughed. It is useless. I have already built my home in his heart, although his eyes are open, he can only see the path that I point towards, he cannot see any other thing. Ha ha ha. Right at this time, lightning Gu sensed blazing glory lightning brilliance and myriad gold wondrous essence, the terrifying lightning forest began to quickly spread towards them. There was no road to advance or retreat, myriad gold wondrous essence was extremely anxious but did not have any ideas, it would have been great if we still had wealth Gu. Blazing glory lightning brilliance did not listen to her, he continued to collide into the heavenly wind chi wall. Blood filled the ground. Lightning Gu finally reached closer. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence cried, "Am I going to die here?" But Lightning Gu restrained its power and approached slowly. It let out a rumbling sound. "Don't worry, O humans, I won't harm you or injure you. On the contrary, I want your help." Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence stopped crying and asked curiously, "Lightning Gu, you are so strong, how can we possibly help you?" "Lightning Gu, I have been trapped here all along. Immemorial Blue Heaven is large, but I am already sick of it. I want to go out, but I am unable to find a path that leads to the outside, thus I am angry. Anger often leads to hatred, so hatred Gu was attracted here. But from your brother, I can see the path to exit. Therefore, humans, let us cooperate. I will help you break the heavenly wine chi wall and you will bring me out of here, alright?" Lightning Gu proposed. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence and Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance were very happy at this suggestion. "I agree to it, your help will be great," Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance replied. Thereupon, Lightning Gu landed on Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance's hand and started to emit a terrifying radiance. Hatred Gu laughed loudly, "Let me lend you a hand." Lightning Gu obtained Hatred Gu's strength and became extremely powerful. Lightning Gu erupted with fierce strength, not only destroying the heavenly wind chi wall but even shattering the whole of Immemorial Blue Heaven. "Quickly leave." Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance was greatly shocked and knew that they had created a huge disaster. He quickly grabbed his sister and left with Lightning Gu and Hatred Gu. Chapter 2022, Heavenly Court Seeks to Defy. According to the legends of Ren Zhu, Hatred Gu and Lightning Gu can cooperate and amplify each other's power to form a terrifying killer move that directly destroyed Immemorial Blue Heaven. Fang Yuan read it carefully again as he wondered, did this mean that these two Gu worms could counter Heaven Path? Where were Heaven Path Dao marks most gathered in? Undoubtedly, the immemorial 9 heavens. Besides them, there was Fang Yuan's body. This seems to be an avenue to resolve my current predicament. Fang Yuan pondered. But only Lightning Gu is here, it won't work without Hatred Gu. Where is this Gu worm? Is there currently such an immortal Gu in existence? If not, how do I refine it? If it exists, the situation is even more troublesome as I will need to scheme and plan to seize it. In fact, even if I have these two core immortal Gu, it is still a mystery on how to form them into that killer move. The legends of Ren Zhu is too vague about it. Just at this time, Qin Ding Ling personally sent a letter through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan opened and read it. The letter Gu directly talked about Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's matter. Qin Ding Ling was very eager about Lightning Gu, and even wanted Xianxia Ancestor to stop researching the Qi harvest fruits for the time being and led his subordinates to cooperate with Heavenly Court in fighting for Lightning Gu. Why is Heavenly Court so anxious? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Also, they obtained the information too quickly. Looks like they have arranged some spies on Wu Shuai's side. Qin Ding Ling was not Fairy Zi Wei after all. She was slightly hurried in doing things, which allowed Fang Yuan, who had deep wisdom path attainment, to deduce some possibilities. Since that is the case, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Heavenly Court's urgent letter made him come to a decision. Xiao Hejian's expression changed slightly. He had received Wu Shuai's command. His gaze turned cold as he shouted, "Alliance leaders sent the command to kill Forest Lightning Grotto Lord without worrying about Lightning Gu. It is nothing to lose a mere rank 8 immortal Gu. We must execute all the Gu immortals of Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven and then attempt to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. Don't worry about the Grotto Heaven's resources, use all your strength to complete the task in the shortest time possible." What? Hearing these words, not only Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, even Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord were astonished. This was a future rank 9 immortal Gu. Wu Shuai gave up on it so resolutely. For an instant, none of the 3 immortals made a move due to the shock. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was Heavenly Court's mole. He naturally thought of helping to preserve Forest Lightning Grotto Lord to harm Wu Shuai's alliance. And Lady Cold Ash was basically Spectral Soul. He also thought of preserving this point of conflict that would incite a fierce battle between Wu Shuai and Xianxia Ancestor. As long as there was chaos, he could gain many chances to act. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord suddenly shouted, "Xiao Hejian, such audacity, you actually gave a false command. Wu Shuai is expanding his strength, how can he give up on the future rank 9 immortal Gu? As someone who joined recently, you truly have ill intentions." Xiao Hejian's expression turned cold from Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's incrimination. He did not retort, instead glaring at Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. "This is our alliance leader's command. Are you going to believe a traitor or me? Attack." Saying so, Xiao Hejian did not wait for the two and charged in by himself. Killer moves were let out, destroying a large portion of the lightning forest. Charge. The Alliance Immortals who were above ground also received Xiao Hejian's order and came over, besieging this lightning forest. Since the situation became like this, Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord could not care about their own schemes. They sighed and joined the group in attacking. "Wu Shuai, you are really cruel. You are so narrow-minded, you will definitely die miserably." Forest Lightning Grotto Lord knew he was going to die and let out a vicious curse while exerting strength to destroy Lightning Gu. "In your dreams." At the next moment, Lady Cold Ash suddenly appeared behind him. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord stiffened. Lady Cold Ash took the chance and actually seized Lightning Gu from his hands. What method is this? The Immortals were astonished. Although Spectral Soul's attainment levels had fallen to a miserable level, he still had plenty of methods. The accumulation of a venerable could not be estimated by ordinary rank 8 GU Immortals. Great job. Xiao Hejian was exulted. He had held no hope in taking Lightning GU, but who could have thought it would truly be seized? This was Lady Cold Ash's merit and his as well. By now, his Vice Alliance leader position was already half confirmed. The remaining half would be by completing the task given by Wu Shuai. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord counterattacked madly. To preserve Lightning GU, Lady Cold Ash had forcibly endured his attacks and got injured. Retreat and guard Lightning GU. Xiao Hejian quickly came to help. He blocked Forest Lightning Grotto Lord for Lady Cold Ash. To prevent interference, other Immortals began to plunder resources while watching Xiao Hejian fight Forest Lightning Grotto Lord alone. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had already fought with Lady Cold Ash before. His condition was not optimal and almost all of his methods were exposed. Based on the superficial strength shown, Xiao Hejian was stronger than Lady Cold Ash as well. This battle held no suspense, and soon, Xiao Hejian defeated Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was not resigned to being defeated and was still thinking of escaping. But the surrounding GU Immortals had been observing the battle and encircled Forest Lightning Grotto Lord with no way for him to flee. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was beheaded and Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven was destroyed. The Alliance's experiment on the Qi Harvest fruit failed this time as well. Moreover, because Wu Shuai asked for the battle to be finished as quickly as possible, most of the resources in Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven were destroyed. The participating GU Immortals could only collect very few resources. The greatest gain was that wild rank 8 Lightning GU, but it was clear this was going to be handed to Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Fang Yuan thought for a good while before finally deciding to deal with the problem directly, getting rid of Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven so that the conflict could not grow. Wu Shuai's fast decision not only astonished the Alliance members, it even destroyed Heavenly Court's plan. Qin Ding Ling had obtained first-hand information from Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and immediately contacted Qi Si Ancestor. Fang Yuan received the letter. In the letter, Qin Ding Ling was still insisting on seizing Lightning GU even though it had already fallen into Wu Shuai's hands. Even if they could not seize Lightning GU, they had to destroy it. Looks like Heavenly Court is determined to get Lightning GU. Heavenly Court should have Lightning Gu's Immortal GU recipe. They can refine it themselves if this GU is destroyed. Fang Yuan was even more curious. Why was Heavenly Court so anxious to get Lightning GU? Why did such the powerful Heavenly Court have such pressing needs for this Immortal GU? Lightning GU was not Fate GU after all. Fang Yuan did not understand Heavenly Court's scheme, but Qin Ding Ling's attitude made Fang Yuan's previous plan fall through. Fang Yuan made Wu Shuai destroy Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven without any regards for the safety of Lightning GU to strangle the possible conflict to death and prevent a war between the two sides. But Heavenly Court held an attitude akin to asking for battle. Fang Yuan also could not refuse it easily. After all, Qi Si Ancestor was allied with Heavenly Court. How should he deal with this? Chapter 2023, Inviting Qi Si. 2023 Inviting Qi Si Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Capital City, Su Clan. There was a book house erected inside a certain guest room's courtyard. This book house was a mortal GU house. It had the form of a tree house, covered with green leaves and branches. Right now, Li Xiaobai was sitting cross-legged inside the book house. A beautiful girl was standing in front of him. She was Su Qihan. Su Qihan's expression was somewhat serious. Xiaobai, have you really thought it through? A vital GU cannot be changed easily. Li Xiaobai nodded with a smile. Qi Han, don't be too worried. I have thought it through properly. I am most interested in composing poems. So to me, poetry GU is the most suitable vital GU. It was just that I was not qualified to change my vital GU before. But since this book house has extraordinary might and has the function of assisting me in changing vital GU, how can I let go of such a chance? Su Qi Han sighed. Since you have decided, I won't urge you anymore. I will guard you from outside. Li Xiaobai did not stand on ceremony, directly closing his eyes. After he obtained this book house inheritance, he returned to the capital city and reunited with Su Qi Han. Although he lost in the poetry competition, he had already proven himself. Su Qi Han invited him to stay temporarily in Su clan. No one opposed to it. Instead, this became a beautiful story. Li Xiaobai was not stingy. After staying in Su clan, he shared this book house inheritance with Su Qi Han. The two spent almost every day in the book house, continuously cultivating, researching, and communicating intimately with each other. Although the two had undergone intimate activities because of a coincidence, they did not have close feelings for each other. Su Qi Han's previous actions came from her own high moral character. But over these days of contact, Su Qi Han increasingly appreciated Li Xiaobai's talents and started to feel an attraction to him. Li Xiaobai obtained this fortuitous encounter but did not conceal it from Su Qi Han and shared it with her. From this, Su Qi Han saw that Li Xiaobai's character was pure and kind, willing to give her anything. He was definitely not a heartless scholar. Although the two had not been officially engaged, Su Qi Han had already treated Li Xiaobai as her sole lifelong partner. Su Qi Han walked out of the book house with worry. This book house has high value and contains many branches of information path like verses, ditties, odes and songs. However, these branches are limited to GU master cultivation and there are no ways to advance to GU immortal. I have already hinted Xiaobai many times that as long as he marries into and lives in my Su clan, he can obtain Su clan's calligraphy immortal cultivation technique. Unfortunately, he has no interest in calligraphy and is wholeheartedly focused on poems. Oh, since he likes it, I have no way to persuade him otherwise. If he accomplishes nothing in the future and stays as a GU master, I will work hard to become a GU immortal and an official of the imperial court. I will protect and take care of him for the rest of my life. I will watch him compose and recite poems. As long as he is happy, I am also happy. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had an imperial court. The high-ranking officials of the imperial court were all GU immortals. Su Qi Han was Su clan's most beloved daughter and the apple of their eye. Her aptitude and talents were astonishing as well, so it was natural for her to come in contact with Su clan's immortal cultivation technique. Young miss, you should take a rest. You will be tired if you keep on standing. With us here, great scholar Li's safety is guaranteed. The guards and the maids urged Su Qi Han. Su Qi Han shook her head. Stand guard outside the courtyard. I will personally guard him here. The book house started shaking. Gentle light spread from the inside to the outside through the windows. A few minutes later, the book house turned silent. The leaves and the branches were no longer shaking. Inside the book house, Li Xiaobai opened his eyes slowly. The process of changing vital GU went smoothly. Li Xiaobai looked inside his aperture and saw a GU worm that looked like a heart. It had a red jade-like texture and was covered by a layer of light gold radiance. It was his new vital GU, rank 5 GU worm, poetry. Poetry GU was classified in information path and belonged to a side branch of information path cultivation. The most common form of information path cultivation were oaths and vows, like Sea Oath GU, Mountain Pledge GU, Promise GU, Black and White Paper GU. Second was transmitting information like Goose GU, Paper Crane GU, Butterfly Letter GU, Flying Sword Letter GU, Messenger Dove GU, and so on. Thirdly was watching, listening, reading, and writing. For example, Water Text GU belonged to the writing category. Beast Language GU was related to reading and speaking. Verses, ditties, odes, songs, and so on were simply not mainstream. Li Xiaobai had made such a decision. It was no wonder Su Qi Han was worried about his future prospects. But she did not know Li Xiaobai's true intention. This Grotto Heaven's environment is special as it is under the effect of the killer move, assisting literary talents. As long as I create great poems, I can obtain rewards and advance quickly. The 5 regions chaotic war is drawing close, such a way that can quickly increase one's strength with no side effect is priceless. Although Su Chi Han can get in contact with GU Immortal cultivation methods, she does not know the outside world's situation. I have changed my vital GU to poetry GU. Next, I will practice poetic GU and emotion poetry GU, use gather poem GU to gather poems externally and advance poem wall GU. Additionally, I should also practice poem boundary GU. This is an extremely outstanding GU worm which effect is similar to a battlefield killer move. Just as Li Xiaobai was thinking, the door was opened slowly and Su Chi Han entered with a concerned look. Xiaobai, Su Chi Han spoke softly. Li Xiaobai gave a light smile and nodded towards her. Everything went smoothly. Su Chi Han smiled, her beautiful watery eyes revealed delicate concern. That's good. Suddenly, the sky shook and an explosion resounded throughout the grotto heaven. What's going on? Li Xiaobai and Su Chi Han were alarmed and rushed out of the room. They looked at the sky but it was clear and blue. A gust of wind blew past them. The wind only lasted for a very short period of time, and after it passed by, there was no other abnormality. The mortals, GU masters, and even GU immortals living in the capital city sensed this suddenly appearing and disappearing abnormality. Most of the people were baffled, but a few GU immortal officials who knew the inside details were joyous. Success. In a certain area of profound literature grotto heaven, old immortal Hua Yu bowed deeply towards Qi Si ancestor in excitement. Congratulations to ancestor for successfully handling the Qi harvest fruit calamity. Ancestor has saved the whole of profound literature grotto heaven. This favor is the same as giving us new life. From now on, if you have any orders for me, I will undoubtedly use all my strength without question. Qi Si ancestor laughed heartily, lifting old immortal Hua Yu up. No need to be so courteous. The immortals standing at the side were extremely happy. Ancestor has divine might. Wu Shuai's side tested repeatedly and destroyed so many grotto heavens. Ancestor tried for the first time and succeeded. Wu Shuai can never match you. I wonder when Ancestor can resolve our Qi harvest fruit problem. Yes, our grotto heavens Qi harvest fruits have already become extremely large and are getting closer to self-detonation. GU immortals praised loudly while also urging Fang Yuan to continue his work. Fang Yuan waved his hand. This test was a success but I sensed some flaws in it. I need to be in closed cultivation for 3 days to solve this issue. At that time, I will clear up the danger for everyone. Wouldn't that be even better? The immortals were exulted. We shall listen to Ancestor's arrangements. Fang Yuan smiled, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. Soon, Qin Ding Ling received this news and immediately showed joy. Good, good. My choice to cooperate with Qi Si ancestor was indeed correct. Qi Si ancestor did not let down their expectations, not only creating a method to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem, but even succeeding after using it once. According to the information, profound literature grotto heavens Qi harvest fruit was not only safely removed, the fruit also burst and formed a harmless Qi tide that swept past the whole grotto heaven and raised the grotto heaven's foundation by a good amount. Qin Ding Ling was in a great mood. Over this period of time, Heavenly Court had already walked out of the shadow of defeat in the Fate War. With Qin Ding Ling and the other Heavenly Court immortals' schemes and efforts, good news came one after another. Firstly, the variant human forces were restrained. Secondly, Qing Chou was captured, and now, the Qi harvest fruit's danger was eliminated. But now, should we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit in Heavenly Court first or try to fight for Lightning GU? Qin Ding Ling could not come to a decision by herself and gathered the Heavenly Court immortals for a meeting. Qi Si ancestor is worthy of being a Qi path great expert. With this method, his force will be stable and in an impregnable position. Wu Shuai's alliance is still experimenting with various methods. Their Qi path attainment is too shallow. As long as Qi Si ancestor defers for some time, there might not even be a need to start a fight and Wu Shuai's alliance will break apart by itself. Qin Ding Ling shook her head at this optimistic plan. Wu Shuai is a formidable person. Even a rabbit will bite if it is forced to a corner, let alone this dragon man. Once he obtains this news, he might immediately lead his troops to fight Qi Si ancestor. That's right, Qi Si ancestor can safely remove the Qi harvest fruits, but Wu Shuai cannot. The longer their fight is delayed, the more unfavorable it is to Wu Shuai. It is very likely for Wu Shuai to send his troops. In that case, we have to move ahead of time and ask Qi Si ancestor to resolve the Qi harvest fruit in Heavenly Court. You are right. Once the battle starts, Qi ancestor will not be able to deal with too many matters, he will definitely have to bear the full force attack from wuxia. The situation is already like a conflict between fire and water, the fight won't be stopped easily once it starts, and it might really be a life and death battle. Qin Dingling looked at 9 spiritual fairy. How is the refinement of hatred Gu going? 9 spiritual fairy shook her head. There has been a breakthrough just recently. Hatred Gu's condition is extremely strange, it has already merged into Qingqiu. We found a method to refine hatred Gu just recently. It will take quite long to refine hatred Gu. But the good news is that if we succeed, we can manipulate Qingqiu as well. Qin Dingling nodded. Since hatred Gu has yet to be obtained completely, there is no need to hurry in seizing lightning Gu. We will conceal this news as much as possible and invite Qi ancestor to come to Heavenly Court secretly and deal with the Qi harvest fruit. After finishing this matter, we will then fight with wuxia. The immortals did not have any objections. But how should we reward Qi ancestor? A Gu immortal asked. This is not difficult. Qi ancestor is very interested in the Qi path immortal Gu in my Heavenly Court's treasury. In the previous letters, he had repeatedly asked to borrow these Qi path immortal Gu, but I did not agree and kept on making excuses. Qin Dingling smiled. Another Gu immortal added, we also need to be on guard against another person, demon immortal Qiju. Qin Dingling nodded. I have also considered it. This demon is also a Qi path great expert. If he collaborates with wuxia, it will balance the situation of both sides again. He is a huge threat. It is difficult to track demon immortal Qiju, who knows where he has gone now. He has just revived and is not familiar with the various paths of the present age. He is currently purchasing Qi path immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven and exchanging for inheritances of every path. He is taking even Gu master inheritances. Wu Shuai has chips to transact with him. Qin Dingling stressed once again. So the current plan is to immediately invite Qi ancestor to Heavenly Court while hiding the information and striving for every second we can get. Chapter 2024. Strategies of the 3 parties. Within Dragon Palace, the atmosphere was heavy. The situation has become like this, what do you all think about it? Wu Shuai was the only person seated. He had already gathered the Alliance's immortals and explained to them the actions that Qi ancestor took inside Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Heavenly Court tried all ways to conceal the information, but at the same time, Wu Shuai informed all of the Gu immortals within the 2 Heavens Alliance. After hearing this nightmarish news, the response was huge as all of the immortals' expressions changed. Is this for real? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked immediately before reacting to what he had said. His face turned pale. I am not questioning Lord Alliance leader, but this is truly too sudden and surprising. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Do I need to lie to you? This is not good. Xiao Hejian's expression was solemn. Qi ancestor is a Qi path great expert. Since demon immortal Qiju was able to use a Qi harvest fruit to revive, then there is also a high chance that Qi ancestor can get rid of the threatening Qi harvest fruits. If the enemy has a method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits, they will have a complete upper hand in this situation. What do we do now? My tribe's Grotto Heaven's Qi harvest fruit has already grown to a huge size. If we do not get rid of it, it will explode soon. But our experiments have not succeeded once, we already ruined many Grotto Heavens. It is impossible for us to come to a peaceful truce with Qi ancestor, we should be wary of them using this chance to attack us. The immortals discussed as their tone contained fear and panic. Spectral Soul, who was acting as Lady Cold Ash, stood among them, cheering secretly. He wanted the war to start as soon as possible. If there was chaos, he would gain a great opportunity to take action. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord showed the same attitude as the rest, but he was happy on the inside. He had already joined Heavenly Court. This situation was very advantageous to him. Panicking to this degree, what a disgrace. Gu tribe's leader suddenly shouted. Everyone looked towards him. Even though Gu tribe's leader joined the 2 Heavens Alliance, he had always been silent. But everyone knew that he was the closest person to Wu Shuai. In terms of Wu Shuai's trust, he surpassed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian, who were both Vice Alliance leaders. Gu tribe's leader suddenly spoke. Xiao Hejian shook internally as he realized something. Before he spoke, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already taken the initiative. With Lord Alliance leader here, we have nothing to fear. At this crucial juncture of life and death, I am willing to follow Lord Alliance leader and listen to your commands. Xiao Hejian cursed internally, but he quickly followed. I will listen to Lord Alliance leaders. Decision. Wu Shuai nodded slightly, snorting, the current situation is critical, if we sit and wait here, we will definitely perish, there is no exception. We have to fight with all our strength now for a hope of survival. They are able to eliminate the Qi harvest fruit because of Qi Si Ancestor's method. As long as we do our best and kill Qi Si Ancestor, we will gain complete victory. Even if we cannot kill him, as long as we gravely injure him, the situation will also be alleviated. After Wu Shuai said that, Ji tribe's leader immediately shouted, Alliance leader is wise. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian, these two Vice Alliance leaders immediately shouted, Alliance leader is wise, this plan is superb. What ideas do you all have? If anyone has a better suggestion, you can tell us now. Wu Shuai purposely asked the other GU Immortals. But what ideas could these people have? In fact, Wu Shuai said he was going to attack the enemies because he had no other choice now, this was their only hope. Other than this, could they surrender to Qi Si Ancestor? It was not that they did not know this, but nobody had the guts to say it. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven was the best example, everyone saw that pitiful end, who would still dare to follow in its footsteps. Since everyone agrees, we will discuss about the way we will send our troops, we will use our time efficiently and catch the enemy off guard. Wu Shuai said as he decided with lightning speed. GU tribe's leader added, Lord Alliance leader is right, every second we waste now will mean the enemy gets an additional second of advantage. Immediately, the Immortals started to discuss their offensive strategy. This discussion lasted nearly an hour before they came up with a refined plan. Wu Shuai opened the door of Dragon Palace, ordering the Immortals to make preparations, they would move out in 7 days. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to Night Wolf Grotto Heaven, he mobilized his forces and gathered more troops while quickly informing Heavenly Court of this new development. After Qin Ding Ling received the information, she summoned the Heavenly Court Immortals for a meeting. The situation has changed, it seems that Wu Shuai has some spies around Qi Si Ancestor. Like I said before, we cannot underestimate Wu Shuai. Since Wu Shuai is going to take the initiative to attack, let's use this chance to take him down. That will be hard, they have Dragon Palace and Di Zhangsheng to defend them. Unless we can awaken some immortals from the graveyard, we will not have sufficient strength to deal with the enemies. Time is too pressing, we have 7 days and the situation will occur far away in Eastern Sea. We can only inform Qi Si Ancestor now and ask him to make preparations while pretending to be ignorant. When Wu Shuai attacks, he will definitely suffer a setback. Did you forget that Wu Shuai has spies around Qi Si Ancestor? If Qi Si Ancestor learns this information from us, it will also likely alert Wu Shuai. Prince Feng Xian suddenly spoke at this time, why must we inform Qi Si Ancestor? The discussion suddenly stopped, Qi Si Ancestor is our ally, if we do not tell him about this, it will not benefit our alliance. Prince Feng Xian shook his head slowly as he smiled. As long as we keep quiet, why would Qi Si Ancestor find out that we know this? Our spy in the Two Heavens Alliance has always been kept as a secret, if we tell him now, the spy might get exposed. We ally with Qi Si Ancestor because we need his strength to resolve Heavenly Court's problem of the Qi harvest fruit, we also want to use him as our pawn to gather an external force that can resist the variant human forces from getting stronger. Prince Feng Xian continued to speak, and thirdly, if possible, we want to recruit Qi Si Ancestor into becoming a Heavenly Court member. Qin Ding Ling looked at Prince Feng Xian, then in your opinion, what should we do? Prince Feng Xian breathed in deeply, in my humble opinion, we should pretend that we do not know this and act according to our original plan. Now that Qi Si Ancestor has already secretly moved out, he will arrive in Heavenly Court in 3 days. By then, we can get him to solve our problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Heavenly Court is huge and has immense foundation, the Qi harvest fruit here is the largest in the world. Qi Si Ancestor suggested as to create a Qi Path Immortal formation, it will take at least 6 days to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. We can purposely delay the formation creation time, if Wu Shuai's invasion succeeds, Qi Si Ancestor's force will suffer a huge loss. Qi Si Ancestor will become anxious and want to return to help them, but as the person controlling the formation, how can he leave? Qi Si Ancestor's force will be without a leader, they will not be able to defeat Wu Shuai. In fact, even if they get wiped out, so what? Our strength will not fall while Qi Si Ancestor will become a loner. By coming to Heavenly Court secretly and failing to protect his force, causing its destruction, his reputation will fall to rock bottom. Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world will also look down on him. Who would respect someone who goes missing in battle while helping forces of other regions? At that point, Chi Sea Ancestor will understand that his status in Eastern Sea will never recover. By then, we will have no worries anymore, we can send people to take revenge for him. During the process, we can move him with logic and emotion, by tempting him with future gains. I am sure there is a high chance we can get him to join Heavenly Court. The Immortals were silent, they looked at each other before looking towards Prince Fengxian. At this moment, all of the Immortals' gazes became different from before. After hearing Prince Fengxian's strategy, their impression towards him changed completely. Prince Fengxian's arms were behind his back, he stopped speaking as he smiled. This scheme was vicious, none of the GU Immortals here thought of it except him, the reason was because of his own life experiences. Prince Fengxian came from Spirit Affinity House, he was used as a spy initially to develop in Northern Plains. After many years, he became rank 8 and also married into Gong tribe. He was the strongest spy in Northern Plains that came from Central Continent. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals have been too used to being overlords, their mindsets were also too fixed in place. But all of the Immortals here were rank 8 elites, they soon understood that Prince Fengxian's plan was the most advantageous to Heavenly Court. Even if Wu Shuai claims victory, so what? Only the Grotto Heavens in the two heavens would suffer. Even if Eastern Sea gets involved in the fight, its foundation would not be affected. Even if Eastern Sea's righteous path was toppled, that would only be one region. Humanity would still be the ruler of the world. Alright, Qin Dingling looked at everyone's expressions as she said, making a decision, we will act according to Prince Fengxian's proposal. Chapter 2025, 3 Qi Immortal GU. Heavenly Court was constantly filled with bright light. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Chi Sea Ancestor, had already arrived in Heavenly Court. He floated in the air as he observed the Qi harvest fruit in front of him. The Qi harvest fruit in Heavenly Court was large beyond common sense, it was like a towering mountain range, vast and colossal. Such a huge Qi harvest fruit cannot even fit in an ordinary rank 8 grotto heaven, it will destroy the aperture walls from its sheer size. Only Heavenly Court has such a deep foundation, and because of the use of Kang Zhan Zi's space path fruits, the space inside is large enough to accommodate this Qi harvest fruit. The last time he came to Heavenly Court, he had participated in the Fate War with his original appearance and caused Heavenly Court to lose badly. This time, he was acting as Heavenly Court's friend, he was here to resolve their problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Changes in situations and circumstances were often hard to predict. How is it? Qin Dingling stood beside Fang Yuan, asking. Fang Yuan nodded. This is the first time I've seen such a huge Qi harvest fruit, it shows that your foundation is truly unfathomable, this is truly the #1 force in the world. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued, after my inspection earlier, even though my method is effective, this Qi harvest fruit is too big. We need to set up the Immortal formation first, the larger the Qi path Immortal formation, the more time we can save. Qin Dingling was slightly surprised, Ancestor, to think that you have already come up with the Immortal formation's design. Fang Yuan shook his head, no, the Qi path Immortal formation that we will set up is only going to amplify my Qi path killer moves. The actual way to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit is still through the Qi path killer moves that I will use. Qin Dingling nodded upon hearing this, the explanation was logical. She smiled as she took out a Qi path rank 8 Immortal GU. Heavenly Court does not lack Qi path Immortal GU. To resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit, Heavenly Court is willing to use up our Qi path resources. Ancestor, look at this Immortal GU. Fang Yuan's attention was drawn to this Immortal GU. Don't tell me this is Human Qi Immortal GU. Fang Yuan's pupils expanded as his expression changed. Human Qi Immortal GU resembled a bee, it was thumb-sized and constantly moved its wings, floating above Qin Dingling's palm, it emitted a cloud-like Qi. Qin Dingling handed Human Qi Immortal GU to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan extended his hand and held the GU, he looked at it fixedly and praised, good GU, good GU. This GU is related to human path, it has immense potential for development. Qin Dingling smiled as she took out a second Immortal GU, handing it to Fang Yuan. This was Earth Qi Immortal GU, it resembled a butterfly, brown in color, it also gave off a cloud-like Qi. Fang Yuan's left hand held Human Qi Immortal GU while his right hand held Earth Qi Immortal GU, he looked at them with great interest. Wonderful, wonderful. And this is Xianxia Immortal Gu. Qin Ding Ling said as she passed Fang Yuan a third rank 8 Immortal Gu. Xianxia Immortal Gu resembled a dragonfly. It was green in color and had 8 pairs of thin bluish wings. When it moved its wings, its entire body would emit a translucent qi current. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. This Xianxia Immortal Gu is tightly connected with Heaven Path. Truthfully speaking, the method that I created to get rid of the qi harvest fruit only succeeded after I comprehended a trace of Heaven Path's profundity. If I had this Gu, I would have succeeded much earlier. Gu immortals cultivate all sorts of paths. Human path and Heaven Path are the most unique. Ancestor, you have already reached the peak of Qi path, thus you are able to mimic other paths easily and comprehend the true meaning of various paths. Qin Ding Ling praised before changing her words. These 3 Qi Immortal Gu are the core of triple Qi retraction killer move. They are priceless treasures of Heavenly Court. Only Heavenly Court members can have them. Qin Ding Ling saw Fang Yuan's expression and felt internally happy. She hinted to him that these Gu worms would be available if he joined Heavenly Court. After hearing this, Fang Yuan showed a hesitant expression, but he was smiling to himself internally. All of the expressions he showed were just an act. If he really cultivated Qi path solely, these 3 Qi Immortal Gu would be incredibly alluring. Fang Yuan had tried many times already. These 3 Qi path Immortal Gu were the cores of triple Qi retraction. They could not be replaced. If he used other Qi path Immortal Gu in place of them, even if he manages to create a triple Qi retraction killer move, its value in battle would fall drastically. Thus, even though Fang Yuan had the complete primordial origin Qi path true inheritance now, he did not benefit much from it. Furthermore, Qi Si Ancestor was just one of Fang Yuan's identities. He also had no lack of rank 8 Immortal Gu. Attitude, Mutation, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, Soul Beast Token, Regret, Spring, Summer, Big Qi, Region, Addition, Steel Life, Water Refinement, Advanced Refinement, Dream Token. He simply had too many of them. In Fang Yuan's eyes, only rank 9 Immortal Gu could truly excite him. But rank 9 Immortal Gu were too rare. He originally had one, which was Wisdom Gu. But this Immortal Gu was tampered by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable long ago. He had no choice but to sacrifice it in the Fate War. Qin Ding Ling lent all 3 Qi Immortal Gu and let Qi Si Ancestor familiarize himself with them. She also arranged several Gu Immortals to modify the Qi Path Immortal Gu formation with Qi Si Ancestor. Having everyone's help, the Qi Path Immortal formation was finalized in a few days. Fang Yuan and the Heavenly Court Immortals started to set up the formation. This Qi Path formation's main owner was naturally Fang Yuan, but in the other formation cores, there would be Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals stationed. They could help him out while also supervising his actions. Qi Si Ancestor was an outsider after all. Even though he underwent an alliance agreement, he was still not a Heavenly Court member. How could Heavenly Court not guard against him? The truth was, the assisting Gu Immortals were not the only ones guarding against him. The core Immortal Gu of this Qi Path formation, Heaven Qi, Earth Qi, and Human Qi, were temporarily lent to Fang Yuan by Qin Ding Ling. If any situation occurs, Heavenly Court could immediately take them back and make Fang Yuan lose control of the entire Qi Path formation. This Qi Path formation was modified along with several Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Even if they had low Qi Path attainment, they still had general knowledge. It was hard to deceive them. Also, Fang Yuan did not conceal anything inside this Qi Path formation. The formation was definitely not an issue. Earth Qi Gu, go. Fang Yuan first tossed Earth Qi Immortal Gu as he instilled Immortal Essence. Earth Qi Immortal Gu quickly flew out. It went into the ground below the Qi Harvest Fruit. Suddenly, with a loud explosion, the ground below the Qi Harvest Fruit started to shake. Earth Qi started to rise up continuously. Fang Yuan started to collect the Earth Qi. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals around him also took action. Some helped with the gathering while others set up small formations around the small holes that the Earth Qi emerged from. While Fang Yuan was setting up his formation, deep underground at another area of Heavenly Court, there was a huge underground square. Qing Chao's mountain-like body was deep within this underground square, unmoving like a statue. Suddenly, a loud sound could be heard from afar. The underground square shook slightly. Several cracks appeared on the ground. But Red Heart Traveler, who was defending this place, was not flustered. He immediately acted to stabilize the situation. The cracks on the ground could be seen disappearing at an observable rate. What's the commotion? Ching Cho suddenly spoke, but strangely, its voice was actually 9 spiritual fairies. 9 spiritual fairy was actually inside Ching Chao's body, trying to forcefully refine hatred Gu. From this commotion, Qi Si ancestor must have started to create his formation. He used Earth Qi Immortal Gu as the first foundation of the formation, it involved the Earth vein. Meanwhile, we are at one of the main Earth veins, thus we could feel the influence. Red Heart Traveler spoke. Earlier, you were at a crucial moment, so I did not inform you of this. But don't worry, this cannot interrupt our plan. 9 spiritual fairy stopped worrying as she said, then let's hurry up, if we can refine hatred Gu at the same time as the elimination of the Qi harvest fruit, Heavenly Court will have a double celebration. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals had already recovered from the trauma of the Fate War, they became braver after the humiliation, they worked harder and had greater morale now. Days later, the Qi Path formation was created. Fang Yuan was the main user and activated his method to eliminate the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit was continuously shaved off from Fang Yuan's killer move, but this Qi harvest fruit in Heavenly Court was just too big, some time was needed to completely destroy it. Days passed, the Qi harvest fruit was removed by over 10%. Qin Ding Ling hurried to Fang Yuan as she showed a solemn expression. Ancestor, the situation in Eastern Sea has changed, this is not good. Fang Yuan looked shocked. What happened? Wu Shuai suddenly led his alliance to launch an invasion. They have split into 3 groups, they are attacking the Grotto Heaven forces that have submitted to our side. Because we were caught off guard, our losses are quite severe. Qin Ding Ling said, news that I came here should have been kept a secret. How did this happen? How did Wu Shuai find out so quickly? Fang Yuan's expression changed, there was anxiety in his tone. Ancestor, you want to return to help Eastern Sea? Qin Ding Ling purposely asked. That is so. Fang Yuan frowned. But this method needs my full attention, if I stop halfway, there might be problematic consequences. Qin Ding Ling cupped her fists at Fang Yuan. Ancestor, please consider the big picture. It is unexpected that Wu Shuai attacked so soon, but if you return now, that will be what Wu Shuai wants to see. Only after eliminating the Qi harvest fruit can we have a safe territory to count on. By then, you can lead our Heavenly Court's immortals to return to Eastern Sea and retaliate. You can say that you went to seek reinforcement from Heavenly Court, but Wu Shuai attacked and trapped you temporarily. By gathering our strength, we will kill Wu Shuai and get rid of the 2 Heavens Alliance. That is the true way to seek victory. Fang Yuan did not speak, he only looked at Qin Ding Ling deeply. Long after, he spoke in a grim tone. Wu Shuai attacked with his full force, he must have been prepared for this. Does Heavenly Court know of their plans in advance? Definitely not. Qin Ding Ling shook her head, showing a firm expression. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he showed a struggling expression as he sighed helplessly. Forget it, I will stay here and control the formation until we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. But during this time, I need Heavenly Court to send people to assist Eastern Sea. Qin Ding Ling sighed as well, we will do our best. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he said, once I get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, I will need to return and help them. But these days of unceasingly controlling the formation will cause my battle strength to fall. I need Heavenly Court to give me the 3 Qi Immortal Gu to kill the enemies and claim victory. Qin Ding Ling's expression changed, even though Fang Yuan spoke politely, his request for reward was really absurd, it far exceeded Qin Ding Ling's bottom line. She rejected as she shook her head, the 3 Qi Immortal Gu are the treasures of Heavenly Court, only our members can. Before she finished, Fang Yuan interrupted, Eastern Sea's immortals are all my subordinates. Qin Ding Ling still shook her head, we will remember ancestors' sacrifice, but even as Heavenly Court's leader, I cannot give you 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu. At most, we can give you 1 as compensation. How can 1 Gu compensate for the people in the Grotto Heavens? Fang Yuan showed slight anger. While the 2 were negotiating, a loud sound could be heard in the sky. A rank 8 Immortal Gu house directly charged in with a fierce aura. Heavenly Court's immortals were all shocked. The Immortal Gu house that invaded Heavenly Court was Dragon Palace. How can this be? Qin Ding Ling could not waste time with Fang Yuan anymore, she immediately flew out of the formation to face the enemies. Dragon Palace's door opened as Wu Shuai sat on his throne, speaking from deep within Dragon Palace, Qin Ding Ling, we meet again. Wu Shuai, why are you here? Qin Ding Ling shouted as several GU immortals gathered behind her. Wu Shuai smiled coldly as he kicked a head that was near his feet. This head fell from the stairs of the Dragon Throne, rolling into Central Great Hall. The person had died with his eyes wide open. It was Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. Old scoundrel Qi Si can get rid of Qi Harvest fruits. Your Heavenly Court wants to conceal this information and secretly eliminate your internal threat. Hehe, wishful thinking. I am here to destroy your Heavenly Court and also kill that old scoundrel Qi Si. Let's see who in this world can stop my rise to supremacy. Wu Shuai said that as he stood upright, he waved his hand and shouted, "Kill." At the next moment, immortals rushed out of Dragon Palace, attacking with ferocious expressions. Chapter 2026, Fang Yuan appears. Central Continent, deep beneath a certain earth trench. Fairy Z-Wei controlled the Wisdom Path formation. Purple light flickered within it without spreading out. Within the formation, other than Bai Ning Bing, He Lu Lan, and Ying Wu Xie, there was Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit, as well as several other GU immortals. After the Fate War, these GU immortals were all left outside by Fang Yuan. Fairy Z-Wei and the rest worked together with Bing Sai Chuan's group, capturing all of these people. As the purple light faded, the formation stopped working. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was uncertain while Lady White Rabbit had anger in her eyes. They were both unable to move. "Aren't you surrendering?" Ying Wu Xie laughed coldly. "HMPH, you traitor!" Lady White Rabbit shouted angrily. Bai Ning Bing also came over with a cold and indifferent expression. "I would advise you to reconsider. After all, you have just lost your greatest value." Fairy Miao Yin heard this. She became more uncertain. At this moment, Fairy Z-Wei stored away the formation as she stood up. She was very weak now after using her full strength to make the deduction. The cost was high. But joy was apparent on her face. It looks like she succeeded. Bing Sai Chuan was waiting outside the formation. He smiled upon seeing this. He Lu Lan walked towards Bing Sai Chuan from Fairy Z-Wei's position, stopping behind him. Fairy Z-Wei smiled lightly. "We have enough clues. We achieved success. I have already deduced Fang Yuan's location. Guess where this crafty demon is hiding?" Bing Sai Chuan frowned. "Your question is an obvious hint in itself. Don't tell me that this scoundrel Fang Yuan has been hiding in Heavenly Court." Fairy Z-Wei nodded. "According to my deductions, he is indeed in Heavenly Court now." The immortals heard this and showed varying expressions. Ying Wu Xie gritted his teeth. "He is crafty indeed. His departure from Heavenly Court earlier was just a smokescreen. He must have been hiding in Heavenly Court all along." Old man Zheng Yuan sighed. "No wonder we could not find his main body." Bai Ning Bing laughed loudly, praising, "Exciting. This is truly Fang Yuan's attitude." Bing Sai Chuan frowned. "But how could he possibly hide until now without getting detected by Heavenly Court's GU immortals?" Fairy Z-Wei's eyes flickered with bright light. "I can only deduce that he is in Heavenly Court now. He might not have been there the entire time. But in terms of ability, this demon is unfathomable. His growth is too fast. Every time he fights, his enemies will see an explosive growth in his strength." Bing Sai Chuan sighed. "Now that Fang Yuan is hiding in Heavenly Court, what can we do? Do we go and attack Heavenly Court? Should we inform Heavenly Court about this and let them kill him? But wouldn't that allow them to get all of his inheritances?" Bing Sai Chuan represented Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. They cared about the benefits of Northern Plains longevity heaven. Furthermore, they had spent a lot of effort to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Telling Heavenly Court about it was quite a loss for them. Old man Zheng Yuan reminded. "No matter what, we need to tell our master about this important information." Fairy Z-Wei replied. "I have already reported it to master when I stored the formation away." Intense battle erupted. Lady Cold Ash dodged with rapid speed, avoiding the explosion of a killer move. She was the disguise of Spectral Soul. He had just received Fairy Z-Wei's information. He was not in a good mood. "Fang Yuan is in Heavenly Court now." "Of course he is. I knew about that long ago." Memories surfaced in Spectral Soul's mind regarding the event that happened days ago. The GU immortals were called to assemble in Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai used the excuse that they were going to discuss the matter about attacking Qi Si ancestor. But halfway through the meeting, Wu Shuai suddenly took action. Dragon Palace roared. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was caught off guard. He was hit by the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke and was taken down without putting up a fight. "Everyone, don't panic. This person is a spy in our alliance. He is the informant of Heavenly Court." Wu Shuai pacified the immortals while taking out evidence. Looking at the concrete evidence, the immortals were shocked and furious. They wanted Night Wolf Grotto Heaven to pay the price for this betrayal. Wu Shuai shook his head. We definitely need to punish Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, but the urgent matter is not this. We need to look at the big picture. GU Tribe's leader frowned. Lord Alliance leader, because of this traitor Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, our plan to attack has been exposed. If we go ahead with it, we will no longer hit our enemies by surprise. Wu Shuai smiled grimly. There is important information I have yet to tell you. Qi Si Ancestor is not in Eastern Sea now, he has already gone to Central Continent's Heavenly Court many days ago. This is good news. Many GU immortals heard this and rejoiced. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression was grim. What's good about this? The reason why we are attacking Qi Si Ancestor is because of his ability to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits for others. Now that he is not around, what is the point of our assault? The GU immortals who cheered became stunned. After realizing the situation, the atmosphere in Dragon Palace became much grimmer. Don't worry, everyone. Wu Shuai spoke as everyone's gazes landed on him. He continued, it is quite simple to resolve this problem. Since Qi Si Ancestor has gone to Central Continent's Heavenly Court, we will also head to Heavenly Court and kill Qi Si Ancestor who is over there. The GU immortals in the palace hesitated. It is not easy to attack Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court is the #1 human force in the world. Even though it lost in the Fate War, we cannot possibly defeat it. Many GU immortals wanted to give up. But Wu Shuai snorted coldly, you fools. He scolded them in public. The loud noises in the palace became silent. All of the GU immortals did not dare to speak anymore. Why aren't you thinking about the reason why Heavenly Court invited Qi Si Ancestor to visit them in secret? Wu Shuai purposely asked with a stiff expression. Xiao Hejian, who reacted quickly, said instantly, does this mean that Heavenly Court also has the problem of the Qi harvest fruit? Wu Shuai chuckled. Your grotto heavens have the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Heavenly Court is also a grotto heaven situated in White Heaven. Why wouldn't they have the same problem? After hearing this, the immortals realized at once. This was actually just their own mentality. In their mind, Heavenly Court was the supreme organization. Even though it lost the Fate War, they still displayed terrifying might and foundation. They had only lost because of enemies like Fang Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. From the variant human GU immortals' perspective, this was not an illogical loss. It did not undermine Heavenly Court's terrifying strength. And because of this, the variant human GU immortals subconsciously thought that even if Heavenly Court had the problem of the Qi harvest fruit, they could resolve it themselves. After all, Heavenly Court was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable, who became venerable through Qi path. Lord Alliance leader is wise. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch patted his forehead. Heavenly Court invited Qi Si Ancestor to resolve their threat of the Qi harvest fruit, because even though they have their Qi path inheritance, they lack a Qi path GU immortal. Also, why did Heavenly Court choose to ally with Qi Si Ancestor? Other than wanting to resist us, they also want to alleviate their own problems. Precisely. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with an expression of praise. You guys are not too stupid after all. Heavenly Court is at its weakest state now, while Qi Si Ancestor has gone to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem. As long as we attack them during this period, the result will be shocking when we catch them unguarded. If we attack Heavenly Court before Qi Si Ancestor starts working on the Qi harvest fruit, we will attack the Qi harvest fruit and force them to go on the defensive. This way, we will hold the initiative and be able to retreat or advance at will. If Qi Si Ancestor is using his killer move to eliminate the Qi harvest fruit while we attack Heavenly Court, that will be even better. We can disrupt him with our full strength and cause Qi Si Ancestor's killer move to fail and suffer a backlash. If we work harder, we might be able to kill him on the spot. Wu Shuai said calmly, but what if Qi Si Ancestor has already gotten rid of the Qi harvest fruit by the time we attack Heavenly Court? A GU immortal asked with caution. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Heavenly Court's foundation is too deep, their Qi harvest fruit is also very extraordinary. If Qi Si Ancestor spends effort to get rid of it, his own condition will definitely slip. Of course, this is just the worst case scenario, but we are in an urgent situation in the first place. We will need to take risks for any hope. Other than this, do you have other ideas? Facing Wu Shuai's question, everyone was silent. In this situation, they had no choice but to follow Wu Shuai and attack Heavenly Court. Many of the GU immortals were still hesitant. including their Vice Alliance leaders, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. Or perhaps, we can try to experiment and find a way to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. A GU Immortal asked softly. Wu Shuai's expression sank a little. He scolded in his head. These variant human GU Immortals have been cowards for too long, they have absolutely no courage to take risks. But Wu Shuai predicted this earlier. He started to laugh. Why is Lord Alliance leader laughing? GU tribe's leader asked. Wu Shuai stopped his laughter as he said, the truth is, I am also worried about bringing you fools to attack Heavenly Court. But I have invited a strong reinforcement to help us. Because of him, I learned about Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's betrayal. Oh, who? The Immortals were curious. Lady Cold Ash's gaze flickered, having a guess. At this moment, from behind Wu Shuai, a GU Immortal walked out. He wore a white robe, his black hair extended to his waist, he had a peerless face with divine brilliance, cold light oozed out of his abyss-like eyes. It's him, it really is him. The Immortals' pupils shrunk as their expressions changed, all of them were shocked. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan spoke slowly in a cold tone, Heavenly Court has gone too far, now that I have regained my strength, I am about to attack them. Without Duke Long, who can stop me? His voice resounded in the palace, nobody dared to retort to him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest had palpitating hearts, with a monster like Fang Yuan leading them, they gained a huge boost in morale and confidence. Fang Yuan was someone who had defeated Heavenly Court, his battle strength was apparent to the whole world. Undeniably, he was the #1 demon in the current world. Chapter 2027, Heavenly Court's Crisis. The evil dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, whipping up storms and clouds. Its mountain range-like body moved at the front, followed by the Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance, and finally, Dragon Palace at the end. Primordial Qi Wall. This was the method left by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. It appeared once again when Heavenly Court was attacked, but it could not stop Di Zhangsheng's advancement. The 5 regions became one. This evil dragon has gotten much stronger. Furthermore, ever since the Fate War, after Fang Yuan broke the Primordial Qi Wall, even though it recovered a little, it is much weaker than before. Qin Ding Ling frowned. She quickly analyzed the situation. With just the Primordial Qi Wall, they could stall for some time but they could not stop this evil dragon. Lady Qin, do you need me to battle? At this moment, 9 spiritual fairy transmitted and asked. Heavenly Court once had transformation path great experts, Zhang Fei Shang and Flesh Whip Immortal, but now they were dead. 9 spiritual fairy was the only transformation path great expert left. No, we are only one step away from subduing Qing Chou, continue to refine hatred GU. Qin Ding Ling transmitted before shouting, Shabi 95, Ruan Dan, aren't you going to fight yet? Hearing a tiger roar and crane cry at once, 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts appeared in front of Di Zhangsheng. The 3 legendary immemorial desolate beasts fought intensely, causing the entire place to rumble. After just a few rounds, Ruan Dan and Shabi 95 started to retreat. They were in pitiful states, with just physical brawling, they were not Di Zhangsheng's match. Thus, they started to use killer moves. Instantly, gray light shot out like blades, pill light exploded. Di Zhangsheng roared, purple gold light appeared on its body, blocking all of the offensive killer moves. Next, the golden light faded away. Di Zhangsheng's whiskers grew out rapidly, each of them shot out like countless snakes, the commotion was huge. Facing this attack, Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan had to retreat. This evil dragon actually has immortal GU now, it can use killer moves. Qin Ding Ling's heart sank, she took a look at Dragon Palace. Di Zhangsheng was a legendary immemorial beast to begin with, it had superior intelligence and could use GU worms to activate killer moves. But before the Fate War, it was enslaved by Dragon Palace and had no time to obtain GU worms. Thus, during the Fate War, it could only fight using its physical body. That was why it could not resist Feng Juji's Destiny Song, it was handled very quickly, even against other killer moves, it could only resist using its body. But after the Fate War, Wu Shuai made considerations to prepare GU worms for Di Zhangsheng. At that time, Wu Shuai was quite poor, he did not have excessive immortal GU. Even though the main body had many immortal GU, Fang Yuan was moving around in Western Desert, he did not meet with Wu Shuai initially. Also, even though he had immortal GU, they were not suitable for Di Zhangsheng. But Wu Shuai had great luck, he grasped onto his opportunity and became the leader of the Two Heavens Alliance. With sufficient resources, Wu Shuai started to equip Di Zhangsheng. By now, Wu Shuai and his main body had taken over the Two Heavens Alliance. By using the excuse of eliminating the Qi harvest fruit, he destroyed several grotto heavens and made forceful transactions with the GU Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance. Di Zhangsheng finally gathered enough GU worms to form some basic killer moves. Di Zhangsheng suppressed Ruan Dan and Shabi 95, forcing them to retreat as it charged forward ferociously. Qin Ding Ling yelled as she flew up into an immortal GU house. Several immortal GU houses flew towards Di Zhangsheng. They formed a defensive line. Di Zhangsheng's advancement was halted. Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan also joined the encirclement. We finally stopped it. Qin Ding Ling calmed down slightly, but at this moment, she saw Dragon Palace flying around, towards the Qi harvest fruit. Heavenly Court's Qi harvest fruit was too huge and too eye-catching. Wu Shuai was too vicious. He attacked the enemy's weakness. Qin Ding Ling's expression changed as she quickly moved a portion of the immortal GU houses to block Dragon Palace. The situation is critical. If the Qi harvest fruit is destroyed, the whole of Heavenly Court will face destruction. Quickly awaken the people sleeping in the immortal graveyard, Zhou Shangxin urged, or we can let 9 spiritual fairy and Red Heart Traveler join the fight. Bai Kang Shui suggested. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth, deciding, awaken those in our immortal graveyard. More than half of Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard was destroyed. There were only a small number of GU immortals left sleeping in it. But with the awakening of these people, they formed sufficient force to handle the pressure. Their defensive line that was precarious became stable now. Go and attack the Qi harvest fruit. Wu Shuai gave an order to the Alliance army. These GU immortals had dispersed earlier. They were like scattered sand, trying to make their way through the Qi wall and towards the Qi harvest fruit. Seeing this, Qin Ding Ling felt enraged. She gritted her teeth. She was furious. I will grind the bones of these variant humans into ash. I will kill them all. The Two Heavens Alliance's GU immortals were not very strong, but they had the numbers, and right now, Heavenly Court's weakness was their lack of manpower. Don't worry, there are many variant human GU immortals, but they are all cowards. As long as we send one person to kill several of these invaders, they will lose their morale and not dare to progress further. Prince Feng Xian suggested. Who can take on the task? Qin Ding Ling quickly asked. Che Wei replied with his actions. He turned into a flash of light and flew out of the immortal GU house, towards the Qi harvest fruit. He flew like a great eagle, unleashing killer moves that were extremely powerful. His might could not be resisted. Out of 2 variant human GU immortals, one was heavily injured, the other was killed on the spot. At the crucial moment, Che Wei displayed outstanding battle strength. Both sides were similarly shocked. After all, he had just defeated 2 variant human GU immortals with rank 8 cultivation level. That killer move seems to be from a whole new path. Too terrifying. Before we can understand its background, if I charge towards him, I will definitely be split into 2 by his blade. Let's wait for Fang Yuan to attack instead. The GU immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance were hesitant. They stopped moving forward. These useless trash. In the depth of Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai frowned with anger showing on his face. At the crucial moment, these variant human GU immortals were completely useless. They were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. But Wu Shuai was prepared for this. He waved his hand. Your turn to fight. 4 figures flew out of Dragon Palace. They were the 4 dragon generals, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and Old Man Bei Feng, who took the place of Shi Miao. These 4 rank 8 GU immortals were enslaved by Dragon Palace. They had absolute loyalty and did not fear death. They split up into 4 different directions and advanced. Even though Che Wei was strong, he could only block one person. Protect me, Qi Si Ancestor transmitted to Qin Ding Ling. Now is a crucial moment. If we stop here, the consequences will be unthinkable. Qin Ding Ling almost wanted to grit her teeth till they shattered. The 3 dragon generals were very close to the Qi harvest fruit. She had to take a risk and mobilize immortal GU houses to block them. At the same time, 2 GU immortals flew out of the immortal GU houses to resist the dragon generals. Right when Heavenly Court managed to block the 4 dragon generals, over on Dragon Palace's end, it exerted force to stop Ruan Dan. Using this chance, Di Zhangsheng rammed Shabi 95 away as it charged forward, managing to reach the Qi harvest fruit. Di Zhangsheng opened its mouth and spat out a torrent of green qi. The green qi shattered the immortal formation and hit the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit shook intensely. Qi ancestor's expression changed, he spat out a mouthful of blood, the killer move was halted, he seemed to have suffered great backlash. Oh no, the expressions of Heavenly Court's immortals changed. We succeeded. The subordinates of Wu Shuai started to cheer, their morale rose. The Qi harvest fruit was damaged, it implicated Heavenly Court. The land of Heavenly Court cracked, earth trenches appeared, earth Qi rumbled, heaven Qi shook, the sky became chaotic as countless clouds and gusts of wind stirred. The aperture wall of Heavenly Court started to crack, large pieces of the wall fragments fell off and created huge holes that connected to the outside world. Even the Fate War did not deal such great damage to Heavenly Court. The appearance of the Qi harvest fruit created a fatal weakness in Heavenly Court. Die. Che Wei was enraged, his left hand was like a blade, his right hand was like a spear, both hands pushed forward as two golden-silver lights pierced Yang Zihe. Yang Zihe died. Wu Shuai laughed loudly, shouting, "Today is the day Heavenly Court faces destruction." Qin Ding Ling's eyelids twitched, even though Wu Shuai's side suffered more losses, he was not wrong about it. With their greatest weakness, the Qi harvest fruit, Wu Shuai had the initiative in this battle. Heavenly Court is facing a crisis, what should we do? Even someone like Qin Ding Ling felt lost at this moment. Amidst her feeling of loss, she also felt fear. Don't tell me Heavenly Court is going to be destroyed in my hands. Right at this moment, Qi ancestor transmitted to her, "The situation is quite critical, we need to take a risk." Qin Ding Ling responded subconsciously, "What risk? Earlier, my Qi Path Immortal GU were destroyed, I can no longer use the previous method to eliminate the Qi harvest fruit. But I had created a killer move that is incomplete, it can cause the Qi harvest fruit to shrink temporarily." Qi ancestor said. Qin Ding Ling's eyes shined, she saw hope in this desperate situation, she quickly said, "Ancestor, please use it. As long as we get through this crisis, Heavenly Court will not disappoint you." Heavenly Court's greatest problem was the Qi harvest fruit now. It was too big, like a mountain range, it was the biggest target for killer moves. But if it shrunk, it would be much easier to protect. "We need to be fast, this killer move is not complete, I can only hold on for some time," Qi ancestor said as he flew towards the Qi harvest fruit. When he was about to crash into it, he turned into a human-shaped Qi current that fused into the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit shook, as expected, it started to shrink. After a few breaths of time, it went from a mountain range-like size into the size of a horse carriage. This change made the Heavenly Court GU immortals surprised but also happy. An immortal GU house flew down and floated above the Qi harvest fruit, it shot out a grand pillar of light that enveloped the entire Qi harvest fruit. Wu Shuai's side rained down a torrent of killer moves but they could not affect the pillar of light at all. Di Zhangsheng and Dragon Palace arrived again. "Stop them," Qin Ding Ling shouted, but their situation was too passive, they had no choice but to retreat. The Qi harvest fruit shrank again, it went from a horse carriage to the size of a normal board. Seeing that they were about to lose again, Qin Ding Ling quickly asked, "Ancestor, can you move the Qi harvest fruit away?" Qi ancestor replied weakly, "This is already my limit. I researched on Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival method, I can only shrink the fruit but I cannot move it. This method has only been created haphazardly, it is not complete, you need to quickly think of a solution." Qin Ding Ling was out of ideas already, she originally wanted to send the members of the 10 great ancient sects here to fight. But Central Heaven Gate of Heavenly Court, which could deploy members, was destroyed by Fairy Zi Wei during the Fate War. But at the next moment, the primordial Qi wall shattered, countless Qi currents landed on Di Zhangsheng's body. Di Zhangsheng's battle strength fell rapidly, its threat level was lowered. This was the backup method of primordial origin Immortal Venerable, it was used on Fang Yuan during the Fate War. At that time, Fang Yuan could not break away from it, Limitless Demon Venerable had to take action to help him block these Qi currents. But now, the chess game had ended, the two Venerables' silhouettes were gone, there was nothing that could help Di Zhangsheng. In an instant, Di Zhangsheng was suppressed by Shabi 95. Heavenly Court's crisis was temporarily alleviated. On Wu Shuai's side, they lost their most important battle strength. Dragon Palace had to step up and use the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke, as Heavenly Court had no way of countering it, Dragon Palace's demonic might surged. This cannot go on, our Heavenly Court lacks people with peak battle strength after all. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. If Duke Long was here, how could these enemies act so ferociously? Xianxia Ancestor has peak battle strength too, but he faced backlash from the failure of the killer move. He is also not a member of Heavenly Court, why would he fight to the death for us? While Qin Dingling was thinking of this, Xianxia Ancestor transmitted again. The biggest key now is to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. As long as it is removed, we can go on the offensive without worries. There is still hope now, my killer move only lacks the final part for completion. There is a high chance of success. Qin Dingling's heart shook. What do you need? Xianxia Ancestor replied. I need Heavenly Court's Heaven Path true meaning. I need to raise my Heaven Path attainment level and conceptualize the complete killer move rapidly to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. Chapter 2028, Heaven Path Research Results. After hearing that Xianxia Ancestor wanted Heaven Path true meaning, Qin Dingling smiled bitterly. Even though Heavenly Court has deep foundations, we have never seen nor heard of Heaven Path true meaning. Oh, why is that so? Xianxia Ancestor asked. Because nobody can cultivate Heaven Path. If it can be cultivated, why would our Heavenly Court create Heaven Overseeing Tower to make use of Fate Gu? Qin Dingling's words were filled with deep emotions. No Gu Immortal could cultivate Heaven Path, therefore, Heaven Path true meaning had never existed. It was not easy for a Gu Immortal to leave behind true meaning. To leave behind true meaning, Wisdom Path and Rule Path had the greatest ease. As for other paths, they had to reach a certain level of mimicking these paths to leave their true meaning behind. For example, Long Hair Ancestors' Refinement Path true meaning or Reckless Savage's Transformation Path true meaning. After hearing Qin Dingling's reply, Fang Yuan did not feel dejected. He came prepared. His request was actually his probing towards Heavenly Court's foundation. What if they had it after all? Heavenly Court not having Heaven Path true meaning was not unexpected. Xianxia Ancestor, Fang Yuan, sighed deeply as he transmitted to Qin Dingling, then there is no hope. I can only come out and fight alongside Heavenly Court to kill these variant humans. Qin Dingling instantly became anxious. The Qi harvest fruit was Heavenly Court's fatal weakness. The reason why they could still maintain a deadlock was because Xianxia Ancestor made the fruit smaller. Once he lets go and it returns to being mountain size, Heavenly Court would be in a difficult spot, the situation would be hard to turn around. Qin Dingling was facing immense pressure now. Some of her pressure came from the enemies, but a portion came from within her. After the Fate War, the Immortal Graveyard was heavily damaged, Heavenly Court's foundation was reduced. Qin Dingling had to take on this responsibility and manage all the affairs of Heavenly Court, which was on the brink of destruction. She worked hard over these days, she had given it her all, she exerted her body and mind for Heavenly Court, trying to restore its former glory. Similar to the other Heavenly Court members, Qin Dingling had an intense feeling of belonging to Heavenly Court. But now, the enemies were attacking suddenly, they even had the fatal weakness of the Qi harvest fruit. Qin Dingling sensed a huge danger. Was Heavenly Court going to be destroyed in this fight? Was it because of her failure to defend it? Would she be the biggest sinner of Heavenly Court's history? The intense battle continued. Dragon Palace rampaged unhindered. Qin Dingling took charge of the situation, observing the battlefield, while mobilizing the people and communicating with Xianxia Ancestor. With both internal and external threats, the pressure was pushing her to make a gamble. Xianxia, do not give up. Even though Heavenly Court does not have Heaven Path true meaning, we have abundant Heaven Path research results. I will hand them to you. Qin Dingling passed an information path Immortal Gu to Xianxia Ancestor without hesitation. My plan succeeded. Fang Yuan received this information path Immortal Gu, he sighed deeply in his heart as he looked into it immediately. Brilliant, wonderful, astounding. Fang Yuan only saw a small portion but his eyes shined with bright light, he praised it continuously in his heart. For the last 3 million years, Heavenly Court rose to become the #1 human force in the world. These years, they initially followed the will of heaven, before trying to resist it later, followed by altering heaven's will and interfering with the heavenly Tao. Their Heaven Path research results were abundant, they undeniably had the most progress in the world. Fate Gu was a Heaven Path Immortal Gu, it could not be used by anyone. But Heavenly Court forcibly created Heaven Overseeing Tower and unleashed a portion of Fate Gu's might. In the 500 years of his previous life, why did Spectral Soul infiltrate Heavenly Court? A large portion of the reasons were to try obtaining the Heaven Path research results. As for why Limitless Demon Venerable decided to make a bet with star constellations will and set up a game of chess, wasn't it because he wanted to use Heavenly Court's Heaven Path research results to help in his plan within Crazed Demon Cave? And now, they ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan looked into them, his heart shook. He saw two killer moves. One was named Heaven Human Sensation, the other was called Human Executing Heaven's Work. They were both created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Heaven Human Sensation allowed a GU Immortal's will to interact and fuse with Heaven's will. Human Executing Heaven's Work was built on the foundation of Heaven Human Sensation. It allowed a GU Immortal to replace Heaven's will to a certain degree. Precisely because of these two killer moves, star constellations will could interfere and affect Heaven's will. She could even replace Heaven's will to control Fate GU and allow Heavenly Court to have a decisive rule for 3 million years. The solution lies in this. Fang Yuan acutely sensed that these two killer moves were the key to breaking out of his current predicament. He took a risk to come to Heavenly Court now and deceive Qin Dingling. It was to achieve his goals, which were finally reached. Qi Si, I wonder if these research results can help you complete the killer move. Qin Dingling asked while in intense battle. Fang Yuan coughed. Your Heaven Path research results are quite helpful to me. But modifying a killer move right now carries risk. I need you to fight and stall for time, get me as much time as possible. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Ancestor, you need to be fast, we can only do our best. In the worst case, we have to give up Heavenly Court and save the GU Immortals. Instead, she had already made plans for the worst case scenario. Following the two killer moves were the concepts that star constellation Immortal Venerable came up with. Fang Yuan looked at them and gained deep enlightenment. My will represents Heaven's will, Heaven's will represents my will, so that's it. Fang Yuan remained stationary as he focused on comprehending this information. He allowed his clone, Wu Shuai, to continue leading the Two Heavens Alliance to fight against Heavenly Court. Because of Primordial Origins method, Di Zhang Sheng was no longer as strong. Ruan Dan suppressed it. As for Shabi 95, it had already rejoined the defensive line, to become part of the force that resisted Dragon Palace. Under Wu Shuai's control, Dragon Palace charged around the battlefield unhindered. Heavenly Court was greatly troubled by its power. But on the other hand, the GU Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance were suppressed. They were not as powerful as each Heavenly Court GU Immortal. Compared to the Heavenly Court members, they were lacking in strength. Only two people had equivalent battle strength. They were the two Vice Alliance leaders, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. As for Spectral Soul, who was pretending to be Lady Cold Ash, he continued to conceal himself. On the surface, he was desperately fighting and unable to put up strong resistance. This is a prime opportunity. Fairy Ziwei, bring everyone and participate in the battle in Heavenly Court. Spectral Soul gave instructions. Fang Yuan is in Heavenly Court, I will kill him, the members of Heavenly Court, and Qi Si Ancestor. Fairy Ziwei received the instructions and asked, do we include Longevity Heaven's group? Do we tell them about the situation in Heavenly Court? Fairy Ziwei had only deduced Fang Yuan's location. Bing Sai Chuan knew about it too. But he did not know about Heavenly Court's current situation, he just thought that they were being cautious. In that case, Bing Sai Chuan would need to conceal the information of Fang Yuan's location. Even though he wanted to let them fight each other as well, if Heavenly Court captures or kills Fang Yuan, they would gain all of his inheritances in Immortal GU, wouldn't that be benefiting them? Thus, Bing Sai Chuan's plan was to continue working with Spectral Soul's side and try to attack Heavenly Court together next time. Spectral Soul recalled the attack from Giant Sun during the Fate War and snorted coldly. He did not hesitate. No need to tell them, hide this from them, your group will come alone. Thus, Fairy Ziwei did not say anything. After leaving Bing Sai Chuan's group, her group headed towards Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was damaged and the aperture wall was cracked. It became connected to the outside world. Fairy Ziwei and the rest could get in very quickly. Fairy Ziwei's group cannot turn the situation around. We need to wait until both sides suffer mutual loss before we can exert the maximum impact. Spectral Soul considered. For him, the best case was for Wu Shuai and Heavenly Court to cripple each other's battle strength. By then, if he took action, he would reap huge gains. But why hasn't that scoundrel Fang Yuan done anything? Spectral Soul observed Dragon Palace while at the same time, an Immortal GU house from Heavenly Court attacked him. Spectral Soul withheld his killing intent. He abandoned a group of soul beasts, retreating continuously. In order to lay low, he decided to wait and endure. But this Immortal GU house came for him and used a killer move. a ray of profound light shot out towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's heart shook as he hesitated. He had the ability to dodge this, but Lady Cold Ash did not. There was no choice. He abandoned another group of soul beasts to block the Immortal GU house and stall for time. Die. Che Wei suddenly appeared behind Lady Cold Ash. His body shined in golden light, his aura was sharp as a blade. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Spectral Soul was deeply enraged, but he decided to keep up the act. Che Wei's attack landed on Lady Cold Ash. She fell towards the ground as she coughed out mouthfuls of blood. Lady Cold Ash's aura weakened continuously until it was completely still. Dead. I killed another one. Che Wei did not sense Spectral Soul. He flew away in the Immortal GU house, towards the other areas of the battlefield. Spectral Soul remained on the ground like a corpse, not moving and pretending to be dead. A while after he landed on the ground, a series of immortal killer moves turned into lightning as they shot down, erupting around Spectral Soul's body. Lady Cold Ash was turned into char. Half of her flesh was cooked and emitted the fragrance of meat. All endure. Spectral Soul gritted his teeth. With a loud sound, Di Zhangsheng also fell. It landed on top of Spectral Soul. Next, Ruan Dan flew towards Di Zhangsheng and shouted excitedly, "Attack, attack, 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 attack." The ground shook intensely. Spectral Soul's bones were almost all crushed. All endure. Di Zhangsheng and Ruan Dan flew away. Soon, an Immortal GU house came. It was Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai used a Dream Path killer move and chased after Qin Ding Ling relentlessly. Qin Ding Ling dodged the attack rapidly. The Dreamy Smoke killer move could not turn around in time. It was about to land on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul, enough is enough. At the next moment, he rose up abruptly, waving his hand. Black chi permeated throughout the entire battlefield. Whoosh! The ground shook, mountains rumbled, all of the GU immortals present were blown away by the impact. Chapter 2029. What's the situation? What's the situation? As black chi surged, Xiao Hejian was forced to retreat with shock on his face. He saw the moment when Lady Cold Ash was killed by Che Wei. He felt a little pity for her. To think that soon after, she would actually revive. Was she pretending to be dead earlier, but because of bad luck, the Dream Path killer move almost hit her, so she had to retaliate. But why does Lady Cold Ash have such battle strength? Not only was Xiao Hejian shocked, the other GU immortals had the same doubts. But compared to Heavenly Court, the Two Heavens Alliance was also filled with joy. After all, even though Lady Cold Ash was deeply concealing her strength, she was still one of them. That hit earlier has power similar to Duke Long. Is Lady Cold Ash someone on Duke Long's level? HMPH, I refuse to believe it. A GU immortal on Heavenly Court's side flew out again. It was none other than Che Wei, who was displaying great might in this battle. Che Wei flew towards Lady Cold Ash. All sorts of signs showed that the move earlier was Lady Cold Ash's trump card. It could not be used often. Die. Che Wei's body radiated with golden light as he flew towards Lady Cold Ash like a crashing meteor. At the same time, somewhere underground far from the battlefield, two Heavenly Court members were still trying to forcefully refine Hatred GU. Red Heart Traveler controlled the formation while Ching Cho remained unmoving like a statue. 9 Spiritual Fairy's voice came from within the statue. We are almost done. In just a few more minutes, we will thoroughly refine Hatred GU. Once she said that, Ching Chao's dim eyes burst open. Endless blood-red light shot out of its eyes. What is going on? 9 Spiritual Fairy shouted in shock. What happened? Red Heart Traveler asked while instilling Immortal Essence, raising the power of the Immortal formation. But Ching Chao's body started to shake with greater intensity. It's Hatred GU, oh no. 9 Spiritual Fairy suddenly shouted. She flew out of Ching Chao's body like a flash of light. Ching Cho regained freedom. It roared towards the sky. Its voice resounded throughout the area, exploding with thunderous impact. At the next moment, Ching Cho charged out of the formation, flying towards the surface, leaving behind a damaged formation and 2 immensely shocked Heavenly Court rank 8 GU immortals. Red Heart Traveler, who was controlling the formation, suffered a considerable backlash. He quickly assisted the falling 9 Spiritual Fairy as he asked, Ching Cho has flown to the battlefield, what in the world happened? 9 Spiritual Fairy was still in a daze. She said in uncertainty, maybe I saw wrongly, but at that moment, rank 8 Hatred Immortal GU burst out with terrifying power. It had a trace of a rank 9 Immortal Gu's aura. At this time, the battlefield had already shifted its attention from Dragon Palace and the Chi Harvest Fruit to Lady Cold Ash. Lady Cold Ash's attack was too powerful, it shocked all of the GU Immortals. Che Wei arrived before her. Lady Cold Ash only snorted coldly as her body flew up, turning into black light as she charged towards Dragon Palace. At the same time, Lady Cold Ash shouted in a loud voice, "Fang Yuan, it is time for us to settle the score." Spectral Soul had a straightforward idea: since Fang Yuan was not showing up, he would force him out. During the Fate War, Spectral Soul was very weak, he could only escape and recuperate using Fairy Zi Wei and Old Man Zheng Yuan's strength. But now, he had already gained much of his strength, he was no longer weak. What is going on? The Immortals were truly stunned. Lady Cold Ash actually ignored Che Wei, she went straight for Dragon Palace. Internal strife. Che Wei's movement halted for a moment. Wait and see first, this might be their scheme. Qin Ding Ling wanted to play safe, she got the Immortals to gather. Wu Shuai frowned, he moved Dragon Palace to retreat. But Lady Cold Ash was faster. She placed her palm at the top of Dragon Palace. It seemed like a weak action, but it made the entire Dragon Palace fly out like a cannonball. At the same time, the silhouettes of immemorial soul beasts appeared on the surface of Dragon Palace. Each immemorial soul beast silhouette that flickered would deal a huge attack to Dragon Palace. After more than 10 immemorial soul beasts appeared, there was already a huge hole at the top of Dragon Palace, the pillars broke and tiles cracked, it was a terrifying sight. Che Wei watched with sweat on his forehead, he knew the power of Dragon Palace, but Lady Cold Ash had dealt such damage to it with just one palm strike. So Lady Cold Ash is actually so strong. I was simply courting death earlier by attacking her. Che Wei immediately changed directions as he retreated. Lady Cold Ash, what are you doing? Xiao Hejian shouted. What soul path killer move is this? It has such power. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch showed an angry expression, he was enveloped in cold sweat. Dragon Palace was still retreating. Can you escape? Lady Cold Ash smiled coldly, she was about to attack again when a huge shadow enshrouded her body. Lady Cold Ash turned back to take a look, she saw Ching Chou, having the size of a mountain, it had gotten close to her at some point, opening its bloodthirsty mouth as it tried to devour her. Seeing this, even Lady Cold Ash's gaze froze for a second. Spectral Soul was aware of Ching Chou's existence. But he did not expect to meet Ching Chou at this place and time. Seeing that Lady Cold Ash was about to die, suddenly, her body turned into black smoke as she drifted away, dodging Ching Chou's attack. Beast! Scram! Lady Cold Ash shouted, she stretched out her hand and placed it on Ching Chou's head. The scene from earlier was seen again, immemorial soul beast silhouettes appeared around Ching Chou as they flickered. Each time a silhouette appeared, an explosive sound would follow. Ching Chou was soon covered in injuries, but it did not retreat even in the danger of death. Spectral Soul was just about to chase after Dragon Palace when Ching Chou blocked his path again. Spectral Soul, I will kill you, I will kill you. Ching Chou shouted as it pounced at Lady Cold Ash. Spectral Soul was enraged. I have no time to waste with you. He controlled Lady Cold Ash's body as he prepared a terrifying killer move. Black smoke started to come out of Lady Cold Ash's 7 orifices, her aura was growing at a terrifying manner. Black smoke gathered and moved towards Ching Chou. Ching Chou's offensive killer move went into the black smoke. After a breath's time, the black smoke scattered, Ching Chou's killer move landed on Lady Cold Ash without becoming weaker at all. Lady Cold Ash's expression turned to shock, she was sent flying after being caught off guard. Rank 9 Immortal GU. No, just an incomplete product. Lady Cold Ash swallowed a mouthful of blood, she squinted her eyes and looked at Ching Chou, her expression was stern. 9 Spiritual Fairy had just arrived in the battlefield, her pupils shrunk. I did not sense wrongly, rank 8 Hatred GU is going to become rank 9. Ching Chou originated from the souls that Spectral Soul slaughtered. The core Immortal GU that created Ching Chou was Hatred GU, but Hatred GU and Ching Chou had an extraordinary connection. Not only did Hatred GU create Ching Chou is also nourishing and nurturing Hatred GU. Maybe Hatred GU was just rank 6, or even 4 or 5 at the start. But as Ching Chou grew, its endless hatred allowed Hatred GU to continuously grow until now. It is already moving from rank 8 to rank 9. Rank 9 Hatred GU. Chapter 2030, Spectral Soul's Demonic Mai. Seeing that Lady Cold Ash got sent flying by Ching Chou, the immortals present were stunned. The rank 9 Immortal GU aura was not fake, but it was too weak. The main part of the aura was still at the level of rank 8 Immortal GU. This was something that was unheard of. An incomplete rank 9 Immortal GU. All the immortals were bewildered. GU refinement had always been a strict process, be they human or hairy man refinement methods, they had their specifications. This was true for both Fang Yuan and Long Hair Ancestor. There had never been a case where a GU worm could still be used in battle during refinement. But the truth was in front of them, the immortals had to admit the fact. What refinement method is this? Many GU immortals became quite excited. This will start a new trend of refinement path. Spectral Soul. Xingqiu possesses hatred GU, it should not be wrong. To think that Lady Cold Ash's body was actually taken over by Spectral Soul. Seeing what Spectral Soul said, it seems that Fang Yuan is here too, hiding in Dragon Palace. Too many unexpected incidents had happened in this battle. Heavenly Court, the two heavens, Spectral Soul, and Fang Yuan all had their own plans. Nobody knew the entire situation clearly. Even though Fang Yuan was reborn, he was the same. Spectral Soul's identity was exposed. Fang Yuan felt quite relieved about it. Dragon Palace retreated even more quickly. Wu Shuai recalled the three dragon generals. At the same time, the GU immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance guarded Dragon Palace against Spectral Soul. Wu Shuai did not dare to risk letting the immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance into his Dragon Palace. The appearance of Spectral Soul made everyone else suspicious as well. I can't wait anymore. Qi Ancestor, Fang Yuan, gritted his teeth before activating his hidden method. He was originally intending to wait some more, but with Spectral Soul's appearance and Qing Chao's assault, he understood that the situation was out of his control. He needed to act quickly. Fang Yuan immediately contacted Qin Dingling. The modification has some results. Protect me well, we will go into the critical period now. Understood. Joy flashed on Qin Dingling's face. This was the best news she had heard since the battle started. Heavenly Court's GU immortals shrunk back to form a tight defensive circle. They defended against Spectral Soul in Wu Shuai's Dragon Palace. Xingqiu charged towards Lady Cold Ash. Hatred Gu's rank 9 aura was getting stronger. It seemed like Spectral Soul's appearance had summoned the deepest hatred in Xingqiu's heart. This intense feeling of hatred was rapidly helping to refine Hatred GU. Hatred GU activated, amplifying Xingqiu's strength comprehensively. Especially offensive killer moves, their might was increased to a terrifying level. Spectral Soul and Xingqiu fought. He actually got suppressed for some time. The killing intent on his face became denser. After a few rounds, he spat out a mouthful of black qi. The black qi was small and insignificant, but once it flew towards Xingqiu, it made Xingqiu's movements slow. Its attacks were no longer rapid. Spectral Soul's body shook, turning into countless phantoms and surrounded Xingqiu tightly. Xingqiu possessed Hatred GU, it should be able to find out the real Spectral Soul. But against the countless Spectral Souls, it showed a confused expression, having lost its target. Spectral Soul's main body suddenly appeared on the back of Xingqiu. He stretched out his palm and his entire forearm was stabbed into Xingqiu's body. Xingqiu's body started to shiver. It felt extreme pain as it raised its head and roared. Xingqiu unleashed immortal killer moves consecutively, ignoring its own state as it assaulted Spectral Soul who was on its back. Spectral Soul endured the endless assault but continued to sustain his current method. Xingqiu fell on the ground. With a loud sound, the earth rumbled, a huge pit was created. Xingqiu rolled on the ground. It was unable to shrug off Spectral Soul. Oh no, he is trying to refine Xingqiu. Qin Dingling saw what was happening. Her heart jumped. She wanted to order the GU immortals to disrupt Spectral Soul. But Wu Shuai moved one step earlier. Dragon Palace unleashed dreamy light smoke as a cloud of pink smoke flew towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was not afraid of other methods, but Dream Path methods were still threatening. He had no choice but to stop and retreat for now. Xingqiu regained freedom as a result, but it was very weak. It almost fell to the ground. In contrast, Spectral Soul flew to the sky with an increased aura. Evidently, the method used against Xingqiu earlier was not just enslavement. It also had a special ability to extract its strength. Seeing this, almost all the GU immortals' hearts sank. Xingqiu has a quasi-rank 9 Hatred GU, its battle strength rose drastically, reaching the levels of Fang Yuan, Duke Long, and Feng Zhuzhe during the Fate War, but it was ineffective against Spectral Soul. Other than catching Spectral Soul off guard initially, once he was prepared, Xianxia got easily countered afterwards. In the end, Xianxia was still an immemorial soul beast. It was against Spectral Soul, who was primarily a soul path cultivator and had the deepest knowledge of this. Spectral Soul had a bunch of methods to counter immemorial soul beasts. In fact, the reason for the creation of soul beasts was Spectral Soul himself. What a pity, I was so close to enslaving this legendary desolate beast. HMPH. Fang Yuan, you are courting death. Spectral Soul's plan was foiled. He emanated killing intent with a cold expression, attacking Dragon Palace again. The two sides fought again. Wu Shuai put in all his effort, but he could not resist Spectral Soul's methods. He was forced to retreat. Spectral Soul's demonic might was overwhelming. He dominated the entire battlefield without difficulty. Dragon Palace, which was showing great performance earlier, could not defend against his unparalleled power. His killer moves were endless. They either had great strength or peculiar effects. They were all hard to defend against. Spectral Soul had already recovered, even though he was not at the level when he refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu on Yitian Mountain. He had mostly regained his strength. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to fight against Spectral Soul. During this time, Xianxia and the rest also interfered, but they were all suppressed. The situation was getting increasingly dangerous. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Dragon Palace was heavily damaged. The 3 dragon generals all died at Spectral Soul's hands. Thankfully, there was the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke that Spectral Soul was worried about. The GU Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance could not be depended on. They all hid at one side. Spectral Soul's might was too terrifying. Whoever got close would die. The time is about ripe. Wu Shuai finally received the instructions from his main body. He let out a breath of air, driving Dragon Palace towards the Qi Harvest Fruit. Qin Ding Ling and the rest had formed into a defensive line. They became alarmed. They shot out endless profound lights. Wu Shuai shouted, "Heavenly Court, if you still refuse to take action, after Spectral Soul kills me, you will all die as well." Qin Ding Ling retorted, "Stop right now. Whoever comes here will face our full-on assault." During the fight between Spectral Soul and Dragon Palace, Heavenly Court had been watching at the side, not doing anything. Qin Ding Ling and the rest were waiting for Fang Yuan. As long as he stayed motionless, they would not attack. Nobody knew what vile schemes this demon Fang Yuan was preparing after all. Wu Shuai did not care. He steered Dragon Palace to get close to Heavenly Court's defensive line. Behind him, Spectral Soul chased relentlessly. Qin Ding Ling's expression was grim. She ordered, "Attack Dragon Palace, force it back." All sorts of killer moves landed on Dragon Palace, creating beautiful ripples of various colors in the sky. Dragon Palace was like a crumbling boat, riding against the dangerous waves. Large numbers of GU worms died, including immortal GU. This battle caused severe losses to Dragon Palace. The price to repair it would be extremely high. Oh no, it is getting close. They watched as Dragon Palace almost went past Heavenly Court's defensive line. At the crucial moment, Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan came out to block Dragon Palace despite the danger. But soon, Spectral Soul also arrived. Chaos ensued. Die. Spectral Soul's killing intent surged. He soon gained the upper hand. Heavenly Court's defensive line was collapsing. Right at this moment, Qi ancestors' laughter could be heard. The originally condensed Qi Harvest Fruit exploded into a tsunami, engulfing heaven and earth. Clouds and winds raged. At once, the entire battlefield was filled with Qi currents over a massive range. At once, all the GU Immortals lost their sense of direction. They could only see white Qi in front of them. They could not even see their own fingers. At the center of the Qi currents, there was a baby-shaped gathering. It devoured the white Qi. In a few breaths of time, the baby grew rapidly, turning old as it became Qi ancestors' appearance, having rank 8 cultivation level. Fang Yuan's main body flickered. He waved his sleeves. A split soul that was prepared in advance flew out, carrying GU worms and immortal essence into Qi ancestors' body. After the split soul arrived, the Qi clone opened his eyes. While Fang Yuan's main body used the opportunity to enter Dragon Palace. Chapter 2031, Chasing, Escaping. Fang Yuan had always taken action after planning. Even though this venture to Heavenly Court was dangerous, he had made ample preparations. He refined Heavenly Court's Qi Harvest Fruit into his Qi Path clone, while the main body went into Dragon Palace at this very moment. Even though there were many GU Immortals in the battlefield, nobody found out the truth. Fang Yuan's Qi Path clone breathed in deeply. all of the white chi got absorbed into his body. Next, he pushed with both arms as a thunderous sound occurred, a dense chi wall formed and pushed towards Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul with overwhelming might. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with bright light, black chi burst out of his body and crashed into the chi wall, emitting a loud sound. The chi wall was corroded, but the surrounding chi wall came to fill it up again. Spectral Soul made use of this timing to turn into black light and penetrate through it like a flash of lightning. A portion of Spectral Soul's focus was kept on Xianxia Ancestor, while most of his attention remained on Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was huge, it would not be easy to pass the chi wall. Once Dragon Palace exposed a weakness while resisting the chi wall, Spectral Soul would take action and make use of Xianxia Ancestor's killer move to deal a huge blow to Dragon Palace. Right when the chi wall was about to crash into Dragon Palace, its door opened, Fang Yuan stood upright, appearing in front of everyone. Immortal killer move, unlimited chi si. Fang Yuan was already well prepared. He raised his right arm now as he grabbed towards the chi wall with his 5 fingers. The colossal chi wall shook as it collapsed, countless chi currents were drawn by a formless force, going into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. He was here after all. This move again. During the Fate War, he used this move to unravel primordial chi wall. The immortals saw Fang Yuan's appearance as all of them shook. Heavenly Court's GU immortals were all ashen. After they lost the Fate War, Fang Yuan had turned into a nightmare that shrouded over their minds. The two Heavens Alliance's GU immortals were joyful instead. Seeing Fang Yuan's action, it was clear that he was on their side. Spectral Soul's pupils shrunk. Fang Yuan's performance was quite shocking. He was troubled by the Heaven Path Dao marks after all. How could he still display such immense battle strength? The entire battlefield fell into peculiar silence. Fang Yuan and Xianxia Ancestor appeared at the same time. The entire battlefield's situation was turned around in an instant. Heavenly Court protected Xianxia Ancestor. Spectral Soul was alone, while Fang Yuan was standing in front of Dragon Palace. The 3 strongest GU immortals prepared to face off against each other. In the GU world, strength reigned supreme. The following battle would depend on these 3 people. To think that this day would come when Heavenly Court fails to be the leader of this confrontation. Qin Ding Ling sighed in her heart as she transmitted to Xianxia Ancestor, asking about his condition. Xianxia Ancestor immediately replied, "Even though I got rid of the Qi harvest fruit, I suffered considerable injuries. I will need everyone from Heavenly Court to work together to survive this crisis." Qin Ding Ling said again, "Heavenly Court's greatest threat was resolved thanks to you, Ancestor. After we survive this, Heavenly Court will definitely reward you satisfactorily." Qin Ding Ling was trying very hard to gain Xianxia Ancestor's help. At this moment, Dragon Palace flew out like an orange meteor towards the sky. After this catastrophic battle, Heavenly Court was completely covered in holes. Dragon Palace escaped along one of these loopholes, easily leaving Heavenly Court and entering immemorial White Heaven. The remaining immortals looked at Dragon Palace's figure with stunned expressions. Even though Fang Yuan appeared and cooperated with Wu Shuai, the 2 of them had actually escaped. Was this the showing of the number 1 demon? It seems that Fang Yuan has not recovered. Even though that move was ferocious and broke Xianxia Ancestor's Qi Wall killer move earlier, he was likely at his limit. Do we chase them? This demon Fang Yuan is too crafty. I am afraid that this is just his plan to lure us out. He might have an immortal formation outside lying in ambush, waiting for us to head into his trap. The Heavenly Court GU immortals hesitated while the 2 Heavens Alliance GU immortals cursed in their hearts. The expert and leader that they placed their hopes and morale on had actually escaped. They fled so quickly. All of these 2 Heavens Alliance GU immortals were left in Heavenly Court. They were abandoned. Fang Yuan, where are you running to? Die here and now. Spectral Soul snickered as he used Lady Cold Ash's body to rush out of Heavenly Court, chasing after Dragon Palace. Qing Cho roared. It was gradually recovering the strength that it lost. Even though the rank 9 aura of its hatred GU was not complete, it was already much denser than before. Spectral Soul, I want you to die. Qing Cho, who had unresolvable hatred, did not hesitate. It chased after Spectral Soul. Thus, in the battlefield, only Heavenly Court's immortals, Xianxia Ancestor, and the 2 Heavens Alliance's GU immortals were left. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian looked at each other. They were in an awkward situation now. We will chase them. Protect Dragon Palace. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian worked together for the first time. they shouted something that they did not believe in as they charged out of Heavenly Court. The remaining two Heavens Alliance GU Immortals followed after them, shouting and jeering as they also went out of Heavenly Court along with the two Vice Alliance leaders. Are we going to kill these variant human GU Immortals? Prince Feng Xian asked Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling looked towards Qi Si Ancestor. She thought about it before saying resolutely, no. These variant human GU Immortals are just minor problems, the most important thing is Fang Yuan. Two people will stay behind to take care of the place, the rest will follow me to pursue and kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not in good condition now, it was the best time to kill him. If they managed to kill Fang Yuan, the loot they could gain would be extremely favorable to Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan had too many good things, he had countless immortal GU and exceptional inheritances. Even without them, as long as they could capture his soul and extract the memories of his previous life, it would be incredibly precious to Heavenly Court. In fact, even if Heavenly Court gets nothing from killing Fang Yuan, just the fact that he died at their hands would allow Heavenly Court to regain their morale, they would break free of the trauma of the Fate War, they would be at the top of the world again. Even if we cannot kill Fang Yuan, we cannot let Spectral Soul kill Fang Yuan. Furthermore, Qin Dingling was also wary of that old monster Spectral Soul. Ancestor, Qin Dingling was about to speak when Qi Si Ancestor interrupted her. No need to say anything, be it Spectral Soul or Fang Yuan, they are both demons, us Righteous Path members should execute them all. Time is pressing, our opportunity is slipping, we need to chase them now. At the crucial moment, Qi Si Ancestor displayed the demeanor of a heroic leader of the Righteous Path. The Heavenly Court Immortals felt much closer to him after hearing that. Qin Dingling nodded gravely, without Qi Si Ancestor's help, they would not be able to chase Fang Yuan safely. The main body's situation is strange, I need to look after him. These Heavenly Court GU Immortals are much better cannon fodder than those two Heavens Alliance Immortals. Qi Si Ancestor made his plan internally, leading the Heavenly Court Immortals as they chased. This way, Dragon Palace was at the front, followed by Spectral Soul, who was getting closer. Followed by Qing Chou, followed by Qi Si Ancestor and the Heavenly Court Immortals. As for the two Vice Alliance leaders of the two Heavens Alliance, they had already escaped from Heavenly Court with the other Immortals, they scattered all over the place thinking only of escaping, nobody dared to join this battle anymore. At this moment, Dragon Palace was still tightly shut. Fang Yuan sat on the ground, modifying the two killer moves, Heaven Human Sensation and Human Executing Heaven's Work. Fang Yuan lacked more than half of the GU worms needed for these killer moves. He had to modify the moves and swap out the GU worms so that he could use these moves. Immortal GU were unique, these two killer moves were newly obtained, Fang Yuan had quite a bit of difficulty in the modification. After attempting it for some time, Fang Yuan changed his tactic, he gave up on the Immortal GU level and targeted the aspect of a mortal killer move. Fang Yuan connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and soon gathered the relevant mortal GU worms. With the necessary GU worms and after modifying the move from an Immortal Killer move to a Mortal Killer move, the difficult became nearly non-existent. With these two Mortal Killer moves, Fang Yuan stopped the formation in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, no longer using Qi Tides to cleanse the Immortal Aperture's 9 heavens and 5 regions. Soon, Heaven's Will was produced. Fang Yuan sent a portion of his will towards the Heaven's Will. Next, he activated the killer move Heaven Human Sensation, Fang Yuan fused into the Heaven's Will. After that, he activated Human Executing Heaven's Work. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. I sensed a certain group of Heaven Path Dao marks. If he had to replace the word sensed, Fang Yuan would choose another word, caught. Originally, Fang Yuan knew about the Heaven Path Dao marks in his body, but he could only let them be. But now, when he could sense them, it meant that these Heaven Path Dao marks were under his control temporarily. With this crucial breakthrough and Fang Yuan's expertise in GU refinement, it was only a matter of time until he refined all of these Heaven Path Dao marks into his own. Chapter 2032, Target, Crazed Demon Cave. With a loud sound, Dragon Palace shook intensely from the impact, a large portion of its roof cracked and fell. While falling, these fragments turned into GU worm corpses, scattered by the intense winds in the sky. Spectral Soul had caught up. He was extremely fast, even though Wu Shuai was moving Dragon Palace at top speed, he could not reach Spectral Soul's speed. Spectral Soul's body was covered in pitch black smoke. Each time he attacked, Dragon Palace suffered great damage. Wu Shuai had to put in his effort to repair it. Thankfully, he had many GU worms in his storage, he was amply prepared. Fang Yuan frowned tightly, his expression was slightly grim. He came to Heavenly Court using Qi Si Ancestor's identity to find a way to resolve his Heaven Path Dao Mark problem. Once his goal was achieved, he chose to retreat. Fang Yuan had never cared about the title of the number 1 demon. However, even though Fang Yuan got what he wanted, he needed time now. What he lacked was sufficient time to execute his plan. Now, Spectral Soul is chasing after me, Heavenly Court will do the same, these people will not let me retreat easily. It is very difficult to escape from this situation. Fang Yuan's movement ability had always been improving. Long ago, his strongest movement method was the killer move Sword Escape after transforming into an ancient sword dragon. After that was omnidirectional travel, followed by fixed immortal travel, and the killer move comprising fixed immortal travel as the core. But among these methods, even omnidirectional travel could not match Spectral Soul's speed. Fixed immortal travel's killer move might be usable, but Fang Yuan was very weak now from the disturbance of the Heaven Path Dao marks. There was still some time until Fang Yuan could resolve this disturbance and fully refine the Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan tried to think about it from another perspective, be they Spectral Soul or Heavenly Court, they wanted him dead. The former used all of his accumulations to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU, but Fang Yuan snatched it away. The latter's headquarters were ravaged by Fang Yuan, their biggest pillar of support, Fate GU, was also destroyed by him. Heavenly Court was the leader of the righteous path, they cared about reputation, but in the Fate War, Fang Yuan destroyed their reputation. Before now, Heavenly Court could not find Fang Yuan, so they did not do anything to him. In the future, when he recovered his strength, they would also be unable to deal with him. Now that Heavenly Court found Fang Yuan, they would definitely try their best to kill him. Such opportunities seldom knock twice, they could not let this chance slip by. Fang Yuan knew about his circumstances clearly, thoughts collided in his mind continuously as he tried to find a solution for this problem. But soon, his expression changed. The Heaven Path Dao marks on his body started to transform again, causing problems. Their disturbance became stronger by several times. When dealing with the Qi wall earlier, even though Fang Yuan caused a huge scene, he was actually cooperating with Qi Si Ancestor secretly, his true battle strength was not as it appeared. But just this much, with Fang Yuan secretly using human path methods to counter the interruption of the Heaven Path Dao marks, was already the greatest limit. Externally, Spectral Soul was attacking Dragon Palace furiously, the walls were cracking, tiles were sent flying all over the place. Internally, the Heaven Path Dao marks were wreaking havoc in his body, preventing Fang Yuan from doing anything. The situation was dangerous, even surpassing the Fate War. After all, Fang Yuan could still use Spring-Autumn Cicada then, but now, this greatest trump card was unusable. Fang Yuan could not rebirth. If he made a mistake now, he would die a pitiful death. Spectral Soul emanated deep killing intent, it pierced through Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's hair stood on ends. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, he had already made a decision. Head to Crazed Demon Cave. The Heaven Path Dao marks were interfering with Fang Yuan, preventing him from using many killer moves. Even if he could use them, the effect would be very low. Fang Yuan had to borrow external help to alleviate this crisis. Any other location would not be very helpful to Fang Yuan. After all, Dragon Palace was the one escaping and moving at the front. If he entered a dangerous place, Dragon Palace would face the brunt of the danger. The pursuer would benefit instead, Spectral Soul would have an easier time. But Crazed Demon Cave was different. At the lower levels of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan could use the Sovereign Immortal body to travel to the next layer quickly, the rest would all be stopped in their tracks. As for whether Spectral Soul could pass through, Fang Yuan did not know, but it was worth a gamble. Spectral Soul was not in perfect condition after all, he also did not have the Sovereign Immortal body. Even if Spectral Soul can forcefully make his way through, his battle strength would suffer. The lower layers are also extremely huge and mysterious, I can definitely stall for time against Spectral Soul in there. Fang Yuan made up his mind, he immediately moved Dragon Palace in another direction, towards the north. As for Wu Shuai, he focused on repairing Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul saw that Dragon Palace was escaping, he breathed in deeply before rapidly approaching it. He extended his hand and landed on Dragon Palace. Next, countless immemorial soul beast silhouettes flickered, each time they attacked, a piece of Dragon Palace's walls shattered. After an entire round of attacks, several pillars holding up Dragon Palace had cracks emerging. Wu Shuai had a solemn expression. Oh no, this killer move is extremely powerful, it can attack the Immortal GU house both internally and externally. The core Immortal GU of Dragon Palace are quite damaged. Fang Yuan's main body squinted his eyes. Dragon Palace's door was shut but his vision was unobstructed, he could see the situation outside. Fang Yuan said calmly, Spectral Soul used this Soul Path killer move earlier, but it is much stronger now. Evidently, he has modified it during this bit of time. This was truly terrifying. Spectral Soul had great strength, even though he was no longer rank 9, he was definitely at Duke Long's level of battle strength. Even though he lost most of his attainment levels, it seemed that Soul Path did not fall by too much. Even though Spectral Soul had only fought Dragon Palace for a short while, he had already comprehended the weaknesses of Dragon Palace, he could modify his killer moves to show much greater effect. Furthermore, Spectral Soul had abundant battle experience, far deeper than Fang Yuan. During his era, he was renowned for killing everything in his way in the entire world. After several more rounds, Dragon Palace could not resist Spectral Soul anymore. Fang Yuan sighed as he sent out another Immortal GU house. It was a silver-white ship with a long and thin body, it flew like a flying sword with silver light shining around it, stabbing towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul moved in a flicker and dodged it easily. Myriad Year Flying Warship turned around and used a killer move, targeting Spectral Soul. At once, Dragon Palace tried to escape while Myriad Year Flying Warship helped to defend it. Spectral Soul chased after them with immense demonic might, the winds and clouds were raging around him. Fang Yuan's main body was disrupted by the Heaven Path Dao marks, but because Immortal GU houses were individual structures, they were not restricted by this problem. As long as the Immortal GU house had Fang Yuan's will and immortal essence, Myriad Year Flying Warship could still continue to fight. However, Spectral Soul had formidable strength and all sorts of killer moves, not only were they strong and hard to defend against, they mostly had peculiar effects and easily overwhelmed Fang Yuan's efforts, allowing Spectral Soul to firmly control this situation. Even with the power of 2 rank 8 Immortal GU houses, he was not Spectral Soul's match. Most importantly, the 12 Zodiac Battle Formation was completely destroyed during the Fate War. Otherwise, with the combination of 12 Zodiac Battle Formation and Myriad Year Flying Warship, even Spectral Soul would have some problems against them. Fang Yuan considered the situation and did not change his plan, he still focused on escaping. After getting the Heaven Path research results, Fang Yuan just needed time to gather his advantage. As long as he survives this problem, after he resolved the problem of the Heaven Path Dao marks, it would be Fang Yuan's turn to shine. Spectral Soul was going all out on offense. In his opinion, this was the best opportunity to kill Fang Yuan and reclaim the sovereign immortal body. Not just the sovereign immortal body, he could also get the dream realms that Fang Yuan obtained. Spectral Soul would be able to regain all of his attainment levels as a result. In this world, what could allow Spectral Soul to rapidly regain his strength? Undoubtedly, it was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was simply a moving treasure chest in Spectral Soul's eyes. Spectral Soul, die, I want you to die. Ching Chou approached him with wind and lightning surrounding it. Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace fought against Spectral Soul while moving, they could not travel quickly. Thus, Ching Chou caught up to them. Ching Chou's eyes were blood red, its face was distorted in a terrifying manner, it only cared about Spectral Soul. In just this period of time, the rank 9 aura of the hatred GU within it got denser again, it was quite shocking to see. Ching Chou got stronger again. It growled, a human-faced lightning ball flew out of its throat. The lightning ball was extremely fast, green-black in color, it was eerie and icy, moving without a sound. Spectral Soul waved his hand, a giant whip made of black fog appeared, seeking to send the lightning ball flying. But the face on the lightning ball snickered as it raised its speed, avoiding the whip as it approached Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was about to use another killer move when the lightning ball self-detonated. The might of the explosion was terrifying, Spectral Soul was sent flying far away. The range of the explosion was wide, even Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship were not spared, they both suffered some damage. Ching Chou endured the aftermath of the explosion as it approached Spectral Soul relentlessly. This senseless beast, after being disrupted for multiple times, Spectral Soul felt deeply enraged. Fang Yuan used the chance to flee. Spectral Soul saw Dragon Palace's movement and became even more angry. Little scoundrel, don't think of escaping. Dragon Palace's speed fell instantly. At the areas where Dragon Palace was damaged, black smoke appeared and lowered its speed severely. What killer move is this? When did Spectral Soul use it? Fang Yuan was shocked. At once, he had an idea of moving into Myriad Year Flying Warship instead. But regrettably, black smoke also appeared on Myriad Year Flying Warship. It moved slowly too. The black smoke faded away very quickly, but Spectral Soul also regained his momentum. After forcing Qingqiu away, he approached Dragon Palace again. At once, the three parties engaged in a chaotic battle. Fang Yuan wanted to shrug off Spectral Soul, but Qingqiu was overwhelmed with rage. It did not have any intention to cooperate with him. Qingqiu only wanted to take revenge on Spectral Soul. It did not care about Fang Yuan. Almost all of its moves also implicated Dragon Palace. At times, to protect himself, Fang Yuan had to fight Qingqiu as well. After some time, Spectral Soul regained the upper hand again. Even though he was just the soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, his battle strength was extremely high. He also fought differently from Duke Long's dominance. He was more skilled at using ruthless attacks with piercing killing intent. He was vicious and maniacal. But he had a terrifyingly clear understanding of the situation. He often made use of his opponent's methods to make them cancel out each other's moves. Spectral Soul slowly attacked less and less, but in this chaotic fight, his advantage was rising bit by bit. After noticing this, even Fang Yuan's heart was turning cold. Chapter 2033, Chaotic Battle. In terms of battle experience, I cannot compare to Spectral Soul. During the three-way chaotic battle, Fang Yuan sensed the difference between him and his enemy. Even though he had been reborn many times, in terms of total battle experience, Fang Yuan could not compare to a venerable. The main problem is that Qingqiu is not being logical. Even though it attacks ferociously, it ignores its own condition. Spectral Soul made use of it many times. If this were a conscious Qingqiu, the battle would not be like this. Fang Yuan felt the situation was unfortunate in his heart. Even though Hatred Gu was progressing towards rank 9 and Qingqiu was getting stronger, without any wisdom, no matter how strong it was still toyed around by Spectral Soul. Even after using Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship, Fang Yuan still felt helpless. This was something that had never happened before. Fang Yuan was still focusing on retreating. He fought while escaping. Even though he was the weaker side now, as long as Spectral Soul could not activate a battlefield killer move to trap him, Fang Yuan was still free to escape. Dragon Palace was the first to break through the Heavenly Wind Qi Wall, heading towards Central Continent. Myriad Year Flying Warship did its best to protect it. Spectral Soul moved behind like a trail of black smoke, following after them closely. Behind them were Qingqiu's colossal body, crashing through the Qi Wall and leaving immemorial White Heaven, reaching Central Continent. Qi Ancestor, Qin Ding Ling, and the rest had all left Heavenly Court. They were chasing behind. When they found that Fang Yuan and the rest had entered Central Continent, Heavenly Court's immortals became anxious. This scoundrel Fang Yuan could have traveled through the vast immemorial White Heaven, but he chose to go to Central Continent. Since he is in trouble, he wants to implicate the innocent people as well. He truly deserves a pitiful death. Qi Ancestor snorted coldly. Fang Yuan has been a problem for too long. If we can kill him this time, it would be the fortune of the people in the world. As he said that, he used a secret method to tell the main body about their movement. Fang Yuan immediately understood that Heavenly Court's pursuers were arriving soon. But he had no solution. His speed was greatly dragged down by Spectral Soul. When Heavenly Court's group arrived, they found that Spectral Soul was suppressing Fang Yuan and Qingqiu. Qin Ding Ling frowned as she hesitated, telling Qi Ancestor, please deal with Fang Yuan, kill him with your full strength. But how could Qi Ancestor attack the main body? He pondered and said, in this situation, Fang Yuan is weak while Spectral Soul is strong. They are both demonic path overlords. If we deal with Fang Yuan and get hit by his final trump cards, Spectral Soul will be the eventual winner. Qin Ding Ling shook her head. Ancestor, you are not familiar with Fang Yuan. He is too crafty. He definitely has methods left unused. Maybe this situation is only a layer of his concealment. We need to kill him now. We cannot give him any opportunities. Qi Ancestor. Heavenly Court had suffered too much at Fang Yuan's hands. Qin Ding Ling's wariness and fear towards Fang Yuan surpassed even Spectral Soul. But thinking about it, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he did not deal so much damage to Heavenly Court compared to the current Fang Yuan. It was quite easy to understand how Qin Ding Ling and the others felt like this. Qi Si Ancestor could only ask the main body secretly, what were they going to do? If there was no choice, Qi Si Ancestor would have to expose himself and fight Spectral Soul so that the main body could escape. Fang Yuan replied, "Don't worry, let me try something first." Dragon Palace's door opened, a pure dream reality seeker physique body flew out. Pure dream reality seeker physique flew towards Spectral Soul, the latter's pupils shrank as he retreated immediately. The pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, turning into a large lump of dream realm that floated in the sky, turning into a barrier. Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship used this chance to pull some distance away from them. Spectral Soul got around the dream realm as he chased again. But Ching Chou could not think properly, it got trapped in the dream realm. The aura of hatred Gu burst out of Ching Chou's body as it broke free from the dream realm, it chased after them again. Ching Chou actually broke away from the dream realm, it was not trapped. It's hatred Gu. The Legends of Ren Zhu has a vague description about it, hatred has no dreams. Fang Yuan was also quite shocked about this. Ching Chou did not have any dream path methods but it used hatred Gu to break free. Dream path was ahead of the current era, it was unstoppable, but it could not stop Ching Chou's hatred Gu. Hatred has no dreams, or rather, against rank 9 hatred Gu, the dream realm was not big enough. Fang Yuan had a thought. It was like the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke, if it landed on Spectral Soul, it would only trap him for some time before he got free, Dragon Palace would shatter from the internal impact. Dreamy Light Smoke was too weak against Spectral Soul, but if it rose to rank 9 level, the situation would be different. Even so, when Spectral Soul was attacked with Dreamy Light Smoke, he would still dodge it without hesitation. He was very fast, moving like a specter. In close distance, it was almost the same as teleportation, it was too hard for Dreamy Light Smoke to hit him. However, the good thing for Fang Yuan was that Spectral Soul could not deal with dream realms currently. I obtained the pure dream reality seeker physique method from Shadow Sect, Spectral Soul definitely knows about it. However, he lacks the crucial Immortal Gu, he cannot use relevant killer moves. After sensing this, Fang Yuan immediately created many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and self-detonated them. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship were surrounded by dream realms, there was no gap between them. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, stopping his attacks. This Fang Yuan, Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth, Fang Yuan's method was too shameless, Heavenly Court had no way to deal with it. Be careful of Spectral Soul, Qi Si Ancestor reminded them. Fang Yuan suddenly enclosed himself, Heavenly Court's members were in an awkward spot. Spectral Soul looked at them coldly, Qi Si Ancestor stood in front of them steadfastly. Ching Chou growled angrily, it attacked Spectral Soul again without fear. Spectral Soul said in displeasure, lowly beast. Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. His body vanished on the spot, at the next moment, he appeared on Ching Chou's back. But right when Spectral Soul was about to attack Ching Chou, a Chi Path killer move shot towards him. Spectral Soul had no choice but to resist it, Ching Chou used the chance to move away, it spat out a human-faced lightning ball again, escaping danger. Spectral Soul looked at Qi Si Ancestor with a cold gaze. Earlier, Qi Si Ancestor was the one who attacked him. Qi Si Ancestor looked at Spectral Soul warily, at the same time, he explained to Qin Ding Ling, we cannot let Spectral Soul succeed. He seems to be able to absorb the power of the immemorial Soul Beast, is it possible for Heavenly Court to capture Ching Chou again? Qin Ding Ling sighed, we have already lost the best opportunity. Ching Chou's strength rose greatly, we need to find another opportunity in order to forcefully refine hatred Gu. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals did not blame Qi Si Ancestor for making a move on his own, after all, what he did was very logical. From the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals' perspective, Fang Yuan was trapped in the dream realm now, Qi Si Ancestor was helping Ching Chou to attack Spectral Soul for the sake of Heavenly Court. At the next moment, Spectral Soul attacked the Heavenly Court Immortals. Ching Chou followed closely behind him. The three-sided chaotic battle started again, but this time, Heavenly Court took the role of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was temporarily safe, he only had to take note of the moving dream realms. To form a tight defense, he needed to self-detonate pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to fix any gaps in his defensive line. Immortal killer move, yin-yang great killer hands. The two hands were so large they could loom over heaven and earth, they had an intrinsic pattern. At this moment, they grabbed at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul suddenly shouted shrilly. When he appeared again, he was already right in front of Qi-Si Ancestor. At the center of the yin-yang hands where Spectral Soul was originally at, there was an immemorial soul beast. Spectral Soul shot out a wave of black smoke that landed on Qi-Si Ancestor. Immortal killer move, Heavenly Combat Cloak. Qi-Si Ancestor retreated, Heavenly Combat Cloak melted from the effect of the black smoke, but this strange move was blocked after all. Even though Qi-Si Ancestor was a newly created clone of Fang Yuan's, he had incredible strength from originally being Heavenly Court's Qi Harvest Fruit. With sufficient Qi Path Immortal GU, his battle strength was not any lower than before. Even so, Qi-Si Ancestor was suppressed by Spectral Soul. The situation was getting increasingly passive. Qin Ding Ling led the Heavenly Court Immortals to help Qi-Si Ancestor. She also ordered Spirit Affinity House to send Feng Jin Huang over to the fight. Feng Jin Huang had Dream Path Immortal GU, she could use pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation to break Fang Yuan's defensive line. Qin Ding Ling's target had always been Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's main body hid inside Dragon Palace as he watched the battle, using all of his time to refine as many Heaven Path Dao marks as possible. Master, we have arrived. During the chaotic battle, Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan led their group as they entered the battlefield. Before Heavenly Court's GU Immortals could react to it, far away, someone flew over as well. Let this old man join in the fun as well. It was Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Chapter 2034. Everyone wants to kill Fang Yuan. In this three-sided chaotic battle, the appearance of Fairy Ziwei's group and Demon Immortal Qi Ju made the situation increasingly complex. Go and block, Heavenly Court, Spectral Soul ordered. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan quickly attacked with killer moves. The shining wave of attacks assaulted Qin Ding Ling and the rest with ferocity. Other than Qi-Si Ancestor, Qin Ding Ling and the rest were all inside their immortal GU houses. They were not afraid of Spectral Soul's reinforcements. Heavenly Court's Immortals were only furious. They were not angry about Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan's betrayal but the fact that he used a vicious method to enslave them. Heavenly Court believed in Fairy Ziwei's and Old Man Zheng Yuan's loyalty. They knew that it was because of Spectral Soul that they betrayed Heavenly Court. Spectral Soul snickered. How does it feel to fight against your former allies? It will be up to you to save them. If you miss this opportunity, you will likely never have another chance in the future. Heavenly Court's Immortals heard this. Their attacks halted for a moment. Qin Ding Ling had sharp brows. She frowned as she ordered. Spectral Soul wants to make us unwilling to attack. He is stalling for time. Forget about Ziwei's and Zheng Yuan's lives. Killing them is the same as releasing them from this predicament. At the crucial moment, Qin Ding Ling displayed the foresight of a leader. She showed her resolute nature. Spectral Soul heard this. He frowned lightly. He started to act more quickly, attacking Qing Chou again. Fighting against him, Qing Chou soon got suppressed. Stop him. Seeing that Spectral Soul was trying the same thing again to extract Qing Chou's strength, Qin Ding Ling shouted, Ancestor, please stop him. Even without her reminder, Qi-Si Ancestor had already flown towards Spectral Soul. But at the next moment, a gush of Qi currents flew out like a heavenly river, obstructing Qi-Si Ancestor. Qi-Si Ancestor stopped his movement. He looked at the attacker, Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled lightly, blocking his path. Qi-Si, our previous battle was interrupted by Heavenly Court. That was not satisfying. Let us fight fairly this time. The hearts of Heavenly Court's Immortals sank. At the crucial moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju actually came to help Spectral Soul. What sort of agreement did they make? Fairy Ziwei was surprised too. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was definitely an unexpectedly strong reinforcement. Purple light flickered in her eyes as she realized. Long ago, Demon Immortal Qi Ju had already started buying all sorts of inheritances in Treasure Yellow Heaven of various paths. He is from the olden antiquity era. He revived after the destruction of Fate GU. Using these inheritances, he can catch up to the current Great Era. The reason why Qi Ju is helping us is likely because Master made a deal with him. He sold a large number of inheritances. Fairy Ziwei made an accurate guess. Even though Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not expose his identity in Treasure Yellow Heaven, he did not conceal himself either. His intentions were clearly known to everyone. Since Heavenly Court could notice Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's actions, why wouldn't Spectral Soul? Because of historical reasons, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju would not cooperate with Heavenly Court. But Spectral Soul was also in the demonic path, he had a vast number of inheritances, he was the most ideal person to transact with Chi-Ju. Fang Yuan, you cannot escape today. Spectral Soul smiled coldly, he arrived at Xianxia's back again. At the next moment, he attacked. Xianxia growled angrily, but its strength was being absorbed by Spectral Soul. As an immemorial soul beast, even with the quasi-rank 9 hatred GU, Xianxia was completely countered by Spectral Soul. Xianxia's aura fell greatly while Spectral Soul became more energized and lively. After he finished his absorption, he kicked, Xianxia fell towards the ground. Next, he charged towards Fang Yuan at lightning speed. The dream realms surrounding Dragon Palace had a huge chunk missing. They turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies as they flew into Spectral Soul's immortal aperture. Spectral Soul actually had enough immortal GU to unleash the killer move, pure dream reality seeker transformation. He had purposely let Fang Yuan go earlier without using this move. Now that he got rid of Xianxia, he let his reinforcements block Heavenly Court and Qi-Si Ancestor while he finally went after Fang Yuan. All the immortals were shaken. The battle had been in Spectral Soul's grasp since the start. In history, Spectral Soul was renowned for his killing intent, but that did not mean that he could only kill to solve his problems. He was aloof, crafty, and vicious, but when he was alive, he had no need to use any of these methods, his own strength was sufficient to kill all problems. But now that Spectral Soul's strength was not much higher than his enemies, he started to use various methods to complement his battle strength. At once, a large number of dream realms were reclaimed by Spectral Soul. Fairy Ziwei and the rest fought against Heavenly Court while Qi-Si Ancestor battled Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, facing a disadvantage. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had the secluded domain of heaven and earth. He resisted Qi-Si Ancestor, who cultivated Qi Path. The situation was critical. Fang Yuan could not use the dream realms to stop his enemies anymore. The door of Dragon Palace suddenly opened. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies flew out of his dream realm defensive line, directly heading for Spectral Soul. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, creating dream realms in the air. Spectral Soul quickly dodged them, he managed to avoid being trapped by the dream realms. But using this chance, Wu Shuai moved Dragon Palace out of the dream realm circle through one of the gaps, with myriad year flying warship following behind closely. The intent of the two immortal GU houses was obvious. Where are you trying to go? Spectral Soul shouted as he got past the dream realms, approaching them again. Fang Yuan was his main target, he needed to be killed. This was a prime opportunity, Spectral Soul was going to follow Fang Yuan no matter where he went. Spectral Soul stared at Dragon Palace and myriad year flying warship, his eyes flickering with killing intent and determination. At the next moment, Dragon Palace and myriad year flying warship split up, they escaped in two directions. Spectral Soul was dazed. When myriad year flying warship and Dragon Palace were inside the ring of dream realms, they were isolated from the outside. Spectral Soul had no idea which one Fang Yuan was hiding in. There was only one Spectral Soul, he could not chase after both immortal GU houses. But Spectral Soul made his decision almost instantly, he shouted, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, chase after myriad year flying warship. After we succeed, I will not stint on your reward. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju chuckled as he used Qi Lan to absorb one of Qi-Si Ancestor's killer moves, he easily moved away and chased after myriad year flying warship. Spectral Soul went after Dragon Palace instead. After receiving his orders, Fairy Ziwei started to retreat. What do we do? Heavenly Court's GU Immortals asked Qin Ding Ling. Qin Ding Ling looked at Fairy Ziwei and the rest, saying without hesitation, kill Fang Yuan first. But the problem that Spectral Soul faced earlier was also happening to Heavenly Court, which immortal GU house was Fang Yuan in. Do we just pick one and gamble on our luck? Qin Ding Ling frowned, even though she was not willing to do that. Heavenly Court lacked wisdom path GU immortals, they could only do this. I can help you people. Fairy Ziwei suddenly stopped her movement as she said, I have a way to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Heavenly Court's immortals were dazed. What method? How long will it take? Qi-Si Ancestor asked. With our help, it will only take a moment. Bing Sai Chuan's voice resounded, everyone turned around, seeing that Calamity Luck Altar had arrived. They finally arrived. Fairy Ziwei let out a breath of air. She was obviously the one who asked the Longevity Heaven members to come. Earlier, Fairy Ziwei and the rest received orders from Spectral Soul to deceive Longevity Heaven and assault Heavenly Court on their own. But the situation changed too quickly. On the way here, Fairy Ziwei analyzed the situation and made the plan to use Longevity Heaven's strength. After getting Spectral Soul's permission, Fairy Ziwei contacted Longevity Heaven immediately. As Calamity Luck Altar approached, Bing Sai Chuan said, "Our Lord said that this world does not need too many chess players." The Immortals' hearts shook. Bing Sai Chuan's Lord was obviously Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. All the signs showed that this Venerable had deep aspirations. He still had abundant will and strength left in the world. In the current situation, Fang Yuan was the most likely person to become venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not want this to happen, thus, he changed his plan and decided to kill Fang Yuan before he could grow fully. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. She was stuck at a difficult contemplation. Cooperate with Spectral Soul and Longevity Heaven. The former was a demonic path venerable, the latter was a strong foe during the Fate War. They were all responsible for the destruction of Fate. Ally with them. Qin Ding Ling only thought about it for a few breaths of time before she squeezed out a word, "All right." Like what Bing Sai Chuan said earlier, there was no need for too many chess players in the world. Fang Yuan was destined to be their enemy. He was a walking treasure chest. Everyone wanted to kill him first. After that, Heavenly Court would deal with Spectral Soul and Giant Sun. Chapter 2035, Qing Clan's Revenge. 2035 Qing Clan's revenge. Rough winds howled in the desert, while the oasis carried a warm breeze. Sandstones piled into a mountain as hot steam rose. There was a calm lake beneath the sandstones. Green trees were growing as their leaves rustled under the evening wind, creating the scene of a paradise in Western Desert. Western Desert's Qing Clan's base was situated at this oasis that was called the Qing Oasis. Qing Clan's GU Immortals were all gathered in a hall. On the icy cold floor of the hall, there were several fragments of GU worms. All of the Qing Clan GU Immortals were fixing their gazes on these fragments. Qing Heng's life tablet GU shattered. Qing Heng died. He had left to hunt the southern border GU Immortal Ming Yu. Did he really die at Ming Yu's hands? Qing Heng was a rank 7 expert of Qing Clan. Even though he was sent by the clan to kill Ming Yu, the clan was very confident in him. Recently, for some reason, news that Qing Clan obtained Divine Bean Palace had spread. All the other super forces were probing them. With Qing Heng's death, Qing Clan became suspicious about the truth. Was this a test by the Western Desert forces? Report. We have accurate information. Ming Yu was the one who killed Qing Heng. He has great strength and acts ruthlessly. Qing Clan flew into a rage. This GU Immortal from another region has gone too far. We need to kill this Ming Yu. We will grind his bones to dust. We will show the other Western Desert super forces the consequences of offending our Qing Clan. Before killing him, we should capture this Ming Yu and invite the other Western Desert GU Immortals to watch. Only by pulling out his tendons and ripping his skin in public, to humiliate and torture him to death, can I feel satisfied from this revenge. He is merely a GU Immortal from another region. He came to Western Desert alone. He actually dared to kill our GU Immortal. He truly has no fear of heaven and earth. Even though Ming Yu was able to kill Qing Heng, he only has rank 7 cultivation level. If First Supreme Elder takes action, it would be too excessive. Rumors would also spread that our Qing Clan is bullying the weak. In my opinion, we should send out Qing Jing and Qing Hualan. No, to play safe, we should send Qing Chen as well. With 3 Immortals, they will definitely be able to capture that Ming Yu alive. Let him experience regret and pain. Hurry, don't let that scoundrel escape. Kill Ming Yu, display the might of Qing Clan. Ming Yu must die. When our clan refines Divine Bean Palace in the future, our Qing Clan will stand at the top of Western Desert's GU Immortal world. These sentences echoed in Qing Chao's ears. The scenes of the past flashed in Qing Chao's mind. Different from its usual fragmented memories, this time, its memory was very clear and complete. At the same time, the hatred in its heart surged in a tsunami, rampaging in Qing Chao's entire body and mind. Hatred, deep hatred, feeling increasingly intense hatred, Qing Chou opened its eyes. Time flew by quickly, countless years had passed since then. Qing Chao's eyes were bloodshot. It found that it was still lying on the ground, recalling that when fighting Spectral Soul earlier, it was sent flying to the ground, crashing and falling unconscious. Qing Chou roared as it stood up within the deep pit. The rank 9 aura of hatred GU became even denser. the power of hatred surged throughout Xianxia's body. Mingyu, Mingyu. Spectral soul, spectral soul. Xianxia roared towards the sky, its eyes were covered in rage, its hair was disheveled, even though spectral soul had already gone after Dragon Palace. The power of hatred Gu allowed Xianxia to locate spectral soul easily without a problem. Xianxia had a mountain-like tortoise shell, tiger claws and dragon tail, as well as a snake neck and human head. It flew up rapidly as winds surrounded it, charging towards the direction of spectral soul. As for Fairy Ziwei and the rest who were creating a formation in the sky, it ignored them. Among these Gu immortals in the sky, there was one elderly Gu immortal. He had wide sleeves and fluttering white hair. He was Fang Yuan's clone, Qi ancestor. Seeing that Xianxia was flying away, Qi ancestor let out a breath of air, no longer worried. Earlier in Western Desert, even though Fang Yuan used familiar face to transform, he was still chased by Xianxia. Xianxia possessed hatred Gu, because of the influence of Karma Divine Tree. It had an intense connection to spectral soul and everyone related to him. Fang Yuan's main body could not deceive Xianxia while Qi ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. He would definitely be sensed by Xianxia as well. But now, spectral soul and Fang Yuan were enemies. They wanted each other to die. Thus, because of their changed relationship, Xianxia no longer went after him. Even though Xianxia's threat is gone, Fairy Ziwei is still a big problem. Qi ancestor cast his gaze at Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei wore a purple gold dress. She had a graceful figure with hair that extended to her waist. She moved mysteriously as she flew in the sky, her fingers fluttering like butterflies in the sky. Countless Gu worms were sent out and used together. In the sky, an amazing wisdom path immortal formation was already taking shape. One could see its form already. Old man Zheng Yuan assisted at the side. Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, and the other heavenly court Gu immortals looked at Fairy Ziwei. They had complex emotions. There was hatred, anger, pity, and sadness. There was a round altar that was almost in contact with the wisdom path formation, floating in the sky. It had white jade railings and shining aurora. This was rank 8 immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was controlled by Bing Sai Chuan. He had a sharp gaze as he looked at heavenly court's Gu immortals and Qi ancestor, not daring to relax his mind. Calamity Luck Altar protected Fairy Ziwei and the rest, as well as the wisdom path formation. Longevity Heaven, who represented Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, had already cooperated with Spectral Soul's Shadow Sect long ago. Fang Yuan has the potential to become a Venerable. We cannot let him do as he pleases. If such a person becomes a Venerable, it will not benefit any of us. Bing Sai Chuan transmitted. He tried to convince Qi ancestor, Qin Ding Ling, and the rest, not knowing that Fang Yuan's clone was right here. Qin Ding Ling only listened to him. She did not reply. The winds howled around her, causing her cape to flutter. She wore a tight golden armor and was tall and grand. She had a valiant demeanor. She stared at the wisdom path formation at times, looking at the dream realms occasionally. This dream realm was left behind by Fang Yuan. He had originally tried to use the dream realms to stop his enemies, but Spectral Soul plotted against him instead. Fang Yuan had to escape from this battlefield. This dream realm was left behind, shining and moving on its own continuously. Where is Fang Yuan now? I only saw that Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship flew out of the dream realm and escaped the battlefield. There is a third possibility. He is still hiding in this dream realm. Qin Ding Ling thought to herself. Precisely because of this reason, she stayed behind to guard this dream realm. Fang Yuan was too crafty. Even though staying in the dream realm seemed stupid, there was a chance that Fang Yuan might do this purposely. Seeing that the wisdom path formation was completing, Qi ancestor felt increasing pressure. I can't wait anymore. Thoughts collided in Qi ancestor's mind. He thought, looking at Fairy Ziwei's attitude, with Bai Ningbing and Ying Wuxia at the lead, this formation might likely deduce the main body's location. The main body does not have much foundation in information path. Otherwise, if we could break our connection with Bai Ningbing and He Lulan, even 3 of Fairy Ziwei combined would not be able to do anything. Fairy Ziwei and the rest have great strength. With Calamity Luck Altar's defense and Bing Sai Chuan's wariness towards Heavenly Court, if I attack now, I will not be able to destroy the formation. Heavenly Court would instead get suspicious of me. The Qi clone was powerful, but he could not turn this situation around alone and suppress everyone. The key person now was still Qin Ding Ling. Qi Si ancestor listened to Bing Sai Chuan's words while asking Qin Ding Ling in secret. Looking at this situation, Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven think highly of this formation. But can we trust them? Regardless of whether Fairy Ziwei can deduce a result successfully, the formation is still under her control. If she tells us a location, how do we ensure that it is right? Will Fairy Ziwei hide anything from us? The Qi Si clone started to sow discord. He could not let Bing Sai Chuan ally with the Heavenly Court GU Immortals too. Otherwise, the main body would face the pressure of Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Heavenly Court. It would be too much. If this was the Heavenly Court from Fang Yuan's previous life, they would definitely have no inclination to work with other forces. But Fate GU was destroyed by Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court lost their greatest spiritual banner, they also suffered many setbacks and lost a lot of reputation. One could say that their title of the #1 human force was already undeserved. They faced a lot of criticism. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were all elites. They learned from this lesson and started to change. Qin Ding Ling was the leader of Heavenly Court. She started to gather help and put down her pride. Earlier, when Qin Ding Ling took the initiative to help Qi Si ancestor chase away demon immortal Qi Ju, it was the best proof of this. Thus, the probability that Heavenly Court, Shadow Sect, and Longevity Heaven would work together was not low. The Qi Si clone's words were very effective. Heavenly Court and Fairy Ziwei could not trust each other. This way, even if Fairy Ziwei's deduction succeeded, it would not have any meaning. Qin Ding Ling was silent for a while before transmitting to Qi Si ancestor. I would like ancestor to go and chase after Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul. Qi Si ancestor was slightly dazed. Do you know the location of Fang Yuan already? I don't. Qin Ding Ling smiled at Qi Si ancestor. The Qi Si clone looked at Qin Ding Ling deeply in the eye. He realized that Qin Ding Ling knew what she was doing. She had never trusted Shadow Sect's Fairy Ziwei or Longevity Heaven. Trusting them was stupid. The reason she stayed behind was to guard the Dream Realm and also rest and recover. Heavenly Court lacked a peak rank 8 battle strength. After leaving Heavenly Court, they also lost their territorial advantage. They seemed powerful and had great morale, but if they were careless, they would suffer huge losses. Heavenly Court could not afford to lose any more. Qin Ding Ling had to be vigilant and careful. Right now, Spectral Soul was chasing Dragon Palace, Qing Cho was chasing Spectral Soul, while Demon Immortal Qi Ju was chasing Myriad Year Flying Warship. Qin Ding Ling knew that Demon Immortal Qi Ju, who had Shi Land, was Qi Si ancestor's greatest counter. Even if Fang Yuan was inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, Qi Si ancestor would not be able to do anything to Demon Immortal Qi Ju even if he went there. Instead, if Qi Si ancestor chased after Spectral Soul, he would be able to influence the situation. From Heavenly Court's perspective, Fang Yuan was someone who needed to die. Shadow Sector Longevity Heaven were enemies as well. But Heavenly Court's strength was not like before. They were very weak. Even though Qi Si ancestor was on their side, he was still not their member after all. Qin Ding Ling sighed deeply. Fang Yuan is too crafty. Even though him splitting up seemed simple, it allowed the pressure on him to decrease greatly. We have no choice but to stay behind and temporarily stop chasing him. Spectral Soul is stronger than Demon Immortal Qi Ju. If he kills Fang Yuan and gets everything, this former demon venerable will rise up again. Qi Si ancestor, we hope you can think for the sake of everyone in the world. Let these two demons fight it out while our righteous path remains victorious in the end. Qin Ding Ling was a talented leader after all. Even though she was leading a weaker Heavenly Court, she had never given up. She made plans to try and raise their chances of victory as much as possible. Chapter 2036. Strong, Weak, Go. Fairy Ziwei called out as her fingers moved rapidly, producing countless shadows. The killer move activated. 1,000 GU worms flew out and turned into a vague purple shadow that filled up the final blank area of the Wisdom Path formation. The GU Immortals watched were all first-rate GU Immortals in the entire 5 regions. Seeing this, they could not help but admit that Fairy Ziwei was very skilled at setting up formations. Fairy Ziwei let out a breath of air, perspiration gathering on her forehead. Her eyes stared at the formation before her. At this point, it was time to add in the core Immortal GU. This situation was quite peculiar. Fairy Ziwei was setting up the formation in front of many strong foes. There was a chance that these GU Immortals might attack her during the process. Thus, Fairy Ziwei used a rare method for this arrangement. She first placed the Mortal GU and set up a bare framework first, before filling it up with Immortal GU at the end. Fairy Ziwei temporarily stopped her actions to catch a breather. She looked at Qin Ding Ling and Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was shining in brilliant light. The GU Immortal controlling the Immortal GU house, Bing Sai Chuan, knew about her worries. He transmitted, "With my protection, you can rest assured, quickly set up the formation." Fairy Ziwei did not have Fang Yuan's formation flag GU, otherwise, she would not need to set up this formation each time. She knew that time was running out. After hearing Bing Sai Chuan's words, she started to put Immortal GU into the formation. Each time an Immortal GU was placed, the formation would shake once and shine in a beautiful purple light. The scene was incredibly beautiful. It was a pity that none of the GU Immortals had the mood to appreciate it. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan stared at the formation, guarding against any potential threats that would attack. He broke the silence as he said, "Hey Lu Lan, you have been with Fang Yuan for a long time. What do you think he would do in this situation?" Hey Lu Lan was standing right beside Bing Sai Chuan. Even though she was a woman, her face had strong contours. She possessed sharp and long brows, bright eyes and a heroic aura. Hey Lu Lan heard the question. She thought about it and said, "Fang Yuan only has 3 options: Dragon Palace, Myriad Year Flying Warship, or to stay in the Dream Realm." Hiding in the Dream Realm is too risky for Fang Yuan. Not only can Spectral Soul take the Dream Realm away, Heavenly Court also has ways to deal with the Dream Realm. If I were Fang Yuan, I would not stay here and wait for death. Of course, Hey Lu Lan smiled helplessly. This is not guaranteed to be the case, thus, Heavenly Court chose to stay by the Dream Realm. Fairy Ziwei has also stayed behind to make deductions using the formation. She is also observing the Dream Realm. She is a Wisdom Path great expert. She knows that she cannot interfere with the 2 Immortal GU houses. She is most needed here. Myriad Year Flying Warship is faster than Dragon Palace. This can deceive the enemy, but I do not think that Fang Yuan would hide inside it. This is because Myriad Year Flying Warship is still slower than Spectral Soul, but its defense is lower than Dragon Palace. If Spectral Soul chooses to chase Myriad Year Flying Warship and attack it, Myriad Year Flying Warship would not last as long as Dragon Palace. Hey Lu Lan smiled coldly. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan lost his 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. If it were still around, he would likely escape in Myriad Year Flying Warship. Thus, I think that Fang Yuan is most likely hiding inside Dragon Palace. Hey Lu Lan had an eerie gaze. Spectral Soul likely thinks the same too. That is why he chased Dragon Palace while asking Demon Immortal Chi Ju to go after Myriad Year Flying Warship. He made precautions for both situations. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body originated from Spectral Soul. He also has all of Spectral Soul's dream realms. If Spectral Soul can kill him and reclaim the sovereign immortal body in the dream realms, he will rise up once again. Even though we want to kill Fang Yuan, we cannot let Spectral Soul succeed. Even though Shadow Sect is working with us now, they have ill intentions. After all, Fairy Ziwei managed to deduce the fact Fang Yuan was in Heavenly Court, but they kept it from us, allowing Spectral Soul to attack Heavenly Court alone. Only when they needed our reinforcement did they call for us. Thus, in my opinion, we should just watch from the side and exert influence on the situation. If possible, it will be best if we can take down Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan, and Heavenly Court in one move. Ha ha ha. Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly, praising, "Good analysis. Quite impressive. Northern Plains Hay Tribe was too disappointing, but you live up to Giant Sun's bloodline. I'll tell you the truth, after I woke up, I received information about you. After observing you for some time, I can say that you are a genius. It was just that your life was quite tough. You were schemed against by your father and suppressed by Fang Yuan. You merely lacked an opportunity to develop, otherwise, you would not be in this state." Hey Lu Lan heard the praise, her gaze focused on Bing Sai Chuan's face. Bing Sai Chuan had a tall body. His face was gentle, but there was an ugly scar extending from his right ear to his left cheek. He originally had a cold expression, but now, he looked at Hey Lu Lan with admiration and satisfaction. Hey Lu Lan's heart jumped, an intense feeling appeared in her heart. Bing Sai Chuan's appreciation towards her ability was probably the most valuable fortuitous encounter in her life. After realizing that, Hey Lu Lan did not hesitate anymore. She stood straight and cupped her fists. "I will listen to Lord's orders." Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly, before stopping as he looked at Hey Lu Lan with a solemn and serious gaze. "Good, Hey Lu Lan, are you willing to rebuild Northern Plains Hay Tribe?" Northern Plains Hay Tribe had been taken down long ago. it was now occupied by Heavenly Lord Baizu to develop his tribe. He tribe's Gu immortals even became members of Baizu tribe, they were simply the disgrace of the Huang Jin bloodline. He Lu Lan expressed her willingness to do so no matter what. But I am currently too weak. He Lu Lan purposely showed a hesitant expression filled with difficulty. Bing Sai Chuan waved his hand as he tossed her a Gu worm. He Lu Lan quickly received it. She saw that this rank 7 immortal Gu looked like a black and gold beetle. It was very heavy. He Lu Lan did not recognize it at once. Bing Sai Chuan explained. He Lu Lan, you have the great strength true martial physique, you should cultivate solely strength path, your future will be very bright. You have our Huang Jin bloodline, you are a northern plainsman from birth, I am sure you will not disappoint me, we will not stint on your strength path resources from now on. Take this strong Gu first, even though it is rule path, it suits you very well. Strong Gu, He Lu Lan's body shook. Alright, Fairy Z Wei's formation is ready, go inside first. Bing Sai Chuan instructed. He Lu Lan left Calamity Luck Altar and went into the formation. She had a plain expression but her heart was filled with deep emotions and turbulence. Strong Gu was recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu, it had a close connection to the great strength true martial physique. Bing Sai Chuan gave this legendary immortal Gu to He Lu Lan, it showed how much he wanted to nurture her. He Lu Lan realized in her heart, it seems that my life is going to undergo a huge change now. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 5, Section 31 states. Ren Zhu lost freedom Gu, he was anguished and only recovered after a long time. Ren Zhu was troubled, he asked Cognition Gu, "O Cognition Gu, how can I obtain freedom Gu again? After what happened last time, freedom Gu will not approach me anymore." Cognition Gu answered, "O human, why do you desire freedom Gu so much?" Ren Zhu replied irritably, "Don't you know the reason already? I am searching for freedom in order to break free of the restraints of fate." Cognition Gu answered once again, "Then I have nothing much to tell you. Haven't you told Fate Gu the answer to this question already?" Ren Zhu was dazed before he recalled. Before he went insane, he met Fate Gu. When he was harmed by Fate Gu, he shouted at it that he would use his own strength and wisdom to obtain freedom, he would eventually break free from Fate's control. Ren Zhu's eyes brightened. "O Gu, I remember now, thank you for the reminder. I need to rely on myself to break free of fate. I already have my own strength, what I lack is my own wisdom. I need to let self Gu eat a mouthful of wisdom Gu, just like how it ate a part of strength Gu in the past." "But where is wisdom Gu?" Ren Zhu asked Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu, "I do not know. Wisdom Gu has been to many places, its location is not fixed. You can find wisdom in countless places, so human, you need to find it yourself." Ren Zhu nodded as he set off on his journey again. He walked and walked and walked. One day, he saw two Gu worms chasing each other along the road. One Gu worm was white and tiny, it escaped ahead as it begged for mercy. Stop chasing me, I do not want to be eaten by you." The other Gu was clearly larger in size, it had thick armor and said in a deep tone, "I want to eat you, I want to eat you. No matter where you escape to, I will eat you." The tiny white Gu was about to be caught by the larger Gu behind, it suddenly saw Ren Zhu and hid behind him. "O human, I beg of you, quickly save me." Ren Zhu saw that this Gu worm was so pitiful, it was chased by another Gu worm, unable to fend for itself, he felt like he was seeing himself. At this instance, a new heart grew in his chest, the heart of sympathy. Ren Zhu stretched out both arms as he stopped the larger Gu, stop chasing it." The armored Gu shouted, "Hey human, are you obstructing me? No, you cannot stop me, you are unable to stop me." "Why is that so?" Ren Zhu was curious. The armored Gu explained, "I am strong Gu, that is weak Gu. Since time immemorial, the rule of nature is that the strong prey on the weak. Thus, strong must eat weak, weaklings are the food of the strong." Ren Zhu sighed as he tried to convince the Gu, "Then why don't you let it off just this once, look at how pitiful it is." Strong Gu sneered, "Not even once. In the eyes of the strong, weaklings have no stature, there is no sympathy for the weak. This is because heaven and earth will never pity the weak, it will only marvel at the incredible feats of the strong. Weaklings are born to be subdued, controlled, and devoured by the strong." Ren Zhu saw that his words fell on deaf ears, he could only deny strong Gu forcefully. I have already saved this Gu, go and eat others. Strong Gu knew that it could not beat Ren Zhu alone, it could only fly away in dissatisfaction. I will be back. Chapter 2037, Myriad Destruction Lightning Fours. Bai Ning Bing, Ying Wu Xie, and the rest went into the formation one by one. Finally, Fairy Ziwei also went to the center of the formation, activating it. The deduction was beginning. Qi Si Ancestor did not move, he stayed at the original spot. If I take action now to destroy the formation, will it help my main body? Qi Si Ancestor analyzed, he estimated his chances. Once the formation was damaged or even destroyed, the Gu Immortals inside would suffer backlash, but Qi Si Ancestor could not be certain of the exact effect. Furthermore, if Qi Si Ancestor struck now, the secret that he was Fang Yuan's clone would be exposed for sure. If only I could convince Qin Ding Ling and the rest to strike together. Qi Si Ancestor sighed internally. Even though Qin Ding Ling was not a wisdom path great expert, she was not so easy to deceive. Qi Si Ancestor did not even dare to say anything odd now, otherwise, Heavenly Court might find out the truth instead. Ancestor, time is pressing, you need to consider the big picture. Qin Ding Ling was secretly sending transmissions to him, trying to convince Qi Si Ancestor. She wanted him to chase after Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul, but Qi Si Ancestor started to talk about payment instead. Qi Si Ancestor sighed. Fairy Qin, precisely because of the big picture, I am being shameless in asking you for the 3 Qi Immortal Gu. My methods are all known by the enemies, only with these Immortal Gu can I gain a boost in strength and catch the enemies by surprise. For the sake of the people, for the righteousness of humanity, I hope you will consider the big picture and give those 3 Immortal Gu to me. Qin Ding Ling mentally rolled her eyes. This Qi Si Ancestor was not just shameless, he was incomparably so, using this opportunity to ask for huge compensation. He wanted 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu at once, the cores of primordial origin's true inheritance. He was simply too greedy. But Qin Ding Ling had many worries now. If she fell out with Qi Si Ancestor, Heavenly Court would not have any peak rank 8 battle strength, they would likely be targeted by Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven. Qi Si clone purposely chose this current situation to exert pressure on Qin Ding Ling. Qin Ding Ling sighed. Qi Si Ancestor, why must you force us now? Back then, in Eastern Sea, who helped you to resist Demon Immortal Qi Ju? Qi Si Ancestor replied, if we want to talk about favors, I am sure you all owe me more. I have already gotten rid of Heavenly Court's biggest threat, the Qi Harvest fruit is gone now. Also, in this battle, I have never slacked off, I took risks alongside all of you. Qin Ding Ling was silent for a while before she replied solemnly, I can give Heaven Qi and Earth Qi Immortal Gu to you, but Human Qi Immortal Gu is out of the question. This is the bottom line of Heavenly Court, please understand our circumstances, Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor accepted the result. The truth was, the Qi Si clone did not think he would get all 3 Qi Immortal Gu to begin with. They were all rank 8 Immortal Gu connected to primordial origin true inheritance, they were too valuable, far beyond the value of the supposed payment. Heavenly Court could have used other resources to pay him, but because the situation was really urgent now, the Qi Si clone fought for the greatest benefit. Of course, the fact that Qin Ding Ling gave the 2 Qi Path rank 8 Immortal Gu to Qi Si Ancestor on the spot caused all of the Gu Immortals to gasp in amazement. Qi Si Ancestor obtained 2 Immortal Gu, he said his goodbyes to the Heavenly Court Immortals as he chased after Dragon Palace immediately. I finally got him to work. Qin Ding Ling felt very tired, but this outcome was not too bad. She would not give all 3 Qi Immortal Gu to Qi Si Ancestor, she had to keep at least 1 to use as bait against him. Furthermore, Qi Si Ancestor obtained 2 Qi Immortal Gu, he only needed Human Qi Immortal Gu. To be able to use the killer move Triple Qi Retraction, this temptation was probably even greater now that he had 2 of them. Dragon Palace flew rapidly in the wild winds. In the Dream Realm earlier, Wu Shuai got sufficient time to put all his effort into repairing Dragon Palace, at least from the outside, it looked restored. The damage to the core Immortal Gu cannot be resolved quickly, this is already my limit. Wu Shuai was very worried. Behind Dragon Palace, a female rank 8 Soul Path Immortal was chasing it relentlessly. It was Spectral Soul who was inside Lady Cold Ash's body. He emanated black chi as he surged with killing intent, he locked onto Dragon Palace without any signs of hesitation or giving up. You cannot escape, Fang Yuan. Even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will definitely kill you. Spectral Soul had just said that when his pupils expanded. Wherever Spectral Soul's gaze landed, smoke that was pitch black appeared, quickly reaching Dragon Palace. The smoke expanded rapidly. With a soft sound, it turned into a round spiral that had an immense suction force. Wu Shuai was controlling Dragon Palace. He was caught by surprise as Dragon Palace's speed fell. It fell towards the black smoke spiral. What move is this? Wu Shuai gritted his teeth. Veins bulged on his forehead as he tried to move Dragon Palace to the sky. Ever since they fought, Spectral Soul's soul path methods had been endless. It was hard to guard against them. Especially when Spectral Soul was such an expert with abundant experiences, he could use these soul path killer moves beyond their usual limits. Dragon Palace turned around with difficulty, attempting to fly away from the black smoke spiral from above. Spectral Soul sneered. He pointed his finger. Black light quickly gathered on his finger. It shot out, instantly hitting the area around Dragon Palace. The tiny black light expanded rapidly, turning into an immemorial soul beast. Seeing that the immemorial soul beast was about to pounce on Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai was shocked. His pupils expanded rapidly. If Dragon Palace got hit, its movement would be obstructed. It would fall into the black spiral along with the immemorial soul beast. In that case, the precious time that Fang Yuan obtained through this tactic would be completely wasted. At the crucial moment, Wu Shuai shouted. His eyes shined with mysterious dazzling light. Dragon Palace reacted to it. Golden light erupted. A wave of pink smoke rapidly gathered, easily dragging the immemorial soul beast away, into the depths of Dragon Palace. The powerful immemorial soul beast could not resist it at all. Spectral Soul was not surprised. This was the Dream Path killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Wu Shuai got rid of the immemorial soul beast. Dragon Palace managed to fly far above the spiral. At this time, Spectral Soul's body suddenly appeared near Dragon Palace. His eyes shined with cold light. I have been waiting for this. At the same time, Spectral Soul, who was far away, faded into nothingness. Spectral Soul slammed with his palm. The silhouette of a soul mountain appeared and pressed down on Dragon Palace. This soul mountain was huge. The top was beyond the clouds. Looking from below, Wu Shuai's entire vision was obstructed. It covered the entire sky. But the Soul Mountain's appearance was very familiar to Wu Shuai. Isn't this Dang Hun Mountain? Wu Shuai was shocked and uncertain. With a loud sound, Dang Hun Mountain crashed down on Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace's beautiful roof met with a devastating blow. Countless tiles shattered, many GU worms died at once. And even worse was that due to the impact, even though Dragon Palace struggled, it was slammed into the black smoke spiral by the giant Soul Mountain. The spiral surrounded the entirety of Dragon Palace. An immeasurable suction force started acting on it. Dragon Palace spun around along with the spiral, losing its sense of direction. Wu Shuai had to leave his throne as he tried to think of a way to break out of this situation, but it was hopeless in the short term. Don't tell me this is Spectral Soul's truth strength. Wu Shuai gritted his teeth. Spectral Soul unleashed several killer moves in succession. Wu Shuai was very tired in trying to deal with them. The great rank 8 Immortal GU House Dragon Palace could not put up a resistance. With Spectral Soul's array of killer moves, he managed to suppress Dragon Palace forcefully. Wu Shuai stared with furious eyes. He had to try and delay for time. He instilled Immortal Essence to try and fix the Immortal GU House, wanting to maintain his defensive position. In this situation, the main body's safety is in my hands. But how long can I last? Wu Shuai was completely unsure at this point. Fang Yuan's main body was deep inside Dragon Palace. The Heaven Path Dao marks prevented him from doing anything now. The unlimited Qi Si killer move he used earlier against the primordial Qi wall was also prepared for a long time. He used human path methods to find a gap in the restriction of the Heaven Path Dao marks, allowing him to make one move. But with just that action, after breaking the Qi wall, the Heaven Path Dao marks reacted and started to obstruct Fang Yuan in another way. Thankfully, Fang Yuan did not get greedy and quickly stopped using his killer move. Otherwise, the strong interference would cause his killer move to fail. He would suffer intense backlash. Fang Yuan only found that Human Path could resist Heaven Path. Dream Path might be effective, but his attainment in Dream Path was not high enough. Ever since he obtained Heavenly Court's Heaven Path research results, Fang Yuan had been researching on them. He was fighting against time. It was possible that a minute's or even a second's difference would lead to either surviving or dying. Immortal killer move, Heaven Human Sensation. Immortal killer move, human executing heaven's work. Within the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's will mixed with heaven's will, he sensed various heaven path Dao marks. Refine them. Immortal killer move, unrestrained heavenly mark. This killer move was meant to deal with heaven path Dao marks. Fang Yuan did not care about the cost, he expended rank 8 immortal essence rapidly, he quickly refined 3 heaven path Dao marks successfully. Wu Shuai, persevere, I have already made a huge breakthrough. The moment Fang Yuan transmitted to Wu Shuai, a change occurred in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's success infuriated heaven's will. The heaven path Dao marks were like angry beasts, they were originally scattered all over the place, but now they gathered together. Thunder rumbled as lightning roared, dark clouds formed as wild winds blew. The heaven path Dao marks triggered a huge change, in just a few breaths of time, a tribulation was formed. At that instant, earth shook as mountains rumbled, lightning flashed and shattered rocks, the earth was crying out in sorrow. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Don't tell me that forcefully refining heaven path Dao marks will anger the heavenly Dao and cause a tribulation to occur. Or maybe the killer move I used has a problem. Lightning clouds continued to form and spread out. Soon, they spread over 100 li, several thousand li, tens of thousands of li, and over 100,000 li. Millions of lightning bolts flickered continuously, this was like a huge forest made of lightning bolts. Myriad tribulation, myriad destruction lightning forest. It was not an earthly calamity, a heavenly tribulation, or a grand tribulation, it was actually a myriad tribulation. Only a rank 8 GU immortal could face such a tribulation. It was a myriad tribulation, they put fear into most rank 8 GU immortals. Chapter 2038, Internal and External Problems. Fang Yuan immediately frowned, as if a huge rock was weighing on his mind, his expression turned grim. He did not think that a myriad tribulation would occur. Rank 8 GU immortals stood at the peak of the GU immortal world, but for each one of them, every myriad tribulation was a troublesome hurdle. In the current GU immortal world, most rank 8 GU immortals have not gone through one myriad tribulation. For example, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang were like this, even Prince Feng Xian was the same. Back then, why did old ancestor Shui Hu try all means possible to refine fortune rivaling heaven GU? It was to deal with his first ever myriad tribulation in this life. It was a pity that he created a huge commotion and ended up with a huge loss. Not only did old ancestor Shui Hu fail to refine fortune rivaling heaven GU, he even lost the whole of snowy mountain blessed land. Western Desert's thousand transformations ancestor had gone through one myriad tribulation. He survived it by a hair's breadth, he was forced to recuperate for a long time. During the period, his beloved fairy Kui Bo was killed by Fang Yuan, yet he could only send dancer Hong Yun to investigate it. Beast Calamity Immortal died after suffering heavy injuries from his first myriad tribulation, leaving behind Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Bo Qing was a rank 8 GU immortal who had passed 2 myriad tribulations, Duke Long was 2. Throughout history, both of them were top-tier experts merely below venerable level. Even though Fang Yuan possessed over 1,000,000 Dao marks after becoming a rank 8 GU immortal, the truth was that he used the sovereign immortal aperture specialty to annex Grotto Heavens, he skipped all his myriad tribulations. Thus, Fang Yuan had not gone through a single myriad tribulation. In his case, myriad tribulations were still huge problems. And the biggest issue now was that this current situation was really inappropriate to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan could not estimate how long Wu Shuai could last. After all, spectral soul was a terrifying foe that they could not assess. I need to refine these heaven path Dao marks as soon as possible, only after that can I face spectral soul. But to refine heaven path Dao marks, I need to undergo myriad tribulation. Fang Yuan felt like there was a tsunami now, he went up the mountain to avoid the flood but found out that this was actually a volcano. And now, this volcano was about to erupt. Externally was spectral soul, internally was the myriad tribulation. At this moment, Fang Yuan fell into the greatest predicament of his life so far. No, I still have a chance. Even in this situation, Fang Yuan remained calm, he was not flustered. At the same time, at another area, myriad year flying warship and demon immortal Qi Ju were escaping and chasing respectively. Suddenly, Fang Yuan flew out of myriad year flying warship, using his killer move with ferocity as he forced back demon immortal Qi Ju temporarily. Demon Immortal Qi Ju immediately used his investigative method. After confirming this, he transmitted to Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan is here with me, I can't deal with him alone. Come quickly, otherwise, he might escape. Spectral Soul heard the news and got stunned for a moment. Is Fang Yuan really not in Dragon Palace? Spectral Soul thought rapidly, his attacks also slowed down as a result. Right now, even though Dragon Palace was trapped, it was still a rank 8 Immortal GU house, it could last for a while. Fang Yuan was rushing against time, Spectral Soul was the same. If he wasted time with Dragon Palace, even if he destroyed it, Fang Yuan would escape, then this entire pursuit would fail because he could not meet his goal. Victory in battle was never important, only the benefits behind it mattered. Combat was just one of the ways to gain benefits, the glory of victory was completely irrelevant to Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan has familiar face, he can create a will and give it immortal essence and immortal GU to create a false impression of being the main body. Spectral Soul knew about this information, thus he was quite troubled now. Even though he was strong, far beyond other GU immortals, he could be called the number one in the world, but Fang Yuan was crafty and hard to catch, this situation was quite vexing. Spectral Soul knew he had to be vigilant, otherwise, he would follow in Heavenly Court's footsteps. This Fang Yuan was just too good at escaping. The sovereign immortal aperture was facing countless lightning bolts, ever since the myriad tribulation formed, it had been attacking non-stop. Mini southern border suffered severe damage. The heavenly Tao sought to balance deficit and surplus, which area in the sovereign immortal aperture was the most developed. It was undoubtedly mini southern border. Thus, the heavenly Tao created this myriad tribulation that targeted mini southern border. Myriad tribulation, myriad destruction lightning forest. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, doing his best to make arrangements. He ignored Spectral Soul who was outside now, he let Wu Shuai try to stall for time. Cloud Bamboo Mountain was completely broken apart into countless pieces by the lightning bolts. There were 8 desolate beast cloud foxes living on the mountain, and 11 desolate plant spear-tip bamboos, they were completely wiped from existence by the lightning bolts. Cloud chi roots, white-hair ginseng and a vast number of ordinary spear-tip bamboos were all destroyed too. The 7-colored cloud soil inside the mountain were also affected, they were scattered all over the place. After the damage from the lightning, their value fell drastically. Cloud Bamboo Mountain was originally taken from southern borders Kai clan by Fang Yuan, it had the weakest defensive formation, thus at this moment, it was completely decimated beyond recognition. Soon, the other resource points started to face problems too. I need to solve this internal threat as soon as possible. Fang Yuan thought to himself, but the power of the myriad destruction lightning forest was terrifying, he could not do anything about it, each of his actions were still restricted by the Heaven Path Tao marks. Thankfully, there was a bunch of GU immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture. Among them, Shui Er, Shi Shi Cheng, and Mo Tan Seng were nurtured by Fang Yuan to become the new leaders of their variant human tribes. Their cultivation level was too weak, asking them to help out was simply sending them to death's doors. I will help. At the moment of crisis, an elderly GU immortal stepped up, emanating rank 8 aura. Since when did Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture gain such a powerful expert? This elderly man was none other than the sole rank 8 in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the current generation combat Beast King. Ever since Fang Yuan's plan succeeded and he annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, all of the GU immortals inside were turned into his subordinates. After that, Fang Yuan gave them the true method of GU cultivation. During the Fate War, most of the ranked 7 GU immortals were sent out to fight. Until now, Fang Yuan did not have any time to recall them, they were still wandering around in the 5 regions. Combat Beast King was a different case, because he had been cultivating inside Star Collection City, his strength rose greatly. This was Fang Yuan's backup plan during the Fate War to guard against people trying to invade his immortal aperture. During the Fate War, this situation did not occur, and now that the sovereign immortal aperture had a myriad tribulation, with Fang Yuan unable to make a move, he could only send out the combat Beast King. Winds blew, starlight shot out. The rank 8 star sea snail corpse was taken out by Fang Yuan, handed to combat Beast King. The combat Beast King did not hesitate, he immediately used his killer move and turned into a giant covered in starlight armor. The giant roared as his body flew up towards the sky of lightning clouds. When the giant reached half the distance, several lightning bolts combined into one, the pillar-like bolt shot down on the star-armored giant. If this were in the past, combat Beast King would definitely die from getting hit by this. But after this period of cultivation, he had already learned how to use immortal killer moves. Thus, The defensive killer move was used by Combat Beast King before he moved. It managed to resist the lightning bolts. But the giant's advancement was also halted at this moment. The giant landed back on the ground, its majestic body shivering as sparks remained on its body. Combat Beast King's limbs were going numb, his movements were greatly affected. Myriad tribulations are truly terrifying. Combat Beast King was tongue-tied, he spoke with deep shock. Fang Yuan frowned tightly. Earlier, the lightning bolts combined to target Combat Beast King. That was the work of Heaven's will. The Heaven Path Dao marks were too densely gathered now. Heaven's will was naturally being produced. With the manipulation of Heaven's will, the terrifying myriad tribulation became even more adaptive. It led to despair. I have the killer move Heaven's Will Dissipation. I can even get rid of Heaven's Will in dream realms. Unfortunately, I cannot use it now. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. He needed to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks. He had to mingle with Heaven's will and use both Heaven-Human Sensation and Human executing Heaven's work to capture the location of the Heaven Path Dao marks. After that, he would use Unrestrained Heavenly Mark to refine the relevant Heaven Path Dao marks. Thus, Heaven's will was necessary. Once Fang Yuan gets rid of the Heaven's will, he would also not be able to refine these Heaven Path Dao marks. But the Heaven Path Dao marks gathered and created a myriad tribulation. This greatly affected my refinement of the Heaven Path Dao marks. My efficiency is less than 1% of before. Originally, the Heaven Path Dao marks were scattered all over the sovereign immortal aperture. They were like divided troops. Fang Yuan could refine them group by group. The refinement was very effective. But now that the Heaven Path Dao marks gathered into one tight group, Fang Yuan would have huge problems in trying to target them. His refinement also started to have no progress. With this speed of refining the Heaven Path Dao marks, how long would it take? Fang Yuan's circumstances were really precarious. Oh no, I can't hold on anymore. When it rains, it pours. At this moment, Wu Shuai shouted loudly as he requested for Fang Yuan's help. This Dragonman clone was also in a bind now. Veins were bulging on his forehead, he was sweating profusely. Dragon Palace was trapped in the black smoke spiral, it was taking huge damage at all times. With cracking tiles and pillars, the whole of Dragon Palace was visibly shrinking. Wu Shuai could only do his best to repair it, but his speed could not match Spectral Soul's destruction. Seeing that a crucial area was about to be destroyed, Wu Shuai had no choice but to ask for help. Fang Yuan knew that his clone would not ask unless he was desperate. He sighed to himself as he switched his attention to the outside world. After inspecting the situation, Fang Yuan immediately took action to help Wu Shuai with the repair of the Jiyu house. They managed to alleviate the situation, but it was not enough. Suddenly, Wu Shuai gasped, "Why are Spectral Soul's attacks getting slower?" Fang Yuan realized at once. He said, "I created a fake main body over in Myriad Year Flying Warship, it seems to have worked. Spectral Soul is hesitating now, he has always been worried that I would escape. He has no idea that Dragon Palace is about to collapse, he thinks the rank 8 Immortal GU house can still last for some time. If my main body in Myriad Year Flying Warship escapes during this period, even if he manages to take down Dragon Palace and kill you, his plan will fail regardless." Wu Shuai's eyes shined. It will be great if we can deceive him now. Chapter 2039, Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, Wang Xiao. It'll be difficult. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Almost the same time as he said that, Spectral Soul, who was outside, attacked even quicker than before. Spectral Soul shouted coldly, "Fang Yuan, you are truly a disappointment. How long are you going to hide? I'll tell you the truth, Fairy Ziwei has already deduced your location earlier. Entrusting your hope to deceit, this is the way of the weak. I gave you Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU, it was truly a waste. Come out and fight me. In this case, even if you die, people of the world will not say that you were cowardly, being afraid of the strong while bullying the weak." Damn it, Wu Shuai's hope was dashed, he could not help but grit his teeth. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, frowning and not answering. From his perspective, what was the point of reputation? What he cared about was whether Fairy Ziwei really succeeded in her deduction. Was Spectral Soul trying to deceive him now? Was it all an act just to bait out Fang Yuan? The Qi Si clone had already left, so Fang Yuan did not know about the situation over there. Even now, the Wisdom Path formation is still working. We cannot forget another possibility, that is Fairy Ziwei trying to delay Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven's action by telling Spectral Soul about the results secretly in advance. Sigh, I can't care about it now. Fang Yuan sighed as he quickly tossed away this question. It was not that he found out the truth, but Dragon Palace's current condition was too dangerous, he had no choice but to take action. Fang Yuan opened the door of his immortal aperture slightly, letting out the immemorial year beasts that he had prepared. Several immemorial year beasts roared as they charged out of Dragon Palace, attempting to destroy the black smoke spiral, while a few of them charged towards Spectral Soul. Your efforts are futile. Spectral Soul made his move, black smoke spread out from his body and whipped up a dark storm, shrouding the surrounding over an immense range. He pointed repeatedly with his finger, each attack only carried a trace of smoke but it was incredibly fast, the power was overwhelming. When the black smoke hit the immemorial year beasts, it immediately expanded into countless dense smoke chains that binded the immemorial year beasts. The immemorial year beasts struggled but the black smoke chains were boosted by the black smoke spiral, they became thicker and tighter. The immemorial year beasts could struggle at first but soon they became unable to move, they were swept away by the spiral without resistance. These are just petty tricks. You are truly a disappointment, Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul flew up into the sky as he looked down at the black smoke spiral. The great rank 8 immortal GU House Dragon Palace was like a toy, once its details were exposed, it was completely toyed around with like a harmless object. Wu Shuai gritted his teeth, activating the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke. Spectral Soul chuckled, spitting out several soul balls. The tadpole-like soul balls had tails, they moved rapidly in the air, quickly entering the immemorial year beasts. Thin black chi appeared around the immemorial year beasts' bodies, the black smoke chains fused into the black chi and caused it to become much thicker. The three immemorial year beasts regained freedom, they growled angrily as they attacked Dragon Palace. One of the immemorial year beasts directly jumped into the range of Dreamy Light Smoke. Their control was actually taken over by Spectral Soul. Dreamy Light Smoke swept away one immemorial year beast, Wu Shuai felt powerless. With Spectral Soul controlling the situation now, he had ample time and initiative, Dreamy Light Smoke could no longer pose a threat, it was just a small problem. The Soul Path killer moves that Spectral Soul was using now were all unheard of by Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai, they had never seen any moves like these. The foundation of a rank 9 venerable was truly unfathomable. High in the sky, the Wisdom Path formation continued to operate. Fairy Ziwei stayed at the central control area, she showed an appearance of working her hardest to make deductions. Longevity Heavens and Heavenly Court's immortals surrounded the Wisdom Path formation. Qin Ding Ling silently looked at the Wisdom Path formation. Just earlier, Heavenly Court transmitted news that the few GU immortals staying back successfully suppressed Di Zhangsheng. Di Zhangsheng was hit by Primordial Origin's Chi Path killer move, its condition was slipping rapidly. When Fang Yuan escaped, he abandoned it to its own demise. Now, it was not strange that Heavenly Court's GU immortals suppressed it. This point alone showed how anxious Fang Yuan was, he even gave up something like Di Zhangsheng, it showed that he was at his weakest point. And this fact amplified Qin Ding Ling's killing intent towards Fang Yuan. This was a rare opportunity that could not be lost. After suppressing the evil dragon, the remaining GU immortals started to repair Heavenly Court Grotto Heaven. They quickly fixed the holes, Heavenly Court's crisis was finally alleviated. This also allowed Qin Ding Ling to let out a sigh of relief, but she still had other worries. Qi Si Ancestor has just left recently, with Dragon Palace's speed and direction, it should have already reached Intestinal Gorge, right? Qin Ding Ling thought to herself. Fang Yuan escaped in Dragon Palace, moving out of immemorial White Heaven and into Central Continent. This enraged Heavenly Court and also caused them to be worried that the aftermath of the battle might cause severe losses. Intestinal Gorge was the northern entrance of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, it was created during the Olden Antiquity era when a Beastman expert died and fused with the surrounding mountains. It was under the control of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, Black Heaven Temple. Qin Ding Ling had already transmitted the details to Black Heaven Temple, asking them to send out their immortal GU house and move along Intestinal Gorge. If there was a chance they would strike, if the enemies were too strong, they would abandon Intestinal Gorge and preserve their strength as the main goal. After receiving Heavenly Court's orders, Black Heaven Temple went into an alert state, they mobilized all of their strength and started to move out, but after waiting for a long time, they did not see Dragon Palace nor Spectral Soul. Qin Ding Ling did not know that Spectral Soul had already intercepted Dragon Palace along the way, they were still above the sky of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range was huge, extending over hundreds of thousands of li. Compared to other mountain ranges, it was relatively gentle. The resources here were not abundant, most of the mountains were barren. Thus, even though it was in Black Heaven Temple's territory, they did not care much about it. This place mostly produced wind path resources. In the past, a rank 7 GU Immortal of Wind Cloud Manor came here to cultivate in seclusion. He managed to break through to rank 8, it was Old Man Bei Feng. It was a pity that his life was filled with hardship. He first got captured by Fang Yuan during the Fate War and became enslaved by Dragon Palace. In the intense battle earlier, Old Man Bei Feng died already. He was not the only one, all of the 4 dragon generals died in this battle. Even the strongest of the enslaved, Di Zhangsheng, was now suppressed by Heavenly Court. On a certain mountain of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, several youngsters were herding sheep. They got into an argument. A youngster was being bullied. He was the weakest and thinnest person here. He took several steps back amidst the argument. Wang Xiao, this mountain is occupied by us, there is no place for you here. Scram now, get lost from our sight. Several youngsters wore thick leather jackets, they had muscular bodies and vicious expressions. Wang Xiao's clothes were patched up with many tattered areas, he looked like a beggar. He resisted weakly. But my sheep need to eat, if I do not feed them sufficiently, uncle and aunt will beat me up when I return. The youngsters laughed loudly. The strongest one struck and pushed Wang Xiao to the ground. Go to the other mountain to herd your sheep, there is still some grass there. Scram now, otherwise, I will break your leg. The muscular young man threatened viciously. Wang Xiao struggled to get up, he did not resist, he only moved his small group of sheep and left the mountain. He walked with his thin legs, crossing rivers and steep paths. There was no road on the mountain. Wang Xiao often fell down and suffered bruises from the hard rocks on the ground, only the sheep behind him were traveling without any problems. Wang Xiao finally found a small patch of grass. The sheep got tired and thirsty after running around. Even without his command, they went forward and competed to eat the food. Wang Xiao was so tired he laid down on the rock and watched the sheep fighting to eat. He sighed to himself, recently, the sorrowful winds in the mountains are getting more violent, there is less and less grass available. That is why they chased my sheep away from that grassland. The patch of grass was tiny, it was completely gobbled up by the sheep after some time. The stronger sheep ate the most food while the remaining sheep growled in hunger. Wang Xiao shook his head. This mountain had little grass, it was scattered all over the place. If he wanted to feed all the sheep, he would need to head to another mountain. It would not only waste time but energy as well. Oh sheep, at least you guys have food. In order to feed you all, I will definitely have to return late. I will definitely be beaten up by uncle and aunt, I will have to eat leftover rotten food. Even though Central Continent was the most developed among the 5 regions, most of the mortals still lived difficult lives, it was common to starve. Right at this time, there were suddenly rumbling noises heard. Wang Xiao raised his head. This was a strange situation. Why was there thunder rumbling in this bright sky? After that, he slowly opened his mouth and saw a shooting star falling from the sky. The shooting star became larger and larger in his vision, winds became stronger, the rumbling sounds were deafening, even the temperature of the air rose. Wang Xiao was completely stunned, he froze on the spot. The surrounding sheep sensed the danger, they started crying out and running around. Not just the sheep, the wild beasts on the mountains were also scrambling. The originally quiet mountain suddenly became very lively. As the shooting star got closer, Wang Xiao finally got a good glimpse of it. This shooting star was actually a mountain-sized beast. The wild beast crashed down with a loud sound. Coincidentally, it was the mountain that Wang Xiao lived on. The mountains collapsed as rocks flew, earth shook as the mountain trembled, dust clouds rose up rapidly. The village on the mountain was instantly destroyed. There were anguished cries of people mixed with the growls of beasts. Wang Xiao could hear these sounds spreading through the air currents produced. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As Wang Xiao stared with a frightened gaze, terrifying cracks were spreading on the ground. Soon, the surroundings of the mountain peak also cracked, they fell apart piece by piece. The youngsters who chased Wang Xiao away earlier all met with a disaster. Am I going to die? Wang Xiao sat on the ground helplessly. He seemed to have lost all of his strength. He could only watch as the dust clouds devoured him like a hungry beast that ate everything in its path. Inside the dust clouds were countless rock shards carried by the wind. One of them hit Wang Xiao's forehead. Before he fainted, his final thought was that of confusion. Why did a giant beast fall from the sky? Chapter 2040, Qing Mouth. Above the clouds, in the sky, Dragon Palace barely managed to create a golden light to shield itself, but it was trapped inside the black smoke spiral, resisting against the ferocious attacks from the outside. Only 3 immemorial year beasts that Spectral Soul took control of were left. The rest were all defeated by wuxia using Dragon Palace. As for their falling corpses and what mountains they destroyed, how many people they killed, nobody in this battle cared. They could not afford to bother with the devastating disaster that a mortal boy like Wuxia experienced. The remaining 3 immemorial year beasts regained their senses after the black smoke dissipated. They fought against Spectral Soul once again. But Wu Shuai had a heavy mood. These immemorial year beasts were collected by Fang Yuan in an attempt to restore his 12 zodiac battle formation. At this crucial moment, he had to use them for battle. The result was that due to Spectral Soul's methods, they became used by him instead. After the fight earlier, the remaining 3 immemorial year beasts were all injured. They could not be used to break out of this situation. Spectral Soul easily managed to resolve Fang Yuan's method. He dealt with the situation without breaking a sweat. Not only could Spectral Soul control soul beasts, ordinary enslavement path methods were also useless against him. He could use it against the enemy instead. Wu Shuai was deeply worried. At this rate, how long can we last? Fang Yuan frowned tightly. His opponent was Spectral Soul now. He was trying hard to maintain his defense, but inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the myriad tribulation was rampaging and causing destruction. After this short while, Mini Southern Border lost many resource points. His losses were rapidly increasing. The bigger problem was that even if Fang Yuan gave up a portion of his immortal aperture, he could not break free from the myriad tribulation. This was because the heaven path Dao marks that created the tribulation were very special. They could move around. He had to endure the myriad tribulation forcefully to get past this biggest hurdle. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with cold light. He did not chase after his enemies and attack Dragon Palace again. Instead, he looked away. In his vision, a black dot appeared. Soon, this dot expanded as a legendary immemorial beast showed its appearance. It had a tortoise shell, 4 tiger paws, dragon tail, snake neck, and a human head. Its hair was disheveled and it had a twisted expression filled with insanity. It was Qing Chou who had caught up. Spectral Soul did not avoid Qing Chou's pursuit. Instead, he started to smile coldly. Since you are here to court death, that will be the best outcome. However, when Qing Chou reached Spectral Soul, the corner of its tortoise shell split open as a pair of bat wings formed instantly. This was very similar to the wings of the green claw ghost-winged lion. Immortal killer move, Qing Mouth. Qing Chou opened its mouth. As it had a human face, its mouth was not big, but right now, its mouth opened to form a huge green black hole. The hole expanded rapidly. It shut out and devoured Spectral Soul in one mouthful. The hole rapidly shrunk as it entered Qing Chou's mouth. Qing Chou swallowed as it gulped. A ball could be seen flowing down its snake neck, into its stomach. Good chance. At this moment, brilliance flashed in Wu Shuai's eyes. This move was left behind to deal with you, scumbag. Qing Chou roared loudly in joy after devouring Spectral Soul. Memories surfaced in its mind again. What? All 3 GU immortals we sent were killed by Ming Yu. But that is the truth. Ming Yu first pretended to be weak and got injured on purpose, causing our 3 immortals to split up to look for him. He ambushed them at a corner and found the opportunity to launch a shameless sneak attack on them. Out of carelessness, all 3 immortals met with their demise. Qing Clan's hall turned silent. They wanted to restore their reputation but they ended up suffering even greater losses. A ranked 7 GU immortal was not easy to nurture, especially when they were elite ranked 7 GU immortals of Qing Clan. The losses were really huge for Qing Clan. Their foundation was definitely shook. Ming Yu deserves death. We were too careless. This lesson is very important. We need to remember it and pass it down to the future generations. I am going to deal with him personally. Qing Clan First Supreme Elder said. The immortals were silent. Nobody expressed their objection. Sending a rank 8 GU immortal against the rank 7 Ming Yu was really not something to be proud of. But Qing Clan could not afford to lose any more. All of the super forces in Western Desert were watching them like a joke. However, when Qing Clan's First Supreme Elder was about to set off, he received a challenge letter. This letter came from another Western Desert super force which had deep enmity with Qing Clan. They requested a battle with Qing Clan First Supreme Elder, wanting to use the result of this battle to decide their territorial boundary. Damn it, at this juncture. Qing Clan's GU Immortals shouted immediately. They are doing this on purpose. But the territorial boundary determines the ownership of a resource point, the benefits involved are too much. What do you think? Qing Clan First Supreme Elder hesitated at this moment. I will go and end Ming Yu's life. Qing Clan's Second Supreme Elder stood up. You. The First Supreme Elder hesitated. Second Supreme Elder smiled. I only have ranked 7 cultivation level, but Ming Yu is heavily injured, he needs to recuperate. We have already learned of his details, even though his methods are innovative and peculiar, they are mostly soul-related. My immemorial desolate beast Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion is his nemesis. Not just that, I created an immortal move called Qing Mouth. I gained inspiration from the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion and created it. Once used, it can devour souls. Don't worry everyone, I can definitely take this southern border GU Immortal's life. Alright, go ahead, be careful on this trip. Eventually, First Supreme Elder nodded and agreed. With Second Supreme Elder taking action, we will definitely succeed. Ming Yu is as good as dead, he is not a threat, our problem now is still this challenge letter. Second Supreme Elder, you must avenge Qing Hualan and the rest. I finally took revenge for all of you. As his memories faded away, Qing Chou could not help become choked with tears, hot tears started to flow out of its red eyes. Revenge was finally taken, it felt relieved and free. Such a familiar sight, Spectral Soul spoke in a casual tone from within Qing Chou's stomach. Qing Chou's body instantly froze. Next, it felt bitterness. Deep bitterness, intense bitterness, an indescribable and unendurable bitterness. Bitter, it was too bitter. Qing Chou's expression turned pale, it gagged as it almost wanted to vomit. It quickly gritted its teeth, enduring desperately. The taste of bitterness surged like a huge tsunami, it crashed towards the limits of its endurance. Qing Chou growled in pain, its entire body was shivering from the bitterness, it could no longer fly as it fell towards the ground. While descending, it started to feel hungry. It was as if there was an empty space in its stomach. No, it was not just hunger, it was a sort of loss. It was as if its entire body was experiencing a loss. Now, you should know how Qing Clan's Second Supreme Elder died in my hands. Indeed, I purposely got hit by Qing Mouth Killer move. Do you know why I am so confident? Hee. Spectral Soul chuckled from inside Qing Chou's stomach. Long ago, when Spectral Soul was still young, before he went up against Western Desert's Qing Clan, Ming Yu, who was extremely successful in life, met with a wild green claw ghost winged lion and suffered a terrible defeat. Impossible. The soul path I created actually failed to beat a beast. Even though it is an immemorial desolate beast, my soul path, how can my soul path be so pathetic and weak? Ming Yu, who was tired after a long fight, fell to the ground. He stared at the green claw ghost winged lion with a crazed expression of disbelief and indignance. The green claw ghost winged lion stood on 4 legs, it looked at Ming Yu, who was on the sandy ground, its entire body was casting the shadow of death down on him. Next, the green claw ghost winged lion lowered its head as it opened its bloodthirsty mouth. With a soft sound, the green claw ghost winged lion bit off Ming Yu's leg. Ming Yu cried out in pain. After losing his entire right leg, blood poured out of the wound. The intense pain caused him to curl his body, twisting around on the ground. Soon, the surroundings were dyed red from blood. After biting off his right leg, the green claw ghost winged lion swallowed it and felt annoyed by the moving Ming Yu. It stretched out its right claw and pressed him firmly on the ground. No matter how Ming Yu struggled, he could not resist the strength of this beast. The green claw ghost winged lion lowered its head and bit off Ming Yu's left arm, this time, swallowing it. Ming Yu cried out in pain again, his eyes turned white as he almost fainted from pain. The pain was even more severe this time. Earlier, when his right leg was bitten off by the green claw ghost winged lion, it was a quick action, but this time, his left arm was torn off forcefully. There was still a small chunk of flesh left on his shoulder, the white arm bone could be seen with the naked eye. Ming Yu resisted. He used a soul path killer move with his full strength, but all his attack only impacted the green claw ghost winged lion slightly, it did not move back at all. Because of the attack, the green claw ghost winged lion lost its patience, it opened its mouth for the 3rd time and ate Ming Yu entirely. It started to move its teeth and chew. Ming Yu's body was pierced and minced, his bones were all shattered. His brain was not spared either, blood matter and brain matter mixed together, along with his minced flesh, they were all swallowed by the green claw ghost winged lion. Only Ming Yu's soul was left. However, The green claw ghost-winged lion could not digest human bodies, it only ate souls as food. Ming Yu's soul could not escape from the green claw ghost-winged lion's stomach, he was rapidly broken down by the gastric acid. The shadow of death loomed over him. Ming Yu's soul shook intensely, he realized that death was approaching him. Dying in the mouth of a mere beast. Indignance. I am still too weak. I can do much more. I can definitely do more things, I have just created soul path. But his soul path methods were countered by the green claw ghost-winged lion. This immemorial desolate beast was simply the natural nemesis of Ming Yu. I cannot die here, I will not accept this outcome. There must be a way, there has to be a way. My immortal aperture is still inside my flesh body, it is still with me. My GU worms are around too, but soul path is useless here. I still have food path. But the food path killer moves he had could not resist the green claw ghost-winged lion, otherwise, he would have used them already, he would not end up like this. If existing food path killer moves are useless, I will create new food path killer moves. This was wishful thinking, but for Ming Yu, it was his only hope, even though the hope was extremely slim. Ming Yu did not think about the unlikeliness of this action, he only focused on thinking, doing his best to create his concept. Never before was he so concentrated on something. His soul was still eroding, it became smaller and smaller. His thoughts were producing at an increasing slower speed. Soon, even his thoughts could not move anymore. I cannot give up. I have to think. I got it, the legends of Ren Zhu. That's right, didn't Ren Zhu get eaten as well? Chapter 2041, Bitter Taste, Swallow Loss. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 5, Section 32. Ren Zhu continued on his journey. After a while, a huge predicament entered Ren Zhu's vision. Strong GU was inside this predicament's body, it laughed, "Oh human, I am back again. This time, I have help, let's see what you can do." Ren Zhu had to stop walking, even though the predicament before him was huge, he did not fluster. Long ago, Ren Zhu had been chased by a group of predicaments as he escaped, but after he gave his heart to Hope GU, those predicaments which feared Hope escaped in panic. "Oh Hope GU, I need your help." Ren Zhu summoned Hope GU, but the light of hope did not scare away this predicament. "Ha ha," Strong GU laughed. "Oh human, this predicament has gained my help, it will definitely be the greatest predicament you have ever met in your life. With just hope, how can you possibly defeat it?" Ren Zhu could not think of a way. At this moment, weak GU that was shielded by Ren Zhu spoke in a soft voice, "Oh human, thank you for protecting me. Don't worry, I have an idea, let's scare this predicament away." "You can scare it away?" Weak GU shook its head. "Oh human, even something as weak as me has a method to survive in life. Against those that want to eat or bully me, I will often put up a deceiving disguise, to make others think that I am very strong. This world favors the strong. Even if we are weak, we need to disguise ourselves as strong beings or we will be bullied everywhere. Oh human, you can do it. Don't you have fear GU? Isn't attitude GU on your face?" Ren Zhu heard Weak Gu's suggestion and decided to try it. He first twisted his appearance using attitude GU, revealing his teeth and showing a fierce expression. Next, he used fear GU to scare the predicament as it bore its teeth, sprawling on the ground and staring at Ren Zhu vigilantly. Ren Zhu was dazed. "Why didn't we scare it away?" Weak GU urged. "Didn't it jump earlier? This means that my method works, but we need to put in more effort. Oh human, why don't you put attitude GU on top of self GU? What is the best form of deceit or disguise? It is to deceive even yourself. By doing that, we should be able to deceive the predicament." Weak GU continued. "As long as the predicament thinks that you are strong, it will definitely let you pass. That is because predicaments often take the initiative to give way to the strong." Ren Zhu took off the mask on his face as he placed attitude GU on self GU. The predicament did not run off in fear. Ren Zhu realized at once. "I understand now, when a person faces a huge predicament, putting up a facade will never solve the real problem." Strong GU laughed. "Oh human, stop wasting your effort. With me here to remind the predicament, how can you guys possibly deceive it? You should not have saved weak GU. Weak people often like to jeer and taunt others, showing a ruthless demeanor to conceal their own weakness inside." Ren Zhu was helpless, he could only stall for time temporarily. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration as he said to Strong GU, "You said that the law of survival is for the strong to eat the weak, I agree with that. But how do you prove that you are strong while we are weak? If you cannot prove this, on what basis are you allowed to eat us? Strong Gu was dazed. It is because I am strong Gu and that is weak Gu. Ren Zhu shook his head. Just your names alone cannot prove anything. Moreover, other than both of you Gu worms, myself and this predicament are also here. Strong Gu smiled coldly. Then I have a good method to prove it. We will eat a portion of each other. Whoever fails to persevere to the end will lose, whoever is weak deserves to be eaten. Ren Zhu saw that he could not stall for any more time, he had to take a risk. Then we will do that. Don't regret it. However, which of us will eat first? Strong Gu was confident in its strength. It chuckled. So what if I let you go first? Ren Zhu assessed the predicament with his gaze. The truth was he had never eaten any predicaments before. Ren Zhu thought about it before he had an idea. Then I will eat the head of the predicament first. Thus, predicament took off its head and gave it to Ren Zhu. Ren Zhu only took a bite when his face became distorted. He almost vomited on the spot. So bitter. It turned out that this was a huge bitter head. Not just that, even though the predicament lost its head, it was still standing. The neck that was missing a head did not bleed at all. There were no issues at all. Ha ha. Strong Gu laughed. Oh human, you chose wrongly. By just eating bitter heads, you cannot resolve any predicaments. Moreover, whether you are capable of eating this huge bitter head is another question altogether. If you cannot eat it, it means that you are a weakling. You deserve to be eaten by us. Compared to the predicament's head, Ren Zhu's body was very small. Ren Zhu knew that strong Gu was right, he could not afford to lose. If he lost, not only would he fail to protect weak Gu, he would even lose his life and become the food of the predicament. Ren Zhu could only frown as he opened his mouth, continuing to eat the bitter head. After taking dozens of mouthfuls, Ren Zhu suddenly stopped. He opened his mouth and almost vomited. Hope Gu encouraged him. Oh human, don't vomit. If you grit your teeth, you can devour any hardship that comes your way. Humans do not just need to eat food, they also need to taste bitterness. Ren Zhu nodded as he continued to eat. Halfway through, the fear Gu on his body started to shout. Oh heaven, when will we ever finish eating it? Ren Zhu also felt a trace of despair. Courage Gu quickly said. Oh human, you cannot be afraid of tasting bitterness. Don't fear bitterness, suffering is only temporary. If you start to fear suffering, you will suffer for life. With the help of Courage Gu, Ren Zhu finally managed to eat all of the bitter heads after great hardship. Ren Zhu wiped his mouth as he looked at Strong Gu with difficulty. You can choose now. Strong Gu smiled. Then we will eat your skin first. Ren Zhu had to pull off the skin on his body as he threw it to the predicament. The predicament had no head, it stuffed Ren Zhu's skin down its neck. Ren Zhu's skin was completely eaten but its huge belly did not expand at all. Strong Gu asked again. Oh human, what are you going to eat next? Ren Zhu was troubled now. He had just eaten the predicament's head. It was too bitter. Even though he endured the process, his stomach was almost full now. As for the predicament, even though it had no head, it was still alive and standing. What should I eat now? I ate too much earlier. My stomach is reaching its limit. If I have to eat a lot, my stomach might burst and I'll die. Ren Zhu thought to himself. He had to eat the most important and fatal part of the predicament's body. But which part of the predicament's body was the most important? After thinking for a long time, Ren Zhu finally had an idea. He said to Strong Gu, then I will eat the part that you absolutely do not want me to eat. Strong Gu snorted coldly. Then you can eat some losses too. It took out all of the losses from the predicament's body and gave it to Ren Zhu for consumption. These losses were not big, the quantity was not large either. Ren Zhu was quite surprised, because after these losses were taken out, the originally huge predicament shrunk by a lot. Rules and regulation Gu started to explain for Ren Zhu. Oh human, this is not strange. Predicaments vary according to people. Since you ate such a huge bitter head earlier, you will have less losses to eat, thus, it became smaller. Ren Zhu became happy. This is great. Even if I eat all of these losses, I will not reach my limit, it will not fill my stomach completely. Ren Zhu opened his mouth and ate a small loss. It was so spicy, Ren Zhu could not even speak at this moment. Continuing to eat, Ren Zhu opened his mouth as he breathed heavily. His empty eye sockets also started to tear up uncontrollably. Eating again, Renzu's entire body was covered in sweat that merged with the tears flowing out of his eye sockets. The most uncomfortable thing for Renzu was that budding flames started to appear in his heart. These yellowish flames resembled chicks, they gathered together in groups. The more losses one ate, the more flames of resentment they would feel in their heart. The more flames of resentment they had, the more uncomfortable it felt. Even Renzu's several hearts could not take it, they were going to be incinerated soon. Right at this moment, the heart of nobleness grew in Renzu's chest. Compared to the other hearts, the heart of nobleness was able to endure the most flames of resentment. With this heart to bear the burden, Renzu finally managed to endure it. Renzu ate all of the losses. Strong Ji-Yu looked at Renzu's bulging belly as he smiled coldly. "Oh human, you are almost at your limit, it is time for us to eat." Renzu breathed roughly as he asked, "What do you want to eat?" Strong Ji-Yu said, "I want to eat your flesh." Renzu was helpless about it, he could only let it eat his flesh. Renzu's skin and flesh were inside Predicament's stomach, he only had his bones, organs, and hair left. In this deep and eerie darkness, only Ming Yu's thoughts were flickering with much difficulty, radiating the light of hope near the end of his life. "I can do it. Come on, come on. Food path killer move, bitter taste. Food path killer move, swallow loss." The green claw ghost-winged lion was flying in the air. Suddenly, its body shook as it fell towards the ground with a pitiful cry. With a loud sound, it crashed into the desert, creating a deep pit. The green claw ghost-winged lion struggled intensely, causing the sand on the ground to turn into a huge sand wave. It could not endure the immense feelings of bitterness, the flames of resentment burned intensely in its heart. It knew that Ming Yu was the one causing problems in its stomach, it stabbed its claw into its stomach without hesitation. After spending a long time struggling, it slowly came to a halt as its life force dissipated. Using the hole that its claw created, Ming Yu's soul flew out like a trace of smoke, bringing along his immortal essence and Ji-Yu worms, escaping from the stomach of the beast. I actually survived. Even he did not think that this would be the outcome. His soul was dim. After floating and moving for some time, he collapsed onto the ground. Only after resting for a long time did he recover slightly. Looking at the dark sky, Spectral Soul, who was still a young adult, snorted coldly before laughing to himself. Pathetic, truly pathetic. However, in this world, who does not struggle at death's doors? I swear, Spectral Soul's figure was blur and vague, he seemed to be pointing at heaven. He used an extremely firm and determined, yet incomparably weak voice to shout with all his strength, "This is the last time I will struggle before death in my life. From today onwards, only I can cause others to struggle in the face of death. The 5 regions and 2 heavens can bear testament to my words." Heaven and earth was silent. Going back to the present, his memories faded away as the battlefield reappeared. Qingqiu was rolling around in the air. Finally, it could not take it anymore as it vomited out Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's body was like a phantom, moving rapidly and reaching Qingqiu's back. He raised his right arm as his 5 fingers turned black like ink. It was quite peculiar. His 5 fingernails were longer than his fingers, they were white and sharp, emitting an icy and terrifying aura. "Go ahead and struggle to death. Don't worry, I will not let any of you feel even the slightest hope of survival." Spectral Soul's eyes shined with a dark light, his 5 fingers stabbed at lightning speed. Qingqiu's body shook, all of its strength surged again as Spectral Soul quickly absorbed everything. 1. The Chinese phrase for suffering, hardship, is written as bitter head literally. 2. Eat loss is the literal meaning of the phrase that means suffering a loss, being disadvantaged, or ending up in an unfavorable situation. Chapter 2042, Venerable Spectral Soul. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, causing destruction to sovereign immortal aperture. Mini southern border was ravaged by the myriad destruction lightning forest to a pitiful level, countless mountains collapsed, the earth cracked as deep crevices formed. Combat Beast King was bathed in blood as he fought, his injuries were getting more severe, the situation was getting tougher now. He was using his life to forcefully hold on and maintain the situation. Compared to the might of heaven and earth, even if I am a rank 8 GU immortal, so what? Combat Beast King had been cultivating in sovereign immortal aperture, he gained a lot of knowledge and his strength rose greatly, giving him a boost of confidence. But now, facing the myriad tribulation, he could feel how tiny and insignificant he was. The range of the myriad destruction lightning forest expanded again, because Fang Yuan's main body had to deal with the fight outside, he was at a disadvantage. Against this myriad tribulation, even if Fang Yuan put in all his effort, it would still be a dangerous process, and yet half of his attention was drawn away to deal with spectral soul. This was a myriad tribulation, countless rank 8s had faltered at this hurdle. Fang Yuan's situation was quite unique, this was not his first myriad tribulation. He had not just skipped 2 myriad tribulations, this current one was created by the 3000 heaven path Tao marks in his body. A myriad tribulation created this way was extremely rare even in the long history of humanity. Forced by the situation, Fang Yuan had to multitask. He dealt with the situation outside while simultaneously observing sovereign immortal aperture. He looked at the heaven path Tao marks that transformed into lightning path and cloud path to create this myriad tribulation. He suddenly comprehended something. I think I understand something now. At that instance, he realized the origin of the calamities and tribulations. In the past, he knew that calamities and tribulations were controlled by the heavenly Tao. It cared about balance, to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. Every GU immortal and immortal aperture was a mass congregation of Tao marks, thus, the heavenly Tao had to take measures to maintain the balance. Every once in a while, the heavenly Tao would unleash its might, creating calamities and tribulations for GU immortals. But how could it create these calamities and tribulations? Fang Yuan did not know. Right now, this question in Fang Yuan's heart got answered by the scene before him. It turned out that matter what kind of tribulation, it was actually created using heaven path Tao marks. The heaven path Tao marks could transform into any path, thus, there were the flying frost jumping lightning tribulation, 4 inferno cloud tribulation, dragon roar tribulation, heavenly drum thunder tribulation, wind flower calamity, snow moon calamity, profound white flying salt calamity. These tribulations were of the various paths, there were many types of them. GU immortals could not guess what would come, thus they faced huge difficulties. The heavenly Tao would even mimic venerable methods, for example, thieving heaven demon venerable's formless hand. All these different tribulations were merely the manifestation, in essence, they were all heaven path Tao marks. The higher the GU immortals' cultivation level, the more Tao marks they would have, and the bigger the difference between them and the natural environment. The more imbalanced it was, the more heaven path Tao marks would be drawn to them, and the stronger the tribulations they would face. Nobody in the world could cultivate heaven path, even if a GU immortal passed a tribulation successfully, they would not gain heaven path Tao marks. These heaven path Tao marks would transform into the Tao marks of other paths and fuse with the GU immortals. Immortal aperture. Thinking about it, back in Crazed Demon Cave, the heaven path Tao marks derived many strange and peculiar small worlds. After these worlds were destroyed, they transformed back into heaven path Tao marks. As for the immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move that Fang Yuan obtained from Xianxia sect, it used the same logic. Immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move used the blessed land and grotto heaven as the refinement target, using the killer move to connect the immortal aperture with the 5 regions world outside, influencing the calamities and tribulations and using it to temper the immortal aperture itself. Xianxia blessed land was once located at Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Around the vicinity of Crescent Lake were water path and refinement path Tao marks. Immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move was often used to deal with the calamities and tribulations. Most often, water path and refinement path calamities would occur. After passing it, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path Tao marks. The true effect of this move was to affect the transformation of the heaven path Tao marks. In Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's true inheritance, there were also luck path methods to weaken tribulations. For example, dog shit luck and fortune rivaling heaven. He was using luck path Tao marks to interfere with the creation of tribulations by the heaven path Tao marks, causing a favorable change to occur and weakening the might of the tribulations. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, there was Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation Killer Move. It limited the transformation of the heaven path Tao marks, thus each tribulation turned into a transformation path Beast Calamity instead. The Exposing Heavenly Secret Killer Move that Fang Yuan obtained from Shadow Sect could precisely deduce the content of the following tribulation. Exposing Heavenly Secret Killer Move used Heavenly Secret Immortal GU as the core. Very evidently, it also targeted the root source, the heaven path Tao marks, to make its deductions. Thus, each deduction was extremely precise about the content. Immortal tribulation tempering aperture, luck path methods, myriad beings assimilation transformation, exposing heavenly secret. Fang Yuan had all of these methods, it was a pity that he could not use them now. The Heaven Path Dao marks restricted his actions, he could not activate any of these moves. Only by using human path methods to resist Heaven Path could Fang Yuan gain some time and opportunity to activate other killer moves. Like earlier in Heavenly Court when he used unlimited Qi Si killer move to deal with primordial Qi Wall. Fang Yuan had a human path formation in Sovereign Immortal Aperture that used the Thousand Wish Tree as the core. But Heaven's will was not stupid, it knew about Fang Yuan's information. Myriad Destruction Lightning Forest also appeared in Mini Central Continent. It was attacking the human path formation, making Fang Yuan trapped in a tighter spot. Beast growls resounded, a large group of soul beasts moved out towards the lightning clouds in the sky. They charged relentlessly without any concern about their own lives. These were all soul beasts, most were desolate beasts, there were some ancient soul beasts and 4 immemorial soul beasts. These soul beasts were all captured by Fang Yuan in Green Ghost Desert. Among them, the immemorial soul beasts were enslaved when Fang Yuan helped Fang Clan to obtain Divine Bean Palace. These soul beasts were usually kept in Mini Black Heaven. Right now, Fang Yuan was facing a crisis, he had to make use of them. The soul beasts were extremely fragile under the myriad tribulation, they were completely defenseless. In just a while, 100 desolate level soul beasts perished from the lightning bolts, more than 10 ancient soul beasts died as well. Fang Yuan's heart was cold as ice, he did not waver. The soul beast group had already served its purpose, it drew the firepower away and took away the pressure, allowing Fang Yuan to gain some time. This included the immemorial soul beasts, without immortal GU, they were just high-tier cannon fodder against the myriad tribulation, but they were still useful as meat shields after all. Fang Yuan did not dare to use the soul beasts against Spectral Soul. The truth was, after Spectral Soul took control of the year beasts, Fang Yuan gave up on this aspect. A huge amount of strength flowed like a tidal wave into Spectral Soul's body. Qing Chou struggled intensely, using killer moves to attack itself manically. However, Spectral Soul endured Qing Chou's attacks forcefully as he continued to drain its strength. Soul beasts existed in this world because Spectral Soul created Soul Path. Spectral Soul understood soul beasts too well, not only could he make them loyal to him, he also has methods to extract strength from them to replenish himself. Qing Chou's struggles became weaker and weaker. Spectral Soul looked at Qing Chou with great satisfaction, the hatred GU within its body was already reaching completion, this fool was simply sending itself to death while contributing treasures as well. Spectral Soul suppressed Qing Chou while keeping his attention on Dragon Palace. All along, he did not relax, he stared at Fang Yuan's main body without looking away. The entire situation was still under his control. Suddenly, winds blew as the air rumbled, 2 giant hands slammed towards Spectral Soul from the left and right. One hand was black while the other was white, they were grand and majestic, containing deep profundities, it was the Qi Path killer move, Yin Yang Great Killer Hands. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan's Qi Path clone arrived. Spectral Soul smiled coldly, black smoke spewing out of his body. From the smoke, 2 immemorial soul beasts flew out and slammed into the 2 Qi Path giant hands. The Qi Path hands grabbed as the 2 immemorial soul beasts growled in pain, but they did not die just yet. Qi Si Ancestor could neither let go of them nor continue grabbing them at this moment. If he grabbed onto them, his offensive momentum would be halted. If he let go, these 2 immemorial soul beasts would still attack him later. Qi Si Ancestor shouted as he waved both hands, letting them fly far away, bringing the immemorial soul beasts away from the battlefield. Spectral Soul's goal was achieved, he used 2 immemorial soul beasts to restrain Qi Si Ancestor while also wasting his energy. After all, Qi Si Ancestor had to sustain the 2 Qi Path hands to trap the immemorial soul beasts. Qi Si and Spectral Soul's first round of fighting ended up as a simple exchange. Spectral Soul used 2 immemorial soul beasts while Qi Si Ancestor wasted some mental energy, immortal essence, timing. Both sides were evenly matched, in fact Spectral Soul lost a bit more, after all, the immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength. But looking at the big picture, Spectral Soul's gains were slightly higher, he still continued to control the situation. Because he controlled soul pacifying Grotto Heaven secretly, it had many immemorial soul beasts, losing 2 was no issue. In contrast, Qi Si failed to use this opportunity well, he originally wanted to disrupt Spectral Soul but was interrupted, this chance was wasted. Spectral Soul made use of his advantage well, he continued to absorb Qing Chou's strength to strengthen himself while weakening Qing Chou. On the whole, he had gained a lot from this first round of combat. This round was just a tiny projection of their fight, yet it showed Spectral Soul's abundant and rich battle experience. His vision loomed over the entire battlefield. His control of combat was so precise and flawless, even someone like Fang Yuan felt stifled. Fang Yuan was not giving up obviously. He focused on repairing Dragon Palace while asking Qi Si Ancestor to attack again. Spectral Soul focused on three things at once. He suppressed Dragon Palace and used the black smoke spiral to damage it. He absorbed Qing Chao's Soul Beast strength. He also used killer moves to resist Qi Si Ancestor's attacks. Dragon Palace, Qing Chou, and Qi Si Ancestor, these were three entities with top-tier battle strength in the world, yet they could not turn the situation around even by being on the same side. To speak the truth, Spectral Soul's current strength was not too impressive, but he had the complete dominance over Dragon Palace. He countered Qing Chao's abilities, and he even knew about Qi Si Ancestor's information. His soul path methods are used in succession, the moves complement each other and are tightly connected. This is an exceptional combat system. In contrast, my Qi Si clone has only existed for a short period of time. He has too few methods that are all easily countered. Fang Yuan's main body understood the reason. Qi Si clone's most common offensive method was Yin Yang Great Killer Hands and his main defensive method was Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe. His foundation was too low. When observed by Spectral Soul, after just a few exchanges of moves, he would be able to create a countermeasure easily. Be it battle strength, knowledge, or experience, Spectral Soul stood at the peak of the world. After all, he was once the invincible demon Venerable that dominated the world. Among the generations of Venerables, Spectral Soul was publicly recognized as the one with the deepest killing intent. He had gone through intense battles, he fought his way to the top, he was an expert that carved out his own bloody path through countless hurdles. Under his venerable throne, there was a mountain of skeletons and sea of corpses. Chapter 2043, Dragon Palace Escapes. Qi Si Ancestor, how is the situation over there? Amidst intense battle, Fang Yuan's clone Qi Si received Qin Ding Ling's transmission. Qi Si Ancestor did not speak. He recorded the scene of the battle using an information path GU worm and sold it to Qin Ding Ling in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Heavenly Court soon gained an understanding of the battle situation. Qin Ding Ling was slightly shocked internally. Spectral Soul's strength far surpassed her initial estimations. It seemed like Qi Si Ancestor could not restrain Spectral Soul. At this rate, Spectral Soul might likely kill Fang Yuan and defeat Qi Si. He would also absorb Qing Chou. He would be the greatest winner in this clash. This was something Qin Ding Ling did not want to see. Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul were supreme demons. It would be great if they both perished. The best scenario would be Longevity Heaven going down with them. That was the result Qin Ding Ling most wanted to see. We have our immortal GU house. If we join the fight, we can cause some changes to it. Even though Qing Chou is strong, it is a mistake to use it against Spectral Soul. Looking at Spectral Soul's actions, it seems that he is sure that Fang Yuan is inside Dragon Palace. Then has Fairy Ziwei already succeeded in her deductions and informed Spectral Soul? Qin Ding Ling guessed the truth but she was not certain. She looked at the operating wisdom path formation and calamity luck altar beside it. If Heavenly Court could exterminate Fairy Ziwei and the rest, that would be the best. Clipping. Spectral Soul's wings prematurely would result in fewer variables in this battle. It was a pity that Calamity Luck Altar was here. Most of Longevity Heaven's experts came along with it. Qin Ding Ling was not confident of taking down Fairy Ziwei at this moment. Longevity Heaven, Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. Among the Heavenly Court GU immortals present, she hated Longevity Heaven most deeply. Back then, she was forced to become Giant Sun's immortal concubine. She endured this humiliation and successfully switched to cultivating luck path. She eventually participated in the Fate War. But at the crucial moment, Giant Sun Immortal Zombie's attack tilted the balance of the final battle in his favor. Longevity Heaven, I will settle the scores with you one day. Qin Ding Ling swore in her heart. Right when Qin Ding Ling was thinking, a ranked 7 Immortal GU house flew over. This Immortal GU house was owned by Spirit Affinity House. The first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were inside it as they brought along an important person, Feng Jinhuang. Feng Jinhuang, quickly retrieve the Dream Realms before us. Qin Ding Ling ordered. Yes. The door of the Immortal GU house opened as Feng Jinhuang stood on the steps, quickly using her method with a solemn expression. She had Dream Wings Immortal GU and the modified Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. In fact, This killer move was created by Fairy Z-Wei's deductions. As dream realms turned into human form, they flew into Spirit Affinity House's Immortal GU house. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven were stirred. Fairy Z-Wei's eyes shined with brilliance. Old man Zheng Yuan quickly asked, "Fairy, do we take action?" After all, these dream realms belonged by Spectral Soul, his attainment levels were inside them. Fairy Z-Wei shook her head. "We will wait for now, these dream realms are just a small portion, they are not important. Fang Yuan is our main priority." At the moment, Spectral Soul's side had a clear advantage. At this rate of development, Shadow Sect was greatly favored. Fairy Z-Wei did not want to upset the balance now and disrupt the overall situation. Feng Jinhuang was just a rank 5 GU master, she was not even a rank 6 GU immortal. But her status was quite unique, she was Feng Zhuji's daughter. If anyone attacked her, it might cause Feng Zhuzhe to come. Feng Zhuji's future self had likely disappeared, similar to He Lulan and Bai Ningbing. But even so, with Feng Zhuji's own strength, he could participate in this fight, he was an uncertain variable. Especially when this variable was not favorable for Shadow Sect, Fairy Z-Wei wanted to have less problems if possible. Calamity Luck Altars Bing Sai Chuan had the same thought, he did not make a move in the end. Feng Jinhuang was heavily protected by Heavenly Court's immortals as she gradually collected the dream realms. Qin Ding Ling had a complex emotion. She eventually made this move, using Feng Jinhuang and thus, Feng Zhuzhe indirectly to intimidate their opponents. Since when did the great Heavenly Court fall to such a level? The pride in Qin Ding Ling's heart pressured her, but the logic in her mind told her to use all of the resources and influences they could gather. Qi Si Ancestor transmitted information again, requesting for Heavenly Court's reinforcement. Qin Ding Ling rejected his request politely, asking him to persevere some more time. Thus, Qi Si Ancestor changed his request. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range is closest to Black Heaven Temple, why don't you ask them to send an Immortal GU house to patrol the periphery of the battlefield? If I am unable to stop Spectral Soul from killing Fang Yuan, we can still rely on Black Heaven Temple. Qin Ding Ling thought about it but did not tell Qi Si Ancestor about her orders to Black Heaven Temple. She rejected, Black Heaven Temple is not strong enough to participate in this battle. Qi Si Ancestor replied angrily, this is a prime opportunity. If Heavenly Court hesitates and loses the chance, either one of these two demons getting stronger will be a problem for the righteous path. Qin Ding Ling sighed, why wouldn't I know that? But Heavenly Court is not as before, we need to act cautiously. If we send Black Heaven Temple's GU immortals there, they would only die in vain. Please understand our plight. Qi Si Ancestor felt a little dejected. Since Heavenly Court's leader openly spoke of their weakness, they were really not the Heavenly Court of before, their style of action changed, Fang Yuan could not make use of them easily anymore. While Qin Ding Ling and Qi Si Ancestor spoke secretly, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was also asking Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan's main body is here, why aren't you coming here? Fang Yuan placed his will in Myriad Year Flying Warship, he also left behind Immortal GU and Immortal Essence, under the effect of Familiar Face Killer move, he could disguise his will very well. Demon Immortal Qi Ju told Spectral Soul about this but the latter continued to fight Dragon Palace, not showing signs of leaving. This made Demon Immortal Qi Ju quite suspicious. Spectral Soul directly replied, don't forget about Fang Yuan's familiar face. We cannot be sure of his location. Demon Immortal Qi Ju became increasingly suspicious. Spectral Soul, are you hiding something from me? Spectral Soul replied, don't worry, just continue restraining Myriad Year Flying Warship, you will get your due remuneration. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not fall for it, he smiled coldly, don't worry indeed, I have a brilliant plan to find out which is Fang Yuan's main body. Saying so, he suddenly stopped dealing with Myriad Year Flying Warship as he flew towards Spectral Soul's direction. Myriad Year Flying Warship was stunned for a moment before quickly pulling away from Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Spectral Soul sensed something amiss, he quickly transmitted, Qi Ju, don't do anything foolish. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju was firm, sometimes, we need to take a chance, right? Or maybe, you can tell me the information that you just obtained. Spectral Soul snorted but did not reply. Demon Immortal Qi Ju turned silent as he flew into the sky with an increased speed. In a few breaths of time, Myriad Year Flying Warship appeared behind him again. Seeing this, Demon Immortal Qi Ju laughed loudly, oh Spectral Soul, look, I found out the truth already. I can be certain that Fang Yuan's main body is inside Dragon Palace now. If Fang Yuan's main body was inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, he would have flown away already. But now, Myriad Year Flying Warship returned to stall Demon Immortal Qiju. It showed that Fang Yuan's main body was unwilling to see Spectral Soul gain reinforcements. He had to stop Demon Immortal Qiju from leaving. At this moment, Fang Yuan's plan to deceive his enemies by splitting up has failed completely. Demon Immortal Qiju was a famous demon in history. His seniority was higher than everyone here, including Spectral Soul. After sensing something wrong, he quickly tested his method to find out the truth. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, showing displeasure. With Demon Immortal Qiju's move, the situation got out of Spectral Soul's control. Spectral Soul was just using Qiju by promising benefits. They were wary of each other in essence. Their relationship was merely because of mutual gains. The reason why Spectral Soul did not want Demon Immortal Qiju to come over was because this uncertain variable could possibly get greedy and fight with him over the immense benefits of killing Fang Yuan. Right now, from Demon Immortal Qiju's actions, it showed that Spectral Soul's worries were well justified. Demon Immortal Qiju definitely had his own ideas. But Spectral Soul did not fluster. Back when he lured Demon Immortal Qiju to join the battle, he had already thought of this. But there was no helping it. Spectral Soul had just regained his strength. Shadow Sect was still very weak. Because of the many variables in this battle, Spectral Soul had to increase the strength of his side. It was thanks to Fairy Z-Wei communicating with Longevity Heaven earlier, to rope them in with Shadow Sect temporarily, otherwise the situation would have been even more chaotic. Did Bing Sai Chuan had no such intentions either? Was he really going to watch Spectral Soul kill Fang Yuan like that? Fairy Z-Wei was a Wisdom Path great expert. She had deep considerations. She created the formation in front of Heavenly Court. It was to restrain them as well as Longevity Heaven. This battle to kill Fang Yuan was not as grand as the Fate War, but it involved 4 parties, tens of GU immortals, and almost all of the peak experts in the current world. These people plotted against each other and schemed deeply. Spectral Soul could sense acutely that his control over the situation was slipping. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Wall. During the intense battle, Qi Si Ancestor pushed with both hands as a colossal Qi Wall formed instantly. The Qi Wall was like a mountain as it pressed towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul pointed with his fingers as several immemorial soul beasts appeared, growling as they blocked the Qi Wall. But Qi Si Ancestor shouted suddenly as he raised his right fist. He spread out his fingers as his palm targeted Spectral Soul from afar. Spectral Soul seemed to have sensed something as black smoke appeared around him in a ball shape, shielding him. The moment Qi Si Ancestor's killer move was ready, he moved his palm away and targeted the black smoke spiral instead. Following an intense explosion, the black smoke spiral was completely torn apart as black chi flew all over the place. Dragon Palace, which was greatly damaged, moved quickly as it drew a golden trail of light in the sky, rapidly escaping. At this point in the battle, Dragon Palace finally broke free. Spectral Soul's attention was drawn by Demon Immortal Qiju. Qi Si Ancestor found this small loophole and quickly made use of his opportunity with some luck. Spectral Soul looked at Qi Si Ancestor deeply. Other than intense anger and killing intent, there was also praise and admiration in his gaze. Qi Si Ancestor had made a brilliant move. Now that Dragon Palace had escaped, Spectral Soul had to keep up with it. He had to abandon the heavy Qing Chou. It was such a pity. Spectral Soul was only a bit of time away from completely subduing Qing Chou. Chapter 2044, Leaving Stealthily. Fang Yuan, where are you trying to escape to? Spectral Soul smiled coldly, black smoke oozing out of his body. An immemorial soul beast as large as a giant python flew out of the black smoke. It pounced at Dragon Palace with strong winds around it. The orange-golden light flickered on Dragon Palace as a trace of pink smoke flew out. With the movement of the smoke, the immemorial soul beast easily got suppressed inside Dragon Palace without putting up a resistance. It was a mortal killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Spectral Soul was only afraid of this method from Dragon Palace, but now that it was used, he immediately used the opportunity to move with increased speed, approaching Dragon Palace like a specter. Qi Si Ancestor pushed with both hands as winds blew wildly. A giant Qi Wall appeared out of nowhere and blocked Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, breaking the Qi Wall but losing his battle opportunity. Dragon Palace changed directions. The aura of dreamy light smoke became denser again. Behind it, Qing Chou roared and wanted to chase them, but it was powerless. in a few breaths of time, it was left in the dust. Dragon Palace, Spectral Soul, and Qi-Si Ancestor fought while they traveled rapidly in the sky. Qi-Si Ancestor played the role of a nuisance perfectly. He prevented Spectral Soul from succeeding multiple times. Spectral Soul became annoyed. He started to attack Qi-Si Ancestor aggressively. But at this time, Dragon Palace suddenly retaliated as it shielded Qi-Si Ancestor. Especially with the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke ready to strike at any moment, Spectral Soul could not act too aggressively. Thus, the situation went into a deadlock. Spectral Soul had not returned to his peak condition. Thus, when fighting against Dragon Palace and Qi-Si Ancestor, his battle strength was not much higher. Once they cooperated and assisted each other, even Spectral Soul felt a sense of helplessness. He could not fight against both enemies. Targeting one of them would allow the other to act. It was hard to take action now. At this time, Spectral Soul could not help but think of Ching Cho. I should not have weakened Ching Cho to this extent. If it still had some battle strength left, it would disrupt their cooperation. Spectral Soul felt a little regret. He was all alone and did not need cooperation, but Fang Yuan and Qi-Si Ancestor were different. They had to work together intrinsically to resist Spectral Soul. Ching Cho was overwhelmed by rage. Once it joined the battle, it would ruin Fang Yuan and Qi-Si Ancestor's cooperation. Spectral Soul would have a lot of opportunities to strike. But what Spectral Soul did earlier was not wrong either. If he could subdue Ching Cho completely, Spectral Soul's advantage would rise. He would almost certainly claim victory. It was a pity Qi-Si Ancestor ruined it. He was merely a step away from completely subduing Ching Cho, but just that bit of time would allow Fang Yuan to escape from them. Spectral Soul could not take the risk. This time, Spectral Soul had the advantage of being undercover, but what about next time? Once Fang Yuan becomes cautious against him, would he have another chance? Even Spectral Soul could not be sure. Despite Fairy Z-Wei's deduction method, would Fang Yuan be unable to counter it? Heavenly Court was the best example. They could not capture Fang Yuan despite countless efforts. What was the outcome? Fang Yuan got stronger and stronger. He fought his way to Heavenly Court and destroyed Fate Gu. Even though Fang Yuan was backed by many individuals who paved the way for him, what made all of these people invest in him? Were there no better candidates? Even for otherworldly demons, there were many of them in the world. Fang Yuan was used by Heaven's will in all these people. He was obviously someone who was unique and had great value. Forget about the rest, just his ability to escape was something even Spectral Soul felt admiration towards. Fang Yuan's attainment in escaping was very deep. He had a scheming and crafty mind. He was most skilled by borrowing others' strength. He could escape under the thumbs of many powerful forces, quickly raising his strength over time. Spectral Soul had such rich battle experience. He knew deeply that someone like Fang Yuan had to be dealt with seriously. Once he struck, it had to be a fatal blow. He could not give Fang Yuan any time to rest or recuperate. This enemy was too good at making use of opportunity. He could easily gain a new lease on life and turn the situation around. Fang Yuan was the type of person who could shine with a bit of sunlight, sprout with a bit of water, or create great problems with just a bit of time. Indeed, Spectral Soul was wary against Fang Yuan. Even he had to admit this truth. Because he saw a trace of himself in Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, defending will lead to your eventual loss. How long can you last? I will definitely kill you, Spectral Soul said coldly, not forgetting to exert mental pressure on Fang Yuan. Qi-Si, after this battle, even if you hide, I will find you in Eastern Sea. I will destroy your Qi-Si and kill all of your subordinates. Spectral Soul turned around and threatened Qi-Si Ancestor. Qi-Si clone replied calmly, the so-called demon venerable is actually resorting to trash talking. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. Qi-Si Ancestor's expression quickly changed. Black smoke appeared around him as it started to invade his body. Spectral Soul used words to distract Qi-Si Ancestor. Even though this was not a weakness, in Spectral Soul's eyes, it was enough to create an opportunity for himself. Qi-Si Ancestor quickly evaded it as Spectral Soul wanted to pursue him. Dragon Palace flew over and blocked Spectral Soul, bearing some of Qi-Si Ancestor's burden. Qi-Si Ancestor exerted all his strength to alleviate the problem on him. After regaining his footing, he went back into the battle. It was a deadlock once again. But this time, no matter how Spectral Soul provoked him, Qi-Si Ancestor showed no carelessness. Like this, the three sides fought and whipped up countless storms, the impact of their clash spreading towards the northern direction. They flew past Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, entering Intestinal Gorge. Black Heaven Temple's immortals were hiding in Intestinal Gorge. Several immortal GU houses were concealed around Intestinal Gorge, leaking no aura at all. Seeing that the battle far away was approaching them, Black Heaven Temple's immortals immediately turned excited. Coming, they're finally here. The battle is so intense, is that female immortal spectral soul who is using the body temporarily. Dragon Palace has been heavily damaged, Fang Yuan has no battle strength left, I've never seen him in a more pathetic state. He deserves it. If not for him, Fate GU would not have been destroyed. Be it Spectral Soul or Fang Yuan, they deserve to die. Black Heaven Temple's immortals gritted their teeth, they had a different tone when speaking of Qi Si Ancestor. When we take action later, we should avoid Qi Si Ancestor. It was all thanks to him that Heavenly Court's Qi Harvest Fruit was completely removed. He is our alliance mate, he does not know that we are here in ambush, we cannot harm him. Even though Qi Si Ancestor and Dragon Palace were working together, Black Heaven Temple's GU immortals did not feel surprised. Spectral Soul was too strong, they had to work together to resist him. Precisely because of Qi Si Ancestor's hard work, Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul were still opposing each other, expending their energy. Close, they are close. Let's do it. Black Heaven Temple's GU immortals were ready to strike. Right at this moment, Spectral Soul unleashed an aggressive killer move, black smoke rumbled as dark winds howled, several mountains were affected by the winds and instantly got disintegrated into dust. Qi Si Ancestor had to unleash Qi Wall killer move to resist the dark winds. Dragon Palace released intense golden light, shooting out a grand light pillar to fight offense with offense, attacking Spectral Soul. Right when the pillar was about to hit, Spectral Soul's body flickered as he vanished on the spot, evading the light pillar easily. The light pillar tore through the sky, it was over 1,000 feet long, creating a huge trench on the ground. At that instance, smoke rose as countless mountains collapsed. A brand new artificially created earth trench appeared before the eyes of the Black Heaven Temple immortals. After this eruption of attacks, Spectral Soul no longer had a chance to attack, he quickly stopped and continued to fight against Qi Si and Dragon Palace as they flew away. The Black Heaven Temple immortals hiding in the immortal GU houses were silent. The battle they saw earlier shook their minds and bodies. So this is their real battle strength. Many people understood this and broke out in cold sweat. Nobody spoke about attacking anymore. The atmosphere was quite awkward. Eventually, Black Heaven Temple's first Supreme Elder coughed and broke the silence. He purposely mumbled to himself. No wonder Heavenly Court's Lady Qin asked us to wait here and observe the situation. Indeed, Lady Qin is very wise. Let's continue waiting in ambush, they did not discover us. Maybe we will get a chance again. That is right, even if we do not gain any opportunities, we can't come here and do nothing right. We must collect information about this battle and inform Lady Qin at least. Right when the Black Heaven Temple immortals were discussing, the intense battle in the sky erupted again. At once, the sky turned dark, earth shook as mountains rumbled. The aftermath of their collision created huge air currents that surged out. Trees were uprooted as mountain rocks flew, wild beasts cried out in pain, it was the sight of an apocalypse. Black Heaven Temple's immortals watched with wide eyes as Spectral Soul unleashed a black soul ball, but Dragon Palace evaded it. The soul ball fell into a nearby valley. There was no sound. At the instance, with the valley as the core, the surrounding 1,000 li of mountains and valleys turned into black dust that flew away with the wind. The originally lively mountains vanished soundlessly, only a huge crater was left. Someone swallowed their saliva, it was clearly heard by the GU immortals. What was that killer move earlier? It is so strange, there are no records of it in history. It is not strange that Spectral Soul is able to use such powerful methods, but if it landed on us. Not just us, even our sect's immortal GU houses might not be able to survive such an attack. Let's leave. Lady Qin asked us to act according to the situation, we are allowed to retreat if needed. Black Heaven Temple's immortals looked at each other before turning to the First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder's expression was extremely dark, he said with a solemn tone, we need to preserve our strength, we cannot waste it here. If we die now, who will look after Black Heaven Temple? Lady Qin will not blame us, we are planning for the future. The result was, Black Heaven Temple's immortals came stealthily and watched as the battle in the sky flew away. After that, they stealthily retreated without a sound. Chapter 2045, Myriad Tribulations Transformation. Fang Yuan, This is as far as you go. Spectral Soul chased for some time before attacking again. He was very confident this time. At once, dark winds howled, black clouds filled the sky. It was like an immensely thick wall appeared before Dragon Palace. This is, quickly retreat. At this moment, Wu Shuai's expression turned nervous. He noticed that this was a Soul Path battlefield killer move. Black clouds spread out as Dragon Palace and Qi Si Ancestor quickly retreated. Immortal killer move, Soul Taker battlefield. This was Spectral Soul's famous battlefield killer move. Spectral Soul had used this move to kill countless enemies. Once the battlefield was activated, dark blue soul beasts would be formed within the dense fog. There would be countless soul beasts that appeared unceasingly. Living beings who died in this battlefield would have their souls taken and transformed into soul beasts, under the control of the killer move's user. When Dragon Palace was trapped by the black smoke spiral, there was still hope of escaping. But if it got trapped by Soul Taker battlefield, the chances of escaping would be close to zero. Fang Yuan had Shadow Sect's true inheritance. Soul Taker battlefield was included in this inheritance. He knew a lot about the move. But now, Spectral Soul used this move openly. It was likely that he had already modified and improved upon it. In fact, Fang Yuan's knowledge might be a trap from Spectral Soul. At this moment, Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor did not dare to continue fighting. They quickly focused on escaping. Spectral Soul rode on the endless black smoke as he chased after them. When ordinary GU Immortals used battlefield killer moves, they would need to cancel it if it could not trap the enemy. But was Spectral Soul ordinary? He used the split move technique to split Soul Taker battlefield into many parts. The first part was the black smoke. Spectral Soul could sustain it and move it around without any problem or weakness. Soul Taker battlefield was created by Spectral Soul in his early days. He used it until the later part of his life. By then, he created an even stronger battlefield killer move, 100 million Slaughterfield. Why isn't he using the stronger killer move? Unless, he does not have the necessary GU worms. Fang Yuan guessed. Spectral Soul was also guessing. After escaping from Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan has been going north. Where is he trying to go? Northern Plains. If it is Northern Plains, which location is he going to? Crazed Demon Cave. Now that the 5 regions were united and the regional walls vanished, Spectral Soul had a huge advantage. Without the regional walls, Fang Yuan only has several ways to shrug off these pursuers. Spectral Soul was very familiar with the 5 regions. He guessed Crazed Demon Cave at the first try. Even if Spectral Soul could not be certain, he knew that stopping Fang Yuan from going to the north was a wise decision. Thus, Spectral Soul moved his black smoke to spread out across the surroundings, forcing Fang Yuan to change directions as he flew back to Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. At the same time, in another battlefield, I'm done. Feng Jinhuang panted heavily as she stopped her killer move. Her forehead was covered in sweat. Using Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation killer move like this placed a huge pressure on her. But it was done now. Under the supervision of Heavenly Court, Shadow Sect, and Longevity Heaven, more than 10 rank 8 GU Immortals watched as Feng Jinhuang kept all of the dream realms away. Fang Yuan was nowhere in sight. Fang Yuan was not hiding here after all. The GU Immortals were disappointed but also sighed in relief secretly. Qin Ding Ling immediately asked as she moved her Immortal GU house closer to the Wisdom Path formation, Fairy Ziwei, I've given you so much time. Right now, tell me, where is Fang Yuan's main body? Calamity Luck Altar quickly moved ahead as it blocked Qin Ding Ling. Bing Sai Chuan's voice resounded from within. Slow down, Immortal Concubine from Heavenly Court. He called Qin Ding Ling an Immortal Concubine. He was referring to her past as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's woman. But soon, Bing Sai Chuan changed the subject to Fairy Ziwei, but I hold the same suspicions as Immortal Concubine Qin. Fairy Ziwei, I hope you can give us a satisfactory answer. Bing Sai Chuan could not wait either. Because after such a long time, Fairy Ziwei still had not given them an answer. It was not like what she said to them earlier. Fairy Ziwei stopped using the Wisdom Path formation as she collected the GU worms. She made up an excuse on the spot. The situation is different from last time. Fang Yuan is prepared against us. However, I found his location after all. Where? Qin Ding Ling asked immediately. Fairy Ziwei had already kept away her core Immortal GU. She answered, Fang Yuan is in Dragon Palace. She spoke the truth. Trying to keep Fang Yuan's location a secret now was pointless. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had his own plan. He was already heading towards Spectral Soul's location. Myriad Year Flying Warship followed closely behind it. From one glance, it was obvious where Fang Yuan's main body was. "We will pursue them," Qin Ding Ling ordered. Heavenly Court's immortal GU houses started to fly together as they guarded each other. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven also followed suit. But the three parties were quite spaced apart. The atmosphere was a little tense. Fairy Z Wei's side was quite helpless here. She wanted to stop Heavenly Court here, but the alliance with Longevity Heaven was not reliable. They were only allied in name. As for Heavenly Court, Qin Ding Ling could not confirm the truth behind Fairy Z Wei's words, but since Fang Yuan was not inside the Dream Realms, he had to be in Dragon Palace or Myriad Year Flying Warship. Looking at Spectral Soul's actions, it was more likely that Fang Yuan was inside Dragon Palace. Before they found Fang Yuan's main body, Qin Ding Ling did not want to target Fairy Z Wei. It was too much of a waste of time now, and in this period, if either Spectral Soul or Fang Yuan claims victory while Heavenly Court was not around, it would be a huge loss. For Longevity Heaven, Bing Sai Chuan also wanted to see how things progressed. He did not want to act rashly, because their strength was not enough to suppress everyone. He needed to use his timing well and target Fang Yuan. If he managed to kill Fang Yuan, the gains would be immense. All three groups targeted Fang Yuan. It was really a rare chance to kill Fang Yuan. The opportunity would not present itself twice. With a loud sound, Dragon Palace crashed into a mountain like a shooting star. But Dragon Palace did not stop there. It went deep into the mountain's interior as a result of the huge force that sent it flying. Qi Si Ancestor quickly used Qi Wall to obstruct Spectral Soul from chasing after it. But Spectral Soul smiled coldly. He moved around Qing Chou. Instantly, Qing Chou's eyes turned red as it attacked furiously. Qi Si Ancestor's attacks were stopped by Qing Chou. Using this chance, Spectral Soul flew downwards. At the moment of crisis, a heavily damaged Dragon Palace flew out of the smoke, dodging Spectral Soul's assault. Not long ago, Qing Chou joined in the battle against Spectral Soul, but it was made use of instead. Fang Yuan fell into danger again. Dragon Palace suffered a heavy blow. It was about to break. It could only escape and stall for some time. The outside battle was tense, but inside Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, a change had occurred even though the myriad tribulation was still rampaging. Fang Yuan sacrificed his soul beast group resolutely. Not only did they bear the brunt of the tribulation, Heaven's Will's attention was also drawn away. The pressure on Fang Yuan lifted by a bit. There was finally a chance for him to activate the human path formation again. The human path formation erupted with great might as a grand white light pillar shot into the sky, into the depths of the lightning clouds. At once, the myriad tribulation's lightning clouds froze. Using this chance, combat. Beast King attacked, scattering countless GU worms in the sky. Fang Yuan's divine sense enveloped them as he set up a formation rapidly. In order to make this counterattack, he had made ample preparations. With his deep formation path attainment, he quickly created a formation in the sky. Heaven's Will reacted after that, sending lightning bolts to attack together. Combat Beast King roared as he intercepted the lightning bolts without dodging. After over 10 breaths of time, his star armor shattered. He fell to the ground while bathed in blood. With a loud sound, he created a pit on the ground as he fell unconscious, either dead or alive. Lightning bolts shot towards the formation again. At the critical moment, the formation's setup finally succeeded as it turned into a huge basin. The basin shot out profound light that had a mysterious attractive force. It absorbed all of the lightning bolts that shot out. The myriad tribulation was very fierce, but the basin successfully absorbed and turned it into a pool of lightning plasma. The lightning bolts continued to attack while the lightning pool grew in volume. The lightning pool was not special. It was a common resource point for lightning path cultivators. Almost all lightning path GU immortals would create one in their immortal aperture. It was like how light path GU immortals would create a 5-light mountain. But this lightning pool's appearance was a huge help to Fang Yuan. It bore the brunt of this myriad destruction lightning forest tribulation. It was even more effective than the old combat Beast King. This was because this lightning pool's core was not ordinary. It was a rank 8 immortal GU that Fang Yuan had, lightning GU. But good times did not last. Heaven's Will controlled the myriad tribulation to target the newly formed lightning pool. As the water level of this pool rose gradually, it was about to overflow. Fang Yuan directly used this killer move on the deep blue plasma in the lightning pool. The plasma seemed to be made of lightning path Dao marks, but it was actually formed from a small portion of those 3,000 heaven path Dao marks. These Dao marks were restrained by the lightning pool, they were sitting ducks. Due to Fang Yuan's killer move, they were quickly refined, the efficiency was much higher than before. 1, 2, 5, 10 Dao marks. The water level of the lightning pool stabilized before falling rapidly. The lightning in the sky suddenly ceased. Heaven's will was not stupid, it knew that continuing with this would lead to failure, Fang Yuan would gain much more instead. It started to transform the myriad tribulation. Heaven path was inclusive of everything, it contained lightning path, it could turn into countless lightning bolts. It also contained other paths, it naturally had all sorts of forms to take. Since Fang Yuan made a countermeasure, Heaven's will immediately stopped and changed its method to cause destruction to sovereign immortal aperture. For ordinary myriad tribulations, the content would be fixed once it appeared. But Fang Yuan's myriad tribulation was special, it was made of over 3,000 heaven path Dao marks, Heaven's will controlled it personally, it could change forms at will. This undoubtedly raised the difficulty of Fang Yuan's tribulation by many times. This is too much. As the old combat beast king woke up gradually, he had already separated from the star sea snail. Deep within the pit, his old body was buried in the fragments of the star sea snail. He looked at the changing myriad tribulation as this old rank 8 GU immortal showed a deep expression of despair. At the same time, in the external battlefield, spectral soul, I will lend you a hand. Demon immortal Qi Ju had finally arrived. Spectral soul gained reinforcements, but he had an unhappy expression, he only snorted in reply. He knew about demon immortal Qi Ju's true intentions, but now was not the time for internal conflict. Chapter 2046, Falling for a Trap. Demon immortal Qi Ju arrived and immediately attacked Qi ancestor. The secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head, Qi land, was too powerful against Qi path. Qi ancestor was Dragon Palace's greatest help. Now that he was restrained, Dragon Palace's situation became more dangerous. But soon, myriad year flying warship arrived too and started to join the fight. Even though Fang Yuan faced much difficulty, he managed to drag this fight on. Spectral soul yelled, his body moved like a specter, his palm landed on Dragon Palace again. Countless soul beast silhouettes appeared on the surface of Dragon Palace like a series of still images. A portion of Dragon Palace shattered, it was damaged both internally and externally. Dragon Palace unleashed dreamy light smoke, spectral soul quickly retreated. At the next moment, demon immortal Qi Ju pointed at Dragon Palace suddenly. Qi currents gathered, they exploded instantly. The exterior of Dragon Palace had already been blown to bits, only the main hall was left. Now that it suffered this powerful attack from demon immortal Qi Ju, a huge hole appeared on the roof of this main hall, it could be seen from the outside. Spectral soul saw this and smiled coldly, not holding back his praise, Qi Ju, well done. At this stage, everyone knew that Dragon Palace was in grave danger, if they worked harder, they would be able to shatter it entirely. Fang Yuan and Qi ancestor could cooperate, demon immortal Qi Ju and spectral soul could do the same as well. After demon immortal Qi Ju joined the fight, he suppressed Qi ancestor and cooperated with spectral soul. Even though they did not have close coordination, these two had abundant battle experience, they could find ways to work together. And this cooperation pushed Dragon Palace beyond the brink of destruction. When Fairy Ziwei, Qin Ding Ling, and Bing Sai Chuan arrived, they saw that Dragon Palace shattered into countless fragments as they scattered everywhere. Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai, who were inside Dragon Palace, were exposed, but they quickly went inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, which came to pick them up. Myriad Year Flying Warship was significantly faster than Dragon Palace, it immediately moved away and escaped. The three groups of immortals were stunned before feeling great joy. Quick, Fang Yuan is done for. Dragon Palace was actually destroyed. Even though Myriad Year Flying Warship is fast, in terms of defense, it is inferior to Dragon Palace. We must kill Fang Yuan, we must restore Heavenly Court's reputation. Fang Yuan destroyed our Imperial Court blessed land, there is deep hatred between him and Longevity Heaven. We will kill him and take all of his true inheritances and GU worms. We will pull out his soul and torture him for all eternity. Fang Yuan, it is finally time for Shadow Sect to take care of you. We will kill Fang Yuan first before we compete among ourselves. We must not let him have any chance of getting away during our conflict. The immortals rushed up, they pursued Fang Yuan with great enthusiasm. This was the greatest predicament that Fang Yuan had ever been in since his rebirth. He was currently chased by the top 3 super forces in the world. Most of the world's strongest experts had gathered behind him. Qin Ding Ling, Fairy Ziwei, and Bing Sai Chuan were GU immortals that left a name for themselves in history. There was even a fearsome being like Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan, you cannot escape. Spectral Soul smiled coldly to himself. When he saw that everyone's target was Fang Yuan, he did not chase them away, he allowed everyone to pursue him. Stay attentive, defend against Spectral Soul and Longevity Heaven. Qin Ding Ling instructed. This was truly an amazing sight. Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, and Shadow Sect joined forces to pursue Fang Yuan, but because of their mutual wariness, they did not go all out. Fang Yuan did not create a situation where the 3 sides clashed because they all were not simple characters. At the same time, Fang Yuan's grudges with them were too deep, the wealth that he held was also too alluring. Even if they held back, they were still sufficiently strong, their killer moves were all strange and unpredictable. Not long afterwards, Myriad Year Flying Warship became covered in damages, many GU worm corpses fell off it while it flew and escaped. At this rate, there is no way out. Wu Shuai shouted. Main body, our road to the north has been blocked, we can only go southwest now, this is hopeless. We cannot last much longer, Myriad Year Flying Warship is much frailer than Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's main body was sitting down and dealing with the myriad tribulation. He instructed, go underground, see if there's any hope underground. Myriad Year Flying Warship was maneuvering in the sky, dodging Spectral Soul's Black Soul Ball, but a large number of killer moves still landed on it. The white ship defended against the barrage of killer moves. Soon, a portion of the ship turned dim as the white color turned to gray, it floated in the sky. Next, it vanished into thin air after intense wind swept it away. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like an injured flying fish, it dived downwards, almost crashing to the ground. Follow it, this ship will break with 3 more rounds of attacks. Fang Yuan must die, if we cannot obtain it, we will destroy the sovereign immortal aperture along with him, we cannot let others benefit from this. The 3 forces made similar decisions as they ordered. Myriad Year Flying Warship dived down underground like a white meteor. As dust clouds rumbled, Earth shook but it could not scare off the pursuers, they followed the hole that Myriad Year Flying Warship created as they dived in. Many killer moves continued to land on Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship was starting to break apart, it was in a critical state. Ha ha ha, Fang Yuan made a foolish move, this is the underground, Myriad Year Flying Warship can't move easily while we can hit it with great precision. He can neither go up or down now. Fang Yuan, you demon, you slaughtered innocents and harmed the world, today you will face retribution, this is all just desserts. Offending us will lead to your pitiful end. The immortals roared in anger. Seeing that Fang Yuan was escaping in distress, all of the immortals' morale surged to a peak level. They just needed to put in a bit more effort to see Fang Yuan die right in front of them. Within Myriad Year Flying Warship, Wu Shuai was covered in blood. With such intense attacks, Myriad Year Flying Warship could not be repaired in time. After the immortals made their preparation, they started to attack again with a new wave of moves. Countless killer moves were unleashed with some distance between them, trying to avoid nullifying each other. The terrifying wave of attacks swept towards Myriad Year Flying Warship layer by layer. At the moment of life and death, Myriad Year Flying Warship crashed into the rock in front and barged into a huge underground space. Myriad Year Flying Warship had room to maneuver, it dodged most of the killer moves and escaped destruction. It was like a drowning person suddenly breathing in some air. We entered Earth Abyss. Is this Fang Yuan's intention? Chase him, we cannot let him escape. The immortals were stunned before charging through the rocks, arriving in the underground space. It turned out that while Spectral Soul chased Fang Yuan, they went towards the southeast from Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. Demon Immortal Qi Ju came from the east, he cooperated with Spectral Soul to force Fang Yuan to go southwest. Finally, because Fairy Ziwei and the rest came from the south, Fang Yuan had to go west in the end. After traveling west for some time, they arrived in Ancient Soul Sect's territory. Ancient Soul Sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects, it had a long history. One of Ancient Soul Sect's territories was a huge underground abyss. The underground abyss was at least hundreds of thousands of square kilometers in size. The space was extremely large and the underground world was deep and secluded. There were all sorts of caves and tunnels, some were like labyrinths, some had giant underground lakes while some had flat ground. Countless lifeforms lived here. In Fang Yuan's previous life, endless beast tides emerged from Earth abyss, attacking the surface and bringing disaster to Central Continent. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects spent several years before they were finally able to eradicate the beast tide from the surface. Afterwards, both righteous and demonic path GU masters and GU immortals moved together to explore Earth abyss. In the end, they found that this Earth abyss was unfathomably deep. It had layers after layers. By the time Fang Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada, they had already discovered 107 underground layers. It was impossible to estimate how many layers were still left. The environment here is complex. There are many lifeforms. The lower we go, the more immemorial desolate beasts there are. This is the best place to escape to. Wu Shuai, who was within Myriad-Year Flying Warship, realized at once. Using Earth Abyss, Myriad-Year Flying Warship's situation started to improve. But Spectral Soul and the rest also understood Fang Yuan's scheme. Many GU immortals stopped attacking with their full strength. They were wary against each other, but after getting so far, nobody wanted to give up. Fang Yuan's circumstances were dangerous. Even though Myriad-Year Flying Warship was not taking as much damage as before, it was still slipping towards the abyss of destruction. Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai cooperated. They planned to the best of their ability, using the terrain, but still could not shrug off these pursuers. The only difference was that these pursuers were now grouped into different categories. The first and closest person to Myriad-Year Flying Warship was Spectral Soul, followed by Qi Si Ancestor, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and Qing Chou. The final group was Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, Shadow Sects Fairy Ziwei, and the rest. Myriad-Year Flying Warship, which was about to be destroyed, charged through the rocks again as it went to a lower layer. Countless bats flew and escaped in panic. In this layer, there were countless bats living around. It was like a huge black tide that had no end in sight. Ordinary bats were turned into pulp by Myriad-Year Flying Warship, while alerted immemorial black bats attacked while moving against the tide. In this layer, black bats were the absolute rulers. Because Myriad-Year Flying Warship disturbed them, they were going to punish this daring invader. Oh, Spectral Soul followed closely behind. He saw the endless black bats. He became joyful and surprised. Fang Yuan, even heaven is not helping you. It seems that this layer will be the place you die. Spectral Soul suddenly howled. As the howling sound spread out, innumerable black bats died. Even ancient black bats were not spared. Only immemorial black bats survived. They tried to move with difficulty in the air. Once Spectral Soul's howling ended, countless bat souls appeared from these bat corpses. These souls quickly fused with his voice as black smoke enveloped Myriad-Year Flying Warship from all directions. Myriad-Year Flying Warship quickly disintegrated from the invasion of the black smoke. It could not hold on anymore. Retrieve the core Immortal GU, we will abandon ship. Fang Yuan's main body ordered. Like how they sacrificed Dragon Palace earlier, they took back the core Immortal GU with all their effort at the end. Dragon Palace's core Immortal GU Dream Token was already successfully retrieved. But this was a dangerous move. When Immortal GU houses face destruction, the GU Immortal retrieving the core Immortal GU could only do their best and leave the rest to chance. There could even be times when they were too hasty to take out the core Immortal GU, causing it to be severely damaged instead, eventually resulting in the Immortal GU's destruction. At the next moment, Myriad-Year Flying Warship broke apart entirely. Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai got exposed to the black smoke. He's here, I will block him. Wu Shuai stood before Fang Yuan. I said this before, your struggles are futile. Spectral Soul approached as he spoke in an icy tone. Qi Si Ancestor and the rest had just arrived with the rest. He saw the overwhelming black smoke that shattered the silver-white light. Spectral Soul was attacking Fang Yuan's main body. No, Qi Si Ancestor could not help them from this distance. He could only shout out in his mind. At the moment before death, Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. You fell for my trap, Spectral Soul. Chapter 2047, Carelessness. When Fairy Ziwei and the rest arrived, they could only see an endless stream of black bats. In this layer of the underground abyss, black bats were the sole rulers of all the living beings. Right now, they felt provoked. They went into madness and rage. Immemorial black bats commanded ancient black bats while ancient black bats commanded desolate beast black bats. These desolate beast black bats controlled the countless ordinary bats. When Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Heavenly Court arrived, the furious black bats poured their anger that had nowhere to be vented at these three parties. Even though the three parties contained the strongest GU immortals in the current world, they could not help but freeze in their steps. Why are there so many black bats? We need to kill the immemorial black bats to get rid of these beasts. There are too many of them, these black bats are simply endless, we cannot waste time here, our primary goal is still Fang Yuan. The three groups charged into the black bat groups, they tried to move in this dangerous environment. All of the GU immortals were top-tier rank 8 GU immortals in the current world, even though there were countless bats, they were still unable to match the immortals in actual combat. But by the time the immortals got out of the bat groups, they could not see myriad-year flying warship, spectral soul, Xianxia, or others. Where are they? There are no clues left behind at all. This is impossible, we chased them according to the traces left behind from their fight. The immortals were shocked and uncertain. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with golden radiance, melting the surrounding bats, a huge space was created immediately. From within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's impatient voice resounded, Fairy Ziwei, tell me, where is Fang Yuan? Old man Zheng Yuan snorted coldly, why would we know? Qin Ding Ling sneered, Shadow Sect, do you really think we are ignorant of your tricks? You waited and did not chase them, wasn't it because you were trying to disrupt us? Qin Ding Ling spoke in a sharp tone, it seemed like she was sowing discord but it sounded like the truth, Shadow Sect got into a predicament immediately. Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, Qing Chou, Qi Si, and Qi Ju all vanished, it was just too strange. The three forces chasing them became extremely anxious. Fairy Ziwei was also frowning deeply as she said, we have lost contact with our master. I believe that other forces have interfered, the important thing is to find them now, if we fight among ourselves, this external force will succeed in their goal. Bing Sai Chuan spoke in an icy tone, not concealing his killing intent, then show me the capabilities of a wisdom path great expert. HMPH, just you watch. Fairy Ziwei said as she started to activate her killer move, making deductions rapidly. Qin Ding Ling did not speak but her killing intent was not concealed either. If she found any tricks from Shadow Sect, Heavenly Court would definitely attack them immediately. The surrounding black bats approached again, the GU immortals hesitated for a moment before quickly attacking and resisting the black bats for Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei's body was shining in a purple-gold light, aurora spread out constantly. Fairy Ziwei's expression turned increasingly pale, immortal essence was expended rapidly until her body started shivering. Afterwards, she opened her eyes, purple light filling her pupils. As the purple-gold light faded away, Fairy Ziwei's pupils returned to normal. Her aura was significantly weaker now, it was clear that she had done her best in the deduction. Under everyone's supervision, she let out a breath of air. I deduced it, a battlefield killer move enveloped all of them, causing us to not sense them anywhere. Battlefield killer move, who is ambushing them here? HMPH, do you have evidence? Fairy Ziwei sneered, as a wisdom path great expert, she would naturally not end up empty-handed. She immediately split the bad groups apart as she directed the immortals to a trace of earth path aura that was about to dissipate. After sensing the aura, the immortals started to analyze it. It is an earth path killer move indeed. It really seems like a battlefield killer move. Watch me, I will find it. A certain GU immortal of Heavenly Court made his move, he was very confident at the start but soon, he returned without any progress. Soon, this trace of earth path aura dissipated, only the bad groups remained to fight against the three groups of immortals. The immortals' expressions were very ugly. Some were still suspicious about Shadow Sect, some were thinking about ways to find the enclosed immortal battlefield, some were forced to fight against the black bats. Longevity Heaven's Bing Sai Chuan still held some suspicions. Fairy Ziwei had the heaviest mood, she dealt with the black bats as she asked Heavenly Court, you should be most familiar with this earth path aura. Heavenly Court, what do you think? Qin Ding Ling was silent for a moment before she said, indeed, this resembles Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. We have the same idea now, to find this immortal battlefield and destroy it. So it is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force, no wonder, Bing Sai Chuan realized at once. In history, among the 10 Venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most skilled at using immortal battlefield killer moves. His capability in this aspect was publicly known as the #1 among Venerables. Right now, the reincarnation battlefield that he created was still existing in Central Continent, owned by the 10 great ancient sects. Why did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables force take action. None of the immortals here were surprised. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable were on opposite sides, everyone knew that. Back then, Spectral Soul slaughtered everyone in his way, causing great terror and chaos. All of the people in the 5 regions lived in fear. The righteous path was weak while the demonic path surged. Ever since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable started cultivation, he worked hard to turn this trend around. He restored peace to the world and suppressed the demonic path. He brought fortune to the world. Because of the ideologies of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they had always conflicted. To find Paradise Earth's battlefield and destroy it, the difficulty is just. Bing Sai Chuan shook his head. Even an expert like him hesitated and felt troubled. Why would Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force take action? And why would they wait here in ambush? A GU Immortal asked. This question made Fairy Z Wei's mood even heavier. A dark cloud loomed over her, shrouding her face. It must be Fang Yuan. Even though there was no evidence, Fairy Z Wei still said that with great confidence. She had fought against Fang Yuan too many times. She was basically the loser each time. This feeling of defeat was too common to Fairy Z Wei. She had experienced it countless times. Each time she thought that victory was close, Fang Yuan would turn the situation around. This current situation was also the same. Fairy Z Wei felt very familiar with it. Qin Ding Ling agreed with Fairy Z Wei's deduction. We chased after Fang Yuan, but from another perspective, he was leading us here. While chasing and escaping, this route was planned by Fang Yuan. If he cooperated with Paradise Earth's force and created this situation, it is indeed the easiest way. But why would Paradise Earth's force cooperate with a demon like Fang Yuan? We have not seen it ourselves. Is this really Paradise Earth's force? Or rather, which force under Paradise Earth is it? Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the closest venerable to the current era. He naturally left behind the highest number of forces. Different from other venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had never intentionally focused on developing any single force. Heavenly Court had Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was developed by the 3 of them through painstaking effort. Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Grotto Heaven. It was the foundation that he had left behind. Shadow Sect was operated by Spectral Souls Split Souls for many years. It used Zombie Alliance as the front to slowly accumulate influence and strength. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was different. He helped and assisted many different forces. For example, the Merman Imperial Court in Eastern Sea. It was because he did not want to see the merfolk get bullied. There was also Southern Borders Mushroom Paradise. It was made because he did not want to see the Mushroom get slaughtered mercilessly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had the ability to turn an immortal aperture into a paradise. He helped many GU immortals in his life. He altered many grotto heavens and blessed lands. He even helped to enlighten many legendary immemorial beasts, for example, the blue dragon whale. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not just help humans, he also helped variant humans, or even other living beings that were in need. Thus, he was the most loved venerable and also the most merciful. Even though Heavenly Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable also helped out countless living beings, he was mostly focused on helping nature and repairing habitats. The other venerables all had offensive methods, but only Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had also left behind his true inheritances in various places. Southern Borders Mushroom Paradise was one of them. Thus, their leader, Southern Borders GU Immortal Lu Wei Yin, was also called Paradise Earth's inheritor. Nobody could refute it. Before the Fate War, Fairy Z Wei even went to the Mushroom Paradise and borrowed Benevolence GU. All the immortals could not think of an answer now. Because of Paradise Earth's actions, many forces and GU immortals were related to him in some way. There was no way of knowing which force it was exactly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable focused on removing Spectral Soul's influence his entire life. He was a merciful and benevolent person who brought peace. Would his force cooperate with a demon like Fang Yuan? It is not impossible. Didn't Heavenly Court cooperate with me temporarily as well? Fairy Z Wei's heart was filled with a solemn emotion. The more she thought, the worse she found the situation. The reason why Heavenly Court worked with Shadow Sect was so that Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul would fight each other. It would be great if these 2 demons were killed at the same time. If Paradise Earth's force and Fang Yuan cooperated while having such thoughts, why would it be impossible? With Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's status and nature, he would not do something like laying an ambush. But the immortal venerable had died already. Nobody knew the temperament of the force that he left behind, or even his inheritor. This situation must have surpassed Master's expectations. But there can be a worse situation, that is, Fang Yuan planned all of this. He gave up on Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship just so he could lure Master into this battlefield. No matter what the truth is, I need to do my best to save Master. Fairy Zi-Wei sensed something amiss. She was very anxious. As a wisdom path great expert, any changes in her emotions needed to be assigned great importance. Spectral Soul had an advantage against Fang Yuan of course, but against another venerable's force, it would not be so certain. And most importantly, this was the venerable who purposely went against Spectral Soul in history, Paradise Earth. At the same time, in the Earth Path battlefield, Spectral Soul looked at the surrounding sand, his expression turned cold as ice. Good, very good. So you are Lu Wei Yin, the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth. A GU Immortal stepped on a yellow cloud. He cupped his fists at Spectral Soul. Lord Demon Venerable is very perceptive. I have been waiting here for a long time. At the side, Fang Yuan urged. Lu Wei Yin, I lured him here already. Don't expect me to take action now. Show me your sincerity, Fang Yuan suddenly stopped speaking as he retreated rapidly. In an instant, Spectral Soul suddenly arrived in front of him using an unknown method. Fang Yuan, you are too careless. It is a pity you got this far, but go and die now. Spectral Soul stretched out his hand as he grabbed Fang Yuan's neck. Fang Yuan stared with eyes wide open. He could not break free. Chapter 2048, Illusory Sand Shifting Shadow. Spectral Soul was indeed the demon venerable who killed his way to the top. Any other person would be wary at the first moment and defend against an assault. But he had abundant battle experience. After falling into a trap, he made perfect use of an opportunity to attack instantly. Undoubtedly, he chose a great timing. Fang Yuan was pursued by 3 parties. The pressure was huge. After getting into this safe area, it was not strange that he would relax his mind. Spectral Soul distracted him with words while preparing his killer move. This move had no aura or commotion. Only Wu Yong in the current 5 regions could match him in this aspect. Once used, Spectral Soul turned the situation around. He grabbed Fang Yuan's neck tightly. Spectral Soul's move was also extraordinary. It was called Soul Shattering Hand. This move could only be used at an extremely close range. It was a close combat method. In GU Immortal battles, close combat was rare. Most engaged in long-distance combat. Only few paths like Transformation Path or Strength Path would focus on hand-to-hand combat. Soul Shattering Hand had an extremely close range. It was very limited in usage, but Spectral Soul still held onto it without discarding it. The reason was because this move had incredible power. Once it struck the enemy, it could easily decide the victor of the battle. At the next moment, Soul Shattering Hand activated. A smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face again, while Spectral Soul's expression turned grim. The Fang Yuan in his hand quickly turned into sand and scattered with the wind. It was actually a puppet made of sand. As yellow sand flew in the air, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard as he praised, spectacular indeed. Lu Wei Yin, your effort and time spent to specially create this illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was not in vain. Fang Yuan did not conceal his voice. Spectral Soul snorted coldly as he looked for traces, flying past the sand and arriving in front of Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul attacked again while Fang Yuan did not dodge. At the next moment, Fang Yuan scattered into countless sand specks again. It was a rare sight as Spectral Soul finally frowned this time. Lu Wei Yin's voice was transmitted. Fang Yuan, you are too kind. The truth is, friend, Spectral Soul is too strong. I had to set up my strongest battlefield killer move. I won't hide it, even though this battlefield originated from Paradise Earth's true inheritance, it has been modified by many generations, it has many changes done to it. The sand puppet double earlier can deceive the enemy's senses and lure away firepower. Lu Wei Yin, do you want to lose your southern border mushroom in paradise? To think my shadow sect let you off purposely back then. Spectral Soul called out coldly. He stared at Lu Wei Yin's sand puppet fixedly. He knew that Lu Wei Yin purposely spoke to target his morale, to exert mental pressure on him. In a battle between experts, every word was a contest. Especially against information path GU immortals, every word they said was sharp like a blade or spear. The enemies could not be lax against them. Fang Yuan ignored Spectral Soul and continued to speak with Lu Wei Yin. even though I used up 2 immortal GU houses to lower this old monster's wariness, this battlefield killer move has such power, it was not a waste. Now, it will depend on you. Lu Weiyin knew about Fang Yuan's tribulation. In fact, the heavenly mark killer move that Fang Yuan had was also given to him by Lu Weiyin. As a matter of fact, Fang Yuan did not trust Lu Weiyin. His original destination was not Earth Abyss but Crazed Demon Cave instead. Fang Yuan did not know a lot about Lu Weiyin's background, there was nothing much about him in the 500 years of memories either. Right now, not only was Spectral Soul stuck in the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, Fang Yuan was the same. Fang Yuan's 2 immortal GU houses, Dragon Palace and Myriad-Year Flying Warship, were also destroyed. He lost many GU worms, even the few core immortal GU that he retrieved were all injured. Spectral Soul snickered. Fang Yuan, hide well. Maybe Lu Weiyin will let you out. He, but, it is not a problem, Paradise Earth died long ago, his Earth Path battlefield cannot trap me for long. Once I decipher this place, it will be your time to die. Lu Weiyin did not answer, he activated the battlefield. From the yellow sand flying around Spectral Soul, a figure flew out, it was Fang Yuan's Qi clone. Qi ancestor saw Spectral Soul and got stunned, it was as if he had just charged through the sandstorm and did not expect to see Spectral Soul here. But at the next moment, Qi ancestor made his move, unleashing Qi path methods on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, he blocked the attacks and wanted to retaliate but saw that Qi ancestor got enveloped by the sandstorm, vanishing into thin air. Spectral Soul immediately chased, he went into the yellow sand, but he could not see any sign of Qi ancestor. Another figure approached, it was Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Spectral Soul was about to speak when he saw that Demon Immortal Qi Ju's expression was strange, he became wary. As expected, Demon Immortal Qi Ju attacked him at the next moment. Spectral Soul resisted as he called out, Qi Ju, what are you doing? Demon Immortal Qi Ju snickered. Qi ancestor, since you provoke me, I will show you the true power of Qi path. After hearing this, Spectral Soul became stunned, he thought, don't tell me this Earth Path battlefield has another ability to confuse enemies. Since Spectral Soul could perceive the sand puppet as Fang Yuan without realizing so, it was not strange that Demon Immortal Qi Ju would get deceived and mistake him for Qi ancestor. Spectral Soul and Demon Immortal Qi Ju fought for over 10 rounds, Demon Immortal Qi Ju suffered injuries as he got devoured by the sandstorm again. Next was Ching Cho. Spectral Soul, I want you dead. I want you dead. Ching Cho was still insane. The rank 9 aura on its body was extremely dense, Spectral Soul's heart jumped upon sensing it. Like this, at times he fought Qi ancestor, at times he fought Demon Immortal Qi Ju, sometimes, he even faced the legendary immemorial desolate beast Ching Cho. They started to appear and disappear in the sandstorm, engaging with Spectral Soul while taking turns. Spectral Soul had outstanding battle strength, far beyond them individually, but whenever he gained some advantage, Lu Weiyin, who controlled the battlefield, would swap opponents and leave Spectral Soul helpless. Even after several rounds of attacks, Spectral Soul could not break free from the yellow sand, he could only fight them. Far away in the battlefield, Fang Yuan was focusing on his tribulation. Wu Shuai guarded him with a vigilant expression, all around him, countless army ants gathered into a hollow ball, shielding him and Fang Yuan from the outside. Within the sovereign immortal aperture, the myriad tribulation had already turned into a torrential flood. Water levels rose, engulfing 10,000 li of land. Fang Yuan's 5 regions were all affected, a large number of small-sized resource points were completely destroyed, mini central continent spirit spring forest, mini northern plains bone burial field, contact heart river bank, mini western deserts eerie fire dragon python, sand gull soil beach, mini southern borders become dragon mound, Heaven Sealing Mountain, and many eastern seas Jade Root Lake were all heavily damaged. As for the few resource points that Fang Yuan defended heavily, they also met with a huge impact. Fang Yuan's losses were severe. There was no helping it, he had done his best. The good thing was that his hard work and sacrifices were not in vain, he had already refined more than 20 Heaven Path Dao marks. Against the initial myriad tribulation, myriad destruction lightning, forest, Fang Yuan came up with a countermeasure after great effort. Due to Heaven's will's manipulation, the Heaven Path Dao marks immediately changed the tribulation, causing Fang Yuan's previous method to become ineffective. If this happened to most GU immortals in the current world, it would lead to despair. But for Fang Yuan, each time the myriad tribulation transformed, it was a great opportunity for him. Because he had the killer move Exposing Heavenly Secret. Exposing Heavenly Secret allowed Fang Yuan to accurately predict what the next tribulation was. Even though he could not prepare for it amply, it was still an opportunity he could use. After all, the greatest problem and danger of tribulations was that they could not be predicted. Once they were known beforehand, their threat level would fall by many times. Of course, even if myriad tribulations could be predicted, they were still myriad tribulations. Thus, the sovereign immortal aperture flooded and countless resources were destroyed. Fang Yuan's losses were huge, but it was not a bad thing entirely. The myriad tribulations' power continued to fall, because the essence of the heavenly Tao was to maintain balance. The more losses Fang Yuan suffered, the weaker the tribulation would be. Even if heaven's will was here, it could not defy the natural operations of the heavenly Tao. More and more heaven path Tao marks were refined by Fang Yuan. His speed of refinement was getting faster and faster. The first step was the hardest. Fang Yuan sacrificed all of his soul beasts to create an opportunity in this biggest predicament of his life. Despite the myriad tribulations rampage, Fang Yuan already managed to regain his footing. He was slowly turning the situation around. Spectral Soul fell into a tough battle. Lu Wei-yin controlled the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, causing him to be in an extremely passive spot. Qi-Si Ancestor, Demon Immortal Qi-Ju, Qing-Chou, and even Lu Wei-yin could attack Spectral Soul at the same time. Qing-Chou was overcome by rage. It was once used by Spectral Soul, but in here, Lu Wei-yin could relocate it easily. Spectral Soul had no opportunities to do so. As intense winds blew, a sandstorm brewed. Suddenly, all of the sand gathered into rocks. They flew around in their own vortexes. Instantly, countless flying rocks enveloped Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul waved his hand as smoke flew out. Some of the flying rocks melted in the black smoke, but most of them pierced through it and shot towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at the other end of the battlefield. He dodged almost all of the flying rocks, but after these flying rocks flew into the sandstorm, they turned back into sand. After that, the sand turned back into yellowish flying rocks that shot towards Spectral Soul. This move is called Flying Sand Turning Rocks. Please evaluate it, Lord Spectral Soul. Lu Wei-yin's voice resounded from within. Child's play. Spectral Soul howled as his body shook. Black smoke rumbled with him as the center, spreading towards the surroundings with rapid speed. Spin. As Spectral Soul vanished within the black smoke, he shouted again. At the next moment, the black smoke turned into a vortex that started to rotate. Spectral Soul was at the center. He released black smoke while simultaneously absorbing it. As the flying rocks flew into the black smoke, they corroded into sand before the black smoke swept them into Spectral Soul's immortal aperture. Seeing this countermeasure, Lu Wei-yin praised, "Brilliant, as expected of Lord Spectral Soul. However, I specially chose the location of my battlefield on this earth vein. No matter how many flying rocks you absorb, this battlefield can draw more earth chi from the earth vein as replenishment. Thus, unless you can deplete the entire earth vein, these flying rocks are endless." These words did not affect Spectral Soul. The former demon venerable sneered with deep killing intent. "Lu Wei-yin, did you think this move only countered your flying sand-turning rocks?" "Oh no." Lu Wei-yin's expression changed. There was no time to react. At the next moment, all of the flying sand in the sky fell to the ground. A portion of the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was corroded by the black smoke. It returned to being a flat yellowish landscape. Shifting sand illusion was actually broken so quickly. Lu Wei-yin's expression was ugly. Spectral Soul hid his true move deeply. He seemed to be dealing with the killer move, flying sand turning rocks, but his real target was shifting sand illusion. Now that this move was broken, there were no longer any sand puppets left. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju broke out of the illusion, while Fang Yuan's real location was exposed. "Fang Yuan, how long are you going to hide for?" Spectral Soul flew towards Fang Yuan without hesitation. Wu Shuai fought to resist him, but the defense of the army ants became torn apart instantly by Spectral Soul. A black soul ball shot out. After a few breaths of time, it reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan remained seated on the ground. He opened his eyes as he smiled lightly. "I don't need to dodge." An immortal Ji-Yu house suddenly appeared, shielding Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan. The black soul ball landed on the immortal Ji-Yu house, erupting with immense might. However, This immortal GU house remained still like a mountain, it did not move. You still have an immortal GU house. At this moment, Spectral Soul's pupils shrank, he frowned deeply. Chapter 2049, Spectral Soul's Anxiety. An immortal GU house suddenly appeared in the battlefield. It was like a mountain, but it was not tall. There were clear layers on this mountain from the bottom to the top, it was smooth on the surface, so it resembled a tower made of dozens of giant drums. This immortal GU house was yellowish-brown, there was also a misty layer of sand covering its surface, giving it a strong feeling of sturdiness and peace. Rank 8 Immortal GU House, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. This Earth Path Immortal GU house was obtained when Fang Yuan explored the Dream Realm. It was different from most Immortal GU houses in essence, because this Immortal GU house did not have any core Immortal GU, its core was made of Immortal killer moves. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had 3 core killer moves, the most important one was Accumulated Soil Mountain. This move was very special, it did not have offense, movement, healing or other aspects. Using this killer move, the GU Immortal could stack Earth Path GU worms to allow them to form an Immortal GU house. This could be done even if the GU Immortal using the killer move had 0 attainment in formation path itself. Thus, every Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had a different appearance. In fact, even for the same Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, because the Earth Path GU worms used were different, they could gain various forms and abilities. Fang Yuan had created this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress for some time already. He obtained the complete blueprint from the Dream Realm, he also gained a large number of Earth Path Immortal GU from the Blue Dragon Whale. The truth was, he had already obtained this rank 8 Immortal GU house before the Fate War. Right now, Fang Yuan took out this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress to change the situation. Spectral Soul's assault did not work on Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, Qing Chou, and the rest could force him to divert his target to them. I thought Fang Yuan was lying earlier to put up a front, I thought he was forced to abandon Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace. Now it seems, he intentionally lured me into this trap. Spectral Soul's heart sank a little. The truth was, Fang Yuan's act of giving up the 2 Immortal GU houses did lower his wariness. After all, without Myriad Year Flying Warship or Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan really seemed like he was at his wit's end. To think that he had such a trump card. Lu Weiyin also felt surprised, thinking to himself, Fang Yuan was willing to pay such a huge price to lure Spectral Soul here. Is this a form of trust? Or is he testing our first cooperation? The truth was, Fang Yuan had no other choice. Even though he had been keeping this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress a secret, it had one huge drawback. Its speed was too slow. If there was a list of fastest to slowest Immortal GU houses, this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress would definitely rank at the bottom without doubt. Honestly speaking, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was the tortoise among Immortal GU houses, its speed was only superior to Immortal formations, it was simply helpless. But such weaknesses came with great advantages. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had an incredibly powerful defense instead. If Spectral Soul or Lu Weiyin knew about Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress weakness, they would understand Fang Yuan's plight. If he took out Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress earlier in the battle, he would not be able to get far, he would only be a target board, attacked by everyone. Even though Fang Yuan would have some temporary safety, the other forces could mobilize their people and gather to kill Fang Yuan together. Thus, he could not stay at one spot. This was Central Continent, Heavenly Court's territory. Even though Heavenly Court was weak now, it was still governing the 10 great ancient sects. But here, when Fang Yuan used Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, the effect was completely different. Spectral Soul had to defend against the attacks of Lu Weiyin, Qi Ancestor, and the rest. He did not forget to attack Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress in the meantime. But Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress remained unmovable, it was a true fortress. Even someone like Spectral Soul started to be emotionally affected. His main target was Fang Yuan from the start, but to get to him, he would have to destroy this Immortal GU house. This huge obstacle was causing Spectral Soul to feel anxious internally. If Spectral Soul ignored Fang Yuan and dealt with the enemies in this battlefield, Fang Yuan would gain more time to recuperate. This was something Spectral Soul did not want to see. During the intense battle, Spectral Soul looked towards Qing Chou, thinking of using it to create an opening. But Lu Weiyin sensed it quickly. Once Spectral Soul showed signs of targeting Qing Chou, he would use the battlefield killer move to teleport Xianxia away. Xianxia only targeted its greatest enemy, Spectral Soul. It knew that Lu Weiyin was trying to help it instead of Spectral Soul. It would not attack him abruptly. Spectral Soul's plans were thwarted in advance. He transmitted to Demon Immortal Qiju. Qiju, focus on destroying this Immortal Gu house, I will definitely satisfy you with the reward. Demon Immortal Qiju hesitated. Spectral Soul, you have higher battle strength than me, if you can't succeed, how can I? Spectral Soul snorted coldly. Who says I can't do it? It will merely take some effort. We lack cooperation. The best move now is for me to deal with these enemies in the battlefield while you target Fang Yuan. You have the secluded domain of heaven and earth, as long as you pay some price, how hard can it be to destroy the Immortal Gu house? Spectral Soul's main target was Fang Yuan, but now, he had to look away from his target. Firstly, this Immortal Gu house had high defense, destroying it was too troublesome. Secondly, Spectral Soul and Qiju were just working together, their relationship was quite shallow, Qiju was not reliable at all. Asking him to attack was guarding against him. If anything happened, Spectral Soul could still break out of the battlefield. It was a relatively safer option. Spectral Soul had the strongest killing nature throughout history, but he was not a fool who lacked wisdom or logic. He was not overwhelmed by his desire to kill. Demon Immortal Qiju also did not want to be trapped in this battlefield. He did not doubt Spectral Soul's decision to destroy the battlefield. He thought about it for a while before laughing. My Shi land can break this Earth Path Immortal Gu house, but the price is very steep. After all, I cultivate Shi Path and not Earth Path. After I succeed, it is likely that my Shi land will be destroyed. But this deal is not impossible. It will depend on you, Spectral Soul. What price can you pay me to make such a huge sacrifice? What, you think I can't afford it? Spectral Soul asked. You are a venerable, you have immense foundation, I am quite looking forward to it. But until now, the true inheritances that you gave me are high in quantity but lack quality. I am quite disappointed. HMPH, you mean to say, only venerable inheritances are good enough for you? Of course, Demon Immortal Qiju spoke openly. Only venerable true inheritances are of value to me. In fact, I am interested in your true inheritance too. Demon Immortal Qiju was an old demon. In this situation, he actually wanted to extort Spectral Soul's soul path true inheritance. This was a really shameless thing to do. Spectral Soul was not willing to take this loss. He replied firmly, Qiju, don't forget about our goal. If you do not put in effort now, how can you kill Fang Yuan? We might both get trapped in this battlefield, ending up as their prey. Demon Immortal Qiju became silent. The situation was quite tense now. This Earth Path battlefield had unfathomable depths. He had not understood it completely yet. Demon Immortal Qiju was merely testing him earlier. Seeing that Spectral Soul was firm in his stance, he decided to work together and get over this hurdle first. Even though Spectral Soul broke one layer of the Earth Path battlefield, the combination of Lu Weiyin, Qingqiu, and Qi Ancestor still placed a huge pressure on him. Even though Demon Immortal Qiju countered Qi Ancestor entirely, due to Lu Weiyin's control, Qi Ancestor did not fight against Demon Immortal Qiju. Qingqiu was actually quite useful here. This beast fought without regard for its life. It created huge problems for Demon Immortal Qiju. Battlefield killer moves were hard to set up, but usually, after they were activated, the Gu Immortal would gain a huge advantage in the domain. Enslavement path and formation path could allow one to fight against many enemies. It was because these two paths could allow one to gain huge strength if used well. As for this illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, it was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, modified by generations of inheritors. It was very threatening. Furthermore, this battlefield was created in Earth Abyss, combined with the Earth Vein. It had an unceasing amount of Earth Qi. Spectral Soul and Qiju were troubled. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Myriad Tribulation was still continuing. The Myriad Tribulation changed again. It was a flood earlier, now it turned into a blazing flame, raising everything to the ground and creating huge heat waves. I have already refined more than 50 Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan made some new progress. Each time the Myriad Tribulation changed, it created danger for him. But danger was accompanied by opportunity. Chapter 2050. How do we fight this? Along with his gains, Fang Yuan also paid a hefty price. Mini Southern Border, which was the most prosperous of the 5 mini regions, was half devastated. Immortal Succession Mountain was destroyed, washed away entirely by the flood. This mountain was a mid-sized resource point obtained from Heifan Grotto Heaven. It once had the ability to help mortals ascend to Immortal. There was also Heaven Sealing Mountain. This mountain was created by Fang Yuan. It was small and unassuming. Within the mountain itself, Fang Yuan had once set up a formation to seal his strength path immortal zombie body. Other than them, there were also up to 100 mountains and valleys. The greatest losses were Interior Rain Mountain, Copper Seal Mountain, and Bone Bird Peak. Interior Rain Mountain's peak was always shrouded by a layer of dark clouds from where light rain continued to fall. The drizzling rain was not ordinary rainwater, but rank 6 immortal material interior rain. This was a resource point that produced water path immortal materials. Now it was in ruins. Copper Seal Mountain was no longer whole. It used to have a red and squarish shape. It was like a large seal was standing upright in mini southern border. This mountain did not have even a trace of soil. It was completely formed from all kinds of copper. There was mortal level copper like chaotic sky copper, pragna copper, snow flower copper, and so on, and immortal copper like profound gray copper and ascending dragon copper. Copper Seal Mountain was so special, it was heavily targeted by the myriad tribulation myriad destruction lightning forest. Now, half of the mountain was destroyed and charred, giving out dense smoke and sparks. The entire mountain had turned into a molten state. It emitted a terrible smell. This mountain once produced domination copper. That was a rank 7 immortal material. It was a pity that the tribulation struck. It could no longer produce any. As for Bone Bird Peak, it used to have a large number of flower wing white bone birds, filled with vitality. Now, the entire mountain had collapsed too. All of the flower wing white bone birds died from the lightning bolts. Lightning bolts destroyed mountains, floods destroyed forests. Fang Yuan had originally obtained a large amount of musical trees from Heifan Grotto Heaven. He created mini southern borders primitive forest using them. After this myriad tribulation, what forest could survive? Not to mention the beautiful chi death birds or the fragrant tea streams. Mini southern border was almost completely devastated. Only several areas were heavily protected by Fang Yuan. Among them were the coiling thread caves, stalactite caves, and the dark inkstone mines. These resource points were all underground. It was easier to preserve them. Furthermore, the rockmen lived in these places. Firebird Mountain was an exception, because it was quite isolated. It escaped this disaster. This mid-sized resource point had fire path birds of all kinds growing in it. At the top of the volcano were fire phoenixes that were suppressed by the formation. The sunset parasol trees on the mountain absorbed lava as nutrients to grow. Branches extended as leaves grew. They gave out the beautiful light of the setting sun. It was an amazing sight to behold. Other than mini southern border, the other 4 mini regions were also affected to some extent. Mini northern plains shallow rock beach was obtained from annexing Han Dong blessed land. It was completely washed away by the floods. All of the pinkish red spirit snakes living in it died. Mini western deserts Hound Desert was obtained from Luyong blessed land. There were more than 20 desolate hounds there. They all died without a corpse remaining. Mini Central Continent and Mini Eastern Sea, even the Mini 9 Heavens were implicated by the myriad tribulation. However, Fang Yuan could not care about it at this point. Myriad tribulations had taken so many rank 8 GU immortals' lives. In the long history of the world, countless geniuses died primarily from them. If he was careless, even Fang Yuan could lose his life. Fang Yuan not only had to deal with the myriad tribulation, he also had to face the 3 forces chasing after him. If losing some resources meant that he could improve the situation, why wouldn't Fang Yuan do it? What was more important, his life or these resources? The answer was obvious. Only by staying alive could he have any hope for the future. In fact, even if all of Fang Yuan's resources were destroyed, even if he lost the sovereign immortal body and his clones, as long as he was alive and got through this predicament, as long as he had 1 breath remaining, he would accept the result. The most important thing was an unyielding spirit. How could mere success and failure determine his life? The loss of these resource points is actually helpful to me. The heavenly Tao seeks balance. With these resource points gone, the myriad tribulation has weakened proportionately. Thus, my efficiency in refining the heaven path Tao marks will continue to become higher. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. With an intense sound, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress shook harshly. Hundreds and thousands of GU worms shattered and died. It was the move that demon immortal Chi Ju had been preparing for a long time. This old demon who had resisted limitless demon venerable in history, he had vicious methods capable of weakening and damaging peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. If he was allowed to continue attacking, he would eventually break through peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. It was not that Lu Wei-yin or the Qi-Si clone did not try to stop him, but Spectral Soul's continuous attacks hindered them. Spectral Soul's body surged with black smoke. He attacked and defended at times, unleashing several immemorial soul beasts while using peculiar soul path killer moves. He not only protected Qi-Ju, giving him ample time and opportunity to attack, he even probed illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield even further. He managed to break another layer of this battlefield. Lu Wei-yin, Qing Chou, and the Qi-Si clone are attacking Spectral Soul, but he is still having an easy time. This current Spectral Soul is also just his remnant soul. He is still injured and has not reached the peak state he was in during the time he refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. He could genuinely feel the depth of Spectral Soul's strength. I cannot let this go on. Wu Shuai, go and join the battle, deal with Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan instructed. In this current situation, Spectral Soul and the other two forces wanted Fang Yuan dead. On the other hand, Lu Wei-yin carried on Paradise Earth's will. He wanted to exterminate Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan was the focus, but Spectral Soul was also crucial. Fang Yuan did not feel great external pressure now. His wariness stemmed from Spectral Soul. He did not hesitate to use all his strength against him. Wu Shuai joined the fight. At once, army ants gathered and formed a river of ants. They swept towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul split a portion of his concentration and used killer moves. To resist them, Wu Shuai was Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone. He cultivated enslavement path. Even though he had not cultivated for long, he inherited the inheritance of the Dragonman race, as well as the actual Wu Shuai's true inheritance. After several rounds of attacks, Lu Wei-yin became hopeful as he thought. Even though Wu Shuai does not attack often, he has rank 8 cultivation level, his battle strength is quite incredible. With him around, we can finally place pressure on Spectral Soul. With him controlling the battlefield, even Qing Chou could join the fight, not to mention Wu Shuai who cooperated with them. Wu Shuai soon mixed in with this group. Their tempo became faster as they emitted greater pressure on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was the strongest in the world, but he had not regained his peak strength. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju and Qi-Si Ancestor could fight him for over 10 rounds even if they could not defeat him. With Wu Shuai's participation, a qualitative change appeared. It tilted the balance of both sides. Lu Wei-yin and the rest attacked unceasingly. Their attacks did not stop even once. Spectral Soul started to get into a passive spot as he resisted their joint attacks. Immortal Killer Move, Upper-Lower Breathless Qi. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju stretched out 2 fingers as he pointed at the top and bottom of Peaceful Soil-Heavy Mountain Fortress. At once, Peaceful Soil-Heavy Mountain Fortress became immobilized. Fang Yuan who was inside had a change of expression. He could not breathe smoothly. Even worse was that his injection of immortal essence into Peaceful Soil-Heavy Mountain Fortress became choppy and inconsistent. Immortal Gu houses required a lot of immortal essence to work. The same applied to Peaceful Soil-Heavy Mountain Fortress. After getting hit by this move, its defenses became much weaker. A huge flaw in Peaceful Soil-Heavy Mountain Fortress became exposed. It was just too slow. It had to resist most killer moves head-on. Of course, it had immense defense. It could waste a lot of the enemy's immortal essence. Thus, Peaceful Soil-Heavy Mountain Fortress was suited for a battle of attrition. GU Immortals could heal up inside and analyze the enemy's killer moves while using the defense to waste the enemy's immortal essence. Peaceful Soil-Heavy Mountain Fortress also lacked offensive methods. The truth was, Demon Immortal Qi-Ju could ignore Fang Yuan and help Spectral Soul fight against Lu Wei-yin and the rest. Fang Yuan was currently troubled by the myriad tribulation. Peaceful Soil-Heavy Mountain Fortress was of little threat to them in terms of offense. Spectral Soul suddenly turned around. He endured the attacks of Lu Wei-yin and the rest as he pointed with his fingers. More than 10 black dots flew out. The black dots shot towards the top of Peaceful Soil-Heavy Mountain Fortress before turning into more than 10 immemorial soul beasts. These immemorial soul beasts crashed down onto Peaceful Soil-Heavy Mountain Fortress, their mountain-like bodies completely burying the immortal GU house. At the next moment, boom! A terrifying explosion killed these immemorial soul beasts on the spot. Their sacrifices resulted in this intense explosion resembling a giant black ball. The black ball rapidly expanded. In a few breaths of time, it grew to over the size of 100 li. The earth and mountains shook. the entire battlefield started to shake intensely. Lu Weiyin's expression changed, he immediately went away to defend the battlefield. If this battlefield broke, even if one corner of it was destroyed, the entire situation would aggravate. Spectral Soul is so crafty, he actually had such a terrifying move. Demon Immortal Qi Ju squinted, retreating to a safe distance. Soul explosion is not uncommon, it is expected that he would detonate the immemorial soul beasts, but how could he perfectly fuse the detonation of more than 10 immemorial soul beasts together like this? Oh no, I wonder how our main body is doing. Wu Shuai and Qi Si ancestor became worried. Roar. Qing Chou was also implicated and got quite injured. The greater the pain, the more maniacal it became. It did not care about anything, it attacked Spectral Soul again. Wu Shuai and Qi Si ancestor had to follow suit, they could not allow Spectral Soul to absorb Qing Chou's strength. After using this move, Spectral Soul also turned pale. Against Qing Chou's assault, he focused on defense while trying to recover. It was evident that the move earlier consumed a huge amount of his mental energy. In truth, this soul explosion was very costly. Immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength, Spectral Soul expended more than 10 of them at once. I wonder how peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress is now. Demon Immortal Qi Ju approached Fang Yuan. As the dust clouds faded away, peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress appeared in everyone's vision again. They saw that this Earth Path Immortal GU house was 30% shorter, the surface seemed damaged but no holes were created. Demon Immortal Qi Ju squinted as he sighed internally. This Immortal GU house's defense is likely the highest of all Immortal GU houses that currently exist. Immortal Killer Move, Accumulated Soil Mountain. Within the Immortal GU house, Fang Yuan injected Immortal Essence as he activated the Core Killer Move. Countless Earth Path GU worms flew up in Sovereign Immortal Aperture, entering the Immortal GU house. After 3 breaths of time, not only did peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress recover fully, its appearance also changed. Instead of being round like before, it became more like a tower now, there were edges and sharp corners. Even someone like Demon Immortal Qi Ju stared at this with wide eyes, he felt a little empty internally. This was too shameless. Not only did peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress have high defense, its recovery speed was also this fast. In the current world, most Immortal GU houses could not be easily repaired. When replenishing GU worms, those positions were usually fixed. It was also not as easy as placing GU worms into these specific positions, there was usually a need to use special GU worms or killer moves to achieve this. Immortal GU houses were a type of mobile immortal formation. To repair Immortal GU houses or immortal formations, one had to consider the influence that these actions would have on the main structure. But peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was different. Looking at one example, repairing other Immortal GU houses was like stacking a Jenga tower. The GU Immortals had to put specific GU worms into specific holes. During this process, the GU Immortal had to use methods to stabilize the tower while placing the GU worms to try to prevent it from toppling. But peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was the opposite, because the core was made of immortal killer moves. No matter how many Earth Path GU worms Fang Yuan put in, they could easily merge with the tower and have great stability. In fact, they could even alter the properties of the tower. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Spectral Soul spent so long dealing with peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, they had finally gotten some information about it, yet after Fang Yuan's modifications, the entire fortress was different than before. Spectral Soul and Qi Ju's probe had to start all over again. How do we fight this? Similar thoughts emerged in the minds of Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Spectral Soul. Chapter 2051, Giant. Spectral Soul. Other GU Immortals would feel despair at this moment. This rascal Fang Yuan is too good at turtling up, how can we kill him? Demon Immortal Qi Ju asked with a tone that contained anger and frustration. Spectral Soul also turned silent for a moment before he smiled coldly. Instantly, a terrifying killing intent seemed to condense and solidify, emanating from his body. Everyone could feel their limbs turning cold as they shook in their hearts. After suffering a setback, Spectral Soul's determination to kill Fang Yuan became even firmer. I will dismantle his tortoise shell. Go and deal with the rest, guard me. Spectral Soul said as his soul flew out and devoured Lady Cold Ash's body in one mouthful. A soul giant that was as large as a mountain appeared before everyone. The giant's body was black as ink, it had muscular limbs and bulging muscles. There were 2 heads, one was scary while the other was cold and aloof. The first pair of eyes had blood-red light in them, shooting towards heaven. The other pair of eyes was cold as ice, emitting a deep chill. It also had 600 pairs of arms that were raised up or lowered, some were tucked in while others were straight. It showed the stance of grasping the sun and moon. It had the potential to catch stars and whip up storms. Amazing giant. Lu Wei Yin's body shook as he praised, fighting spirit surged in him as he shouted, then take this move. He used all his strength to activate illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. Intense winds blew as yellow sand flew, countless rocks moved along, they slammed towards the black soul giant's body like shooting stars. The black soul giant only watched coldly as it raised its arms. 200 pairs of arms stretched out and stabbed into the sandstorm. The ghost hands stretched out their fingers as they grabbed towards the sandstorm. Unexpectedly, the formless sandstorm was grabbed onto like silk or threads in the sky. The black soul giant pulled, snapping sounds could be heard continuously. The sandstorm was pulled apart, wind scattered as clear vision returned to the battlefield. Lu Wei Yin's eyes were bulging, his expression turned pale. Spectral soul dealt with the battlefield so easily, he was deeply shocked. Let me. Qi ancestor flew into the sky, staring at the black soul giant at equal heights. This move was once used by Duke Long. It was part of Primordial Origin's true inheritance. It managed to send Purple Mountain True Monarch flying. Right now, with Qi ancestor using it, the power was not to be underestimated. Giant spectral soul looked at the mountain but approached it instead. He raised more than 100 pairs of arms. At once, the entire battlefield seemed to have hundreds of black trees, resembling a forest. The 100 pairs of arms blocked the Qi mountain, emitting a loud sound. The 5 sharp fingers of each of the ghost hands grabbed. The Qi current mountain lasted for a breath of time before breaking apart. Qi ancestor grunted. He was forced to retreat. But spectral soul did not let him off. The angry head roared loudly and spat out a grand soul river. The soul river was made of countless ghosts and vengeful spirits. They cried out in agony and despair, causing the entire battlefield to freeze up for a moment. Seeing the power of this move, Qi ancestor understood that this move was extraordinary. Its might was many times higher than the self-detonation of the immemorial soul beasts earlier. At this moment, spectral soul had used his true strength. Not only did he turn into a black soul giant, he even changed his killer moves. Each attack became much stronger. They were all vicious and terrifying. Qi ancestor waved his hands. 2 hands flew out of his wide sleeves. His index and middle fingers stretched out and drew a circle in the air, causing wind and clouds to move along. A translucent Qi current flew out of his sleeves, moving rapidly. These Qi currents seemed weak but they were extremely sharp. They drew an arc in the sky before gathering to form a translucent Qi current river. With a loud sound, the Qi current scissors river crashed into the vengeful ghost river. The Qi current scissors was forced back but the soul river also suffered some damage. It still managed to move as it quickly approached Qi ancestor. Lu Wei Yin shouted as he activated the battlefield, creating a rock shield that intercepted the soul river at its weak spot. Qi ancestor's face was already flushing red. It was a tough contest of strength. He quickly used this chance to escape. Spectral soul, why aren't you going to die? At the same time, Qingqiu shouted as it approached from the left. At the right of giant spectral soul, Wu Shuai wordlessly manipulated his army ants that pressed down like a black cloud, attacking giant spectral soul's head. Attacked from the left and right. Spectral soul did not move. 300 pairs of arms resisted Qingqiu while 100 pairs of arms attacked Wu Shuai. Qingqiu was fighting without regard for its life. It advanced relentlessly. Spectral soul snickered as the fingers of his hands gathered into a sharp spear form. This move countered soul beasts. At the next instant, 100 pairs of arms stabbed into Qingqiu's body. Green-black blood oozed out and dyed the battlefield. Seeing this blood, a bright light shined on the face of spectral soul's angry head. He snickered coldly. Soul beasts have no blood, but your body seems to have changed under the influence of hatred Gu's refinement. Interesting. After this battle, I will dissect your body before attempting good and thorough research. In other words, spectral soul was completely confident in taking down Qingqiu. Qingqiu growled in pain. Its snake-like neck struggled intensely. Its roars almost burst the immortal's eardrums. Its entire body emitted black smoke, almost the same as spectral soul. Not just that, it opened its mouth and shot out more than 10 human-faced soul balls that were covered in lightning. All sorts of attacks landed on giant spectral soul. It was like wind blowing on a tree. Even though the leaves were moving, the trunk remained still and motionless. Spectral soul's arms that were stabbed into Ching Cho pushed deeper, trying to destroy its body from the inside. Ching Cho cried out continuously. It was heavily injured by spectral soul, unable to break free. Its blood flowed like a river. This was a gruesome sight. Seeing this, Wu Shuai, who cultivated enslavement path and had a weak body, did not dare to take a risk. He quickly retreated. He decided that unless there was no choice, he would only attack from afar. The army ants were densely packed and moved like a cloud that could gather and split at will. They rushed towards the black soul giant's eyes, nose, and ears. Spectral soul's cold head snorted as he breathed out black smoke from his nose. The smoke spread out. Wherever it went, army ants died without resistance. A large number of them fell at once. As expected of a former demon venerable, Demon Immortal Chi Ju's eyes shined with bright light. He was full of praise. Spectral soul unleashed his true strength. It immediately changed the situation. Even though Lu Wei Yin and the rest had the territorial advantage as well as more people, they still got suppressed by him. Spectral soul struck several times to completely block them. After that, he went back and stared at peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. 400 arms stretched out and clenched into fists. They punched at the rank 8 Earth Path Immortal GU house with black chi covering the fists. Each punch caused peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress to shake intensely. As countless fists rained down, black chi also invaded the Immortal GU house. Soon, the fragments began to fall off peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress surface, shattering into pieces. Fang Yuan quickly used his killer move and added in Earth Path GU worms to replenish it. But other trouble came at the same time. Inside his sovereign immortal aperture, the myriad tribulation transformed again. Almost all of the heaven path Dao marks gathered into a giant monstrous ball of flesh. The flesh ball floated in the air. It was large as a mountain, more than 10 times of spectral soul size, casting a shadow down onto the ground. Countless black-colored holes appeared on the flesh ball's surface. As the holes expanded, they emitted a huge suction force. Soon, tornadoes began to form from these holes. As the tornadoes moved, countless resources in the sovereign immortal aperture, even variant humans, got swept away and sucked into the flesh ball. At once, growling and crying could be heard as fatalities rose. The flesh ball quickly digested them as it slowly expanded in size. Oh no, I have never seen this myriad tribulation before. It also seems to be able to grow. It can get stronger and stronger. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He needed to deal with spectral soul's attacks and the myriad tribulation in his immortal aperture. Either one required his full attention and strength. Nobody else could help him with this. Fang Yuan could not attend to both ends. He had to choose what to give up. Peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress can still last some time, but if I let the myriad tribulation grow further, it will exceed the limit of my capabilities. Realizing the greater problem at hand, Fang Yuan chose to deal with the myriad tribulation. Most of his attention was placed in the sovereign immortal aperture. His manipulation of peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress became slightly slower. Combat Beast King had already awakened. He dragged his injured body and stood up while gritting his teeth, listening to Fang Yuan's orders. Shui controlled the situation on the ground, using the ice crystal formation to resist the suction of the tornadoes. The flesh ball monster floated towards her slowly while being firm as a mountain. There was a huge pressure placed on Shui. Immortal Killer Move Unrestrained Heavenly Mark was still active. Fang Yuan had not stopped using it even for one moment. But now, its effect had fallen to its lowest point. Countless thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind. It was like a turbulent sea. The sight was spectacular. Fang Yuan multitasked. He first activated a Wisdom Path Killer move. The quantity of his thoughts expanded abruptly. Even his mind seemed small in comparison. A vast number of thoughts collided, allowing Fang Yuan to think acutely. He was able to use other killer moves now. There was no choice. Fang Yuan activated the Human Path formation to interfere with the Heavenly Dao's interference. As the formation activated, it created a buzzing noise as it shined with a brilliant light. At this step, over half of Fang Yuan's thoughts were already expended. If this continued, the consumption of thoughts would exceed the production. He would soon run out of thoughts and Fang Yuan would turn into an idiot instantly. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth but was not flustered. He was prepared for this. There were many of his wills in the Human Path formation. Fang Yuan's wills took charge of the formation as it operated, allowing his thoughts to accumulate again. Fang Yuan only had to do the first step of activating the formation. Again, Fang Yuan shouted internally as he activated the Wisdom Path Killer move again. The thoughts in his mind burst out again like a tsunami, the quantity rose continuously, almost filling up his entire mind. For Wisdom Path GU Immortals, having too many thoughts was a bad idea. They would take up all the space in the mind and prevent any collisions from happening. It was the worst-case scenario. Fang Yuan did not do something stupid, this was part of his expectations. Seeing that these thoughts were about to fill up his mind, he placed his concentration on the sea of clouds in the sky. It was a huge and wide sea of clouds. Chapter 2052, Eat Here. Looming clouds spread out in the boundless sky, surging like tides as ripples splashed. It seemed like the sea, but it also resembled countless cloud mountains, changing forms at will, having unlimited possibilities. This was a killer move. This killer move was Fang Yuan's trump card. It was in fact his strongest offensive method at this moment. This move was mystical. After Fang Yuan's modifications, it not only used rank 8 Immortal GU Big Qi as the core, it also had more than 10 supplementary Qi Path Immortal GU, as well as hundreds of thousands of foundational Mortal GU. There were even Qi Path Immortal materials that could be expended to increase the power of this move. This move was incredible. It could use all of the kinds of Qi in this world: Life Qi, Death Qi, Sword Qi, Blade Qi, Dusk Qi, Dawn Qi. The more Qi Path Immortal materials stored in it, the more powerful this move would be. When used offensively, it would expend Immortal Essence and Immortal materials. When used defensively, it would absorb external Qi currents. This move was powerful and unstoppable. Qi Shang left this move behind, resulting in Qi Shang Grotto Heaven surviving many myriad tribulations after his death. Myriad tribulations. Most rank 8 GU Immortals in this world did not even dare to challenge their first myriad tribulation. They desperately delayed the time in their immortal aperture. But Qi Shang Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit could use this move to get past myriad tribulations time and time again. After annexing this Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan used the Light of Wisdom to modify unlimited Qi Si before the Fate War. After that, during this battle, he used this move to break the primordial Qi wall and shocked everyone, including GU Immortals, in the 5 regions. The primordial Qi wall was the creation of primordial origin. It not only had Qi Path Immortal GU but also Qi Path Immortal materials. Qi Path had one trait: it was able to use Qi Path Immortal materials in place of GU worms to execute killer moves. Fang Yuan used unlimited Qi Si to break the primordial Qi wall. He also absorbed the vast amount of Qi Path Immortal materials inside the Qi wall. After the first time, Fang Yuan broke it again for a second time. Not long ago in Heavenly Court, he used unlimited Qi Si to absorb the immortal material Qi currents in the primordial Qi wall, breaking it apart. After absorbing 2 Qi walls and with Fang Yuan's exploration of Qi Si Grotto Heaven, he gained a huge amount of immortal material Qi currents. It caused unlimited Qi Si's storage to rise to an unprecedented amount. Thus, the power of this move reached a level that felt terrifying even for Fang Yuan. As Fang Yuan willed, he unleashed the killer move Unlimited Qi Si. The Sea of Qi rumbled, a huge white Qi pillar gathered in the sky and shot down at the giant flesh ball monster. The Qi pillar was extremely thick, reaching a level that had never been seen before. Even Qi Shang would gasp at its majesty now. Not only that, the Qi pillar was covered in a layer of shining golden light. It gave off a tough feeling. It was extremely domineering. Before the white Qi pillar hit the flesh ball monster, a terrifying force acted on it from all directions, immobilizing the flesh ball monster in the air. The white Qi pillar crashed into the flesh ball monster like a falling monument, before rushing through it violently. The huge sound created even deafened Shui, who was far away from the battlefield. The Qi pillar had an intense white light. Shui, who was hiding in the ice crystal formation, had to shut her eyes to prevent them from being blinded. The flesh ball monster could not resist the power of the Qi pillar. It was suppressed on the grassland of many northern plains. The grass and soil of the grassland had already been sent flying long ago by raging tornadoes before the Qi pillar struck. Thus, the flesh ball monster was pressed down on the barren grassland by the unstoppable Qi pillar. As the earth shook, hundreds of cracks formed below the flesh ball monster, resembling a spider web. The white Qi pillar was still continuing its assault. It had the power to destroy mountains and split seas. The great flesh ball monster made from the myriad tribulation got pressed on the ground like a defenseless chick, unable to struggle. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. As the flesh ball monster sank into the ground, its body became smaller and smaller. It continued to be disintegrated by the white Qi pillar bit by bit. The black holes all over the giant monster were shut. It tried to curl up, a pitiful cry could be heard from within its body. This was the cry of heaven's will. The white chi pillar lasted for 20 breaths of time before fading away. Not only did the sea of clouds in the sky shrink by 80%, the remaining clouds were sparse and thin. Fang Yuan quickly moved them away. But the flesh ball monster was in a worse condition. Its mountain-like body had shrunk to the size of Dragon Palace. The flesh ball monster did not move, it remained in the pit like a corpse. This pit was over 1,000 feet deep. Fang Yuan's main body breathed roughly, his brain was hurting along with each breath. In order to use this move, he exerted his mind to its limit, he used up too many thoughts, beyond the capabilities of his mind. The myriad tribulation created from 3,000 heaven path Dao marks finally paused for the first time. It was as if it got beaten into shock by Fang Yuan. The opportunity was rare. Fang Yuan quickly hastened his action and used unrestrained heavenly mark to refine the heaven path Dao marks. In a short while, Fang Yuan refined more than 100 heaven path Dao marks. Together with his earlier gains, he had already refined over 160 heaven path Dao marks. When Fang Yuan refined over 200 heaven path Dao marks, the heavenly Dao finally reacted. The flesh ball in the hole vanished as it started to hail. However, even though Fang Yuan could take advantage of this chance, he could only sustain this situation as he was forced to place his attention back to the outside world. Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress was heavily damaged beyond repair. Giant spectral soul's attacks were increasing in frequency, he had made huge advancements. Spectral soul swore to kill Fang Yuan, Lu Wei Yin and the rest tried to restrain him, but giant spectral soul ignored their attacks and endured them, while maintaining his firepower on Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was doing his best to repair his immortal GU house, the situation was going downhill. Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress could not take it anymore. A hole was created, it connected to the outside. Through this hole, giant spectral soul's 4 eyes emitted cold killing intent as he looked at Fang Yuan, who was sitting inside. He saw that Fang Yuan's expression was pale after unleashing unlimited Qi. Fang Yuan was in bad shape now. Spectral soul had a realization. His incredibly deep battle experience made a decision for him. Similar to Fang Yuan, he was going to use his trump card. Immortal killer move, eat heart. I comprehended this move in my later years from the legends of Ren Zhu. Fang Yuan, it is over. The current peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress has no way of blocking this attack. Spectral soul surged with killing intent. And like what he said, at the next moment, Fang Yuan grunted, his face became distorted, he grasped his chest in pain. The intense pain in his heart felt like it was bitten by a fierce beast. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 5, Section 33. Ren Zhu stared at the skeleton head. Next, I will eat the most important part of the predicament's body. Strong Ji Yu laughed. This is a stupid move. O human, your choice is extremely foolish. The predicament shook its body as it shrank. At the same time, countless tribulations flew out of its neck and attacked Ren Zhu. The tribulations were like fire, burning Ren Zhu's bones. The tribulations were like hammers, charging at Ren Zhu as his bones cracked. The tribulations were like wind and rain, sweeping at Ren Zhu's lone body. The tribulations were like flashing lightning, striking on Ren Zhu continuously. Fear Ji Yu shouted. Oh heaven, this is too scary, that human will die for sure at this rate. Courage Ji Yu encouraged. Oh human, don't be afraid. Self Ji Yu and attitude Ji Yu shouted together. I am very strong, I am very strong, all tribulations are mere drizzles, they are insignificant breezes. Weak Ji Yu, betrayal Ji Yu, and fear Ji Yu flew together, wanting to escape with Ren Zhu. Oh human, quickly run. Don't believe in Self Gu's words, it has already been deceived. Ren Zhu was trapped in the tribulations, he could not escape. When tribulations loom over you, it is not a simple matter of running away. This is too scary, let's go, forget about the human. Weak Ji Yu, betrayal Ji Yu, and fear Ji Yu flew away together. You traitors! Self Ji Yu was furious, it grabbed onto these 3 Ji Yu and bit them all. The 3 Ji Yu were injured, but they were not stopped by Self Ji Yu, they quickly escaped from Ren Zhu. Self Ji Yu wanted to chase them, but rules and regulation Ji Yu urged, don't chase them. Escaping when tribulations strike due to fear and weakness, betraying oneself and courage in the process, it will only lead to death. Isn't it good that they are gone? Weak Ji Yu and betrayal Ji Yu are unable to help us, As for fear Gu, if the tribulations did not appear, fear would have been pointless. But since the tribulations are here now, fear will only lead to greater pain in the human. You are absolutely right. Self Gu stopped. Hope Gu flickered with light as it supported Ren Zhu. O human, as long as you still have hope in your heart during the tribulations, there will still be hope in this situation. Strong Gu could not stop laughing. O human, you are truly pitiful, you easily believe in the words of hope. Don't you know, having only hope during the tribulations will only cause them to continue longer. Hope is the thing that lengthens the person's pain. When you stop bearing any hope, you will feel relaxed in the tribulations. Ren Zhu did not speak, he endured the attacks of the tribulations with great difficulty. No matter how bent his body became, he did not fall. Strong Gu soon found the reason. On Ren Zhu's feet, there was a pair of independent wings. Even though the wings were small, they flapped stubbornly, helping Ren Zhu to stand up despite everything. Strong Gu continued to demoralize Ren Zhu. O human, I am starting to admire you. It is a pity that you are going to fall soon. Look at your bones, they are covered in cracks now due to the tribulations. Ren Zhu was silent. Originally, Ren Zhu's bones were shiny and intact, there were no cracks at all. Now, his skeleton was covered in cracks, it seemed like it would shatter at any moment. All the other Gu worms were silent, only Hope Gu gave out light. O human, don't give up. Tribulations are not scary, the scariest thing is a person who has lost hope. The light of Hope Gu penetrated the cracks of Ren Zhu's bones, into his bone marrow. In the life of everyone in this world, cracks would always form at some point, but those were the times where the light of hope would shine in. Ren Zhu's bones absorbed the light of hope, they started to engulf the surrounding tribulations. Each crack was like a huge mouth, the larger the crack, the larger the mouth, and the more tribulations it could devour. How could this happen? Strong Gu was extremely shocked. The more tribulations that Ren Zhu's skeleton devoured, the stronger and firmer his bones became. Tribulations could destroy people, but they could also toughen oneself. Chapter 2053, Finding a Way Out of a Desperate Situation. As the tribulations continued, Ren Zhu's bones started to shine in a golden light. The tribulations became wilder as Ren Zhu's bones burned in flames, becoming dazzlingly golden. Ren Zhu started to straighten his back, he raised his head and puffed his chest. After enduring countless tortures, his skeleton shined like a golden pillar, he stood directly inside the tribulations. This was the myriad tribulation golden skeleton. And on Ren Zhu's skeleton head, a crown grew out naturally, it was the heaven-connecting bone crown. All of the tribulations and disasters that people suffer would become their crowns of achievement in the future. Even though the tribulations had not ended, Ren Zhu could already speak at this time. I know, fate has arrangements, tribulations are the arrangements it makes for people. But I can persevere, any tribulations that seem unendurable are all in fact endurable to me. Strong Gu was shocked and bewildered. Self Gu realized at this time, I understand. O human, you are someone who walked out of ordinary abyss, that is why you can endure these tribulations that are impossible to endure. Strong Gu saw that the tribulations could not take down Ren Zhu, it forced itself to stay calm. O human, don't forget, as long as you have Hope Gu, these tribulations will not stop. Are you going to delay our bet from earlier? I don't care, I will treat it as if you passed the tribulations. Now, it is our turn to eat you. Which part of me do you want to eat? Ren Zhu sighed. Strong Gu laughed loudly, pointing at Ren Zhu's chest. Next, I will eat your hearts. Ren Zhu shook slightly. Strong Gu's choice was too fatal, how could a human live without his heart? Quickly take out all of your hearts, let us eat them. Strong Gu shouted in excitement. Ren Zhu sighed as he hesitated, before taking out the heart of sympathy. Strong Gu directly placed the heart of sympathy into the predicament's neck as the heart fell into its stomach. The predicament's stomach expanded slightly. When faced with predicaments, people often lose their hearts of sympathy first. Ren Zhu took out his heart of nobleness next, the predicament ate it as its stomach expanded some more, it seemed to have problems digesting it. Ren Zhu took out his original heart next. O Hope Gu, leave now. I do not want to implicate you. Hope Gu resided in Ren Zhu's original heart, it did not fly out, instead it said, I am not leaving, this is my home. O human, just toss me in along with it, I do not blame you. Ren Zhu had no choice, as Strong Gu rushed him, he gave his original heart to the predicament as food. After the predicament ate it, its belly expanded again. Predicaments often caused people to lose hope as well. Without hope all of the tribulations around Ren Zhu vanished. This caused the pressure on Ren Zhu to fall, but he felt deep melancholy as well. Quick, O human, take out your final heart and let us eat it. Strong Gu pointed at the heart of loneliness in Ren Zhu's chest. Ren Zhu hesitated as he felt troubled. The heart of loneliness did not only contain his self Gu, it was also his final heart. Without this heart, Ren Zhu might die. Strong Gu laughed and threatened. Quick! If you do not take it out yourself, we will make our move and eat you entirely. Self Gu had already been deceived. It called out in nonchalance, O human, just give it to them. I do not care, you will not die either. We are the strongest. Give it to me. Strong Gu grabbed the heart of loneliness in Ren Zhu's hand and stuffed it into the predicament's stomach through its exposed neck. At this point, Ren Zhu lost all his hearts. He fell onto the ground, losing all signs of life. He could not stand up anymore. Ren Zhu died. O human, you died, we have regained freedom. Rules and regulation Gu flew away. There is no helping it, the human met with the greatest predicament in his life. Courage Gu and edge Gu flew away as well. On Ren Zhu's corpse, only self Gu remained, it flew around him. Attitude Gu wanted to leave too, but self Gu grabbed onto it, forcing it to stay. Strong Gu laughed happily. Ha ha ha, O human, you were nothing impressive after all. Predicament, what's wrong? The predicament that Strong Gu was attached to grabbed onto its bulging stomach as it rolled on the ground in pain. Loneliness was extremely hard to digest. The stronger the predicament, the lonelier one would feel. Suddenly, the predicament's belly burst open. Ren Zhu's heart of loneliness, his skin and flesh fused to create a boy. Strong Gu was flabbergasted. Who are you? The boy said, I am Ren Zhu's son, great strength true martial. Before finishing his words, he jumped up and grabbed Strong Gu. Strong Gu tried to struggle while self Gu used the opportunity to approach and take a bite of it. Strong Gu was injured, it got weakened. Where are you trying to go? Great strength true martial shouted. He grabbed Strong Gu and stuffed it into his chest. Strong Gu went into his chest and got imprisoned in his heart, unable to escape. Don't waste your effort, this is my heart of ambition, you cannot escape. Great strength true martial laughed. Next, he found Ren Zhu's other hearts from the corpse of the predicament and placed them back into his chest. Ren Zhu was revived once again. Undeniably, a person's heart was the source of their vitality, one of the most fatal weaknesses of a human's body. The food path killer move Eat Heart that Spectral Soul created was a greater creation than Bitter Taste and Swallow Loss. Even if these two moves hit his enemies, they could only tilt the balance of victory and defeat. Meanwhile, Eat Heart was a fatal attack. Once hit without ample preparation, it could decide the outcome almost instantly. This was a method that could claim victory. Fang Yuan was hit. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had outstanding defense without doubt. But among all the Gu Immortal paths, Food Path was extremely well hidden, there were few defensive measures against it. Thus, during the Fate War, Western Desert's Gu Immortals were all without options against Heavenly Court's combination killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty, they were all hit by it. Fang Yuan also had a Food Path inheritance, he also knew that Spectral Soul had a deep attainment in Food Path. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was assembled by Fang Yuan, it could defend against Food Path originally. But now, Spectral Soul broke a hole in this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Even the complete Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress would have difficulties blocking the killer move Eat Heart entirely, Fang Yuan would still be affected regardless. At this moment, the intense feeling of death assaulted Fang Yuan. He could not struggle, he had no way to struggle. The heavenly Tao in the sovereign immortal aperture seemed to have noticed this, it stopped conjuring new myriad tribulations as the Tao marks scattered all over the aperture, trying to restrain Fang Yuan's entire body. Fang Yuan could not use any defensive methods, he could only wait for death. Lu Weiyin saw that the situation was bad, he quickly activated the Earth Path battlefield, yellow sand gathered into dragons that coiled around giant Spectral Soul, squeezing and attempting to immobilize Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul smiled coldly, hundreds of arms blocked them as he defended easily. His four eyes were still staring at Fang Yuan, most of his attention was spent on sustaining Eat Heart. Oh no, Lu Weiyin's heart sank. Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai also felt chills flowing down their spines, They tried to desperately attack, but Spectral Soul did not even turn around for a moment. Spectral Soul would rather suffer heavy injuries to make use of this opportunity. He wanted Fang Yuan dead no matter what. Is everything going to end like this? Fang Yuan's mind was still quite empty, he did not have many thoughts left. This was the aftermath of using unlimited Qi. Spectral Soul was just too strong. Worthy of the former demon venerable. The man who was invincible in this world during his era. During that time, he killed until the world became shrouded in darkness, nobody dared to make a sound, all of the living beings in the world could only tremble under his shadow. Only until the appearance of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he spent his entire life to mend the wounds and scars of the hearts of the people. Before Spectral Soul went all out, his battle strength was not much higher compared to the rest, yet he still had a firm control over the situation. After he used his full power, his battle strength rose greatly, he immediately surpassed everyone. The most despairing thing was that each of his decisions carried immediate effect, he did not give his enemy any opportunities to recover, there was no way for them to survive. No, even if there is only a trace of hope, I need to do my best. Fang Yuan could not use any methods, even if he could use a killer move, he could not block the killer move Eat Heart. Unless it was reverse flow protection seal. The pain on Fang Yuan's face vanished, his lips curled up as he revealed a mysterious smile, it was extremely unusual. At the next moment, he shouted loudly, "If you do not take action now, when will you ever get another chance?" Qi Ju, a pair of Spectral Soul's pupils expanded, while another pair of eyes squinted. Is Fang Yuan trying to deceive me? No, wait. One of his heads turned around, he saw Demon Immortal Qi Ju attacking. Demon Immortal Qi Ju activated his killer move, the Shi land on top of his head flew down like a comet, crashing into Spectral Soul's back. Spectral Soul was greatly impacted, he also fell to the ground. Countless holes appeared on his body, it was like a deflating balloon, dark soul Qi spewed out of the holes towards the outside. Not only that, 100 arms of Spectral Soul immediately fell onto the ground like decaying tree branches. Chapter 2054, Spectral Soul, you are too poor. Ah, Qi Ju, Spectral Soul screamed, staring at Demon Immortal Qi Ju with deep anger. Demon Immortal Qi Ju retrieved Shi land as he retreated, guarding against Spectral Soul's retaliation. You idiot! Spectral Soul stepped on the ground as a loud sound echoed, he finally stabilized his footing. Even someone like him who had lived for so long became furious this instant, he was about to kill Fang Yuan but his ally actually attacked him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju floated in the air, staring at Spectral Soul with deep vigilance. He first frowned as he recalled Fang Yuan's expression, it was evident that Fang Yuan did that on purpose so Spectral Soul would expose a weakness. Was Fang Yuan really at his wit's end at that time? No, this is more likely Spectral Soul's deception to distract me. The truth is, even if I was deceived, at this point, I can only continue to attack Spectral Soul. Demon Immortal Qi Ju made up his mind very soon. With Eat Heart broken, Spectral Soul suffered a backlash. During this time, Fang Yuan quickly repaired Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, at the very least, he fixed that hole on it. While recovering, Fang Yuan did not forget to attack using words. Spectral Soul, don't be too angry now, the truth is, before you contacted Qi Ju, I had already reached an agreement with him. You made an agreement? Impossible, I checked secretly, you do not have any alliance agreements on you. Spectral Soul retorted, I have just been revived, I will not trust any information path methods. Oh Spectral Soul, you tempted me with benefits, but Fang Yuan did that even earlier. And, he is much more generous than you. Before Demon Immortal Qi Ju finished his words, he attacked again. A Qi Path killer move erupted, the attack swept towards giant Spectral Soul like a storm. Lu Wei Yin and the rest saw this, they felt overjoyed. Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor were unaware of this cooperation, seeing Demon Immortal Qi Ju's betrayal, they became very excited. The situation was tight earlier, but with Demon Immortal Qi Ju's action, the situation was immediately flipped around to their advantage. Lu Wei Yin pondered and quickly realized, after the Fate War, I used Lord Paradise Earth's methods to confirm that Spectral Soul had not only regained freedom but was also getting stronger. Soon after, the secret of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture got exposed in Treasure Yellow Heaven. When I contacted Fang Yuan secretly to inform him, I wanted to cooperate with him to deal with Spectral Soul and Shadow Sect. But initially, Fang Yuan did not fully believe me. But soon after, Fang Yuan contacted me and agreed to this alliance. Now it seems that he had already contacted Demon Immortal Qi Ju and used him to confirm my information. Lu Wei Yin was Paradise Earth's inheritor. The Venerable had spent his entire life restoring peace to the world. He was at odds with Spectral Soul. The reason why Lu Wei Yin participated in the Fate War was to get rid of Spectral Soul's remnant soul for good. But even after it ended, Lu Wei Yin did not find Spectral Soul's remnant soul. Lu Wei Yin naturally did not give up. He paid a huge price and used Paradise Earth's method to deduce Spectral Soul's current condition, but he could not find his location. Thus, Lu Wei Yin thought of Fang Yuan. If Spectral Soul wanted to regain full strength, he would need to kill Fang Yuan. After killing Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul would regain Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU as well as his personal dream realms and attainment levels. Lu Wei Yin used Paradise Earth's method and contacted Fang Yuan after great difficulty, but the latter was very wary in regards to him. Fang Yuan had been reborn. He knew that Lu Wei Yin was not what he seemed like on the surface in supporting Heavenly Court. He had his own personal objectives. Also, because Fang Yuan did not see Spectral Soul during the Fate War when he invaded Heavenly Court, he trusted some parts of Lu Wei Yin's information. Soon after, the secret of the Sovereign Immortal Body was exposed in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It made Fang Yuan believe his words even more. After Demon Immortal Qi Ju revived, Fang Yuan tried to contact him in secret but did not succeed once. But coincidentally, Demon Immortal Qi Ju went to approach Qi Ancestor for trouble. Using Qin Ding Ling's reinforcement, Fang Yuan managed to force Demon Immortal Qi Ju to retreat, but the truth was, he secretly made a deal with Demon Immortal Qi Ju. In order to gain Demon Immortal Qi Ju's trust, Fang Yuan told him that Qi Ancestor was his disguise. Demon Immortal Qi Ju gained this hold on Fang Yuan and immediately understood that Fang Yuan was sincere in this cooperation. Demon Immortal Qi Ju lacked knowledge of the GU Immortal world at that time. Fang Yuan attended to his needs. He used his various true inheritances as the transaction goods. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was greatly moved, but he was still very wary. He did not want to set an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would use unknown information path methods to harm him. Fang Yuan did not force him. They eventually came to a relaxed agreement that could not have any restraining power to either of them. Fang Yuan provided true inheritances of various paths to Demon Immortal Qi Ju, while the latter gave Fang Yuan the secret of his Qi path resurrection. Furthermore, he even followed Fang Yuan's arrangement and sold a huge amount of Qi path immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven to purchase inheritances of all paths. Fang Yuan learned of the secret regarding Qi Ju's revival. He immediately gained a huge breakthrough in resolving the Qi harvest fruit. Thus, Qi Ancestor was able to get rid of it. After that, Fang Yuan's clone used Heavenly Court's Qi harvest fruit to create the Qi clone successfully. The truth was, with just Fang Yuan's Qi path attainment, he could not resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit so quickly. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju was contacted by Spectral Soul in Treasure Yellow Heaven some time after that. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was greatly shocked. After hearing Spectral Soul's words, he understood Fang Yuan's intention. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Fang Yuan had a lax agreement. They could betray each other easily. Demon Immortal Qi Ju would not consider Fang Yuan's benefits. He immediately negotiated with Spectral Soul in secret. But soon, he realized that Spectral Soul's offer was far inferior to Fang Yuan's. How can a great demon venerable be so stingy? Demon Immortal Qi Ju first held disdain before he pondered. Oh, I get it. Spectral Soul is the pioneer of Soul Path. He also has a Food Path true inheritance, but he wants to keep them and refuses to transact these two. Even though Shadow Sect had existed for so long, they only found very few venerable true inheritances. But Fang Yuan is the crucial pawn of Heaven's will in the 10 venerables. Many of these venerables invested in him. Thus he possesses Red Lotus, true inheritance, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Giant Sun's true inheritance, Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Reckless Savage's true inheritance, Primordial Origin's true inheritance, Genesis Lotus, true inheritance, Paradise Earth's true inheritance, and Limitless, true inheritance. Other than these, he also has Lang Ya's true inheritance, the Dragonman race's true inheritance, Food Path true inheritance, Bo Qing's Sword Path true inheritance, and many more. Damn, how can this one guy have so much wealth? After Demon Immortal Qi Ju understood the reason, a complex feeling emerged in his heart uncontrollably. Fang Yuan could be said to be the wealthiest person in terms of true inheritances throughout history. Even though Spectral Soul's Shadow sect had searched for such a long period of time, obtaining venerable true inheritances took a lot of time and effort, and they were usually incomplete. Every venerable would make each inheritance with a specific purpose. Even if Spectral Soul destroyed them, he would not gain much. His greatest gain was still that Red Lotus true inheritance, and that was left to him intentionally by Red Lotus Demon Venerable to allow them to cooperate. Regarding Fang Yuan's gains, Demon Immortal Qi Ju felt jealousy, envy, and hatred. Fang Yuan was too rich, even though Spectral Soul was a Demon Venerable. Compared to Fang Yuan in this regard, he was simply too poor. After comprehending this, Demon Immortal Qi Ju gained a deeper understanding of Fang Yuan. No wonder this guy was chosen to be the crucial person to destroy fate. He is making use of me to defend against Spectral Soul while also harming him. He also knows my wants, so even without an agreement, I would not betray him easily. Fang Yuan had abundant wealth. He also knew that Qi Ju would go against Spectral Soul. He naturally acted very generously. Spectral Soul was kept in the dark. He had to deal with the crafty Demon Immortal Qi Ju that showed signs of this betrayal. It was a stark contrast from Fang Yuan. Of course, Demon Immortal Qi Ju would not side with Fang Yuan simply because of this. He took advantage of both sides. On one hand, he told Fang Yuan about the price that Spectral Soul was paying. On the other hand, he requested for more things from Spectral Soul. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had been trying to gain the maximum benefits for himself all along. Up until he attacked Spectral Soul earlier, he had been interacting with both parties. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's situation was not optimistic. The myriad tribulation transformed again. It became a boundless gray wind. Wherever the wind blew, ash and sparks would appear. In the end, it would burn and destroy everything. The gray wind would sweep through, leaving a huge empty land behind. It was the myriad tribulation, spark-blowing gray wind. The heaven path Dao marks turned into wind path and fire path Dao marks, creating this myriad tribulation that Fang Yuan had trouble dealing with immediately. Not only did the gray wind appear in the mini-5 regions, it also affected the mini-9 heavens. A lot of resource points were destroyed. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had always been developed by Fang Yuan. It reached 20% development, but now, half of that was gone. During this time, Fang Yuan could only try to save the people instead. There were many humans and variant humans living in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They were gathered in cities, mountains or valleys. This was huge wealth. Fang Yuan could give up the rest, but he had to preserve the lives of these people. Cough cough. Inside peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress, Fang Yuan continued to cough out blood. He was heavily injured. This was the result of Spectral Soul's Eat Heart Killer move. The scene earlier was too dangerous. If it lasted for a few more breaths of time, Fang Yuan would have died. Even now, if Spectral Soul uses Eat Heart on peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress again, Fang Yuan would not escape death. Peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress could not fully resist the power of Eat Heart. However, Spectral Soul no longer had a chance. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's betrayal changed the entire situation. Earlier, Demon Immortal Qi Ju had Qi land that countered Qi Si Ancestor. He could shoulder some pressure for Spectral Soul. Now, Demon Immortal Qi Ju became the most troublesome person for Spectral Soul to deal with. Qi Si Ancestor activated his killer move. Spectral Soul sensed it, immediately moving 100 arms as black smoke appeared around him. Qi Si Ancestor's face flushed red. He felt like he was squeezing an expanding piece of metal. His killer move was about to break. At the crucial moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju attacked with his killer move, directly hitting Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul soon felt his breath going out of sync. His immortal essence flow became choppy. His defensive method that resisted Great Qi Hand Explosion became much weaker. Using this chance, Qi Si Ancestor exerted more strength into his move. Great Qi Hand Explosion was successfully used, and at this moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju used a supplementary method to double the strength of this Great Qi Hand Explosion. Giant Spectral Soul was sent flying from the impact as tens of black arms exploded. He was covered in dust and smoke. Chapter 2055, Countering Spectral Soul. 2055 Countering Spectral Soul Swoosh. Some parts of Giant Spectral Soul's body broke out with countless holes of various sizes. From these holes, black soul chi spewed out rapidly. As the soul chi leaked out, Giant Spectral Soul's huge body started to shrink at an observable speed. Seeing this, Lu Wei Yin's eyes shined with bright light. No wonder Spectral Soul used a physical body to fight earlier and did not turn into the giant immediately. This move gives him a temporary power boost, but it cannot be sustained for long. It also has a severe problem in it. Giant Spectral Soul quickly healed his wounds and mended the holes, preventing soul chi from leaking further. As he healed, he attacked in place of defense. Hundreds of arms danced around and slammed at Lu Weiyin and the rest, causing them to scatter and dodge. Spectral Soul was actually even fiercer than before. But Lu Weiyin and the rest were calm. Their morale rose as they saw the hope of victory. Create an opportunity for me. Demon Immortal Chi Ju suddenly transmitted to Lu Weiyin and the rest. Lu Weiyin did not hesitate. He immediately activated the battlefield. A sandstorm concealed Demon Immortal Chi Ju's traces. Within the sandstorm, Demon Immortal Chi Ju had a solemn expression. Almost all of his concentration was placed in his immortal aperture. A brand new killer move was carefully prepared by him. It was taking shape. Spectral Soul sensed something amiss. He immediately charged into the sandstorm, attempting to disrupt Demon Immortal Chi Ju's mysterious killer move. Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai desperately tried to stop him, but they could not stall Spectral Soul at all. Qing Chou rammed towards Spectral Soul but was easily dodged. Seeing that Spectral Soul was about to reach Demon Immortal Chi Ju, Lu Weiyin stepped in. He had outstanding defensive methods. Even though he lacked offense, he was the one who could stall Spectral Soul for the longest time now. Giant Spectral Soul fought with Lu Weiyin, causing the latter to bleed from his nose and mouth, but he was unable to advance any further due to this obstruction. Getting some crucial time, Demon Immortal Chi Ju took a risk and completed his killer move preparation. Immortal Killer Move, Shi Shi. The Shi land above his head shined with profound light, directed at Spectral Soul. Seeing this, Spectral Soul roared with a trace of panic in his voice. The profound light pillar emitted an intense suction force, forcefully draining the black soul chi from Giant Spectral Soul's body. Giant Spectral Soul's body shrunk rapidly. All of his soul path methods fell drastically in strength. Spectral Soul had a grim expression. He unleashed Food Path. Killer moves, Bitter Taste and Swallow Loss. Demon Immortal Chi Ju got hit by them. His body shook. He almost failed to sustain the killer move. Spectral Soul nearly escaped. But at the crucial moment, Lu Weiyin strained his mind and pointed at Demon Immortal Chi Ju, shooting out 2 yellow lights. One yellow light landed on Demon Immortal Chi Ju and spread around the battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, All Life is Bitter. Instantly, all of the immortals here felt bitterness. Even the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was sharing the burden of experiencing the killer move Bitter Taste. The second yellow light entered Demon Immortal Chi Ju's body. Immortal Killer Move, Suffering Loss is a Blessing. Demon Immortal Chi Ju benefited from this. His body's injuries started to recover. He laughed loudly in satisfaction. Spectral Soul's expression was dark. After Lu Weiyin used both killer moves, his aura diminished to an extreme low. He immediately escaped using the sandstorm. From within the sandstorm, his voice was firm. Spectral Soul, you committed too many sins and caused great harm to the world. Back then, countless GU immortals fell victim to your 2 food path killer moves. Thus, Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created these 2 moves specially to deal with you. They were his direct counter. Spectral Soul was stuck in a passive spot instantly. His 2 killer moves were broken. Once a killer move was broken, the user would fall into a passive state. Even Spectral Soul was no exception. Simply because he was dealing with another venerable, someone who had opposed him over his entire life. Bitter Taste and Swallow Loss were countered. Spectral Soul wanted to use Eat Heart now. This move was created in his later years. It had almost never been used. There was almost no possibility that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had a counter to it. But Spectral Soul could not use it. When he used Eat Heart earlier, many Soul Path Immortal GU were destroyed. He also expended a huge amount of Food Path Mortal GU. He had paid a huge price to forcefully activate it. Simply put, he could not use Eat Heart for the following short period of time. Precisely so, Spectral Soul had been holding back Eat Heart, not willing to use it without a good reason. After Spectral Soul escaped, he first ransacked Heavenly Court's storage before devouring Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, taking its entire foundation. Spectral Soul recovered his strength. He rose up again with great efficiency. However, it was undeniably that his gains in Food Path Immortal GU were minuscule. He could not truly exert the full strength of his Food Path. Food Path was very rarely passed down. This was both Spectral Soul's advantage and disadvantage. Because there were too few Food Path GU immortals, there were also very few Food Path Immortal GU around. All in all, Spectral Soul had too little time to recover. Ever since this battle to chase Fang Yuan started, Spectral Soul had been using countless soul path killer moves that were tough to deal with. But in terms of food path, Spectral Soul only had 3 killer moves. Among which, Eat Heart was only used with great difficulty. It was a one-time use trump card. Spectral Soul had countless soul path killer moves with terrifying and peculiar effects. They were hard to counter. But in terms of food path, there was nothing special. He only had 3 moves. For Lu Wei Yin and the others who had fought him for so long, it was hard to not accustom themselves to these moves. It was like Fang Yuan's peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. When he used it earlier, it was shocking. But after a while of fighting, with its foundation exposed, Spectral Soul and Qi Ju quickly familiarized themselves with its weaknesses. Trump cards were things that were best left unused as much as possible. Spectral Soul's 2 food path killer moves were countered by Lu Wei Yin. He immediately suffered a backlash. His injuries were severe. Killer moves could not be used carelessly. Once they were broken, the outcome would be terrible. But this was not Spectral Soul's mistake. In the earlier situation, soul path killer moves could not turn the situation around. Food path was the wisest choice. But Lu Wei Yin was someone with deep schemes. He was just Paradise Earth's inheritor. He was not the immortal venerable after all. Thus he kept these 2 moves concealed as trump cards. Even though Spectral Soul used the 2 food path killer moves earlier, he did not show any hints. At the most crucial moment, he unleashed his counter and achieved the best result. Ming Yu, I will kill you, I will kill you. After Spectral Soul suffered heavy injuries, Qing Chou attacked while roaring loudly. It was like a mad beast. Its expression was distorted and its eyes were red, bursting open and bleeding with green-black blood. Its body was covered in hundreds of holes, blood spewed out continuously. Its injuries were scary to look at. Truly an amazing creation. For a moment, giant Spectral Soul squinted his eyes. Spectral Soul's attainment in Soul Path was definitely unsurpassed in the world. He created Soul Path, causing soul beasts to exist in the world. Thus, his understanding of soul beasts was extremely thorough. Nobody could know more than him. And yet, Qing Chou was different. A qualitative change had occurred within its body. Facing Qing Chou's attack, giant Spectral Soul became overjoyed instead. Since the fight started, Spectral Soul had gained great benefits from Qing Chou. For others, Qing Chou would be a huge problem. It was quite fatal. But for Spectral Soul, it was like a gentle rain. It came at a good time to allow Spectral Soul to absorb its strength and recover rapidly. Qing Chou charged with extreme speed. It did not care about its own life. The sole enemy in its life was right before it. But as memory surfaced, its vision blurred again. Escape, quickly escape. Can anyone save me? Oh, ancestors of Qing clan, why are you not taking action? Father, mother, where are you? Cries resounded. Screaming filled the entire Qing oasis. Rough winds howled in the desert, while the oasis carried a warm breeze. This was Western Desert Qing clan's blessed land headquarters. It was situated in a beautiful oasis of Western Desert. The sandstones were like mountains, the still lake were like the sea, and the trees were lush and vibrant. However, this utopia that was Qing clan's beautiful home turned into living hell. A terrifying slaughter was ongoing. Blood flowed into rivers. Countless GU masters retaliated desperately but were unable to cause any problems for the perpetrator. The young Spectral Soul, Ming Yu from southern borders GU Immortal world, wore a black robe. He stood proudly in the sky. Each time he attacked, he took away thousands of lives. He looked down on the ground. Countless people were running in the face of death. They were like pitiful ants. Qing clan, you are a great Western Desert super force. How long are you going to hide? Ming Yu snickered and taunted. It is too disappointing. Are you going to watch your clan get slaughtered like this? He, the so-called Qing clan is nothing amazing after all. Qing clan did not have many GU immortals left. Right now, they were in the deepest part of their blessed land headquarters. Hearing Ming Yu's voice, they felt extremely furious. This demonic path scoundrel is too arrogant and hateful. To think that our second supreme elder would die at his hands, this is truly too unbelievable. Our great Qing clan actually ended up in this situation. Nobody dares to go out and fight just this mere Ming Yu alone. No, this is not all Ming Yu's credit. Don't you all find it weird that news of Divine Bean Palace was leaked out? Qing clan's GU immortals discussed. Some were sad and dejected. Some felt they were helpless to do anything. Cough cough, you are right. Qing clan's first supreme elder woke up from his coma. First elder. Qing clan's GU immortals were overjoyed, they cheered, "You are finally awake." Qing clan's first supreme elder still had a purplish complexion, his aura was extremely weak. He barely sat up on his bed as he said, "Mingyu has likely cooperated with the other forces to deal with us. He is an open blade while the other forces are restraining us secretly, they are too vicious. Not long ago, to settle some territorial dispute and get a giant resource point, I was sneak attacked and suffered heavy injuries, I have no battle strength now. Recently, our clan's giant resource points have all been attacked by demonic path GU immortals. After sending our immortal GU houses to deal with them, our headquarters have fallen into a state of absolute weakness, cough, cough. First Supreme Elder, you need to rest, don't exert yourself. Yes, we will handle this. As long as Qing clan survives this crisis, we will definitely take revenge on those vicious scoundrels. Qing clan's GU immortals quickly assured. But Qing clan's first Supreme Elder shook his head. Don't go and waste your lives, Mingyu has incredible battle strength, he possesses an immense innate luck, he is not a simple character. We were too careless earlier, by the time we realized this and want to deal with him seriously, the other forces already started to restrain us. We need to be very vigilant in dealing with him now. Qing clan's GU immortals were discussing earlier, but hearing the first Supreme Elder's words, it seemed like he had other plans. Chapter 2056, Qing Chou. 2056 Qing Chou. First Supreme Elder, what idea do you have? Qing clan's first Supreme Elder forced a smile. The cause of everything, the origin of Qing clan's predicament, is just one thing, Divine Bean Palace. Other than us, nobody wants to see Qing clan refine Divine Bean Palace successfully, even if we exert all our strength and give up our territories, even if we defeat Mingyu, how can we deal with all the super forces? Cough, cough. Qing clan's first Supreme Elder paused before continuing, so our best counterattack is to refine Divine Bean Palace. An anxious GU immortal immediately asked, how can we refine Divine Bean Palace rapidly? Qing clan's first Supreme Elder sighed, there is one method we can try. Qing clan's immortals were very excited, they looked at Qing clan's first Supreme Elder fixedly. Qing clan's first Supreme Elder slowly explained, earlier, we used Hatred GU to get past Divine Bean Palace's defense, we made huge progress, we just need some time to refine it now. However, we lack the time we need, we can only take a risk and use that killer move now. What killer move? Don't tell me. Some Qing clan GU immortals had perplexed expressions while some had changing expressions, they recalled some vague rumors they had heard. Qing clan's first Supreme Elder nodded, excitement showed on his tired face. This killer move was created by second Supreme Elder and I, he was the main user with my assistance. The killer move has extraordinary might, I will activate it while all of you participate and help. As long as we can unleash it, the current Divine Bean Palace cannot block it, any rank 8 GU immortal will need to avoid it as well. No matter how strong Mingyu is, he is still rank 7, we will do that. First Supreme Elder, what do we name it? First Supreme Elder shook his head as he smiled bitterly, second Supreme Elder died before we could name it. This old man was silent for a while before replying solemnly, let's call it, Qing Chou 1, this is the revenge of Qing clan. Divine Bean Palace was the cause of our predicament and suffering, Qing clan needs to take revenge. We will use Qing Chou to refine Divine Bean Palace completely. These super forces with ill intentions will also face the revenge of our Qing clan one by one. That arrogant and vicious Mingyu who caused us great harm will also face our revenge. Using Qing Chou, we will take revenge, we will repay this debt 1,000-fold to those who hurt us. In this aspect, we will not be stingy, we will repay them fully. These words raised the spirits of the immortals. Qing Chou, truly a good name. First Supreme Elder is right, we must take revenge. Let Qing Chou be the sign of our Qing clan's rise to greatness. Qing Chou, Qing Chou, Qing Chou, Qing Chou. Qing Chou's vision cleared up at once, it recalled everything, its memories were fully restored. Facing Mingyu's assault, Qing clan first decided to use the killer move Qing Chou to refine Divine Bean Palace. Next, they would go and fight to claim victory. However, the Qing Chou killer move that they entrusted their hopes to did not fully refine Divine Bean Palace. Instead, it triggered a mysterious resonance with Divine Bean Palace, the entire sky shined with jade green light. The mysterious light devoured Qing clan's immortals, it digested the entire Qing clan headquarters, including Qing Oasis. It covered the surrounding 10,000 li. Mingyu was forced to retreat. After the mysterious light faded, the super forces came to check what happened. They saw that the great Qing clan territory was reduced to a huge and vast ruin. The indignant Western Desert GU Immortals searched the entire place thoroughly, but they could not find anything. As time passed, people went from disappointment to despair. They left this lifeless desert eventually. Only in some corner, a rank 8 wood path Immortal GU house with a dim hall and hatred GU as the core within the hall was activating a killer move. This killer move was called Qing Chou. The killer move Qing Chou did not fail. It was only influenced by something and mutated in essence. It turned into a life form. Countless vengeful souls who died terrible deaths fused together. A soul beast with hatred GU as the core was born. Initially, it was very small like a baby. It opened its eyes, its gaze was crystal clear. Next, it grew up continuously, without any idea of what was happening. Its body started to grow as its physique became clear. It had claws, a tortoise shell, and a head with long hair. Its size was initially the same as a rabbit. Next it grew to a wolf's size, before a bull and then an elephant. Eventually, it became as large as a mountain. Countless vengeful souls cried out. From the moment it was born, they had been screeching in its ears, reverberating in its heart. Every time it grew, these resounding voices would become louder and more muffled. They were screaming, they were howling. Qing Chou could not hear them clearly. It felt greatly troubled. These voices were too annoying and muffled. They went on without stopping. It became confused, it became frustrated, it became angry. Its thoughts became more chaotic, it became more ruthless and aggressive. It growled, it slashed the ground of the hall with its claws, it crashed into the pillars using its shell, it bled from injuries as its hair covered its face. The hall rapidly repaired itself, but the voices still continued. They were getting more muffled and loud. Qing Chou could do nothing. It became dejected eventually. It wanted to give up, it wanted to die. But it did not do so. Those vengeful voices were trying to remind it of something. What was it? What were those damned voices trying to say? Tell me, why are you torturing me like this? Why don't you just let me die? Ever since the chaotic battle started, Qing Chou sensed spectral soul. Its consciousness fell into chaos due to hatred GU. Even though it was conscious, its mind was not clear. It only knew how to kill, it knew how to charge and advance, it only knew how to fight. It wanted to exert itself, to use every drop of blood in its body to kill spectral soul, to exterminate spectral soul. But now, Qing Chou's mind was no longer in chaos, it regained clarity. It was as if the clouds parted in the sky, everything was clear now. Its memories were complete, it understood the whole situation from start to finish. It could finally understand the words of those vengeful souls. These vengeful souls were screaming and crying all the time, they had never stopped or weakened at all. Qing Chou heard them clearly now. These vengeful souls were not screaming in pain or bitterness. They were not crying out in grievance, they were not screaming their innocence. They only said one thing, Qing Chou, you must remember the purpose of your existence. You must remember the burden that you bear. You must remember all your enemies. Don't forget it for even an instance. Don't give up even for an instance. Revenge. Those clansmen who died pitiful deaths, those Qing clan members who had yet to fulfill their aspirations, we need to take revenge for the pain and suffering that was inflicted on us. Spectral soul, Qing Chou screamed, have a good taste of this. This is the revenge of Qing clan, after 100,000 years, the killer move that has been nurturing for 100,000 years. Qing Chou, oh no, at this moment, giant spectral soul's expression turned cold, his heart sank. A qualitative change occurred in Qing Chou's body. Rank 8 Immortal GU hatred, which had been growing the entire time, finally broke through at this moment. It became a genuine rank 9 Immortal GU. Qing Chou's mountain-like body shot out a jade green light that was familiar to spectral soul. Within the green light, Qing Chou's body transformed like flowing water. It stood straight up, its 4 limbs turned into human hands and legs. The huge pair of wings that it had turned into a full body armor. Its shell turned into a shield, held by its left arm. Its snake neck contracted rapidly, allowing its neck and shoulder to have the perfect proportion. Next, a huge lump of light flowed from its long tail and snake neck, transferring to its right palm as it extended into a terrifying spear. Giant Qing Chou charged towards spectral soul. The vast green light condensed and went into the tip of its spear. The long spear stabbed forward with great force. Giant spectral soul changed moves. He had to make a change. If he used his earlier method on Xingqiu again, he would be courting death. Spectral soul grunted as he retracted his move, causing him to suffer backlash. But he achieved his goal. He successfully changed killer moves. At the crucial moment, rumbling black smoke gushed towards Xingqiu, stopping its attack. Seeing this, Wu Shuai, Qi-Si ancestor, and demon immortal Qi-Ju stared with wide eyes. This seemed like a long process, but in fact, it occurred too quickly and suddenly. Xingqiu suddenly became stronger. It turned into a giant with a huge rise in battle strength. Before Wu Shuai, Qi-Si or Qi-Ju had time to celebrate, giant spectral soul withdrew his killer move and retaliated instantly. Seeing that this fatal killer move was mostly blocked by spectral soul, Wu Shuai, Qi-Si, and Qi-Ju felt greatly disappointed. They could not help but admire spectral soul's resolve and method. He could actually swap killer moves within such a short time frame. However, Lu Wei-yin smiled. At the next moment, giant Xingqiu's messy hair rose up and tangled together like vines, gathering into the appearance of a huge tree. This tree had lush leaves. It was a massive cover over Xingqiu's head. It emitted a jade green light again. Spectral soul's rumbling smoke was all blocked by this powerful light. A venerable method. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Karma Divine Tree Killer Move. Qi-Si, Qi-Ju, and Wu Shuai were shocked. Giant Xingqiu's attacks were no longer obstructed. The terrifying spear pierced through giant spectral soul from the front to the back. Following that, the green spear turned into jade green light and flowed into giant spectral soul's body like a torrent of water. Giant spectral soul took several steps back. His aura weakened to an extremely low level. Spectral soul was covered in holes as soul chi leaked out along with some jade green light. Hundreds of arms covered these holes but could not stop the overwhelming green light from shining. These mysterious lights were like swords or spears, bursting out of spectral soul's body, radiating the entire battlefield. Spectral soul lost. This was a truly fatal blow. Spectral soul's expression was cold as he muttered, "Genesis Lotus, Paradise Earth, good, you guys are really impressive." Next, he smiled coldly. His killing intent surged instead, reaching an unprecedented level. "Long, long ago, I swore that I would only make others struggle in the face of death. Are you all prepared for that?" Spectral soul's words made everyone's expressions change. "Get away from him, quickly. He is going to self-detonate. All of you, die with me." Spectral soul roared. Boom. One Cho means revenge. Chapter 2057. Spectral soul's death. 2057 Spectral soul's death. Quickly, quickly, we need to be faster. Fairy Ziwei continued to urge herself internally. She was the only wisdom path great expert here. The duty of unraveling this battlefield killer move ended up on her shoulders. Fairy Ziwei's soul was modified by spectral soul. She was loyal to him. She exerted herself in trying to unravel this battlefield killer move. However, Lu Wei-yin's illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was not a simple battlefield. This Earth Path battlefield is extremely sturdy. It also has a layer of vagueness. I'm afraid it uses Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's battlefield as the foundation and was modified from that. Fairy Ziwei was frowning deeply. Her mind was heating up. With her full effort, she managed to deduce some useful information. But there was little progress overall. Firstly, the battlefield killer move would shrink into a tiny spot once they were activated, isolating the inside and outside. Be it from within or externally, it was hard to unravel. Initially, Fairy Ziwei was able to break Fang Yuan's Yama battlefield in Langyao Blessed Land because she had Feng Ju Ji's Fate Armor Immortal Jiyu to locate Yama battlefield. By combining both internal and external influences, she had a breakthrough in unraveling that battlefield. Secondly, illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was not ordinary. It was the work of a venerable, improved upon by future generations. It was already amazing that Fairy Ziwei could find the exact location of the battlefield so quickly. It showed her incredible wisdom path attainment. Fairy Ziwei continued to use various methods. Sometimes, she activated individual immortal GU. Sometimes, she used wisdom path killer moves. Sometimes, she even asked the Longevity Heaven or Heavenly Court GU immortals to probe the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield continuously. This was truly an unthinkable sight. Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Heavenly Court were actually working together closely. At the outer periphery, the Black Bat group was like a raging black tide that attacked constantly. Heavenly Court's immortal GU houses were guarding against them, forming a tight defense that killed all the black bats that were daring enough to approach them. In the inner area, Fairy Ziwei was high in the sky with Old Man Zheng Yuan, Bai Ningbing, and Fairy Miao Yin protecting her. At the center, two immortal GU houses were situated beside each other. They were Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck Altar and Heavenly Court's Demon Judgment Board. Each time Fairy Ziwei gave instructions, these two immortal GU houses would cooperate and use their methods to attack a corner of the battlefield. Qin Ding Ling and Bing Sai Chuan did not doubt Fairy Ziwei's anxiety. They also lacked a wisdom path great expert. They were willing to put in effort for this. Everything they did was for the eventual goal, Fang Yuan. Originally, these three forces restrained each other while chasing Fang Yuan. They had their own vigilance. But now that the battlefield killer move enveloped Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul, these three forces started to work together, exerting their effort and energy into unraveling this battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan's craftiness and viciousness was deeply etched in everyone's minds. Since he put up an ambush here, he definitely had ill intentions. The three factions' GU immortals felt something amiss. They quickly worked together, attempting to thwart Fang Yuan's plans with all their effort. It was truly a wise decision. Fairy Ziwei suddenly shook as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh, seeing this change, all of the GU immortals' attention was drawn. Fairy Ziwei wiped the blood off the corner of her lips. Her expression was pale, but she gritted her teeth, continuing her deduction. Heavenly Court nurtured a great immortal. For her master, she is really giving it her all. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan sneered as he tried to attack the two forces with words. Within the immortal GU house, Qin Ding Ling snorted coldly, frowning. Why is my luck wavering so much? At the next moment, Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan suddenly took action. Profound light flickered. The Shadow Sect immortals were all enveloped, before they shot outside like a meteor. Bing Sai Chuan and Qin Ding Ling's hearts jumped. They did not think anymore, quickly controlling the immortal GU houses to follow after Fairy Ziwei. A terrifying explosion occurred at this moment. Calamity Luck Altar had just started to move when an immense force assaulted it from the back. Bing Sai Chuan growled. Ziwei harmed us. Calamity Luck Altar suffered a huge blow, but its momentum rose as it charged towards Fairy Ziwei with killing intent. Within Demon Judgment Board, Fang Zheng lacked experience compared to Bing Sai Chuan and Qin Ding Ling. When the explosion occurred, Demon Judgment Board was still staying motionless on the spot. Thus, Demon Judgment Board suffered much greater damage than Calamity Luck Altar. At once, Fang Zheng felt like he had fallen into a tsunami. He was caught unguarded. The entire Demon Judgment Board was swept away by the explosion. This explosion was created by Spectral Soul's self-detonation. After the explosion destroyed the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, the three Fosses GU immortals who did not know what happened were greatly affected. Both immortal GU houses, Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Judgment Board, were heavily damaged. Even though Fairy Ziwei deduced the explosion slightly earlier, there was too little time. The explosion quickly implicated them. They were sent flying everywhere. The numerous Heavenly Court immortal GU houses were also sent flying like kites, blown away by the intense force. The Black Bat group was even worse. Hundreds of thousands of bats, be they desolate beasts or immemorial desolate beasts, were instantly blown to pieces. The ground shook as the world seemingly collapsed. The entire scene was very chaotic now. An extremely damaged fortress appeared in the air. Qing Chou, which had turned into a giant, was blown into 3 pieces. It landed on the ground. Xiland was greatly damaged. It was originally complete and intact. Now only less than 30% was left. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was covered in blood as he flew out of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. He had a sharp gaze as he fixed his eyes on the fortress. It was peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. This rank 8 immortal GU house truly had top-notch defense. Even though it was heavily damaged, it still managed to block the force of Spectral Soul's self-detonation. At the next moment, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress was stored into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. This immortal GU house was too slow. It could not be relied on all the time. Fang Yuan appeared. Instantly, he attracted the attention of all the GU immortals. But Fang Yuan was not alone. Lu Weiyin and Wu Shuai were also around him. Let's kill Fang Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar was not in good shape. Bing Sai Chuan gave up on it and let the rest repair, while he went to kill Fang Yuan himself. This rank 8 great expert who had once fought alongside Fang Yuan did not conceal his deep killing intent towards the latter. Fang Yuan, what did you do to master? Fairy Ziwei stopped escaping, she screamed out as blood oozed out of her nose and mouth. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had a childlike appearance but an elderly voice. He smiled coldly. Didn't you all feel the severity of the explosion earlier? Spectral soul has already self-detonated and died. What? The immortals heard this and were intensely shocked. The great spectral soul actually died. The explosion earlier was too terrifying. It was clearly a soul path killer move. Was it spectral soul's final attack before dying? But how can this be? A great demon venerable? No, spectral soul is no longer a demon venerable. Even so, he still has the #1 battle strength in the world. To think that he actually died at the hands of Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan actually killed spectral soul. The immortals' expressions changed, their pupils contracted as all of their gazes focused on Fang Yuan. Even though spectral soul's death was caused by everyone's effort, Fang Yuan was undeniably the main perpetrator. Fang Yuan cannot be underestimated, he is too scheming. He actually managed to kill spectral soul, that is a former demon venerable. He even destroyed Fate Gu. It is not strange that he managed to achieve this. Kill him, we cannot let him escape. This demon being alive is truly the greatest misfortune of all lives in this world. Yes, even if he was acting earlier, after killing spectral soul, he must definitely be in bad shape. If we don't kill him now, when will we? The immortals shouted in unison. Fang Yuan, even if I have to die here, I want you dead. Fairy Ziwei's expression was distorted, she gritted her teeth as she attacked. On one hand, Fairy Ziwei was modified by spectral soul and became extremely loyal to him. His death angered her deeply. On the other hand, she had constantly experienced failure as a result of Fang Yuan. In Heavenly Court, she failed. In Shadow Sect, she still failed. She kept losing to this Fang Yuan. Kill him. If Fang Yuan is not dead, the ones to suffer will be everyone present here. Demon Immortal Qi Ju called out as he attacked Fang Yuan as well. At the same time, he secretly transmitted to Fang Yuan while chuckling. Fang Yuan, when spectral soul self-detonated earlier, you did not let me into your peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. I'll forget that. If you want to escape now, you will need my help. Take out some venerable true inheritances, show me your sincerity. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's Shi land was greatly damaged but he retained most of his own battle strength. This old demon was still working with Fang Yuan to fight spectral soul 1 moment ago. Immediately after, he flipped and changed sides, using the 3 forces to threaten and extort Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan was really not in good shape. The sovereign immortal Aperture's myriad tribulation was still ongoing. Beside him, Lu Weiyin had a pale expression, his body was wobbling around. It would not be surprising if he fainted at the next moment. Wu Shuai was looking terrible. Even though his rank 8 aura was not stable, he still retained some battle strength. Right now, he could only be sacrificed to try to stall for time. Even so, there was no guarantee regarding how much time he could fight for. As for Qi Si Ancestor, he was already put into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Within it, Combat Beast King was still unconscious. Fang Yuan needed a GU immortal expert to manage the situation. If not, Qi Si Ancestor would be forced by the situation. To protect his main body, he would need to expose his identity. At the crucial moment, without any better options, I will need to sacrifice the Qi Si clone and Wu Shuai clone to stall for time. Fang Yuan thought. He transmitted to Lu Weiyin. What is the escape method that you mentioned earlier? When giant spectral soul self-detonated, Lu Weiyin made his move, forcefully activating the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield and suppressing the soul explosion miraculously. Even though it only lasted a few breaths of time, it managed to successfully gain them some time. Using this time, Fang Yuan's Qi Si and Wu Shuai clone managed to hide inside peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. During which, Lu Weiyin transmitted to Fang Yuan that he had a way to escape and leave Central Continent safely. Precisely so, Fang Yuan led Lu Weiyin into his peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. Firstly, Lu Weiyin saved both of Fang Yuan's clones. That was a move demonstrating great sincerity. Secondly, because Lu Weiyin's battlefield killer move was broken, he suffered an immense backlash, his battle strength plunged and his threat level also diminished. Fang Yuan did not fear him now. Chapter 2058, Helping Fang Yuan Become Venerable. 2058 Helping Fang Yuan Become Venerable. Lu Weiyin replied Fang Yuan immediately, Fang Yuan, follow me. However, Fang Yuan replied, no rush. At the next moment, He smiled coldly, his arms were folded behind him, looking at the three groups of GU immortals and their immortal GU houses. He spoke calmly and casually, "Very good, which of you want to die first?" Saying this, intense aura burst out of his body. His rank 8 aura was fully intact and not weak at all. All of the immortals stared with wide eyes. Wasn't he at his limit already? All of the excitement to attack was doused. The immortals became hesitant. Using this timing, Fang Yuan laughed loudly as he activated an immortal killer move, bringing Lu Weiyin and the rest away. They turned into a sword. Rainbow, flying far away. Different from earlier, Fang Yuan had already refined many Heaven Path Dao marks. He had already gotten some freedom from the restrictions of the Heaven Path Dao marks. It was many times easier for him to use immortal killer moves now. Although he still needed to use the human path formation to attack the Heaven Path Dao marks, he could already use other methods now. Fang Yuan escaped. Chase him. He was toying with us. The immortals realized at once. They started to pursue him relentlessly. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed, bombarding Fang Yuan and the rest. It was as if the situation had returned to before, except Spectral Soul, Qi Si Ancestor, and Qing Chou were gone. In exchange there was Lu Weiyin instead. Everyone, be very careful. The final struggle of this demon Fang Yuan cannot be underestimated. Let the other two forces fight, let's save our energy. Fang Yuan is too scheming. In my opinion, he might still have a second battlefield killer move or an immortal formation. That's right, in the southern border battle, Fang Yuan used a time path formation to trap the allied forces of southern border's righteous path. Lu Weiyin is also a devious person. He set up the earth path formation to trap Spectral Soul. He did the same thing as Fang Yuan. I was wrong about him. The Great Paradise Earth's southern border inheritor actually collaborated with Fang Yuan so shamelessly. The immortals' words were filled with righteousness and heroism against the evil enemies. They transmitted thoughts and exchanged conversations, trying to come up with a plan. They chased with a huge commotion, but they were all feeling internally fearful. The current situation was already very different from earlier. It had changed almost completely. Fang Yuan managed to kill Spectral Soul. This incredible feat made all three forces very wary and fearful. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was devious and crafty. He was ruthless and vicious. His battle achievements were deeply etched into everyone's hearts. The three forces GU immortals were filled with trepidation. On one hand, even if Fang Yuan was near his limit, his final struggle would cause any of them to suffer huge losses. Their plans would fail completely. On the other hand, the three forces were not just fighting Fang Yuan, they were also mutual enemies. Earlier, Spectral Soul and Qi Ju took on the role as the vanguard. The three forces were happy to follow behind them and try to reap some benefits. But now, Spectral Soul was dead. Even though demon immortal Qi Ju appeared imposing, he was secretly extorting Fang Yuan for his personal gains. Why would he really fight with his true strength? Speaking of which, the three forces GU immortals were wary of Fang Yuan, but was demon immortal Qi Ju not wary of him? Fang Yuan did not fight much in the few battles earlier. How much did he actually recover? Looking at his killer moves, they are clearly more complex and numerous. How much strength is he concealing? Does he have a fourth immortal GU house? Demon immortal Qi Ju thought to himself. Earlier, Fang Yuan lost Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. He immediately took out Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. These three immortal GU houses were all rank 8. They were peak creations of Enslavement Path, Time Path, and Earth Path. Fang Yuan's abundant wealth truly shocked demon immortal Qi Ju. He would not be surprised even if Fang Yuan took out a fifth immortal GU house at this point. Just how deep is Fang Yuan's foundation? Aren't the past venerables investing too much in him? Demon immortal Qi Ju gritted his teeth. As Fang Yuan retreated, he suggested transacting using true inheritances. His attitude was tough at times. Demon immortal Qi Ju could not make up his mind. Should I attack at this time? How much strength does Fang Yuan have left? Would my gains be higher if I kill him? But now, chasing and collecting true inheritances seems pretty good too. Among the people, demon immortal Qi Ju had the best time during this chasing period. We arrived. It is below this place. Lu Weiyin suddenly transmitted. Fang Yuan controlled the rainbow. He suddenly changed directions. He instantly broke through the rock layer, entering the next layer. Fang Yuan and the rest heard loud rumbling noises around them. A boundless earth Qi river surged intensely as tides raged. Fang Yuan and the other two were surrounded by it. They felt like ants in the river, being extremely insignificant. This is the manifestation of an earth vein. Fang Yuan was stunned before he soon realized it. Lu Weiyin nodded as he smiled. Indeed, with the 5 regions becoming one, the earth veins have merged as well. With the movement of the earth veins, they will manifest themselves. It is about to reach that island. Fang Yuan activated his killer move with difficulty as the sword rainbow shot down. The sword rainbow was hard to maintain, it finally dissipated in the air after some time. The 3 immortals fell onto a brown island, they were in sorry states. This island was very small, it was only a few square kilometers in size. The island was deserted without any living beings, it had a plain terrain, there were 3 huge rocks at the periphery that resembled pillars, embedded into the grand earth vein. Precisely because of these 3 rock pillars, the island remained unmoving despite the earth vein's movement. What is this place? At this time, the 3 groups of pursuers also arrived at this layer. Someone activated a killer move but found that the earth path Dao marks here were too dense, they suppressed almost all other paths. GU Immortals had to spend a lot of effort activating killer moves unless it was earth path, otherwise, only immortal GU houses could still move around freely. Oh no, Fang Yuan came here with a plan in mind. No matter what he is trying to do, we must stop him. Quickly destroy that island. The 3 Fosses GU Immortals had imposing aura, they quickly got close. However, Fang Yuan, Wu Shuai, and Lu Weiyin attacked suddenly, destroying the 3 huge rock pillars on the island. Without the support of the rock pillars, the island started to float away along the earth vein. The 3 Fosses GU Immortals chased but the island moved rapidly, the difference between the 2 was just too big, the island quickly pulled apart some distance and in a few breaths of time, shook off the 3 Fosses GU Immortals. The 3 Fosses GU Immortals were dumbfounded. What the heck was happening? It was just an island but it actually moved so quickly. We really escaped from them. What is this island? Where will it bring us to? Wu Shuai touched the hard ground of this island with his hands as he asked in amazement. Lu Weiyin continued to cough blood, destroying the rock pillars earlier caused his injuries to be aggravated. He did not answer Wu Shuai, he looked at Fang Yuan instead. Fang Yuan, you must have recalled it already. Fang Yuan nodded. The moment he saw this island, a flash of inspiration struck in his mind. By the time he landed, he had already recalled it. This is Flying Earth, Fang Yuan told Wu Shuai. Even though Wu Shuai was his clone, Fang Yuan did not give him a copy of all his memories, this was a precaution. If Wu Shuai got captured in the future and got his soul searched, these memories would end up helping his enemies after all. In the previous life's 500 years, the 5 regions became one, the 2 heavens combined, the earth veins of the 5 regions also merged and created many unique terrains. The people in the world called them the 10 Earths. They are Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Earth Cave, Earth Prison, Production Earth, Flying Earth, Formation Earth, Treasure Earth, and Tomb Earth. This island is one of the 10 Earths, Flying Earth, it is formed from the earth vein. It can move around in the earth vein as quickly as flying, its speed cannot be matched normally. Wu Shuai finally understood. So that's it. He continued to sigh. With the changes in the world, the underground has also become much more interesting. He knew the essence of this island, he asked, then where can we go? Fang Yuan shook his head. I have only heard of Flying Earth, I have never interacted with it. We can only follow along its trail now, we cannot control the direction. Lu Weiyin, I wonder if you have any method. In this ambush battle, Lu Weiyin's performance was very outstanding, Fang Yuan saw much value in him now. This current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth had incredible power. He first set up illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, which was powerful enough to trap spectral soul and Qi-Ju, it perfectly displayed the might of a proper battlefield. Next, Lu Weiyin controlled the battlefield and allowed the immortals to cooperate tightly while dealing with spectral soul. During the intense fight, spectral soul wanted to target Qing Chou but was obstructed by Lu Weiyin multiple times. After that, at the crucial moment, Lu Weiyin displayed a powerful defensive killer move that blocked spectral soul's rampaging attack, allowing Qi-Ju to have enough time to use his Shishi killer move. This was the turning point of that battle. In addition, Lu Weiyin used all life as bitter and suffering loss as a blessing to counter spectral soul, causing him to suffer an intense backlash. Finally, he forcefully maintained the battlefield and suppressed spectral soul's self-detonation, allowing Fang Yuan's clones to escape the crisis. After the battlefield was destroyed, he was the one who guided Fang Yuan to this flying earth and escaped successfully. Lu Wei Yin's battle strength was definitely top tier in the current world, but Fang Yuan admired his nature even more. He was adept at enduring and persevering. He used the two killer moves, all life is bitter and suffering loss is a blessing, at the crucial moment to cause spectral soul to suffer a huge setback. With his deep shrewdness and wisdom, Fang Yuan believed that Lu Wei Yin definitely had a method to control flying earth. After all, this involved Earth Path, it was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's greatest expertise. And as expected, Lu Wei Yin did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He smiled and nodded. I am not so skilled, but Paradise Earth's inheritance has a relevant method to control flying Earth's direction and decide the place to stop at. Wu Shuai heard this, his pupils shrank, he became quite cautious. Lu Wei Yin seemed to have not noticed as he kept up his smile. This earth vein travels along western desert, towards eastern sea, before reaching southern border and northern plains after that. I wonder where you want to stop at, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled too. Didn't you invite me to be a guest of your mushroom in paradise earlier? Lu Wei Yin nodded. Fang Yuan, now that spectral soul has been killed by us, I am sure you know of my sincerity already. This is not just my sincerity, this is also the sincerity of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though I am not sure of the details, there is something written down in the inheritance that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable left behind. Gu Fang Yuan is the Paradise Earth inheritor of the 5 regions. All of Paradise Earth's forces will help him, they will assist him to become a Gu Venerable with their full strength. Chapter 2059, Paradise Earth's Deeper Intentions. 2059 Paradise Earth's Deeper Intentions, what? When Wu Shuai heard this news for the first time, he was stupefied. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was well reputed to be benevolent and kind, who did not know of his nature. He spent his entire life cleaning up the mess that spectral soul created. He did not have a single offensive method. All of his actions and words were meant to lead people to the path of kindness. He took joy in helping people. Among the people he helped, were the numbers merely millions or tens of millions. In fact, not only humans, even variant humans and legendary immemorial beasts received his help. He even took action many times to repair mountains and rivers. He managed the natural resource points of heaven and earth. Southern Borders Mushroom in Paradise, Eastern Seas Merman Imperial Court, as well as the Blue Dragon Whale, had all received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help. Even Central Continent's reincarnation battlefield was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable because he did not want to see bloodshed between Central Continent GU Immortals. He used it to resolve their conflicts. He killed people like cutting grass. He was cold and callous. For his personal benefit, he destroyed Fate GU and disregarded the prosperity of humanity. In order to cultivate, he plundered resources everywhere. He extorted, he stole, he snatched, he used all methods possible. Everywhere he went, there was blood, there was disaster. And now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fang Yuan became the genuine #1 demon in the world. It was not strange that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable managed to deduce the existence of Fang Yuan. All the other 9 Venerables had done the same. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable actually wanted Fang Yuan to become his inheritor. He wanted all of the forces of Paradise Earth to help Fang Yuan ascend to the position of a Venerable. This was simply bizarre beyond belief. Has Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable gone mad? Wu Shuai's first thoughts after reacting were as such. Immediately after, Wu Shuai thought, don't tell me Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants my main body to become a kind person. This does suit his style of action. Fang Yuan was a demon. After news of the earlier battle spread out, it would shock the world. Fang Yuan's title as the #1 demon in the world would gain everyone's agreement. If such a demon could turn over a new leaf and become righteous, it was definitely good news for the world and the people living in it. Wu Shuai was shocked, but Fang Yuan was expressionless. He did not show any external emotions. Because he had already heard such words before he communicated with Lu Wei Yin. Fang Yuan recalled the scene back then on the Red Lotus Stone Island. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable arrived at the Stone Lotus Island. When he spoke with Red Lotus, he did mention that he wanted to snatch Fang Yuan as his inheritor. For this purpose, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took away Regret GU and placed it inside the Blue Dragon Whale. Because of this, future events happened. Fang Yuan entered the Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven Paradise, taking Regret GU and releasing Xianxia. Back then, the ultimate mission of the Merit Board seemed to have intentions of inviting Fang Yuan to stay in the Grotto Heaven, to accept the mission and become the new owner of the Blue Dragon Whale. But Fang Yuan did not give in to temptation. He chose to leave and participate in the Fate War, to destroy Fate Gu. After the Fate War, Lu Weiyin contacted Fang Yuan, stating that he wanted to help the latter. These two matters were related in essence. Thus, it was not so hard for Fang Yuan to accept this. Ever since I was reborn, I obtained many venerable true inheritances. These are the investments of the past venerables. They used me as a tool to destroy Fate Gu. I originally thought that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had the same idea, but to think that he had deeper intentions. Thoughts continued to flicker and collide in Fang Yuan's mind. This was the greatest predicament of his life. It was truly a near-death experience. The most dangerous moment was when Giant Spectral Soul used the killer move Eat Heart on him. Fang Yuan was truly defenseless at that moment. He had to gamble. Thus, he forced himself to laugh and put up a perfect disguise, successfully hoaxing Demon Immortal Qi Ju to attack and betray Spectral Soul. That interrupted Eat Heart and allowed him to survive. At that time, Fang Yuan was half a step from entering his grave. What was the cause of this precarious situation? Externally, Spectral Soul was chasing after him, trying to regain Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu in the Dream Realms. Internally, there was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. He used the 3000 Heaven Path Dao marks to restrain Fang Yuan and forced him to be unable to fight. Fate Gu was destroyed. Fang Yuan had no value remaining. However much help he had received in the past, he would suffer a proportionate backlash at this moment. All of the venerables who invested in Fang Yuan also abandoned him. They had resolute killing intent. In such a situation, one venerable stood out from the rest. He lent a helping hand at the crucial moment, pulling Fang Yuan up from the abyss. What was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intention? What did he want from Fang Yuan? Why did he think that Fang Yuan would become a venerable? Why did he want to help Fang Yuan become a venerable despite the huge cost? Surrounded by brown soil, Earth Chi rumbled. Flying Earth continued to move within the Grand Earth Vein. According to my understanding, in the prophecy of 3 venerables, the next venerable is Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Does Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable think I have the capability to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he broke the silence, probing as he asked. Lu Weiyin replied, the prophecy of 3 venerables is well known to everyone, but now that Fate Gu has been destroyed, the future is no longer certain. It is possible that Great Dream Immortal Venerable will emerge. It is also possible that this will not happen, right? Fang Yuan, no need to say any more. Once you visit Mushroom in Paradise and receive Paradise Earth's true meaning, you will understand everything. At that time, I will definitely welcome you enthusiastically. Lu Weiyin smiled but was not willing to speak anymore. After this battle, he was certain that Fang Yuan would go to Mushroom in Paradise, but he would not go now. Lu Weiyin knew of Fang Yuan's vigilance. He was a ruthless person, but he was incomparably careful. Even though Lu Weiyin made such a huge contribution in this battle, if there was a chance, Fang Yuan would definitely kill him. But Lu Weiyin had been cautious. Fang Yuan had no such opportunities. When Spectral Soul self-detonated, he saved Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor, expressing his goodwill while also telling Fang Yuan he had a way to escape. That was the reason Fang Yuan led him into peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. When they got to Flying Earth, because he had a method to control it, he retained his value. Fang Yuan was unwilling to kill him. But if he fainted, Fang Yuan would definitely deal the fatal blow, before soul-searching Lu Weiyin and learning of all the details. Eventually, Fang Yuan chose to leave mid-journey. He was pestered by the myriad tribulation. The most important thing now was to resolve it. His battle strength was low now, otherwise, he would have attacked the weakened Lu Weiyin. Before departing, Lu Weiyin spoke to Fang Yuan, expressing great sincerity. Fang Yuan, I am sure you are deeply aware of the situation now. All the venerables want to kill you. This will not be your only predicament. We have very little time now. The actual circumstances are even more dangerous than during the Fate War. If we act slowly, we will end up with terrible deaths. Thus, I hope you will come visit the Mushroom in Paradise as soon as possible. Fang Yuan nodded, bringing Wu Shuai and leaving. The 2 immortals left the Earth Vein, moving upwards. An hour later, they arrived at the surface, appearing in a desert. There was nothing in the surrounding 1,000 li. Wu Shuai suddenly smiled. Lu Weiyin seems to be in trouble. By helping us this time, and also being the leader of a variant human force, he is going to face the pressure of Southern Border's righteous path. Fang Yuan nodded. This is indeed problematic for him. Southern Border's righteous path is led by Wu Clan, while Wu Clan's leader, Wu Yong, is an ambitious and formidable person. He will not let go of this chance. But with Lu Weiyin's political skills, I am sure he already has a way to resolve it. Wu Shuai asked again. Before parting, was Lu Weiyin simply trying to scare us? Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. He shook his head slightly. Wu Shuai's mood became heavy. Let's go, we will recuperate now, we really have no time left. Fang Yuan said. Earth Vein. That demon Fang Yuan really escaped. Inside Heavenly Court's immortal Ji house, Qin Ding Ling stared with wide and furious eyes as she gritted her teeth, clenching her fists tightly. This was the situation that she had not wanted to see, but it happened anyway. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan also let out a sigh. He did not think that this would happen. The powerful and imposing spectral soul died while Fang Yuan, who was escaping from them, managed to flee. The biggest surprise was Lu Weiyin. This inheritor of Paradise Earth was simply not worthy of being in the righteous path. He was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's disgrace. Of course, there was also the Earth Vein and Flying Earth. The 5 regions were unified, the regional walls vanished. GU Immortals of the 5 regions focused their attention on the Fate War. The aftermath of the war had not settled, but chi tides already started to emerge. All GU Immortals were busy dealing with them. Almost nobody had the time or energy at this time to explore the changes underground. The Earth Vein was grand and vast. It was like a rumbling yellow river, creating huge commotions and sounds. Traveling around this turbulent Earth Vein was simply not easy. The flying Earth that Fang Yuan was on had already gone missing. The Immortals traveled with great difficulty underground. Their expectations regarding catching Fang Yuan became increasingly lower. Wherever the Immortals' gazes landed, they would see an abundance of Earth Path resources around the Earth Vein. And within the Earth Vein, there were even higher quality immortal materials. With the changes in heaven and earth, even the earth has become so foreign and unfamiliar. These Earth Path resources are very heavy. It is too troublesome to take them from the Earth Vein, that is, unless one has exceptional Earth Path attainment. Just these Earth Path resources that we saw along the way, if we can use them well, we can definitely change the situation. Ancient Soul Sect, who owns this Earth Abyss, is going to benefit. If they can absorb these resources, they will definitely become a much more powerful force. These were elites among the highest tier of GU Immortals. They had excellent knowledge and understanding. The resources underground were too abundant. This would have great implications. The way to extract these resources efficiently and make use of them would affect the entire world's situation in the future. Quick, take out some spare GU worms. Another 300 were destroyed. Who can help me to replace the new GU worms together? When immortal GU houses moved in this Earth Vein, they would suffer the invasion of these Earth Chi. There would be increasingly more Earth Path Dao marks carved on the immortal GU houses. That was unless it was an Earth Path immortal GU house. Immortal GU houses of other paths could not stay inside the Earth Vein for too long. Fang Yuan has disappeared for a long time already. Unless we can find another flying island like what they had, otherwise. That Lu Weiyin clearly had a method to control the flying island. He is Paradise Earth's inheritor. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated Earth Path primarily. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals did not say it explicitly, but they had intentions to retreat already. Qin Ding Ling kept silent. She was unwilling, but Fang Yuan was actually going to successfully escape in front of their very eyes. She knew that Fang Yuan had already escaped for quite some time. There was almost no hope in catching him now. But she still subconsciously kept silent. After this battle, her trepidation towards Fang Yuan rose by several times. Spectral Soul went after him personally but could not kill him. Instead, Fang Yuan managed to kill Spectral Soul in reverse. Gu Fang Yuan, I underestimated you after all. No wonder even the Wisdom Path cultivator Fairy Z Wei faltered in your hands time and time again. Wait, where are the Shadow Sect members? Chapter 2060, Bai Ning Bing vs Fang Zheng. Countless rock pillars flashed by with speed that resembled illusory figures. These rock pillars were located in Earth Abyss. They naturally could not move. What was moving was Fairy Z Wei's group. Since Fang Yuan can kill Master, he definitely has a method to escape. I have fought against him many times. I understand him too well. Fairy Z Wei said. After Spectral Soul's death, the weakest group became Shadow Sect. Earlier, Fairy Ziwei purposely shouted and drew Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court's attention to Fang Yuan. She secretly transmitted and directed these Shadow Sect immortals to escape mid-journey. After that, she did not even get to the lair with the Earth Vein, she directly left the battlefield with these Shadow Sect immortals. No, while flying, Fairy Ziwei suddenly stopped, saying, even though I am not sure how long Fang Yuan, Longevity Heaven, and Heavenly Court will fight, we need to make some preparations in advance. Fairy Ziwei cast her gaze towards Bai Ningbing, Fairy Miao Yin, and Lady White Rabbit. Farewell to the three of you. Fairy Ziwei's tone became extremely cold. Fairy Miao Yin's expression turned ugly. Evidently, Fairy Ziwei was going to discard them as used pawns. Lady White Rabbit was feeling uneasy, while Bai Ningbing smiled as she rubbed her chin, nodding cheerfully. Interesting, getting chased like this is common, but I have never experienced such a status myself. Even if they objected, what could they do? Fairy Ziwei was a rank 8 great expert, she could suppress the three of them. Fairy Ziwei nodded, bringing old man Zheng Yuan and Ying Wuxia away, quickly vanishing from the sights of Bai Ningbing. And the rest, what do we do? Lady White Rabbit asked, she was lost and unsure. Bai Ningbing chuckled. We are in big trouble, I am sure we will be caught very soon. White Rabbit stared with large and clear eyes, she asked, are you sure? Bai Ningbing nodded but said, we can't be too sure, but Fairy Ziwei is a wisdom path great expert, seeing her action earlier, doesn't it tell you the truth? Even though we have low cultivation level, we have our value. Didn't they find out Fang Yuan's traces using us as the connection? But now, Fairy Ziwei gave up on us instantly, it meant that she gave up the method to detect Fang Yuan. This shows how much danger we are currently in. What should we do? Let's leave now. Lady White Rabbit said anxiously. Why don't we split up? Fairy Miao Yin asked. Whoever gets caught will be the unlucky one. White Rabbit, go with me. Among Fang Yuan's subordinates, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit had the closest relationship. In this critical moment, she wanted to bring White Rabbit along with her. We can't escape, but I have a good plan. Bai Ningbing said, bright light flashed in her eyes. What plan? Lady White Rabbit was curious. But after Bai Ningbing told them, the two rejected it instantly. Isn't that too risky? Lady White Rabbit was tongue-tied. You want to return to the Black Bat lair? You lunatic. Fairy Miao Yin rolled her eyes. Bai Ningbing replied, it seems dangerous there but the truth is different. With a vast number of bats in there, even pursuers will not detect us, they might go to the next lair while passing us by. White Rabbit was dazed, it seemed that Bai Ningbing's words made sense. Do you think Lord Fang Yuan will return to save us? Lady White Rabbit suddenly asked. Fairy Miao Yin's expression sank. Don't forget that we participated in the chase against him earlier. White Rabbit was anxious, but we were forced to, there was no choice. Lord Fang Yuan is so wise, why wouldn't he understand it? Bai Ningbing sneered. You two are still hopeful about him. Not to mention that he is currently busy trying to save his own life, even if he could, with that cold aloof nature of his, why would he even come to save us? In fact, he would rather we die now, after we are dead, there will not be sufficient clues to deduce his location. Lady White Rabbit was speechless. Fairy Miao Yin gritted her teeth. No need for more talk, White Rabbit, come with me. As for you, Bai Ningbing, farewell. Fairy Miao Yin had no interest in Bai Ningbing's suggestion. After much interaction with her, she knew that this person was a lunatic. Bai Ningbing shrugged her shoulders, go ahead. As she said that, an intense wind blew, the odor of blood spread throughout the area. Rank 8 Immortal GU House Demon Judgment Board arrived, Fang Zheng's cold voice could be heard from within, where are you trying to go? Bai Ningbing and the others were physically and mentally shaken, to think that their pursuers came so quickly. Why was Fang Zheng here? It turned out that after Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, and Demon Immortal Qi Ju lost sight of Fang Yuan, they lost hope while moving along the Earth Vein, they started to have other thoughts. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was the first to strike, attacking Calamity Luck Altar. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan was prepared for this, he blocked Demon Immortal Qi Ju's attack. Seeing that his attack failed, Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not feel dejected, he called out, Heavenly Court. If you do not fight Calamity Luck Altar now, are you going to wait until Longevity Heaven invades Central Continent? Bing Sai Chuan heard this, his heart sank. You are not wrong. Qin Ding Ling laughed as she gave orders to Heavenly Court's immortal GU houses, launching their attack as well. However, Heavenly Court did not just encircle Calamity Luck Altar, they even targeted Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju snorted coldly, "Heavenly Court, your appetite is simply too big." Qin Ding Ling replied arrogantly, "Chi-Ju, after that intense battle, how much battle strength do you have left? Go ahead and show us." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was silent. There was nothing wrong with Heavenly Court attacking him, it was a wise decision. However, Qin Ding Ling is acting resolutely. Is she putting up a farce or? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had no time to think, Heavenly Court's attacks already arrived, and he had to defend himself. The three parties fought above the earth vein. Fang Zheng, quickly go to the upper layers and pursue Shadow Sect. Fairy Ziwei is able to use Bai Ning Bing and the rest to deduce Fang Zheng's location. We can also do that, go capture these people. As for Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan, saying this, Qin Ding Ling hesitated. But soon, she continued with a firm tone, as for the two of them, kill them if you can. Yes, Fang Zheng acknowledged her orders, he controlled Demon Judgment Board and left the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi-Ju were trapped, they watched as Demon Judgment Board left. Fang Zheng flew rapidly within Demon Judgment Board, using the Immortal GU House's ability to find the traces of Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's members were all on the board list. Fang Zheng quickly found Bai Ning Bing and the other two immortals. Rank 8 Immortal GU House, Demon Judgment Board. Lady White Rabbit's and Fairy Miao Yin's hearts sank, they felt a huge pressure. They wanted to tell Fang Zheng about the direction that Fairy Ziwei escaped to, but there was an alliance agreement made earlier. If they betrayed Fairy Ziwei, the consequences would be severe. Cold light flashed in Bai Ning Bing's eyes, even with an enemy in front of them and possibly others behind, she still had an excited expression. "It's you, I know that voice, Gu Fang Zheng." Gu Fang Zheng had a flickering gaze, he looked at Bai Ning Bing through the Immortal GU House. "Bai Ning Bing, to think that we would meet here at this time." Memories from before surged in his mind, it was as if he had just drunk some liquor before the battle, his entire body was filled with heated battle intent. "Bai Ning Bing," he shouted loudly, "do you still remember Gu Qingshu?" In Fang Zheng's heart, Gu Qingshu was more of a brother than Fang Yuan to him. He was caring, he was gentle, he was responsible, he was admirable. When he lived in Gu village, even though Gu clan leader took care of Fang Zheng and taught him personally, he was still a senior. The care and concern that Gu Qingshu gave to Fang Zheng had always been kept in Fang Zheng's heart. But such a person was killed by Bai Ning Bing. Fang Zheng witnessed the entire battle that involved Qingshu's death. Gu Qingshu. Bai Ning Bing was slightly dazed, how could she forget? Back in the day, she fought against Gu Qingshu, even though she killed the latter, she also lost an arm because of him. But at the next moment, Bai Ning Bing turned a deaf ear, she laughed in disdain, "I would have forgotten if you did not mention him. That was an insignificant ant after all." Gu Fang Zheng's eyes widened in response, blood filled his eyes as killing intent surged in his body. Bai Ning Bing, die. Chapter 2061, Demon Judgment Board. 2061 Demon Judgment Board. Dan, danger. Lady White Rabbit's expression turned pale. "Quickly dodge it," Fairy Miao Yin screamed. Demon Judgment Board became larger in the three immortals' eyes, quickly filling up their field of vision. The intense winds made Lady White Rabbit's breathing turn difficult. At the next moment, earth shook, rocks were sent flying. Demon Judgment Board slammed into the tough ground with great intensity. Bai Ning Bing and the rest split up and moved towards different directions. At the crucial moment, they evaded the attack. Demon Judgment Board rose up, it charged again. This time, it targeted Bai Ning Bing. So quick, Bai Ning Bing's pupils shrank, she focused herself to deal with the situation. Demon Judgment Board was covered in a light red halo, granting it even more speed. It did not use killer moves, it only charged wildly with rapid attacks. Bai Ning Bing had to dodge continuously, spending her effort on evasion and having no chance to retaliate. "What do we do?" Lady White Rabbit asked anxiously. Fairy Miao Yin had an ashen expression, she replied, "Let's go. This is their old grudge, let the two of them fight it out." Lady White Rabbit was dragged by Fairy Miao Yin as they tried to escape the battlefield. "Where are you going?" Gu Fang Zheng suddenly turned around. Even though he hated Bai Ning Bing deeply, he did not forget Qin Ding Ling's instructions. White Rabbit and Miao Yin were crucial clues to find Fang Yuan. How could they be allowed to escape? Demon Judgment Board let out a wave of powerful blood-red light. It radiated in the battlefield. Bai Ningbing and the rest were enveloped by this blood-red light. Their expressions changed. Under this blood-red light, they felt the blood in their bodies drawn by a powerful force. It was as if the blood in their bodies was getting sucked into Demon Judgment Board. It was very uncomfortable. If we do not resolve this problem, we might get sucked dry of all our blood. Fairy Miao Yin said solemnly. On the other hand, Bai Ningbing successfully unleashed her killer move. She turned into a white ice giant. The blood-red light instantly became ineffective on her. The killer move by Xiang was the famous trump card of the Southern Border Rank 8 GU Immortal. It allowed the GU Immortal to temporarily convert their body into another type of life form. This move was incredibly powerful. It created the White Terror that once shook Southern Border, leaving its own mark in history. Once Bai Ningbing used it, she changed her circumstances. The ice giant did not have any blood in its body. Demon Judgment Board's killer move was useless against it. Fairy Miao Yin's heart sank. With Bai Ningbing's current condition, she could easily escape. But Bai Ningbing did not do that. She attacked instead with great excitement and enthusiasm. This lunatic, Fairy Miao Yin muttered, experiencing a complicated feeling. However, when Bai Ningbing's killer moves landed on Demon Judgment Board, they was like waves hitting the reef. No matter how Demon Judgment Board was attacked, it did not even move one bit against the currents. Fairy Miao Yin frowned deeply as she called out, "White Rabbit, use that move." Lady White Rabbit nodded solemnly. She quickly used the killer move, protecting herself and Fairy Miao Yin. Fairy Miao Yin took a risk and accepted her protection. Using this chance, she unleashed her killer move, Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. She grew 5 new arms, causing her to have a total of 7 arms. The 7 hands moved by themselves. The smooth long fingers were moving in a dazzling motion. Sound waves moved like a storm, creating a huge commotion as the attacks landed on Demon Judgment Board. Fairy Miao Yin, 37th position on the Demon Judgment Board, she has rank 7 cultivation level and the Profound Sound True Inheritance. Among which, her Wondrous Hand Profound Sound killer move can be raised alongside the core Immortal GU until it reaches rank 8. Fang Zheng muttered to himself. On top of his head, countless texts in blood gathered to form a scarlet name list. Be they Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, or Bai Ningbing, their names were present. Fairy Miao Yin and Bai Ningbing worked together, while GU Fang Zheng still had a calm expression. After all, he was inside Demon Judgment Board. The rank 8 Immortal GU House Demon Judgment Board was extremely powerful. Normally speaking, rank 7 Immortal GU houses could resist rank 8, they were the foundation of super forces. As for top-tier rank 8 Immortal GU houses, they could resist pseudo-immortal venerables. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan used Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace to fight against Duke Long. In the earlier battle, he used 3 Immortal GU houses against Spectral Soul, they were all rank 8. Demon Judgment Board was also rank 8, but it was specialized in investigation. Against rank 7 GU immortals like Bai Ningbing, Demon Judgment Board's battle strength was far superior, it could not be matched. Waves of blood-red light shot out of Demon Judgment Board. These blood-red lights shot down like rain, targeting Bai Ningbing with an unceasing quantity. Bai Ningbing turned into a white ice giant. Even though it was large and bulky, the giant's movement was actually very agile and flexible. She dodged continuously. None of the blood-red lights managed to hit her once. But as long as I get hit once, I will suffer heavy injuries. Bai Ningbing knew this in her heart. She focused and fought. The dangerous situation was making her more excited and thrilled. Suddenly, Demon Judgment Board shook lightly. Bai Ningbing got immobilized. Bai Ningbing could not move. She was shot by tens of blood lights. The white ice giant was punctured in many places. It was reduced to ice shards in a few moments. Lady White Rabbit screamed while Fairy Miao Yin's heart sank. The difference in battle strength was too great. They could not claim victory with just an advantage in numbers. As the ice shards fell to the ground, an intense light burst out. Within the icy light, the white ice giant reappeared. Bai Ningbing recovered fully. This was the strongest aspect of the killer move by Xiang. As long as one shard was left, it could fully recover rapidly. Fang Zheng was not surprised. He knew a lot of information about Bai Ningbing. Long ago, the two were already enemies. Bai Ningbing had fought against them many times. Why would Heavenly Court not collect her information? Furthermore, Demon Judgment Board had investigative abilities. The board list did not only include blood path demonic immortals. It was just that blood relation immortal GU made almost all blood path demonic cultivators unable to hide from it. Bai Ningbing got up and fought against Fang Zheng again. Miao Yin assisted her. Half the blood red light in the battlefield dissipated. As their blood was no longer affected, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit flew out with preparation. They were about to escape. Fang Zheng smiled lightly. Not so fast. The dissipated blood red light turned into a ball that floated above the battlefield. Instantly, the blood suction force that vanished amplified by several times of before. Bai Ningbing shouted as she took action suddenly. Her ice path killer move hit the blood ball and caused it to scatter slightly. Surrender now. Fang Zheng's lips curled up. He activated Demon Judgment Board. The formless pressure caused Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit's expressions to change. At the crucial moment, Lady White Rabbit suddenly became ruthless. Black shadows surged around her, enveloping her body. Instantly, Black Tigress appeared on the battlefield. Her eyes were pure black, her pupils could not be seen, only a dark and cold light was moving around. The area around her eyes was dyed black, her entire disposition changed from pure and innocent to vicious and ruthless. Black Tigress took action. Her dark path killer move landed on the blood ball with greater intensity than Bai Ningbing's attack, causing more than half of it to vanish. Black Tigress and Miao Yin were almost killed by Demon Judgment Board. They managed to narrowly escape. Fang Zheng was not flustered. He raised his hand. Demon Judgment Board's aura changed. With a change of method, he moved fluidly. Blood chi surged. Countless sand-like specks moved like stars, enveloping the entire battlefield. This is the killer move, Blood Speck Star Mark. When was it used? I did not sense anything at all. Even if Qin Ding Ling saw this, she would call out in praise. After Fang Zheng became the Demon Judgment Board Lord, he had improved greatly. He already learned to use the various methods of Demon Judgment Board. He could use the methods while managing to display his own style. This time, even Bai Shang was not spared. It got hit. As the blood sand entered the three immortals' bodies, red marks started to appear, causing their movements to be restricted. Their thoughts became slower. Their immortal essence could not be instilled smoothly. They felt like they were trapped in quicksand. The difference between the two sides was just too big. Normally speaking, when GU immortals fought, if one side wanted to escape, it would be hard to stop them unless a battlefield killer move was successfully used to trap the enemy. But Demon Judgment Board was a top-tier rank 8 immortal GU house. It was initially created to hunt demonic path GU immortals. Thus, other than investigative methods, even though Demon Judgment Board could not create a battlefield, it had ways to stop demonic path GU immortals from escaping. Bai Ningbing and the rest were about to be captured by Fang Zheng, but the ground suddenly shook as earth chi spewed up from the lower layer. The currents actually managed to pierce through the tough layer of ground. With a loud sound, the brown earth vein rushed up like a grand river. What is this? Bai Ningbing and the other two did not know what was happening. They were shocked. Even though Fang Zheng knew, at this moment, he felt like he was seeing evil dragon Di Zhang Shang. As earth chi surged and flooded this battlefield, the earth path Dao marks took over everything here. They corroded the surroundings. From the surging earth vein, Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi Ju suddenly emerged. Shi Land was above Demon Immortal Chi Ju's head. Even though this secluded domain of heaven and earth was extremely damaged now, it was still useful. It was used earlier to draw all of the earth chi upwards earlier. Meanwhile, Calamity Luck Altar was in charge of changing the direction of the earth vein on top of that effect, eventually creating this scene where the earth vein surged upwards. Longevity Heaven actually worked together with Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Fang Zheng was internally shocked. Originally, under Qin Ding Ling's deployment, Heavenly Court's immortal GU houses encircled Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi Ju. The two sides fought intensely. Heavenly Court was unable to defeat them, while Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi Ju could not escape either. Bing Sai Chuan thus communicated with Demon Immortal Chi Ju. They knew the situation was not looking good. The two were genuine experts with lots of experience. They were suspicious about Qin Ding Ling's attitude and felt deeply worried. Thus, the two sides cooperated seamlessly. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.